Yeah! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite guy who puts things in the background that I don't want him to.
What?
Adam Friend.
What? Are you just noticing the background?
I am just noticing the
hilarious.
background. I didn't even understand that meme. Was that a reference to something? Did I make some bet about something and I forgot?
I don't know, but it's hilarious.
Someone made some meme about like Sitch lost a bet, so now he has to wear a dress, and I was like, I don't even what is this?
Yeah. It's a new meme.
Okay. I mean, I don't remember making any bet about wearing a dress, but
So
all right.
It's me laughing hysterically at Sitch in a dress.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Look,
it looks like an edit of a pre-established picture. But...
Enough of these memes, okay?
Okay.
What are we doing today? What's going on? What's his show? I hear it's going to be a long one. I'm ready for bed already.
This is going to be so long. Today, we are watching by popular demand. I felt if we didn't do this, we would have a riot. The Cenk went on Tim Pool's Culture War podcast.
Yes.
And lots of people want us to cover this. So we're going to, just because we love you guys so much, we're going to do it for you. Okay.
Right. Yeah. So we recently did an interview with Cenk, and I think that interview didn't get a lot of views, but I think it's kind of, we got upstaged by this Palestine-Israel thing. It literally happened the day that we did the interview with Cenk. So, yeah. But Cenk was nice enough to do an interview with us, came out firmly as a team. I don't know if that's good or bad. He called the show the Adam and Sitch Show, which I'm a fan of. So I am formally endorsing Cenk Uygur for president. Look, you guys are big buzz. I don't care if he can't run. That stuff doesn't bother me. I'm a rebel, okay? Mm-hmm. I like endorsing candidates that can't actually run for president. So I'm behind Cenk 100% here. Full endorsement.
And we're going to talk about that when we get to that part in his conversation
with
Tim.
Yes. Oh, yes. The buzzkill over here.
Yeah, because
he wants to talk about that.
You know, both you and
buzzkill.
What do you mean? You're the one that started it. Okay. You're all like, sent me a message. You're like, Sitch, I actually did research on this freaking court case. Okay. I was like, wow, Adam did research on a court case. What's going on here?
I like to dream big, okay? I'm a dreamer, and I'm not the only one, okay?
Well, okay, here's my question. Did you actually do research on this, or did you just watch a Nate the Lawyer video?
I just watched a Nate the Lawyer video. It popped up in my feed, and I watched it, okay? Nate, fan of the... friend of the show, has been on the show before, does amazing videos. Everyone should check them out.
They should.
Nate, another buzzkill attorney. Oh my God.
Because at first I thought like, oh wow, I can't believe Adam researched this. And then I heard someone else talking about the Nate the Lawyer video. I'm like, oh, he didn't do any. He just watched a video. Okay.
I swear I credited Nate in the DMs, but you probably didn't look.
I'm going to pretend you didn't just for the sake of comedy.
Okay,
I don't know if you did or not.
Well, this should be a fun stream. Definitely a fun stream. We also, you know, Anna Kasparian, another friend of the show, went on BDP.
We watched
podcast.
The one that we watched the other day, right?
Yeah, and I thought she did amazing on the podcast. So yeah,
she did. Yeah.
Look, we would cover it, but she didn't have she killed it. Like, how are we supposed to cover it?
She didn't have a shouting match like what's his name did.
She did amazing. Yeah, exactly. So
we just watched that out. What was that guy's name?
What do you mean? What guy?
The guy who was McCain's campaign advisor.
Yeah, I can't remember. That's a good one. Yeah, Steve Schmidt. That's it.
Steve Schmidt. Yeah, we just covered him on the same stream.
Yes, Steve Schmidt was great.
A shouting match with one of the guys. Yeah, that was a fun stream.
That was a lot. Look, all these streams are fun.
That's true.
They're a blast. I can't wait for Sunday.
Sunday's going to be next Sunday. Today is.
Well, I can't wait for this Sunday. This Sunday, I'm like here right now. It's awesome.
Next Sunday is our big 300 show where we're going to do nothing special.
No, we're going to do. Look, next Sunday is going to be amazing.
Okay,
it's going to be.
It is
incredible.
It's gonna be epic.
It's going to be epic.
But today, let me read the $20 super chats and then we'll get started.
Okay.
Thank you guys. Wow, a lot coming in already.
Should we just get into the video and read those in a second? Or
no.
Look,
Derek Cantro for $20. Thank you so much. Says you need to make up for this tardiness by inviting Doomer on.
What? Why would what?
I'm so confused here. Okay, if you want us to make up for tardiness and we invited Doomer on, wouldn't that only increase the level of tardiness on stream? I don't understand what you mean.
Yeah, look.
You would increase the tard level. What's going on here?
One day we're going to do the Make-A-Wish for Doomer, and we're going to invite him on with YMS. He's a giant YMS fan. Your movie sucks, Adam, who's been on the show and has agreed to come back on the show. It was a fun talk. So, yeah, one day we're going to make Doomer's Make-A-Wish come true. But I told him he's got to act like a cancer patient.
He's got to cough every couple of minutes into the
Well,
mic.
I was thinking shave the head, right? Like, like, isn't that the typical cancer?
Oh, he could do that. Yeah, he could do that.
Look, I'm joking around, obviously. We feel bad for Doomer, but we also feel bad for cancer patients. More for the cancer patients than anything. So
yeah, they have cancer. Doomer is cancer. It's a little different.
So let's go get going. What are we doing here?
Cecil has Graham for $20. Thanks so much. Says longtime hate watcher. Thank you for $20. Says you guys aren't centrist. You're disaffected Democrats. But thanks for the entertainment.
I'll have you know I'm a registered Republican. So
there you go.
I changed my registration to vote against Trump in the primary.
There it is. Proving that you're truly a Republican. Thank you, Lucy Lemonbug, for the gifted membership. Well, there you go. BMO, thanks so much for the $20. Says, what do we have to do to have Adam show up on a stream and address? Well, that is a good question, Adam.
No, that's not going to happen.
How much do we have to pay Adam to get him to show up and address?
Look, that's not going to happen. That's something
Adam,
nobody really desires and is not going to happen. So let's just.
Okay, let's start a poll. Do you?
No. Let's get into the video.
Do you want Adam?
Let's get into the
show up and address.
Nobody cares about this.
Show 300.
Nobody cares about this. Let's.
I just want to know how much does it cost?
I can't believe you're doing this at the beginning of the show.
Yeah, it's fine. Everyone loves it.
You're testing my patience here.
Calvin Baffert for $20. We got a bunch. Calvin Baffert $20 says Adam claims he endorses those who can't actually run for president, and yet he scoffs at the idea of supporting CP. How curious. CP24. Adam is gay. Wow.
No cheese pizza in the chat, guys.
There you go. And thank you so much, finally, JMac, our surrogate father, for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Well, there was like a membership drive going on in the chat. A bunch of people donated $5.
Yes.
$5 and I don't know. We should read them all out, though, obviously.
Okay. PC, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Caleb the Cynic, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Bebo, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Derek Cantrell, thank you for the 1 gifted membership. And thank you, Lucy Lemonbug, for the 5 gifted memberships.
Yes.
You're
look
a
at this.
Dirty sticker.
I don't think there's anyone in the chat right now who's not a member. The membership drive is complete.
There you go. Okay,
anyone who joins the chat, I think they will actually get a free membership. I think there's some in the bank.
Do you actually have the watch together up? Because on my screen, you don't. I'm
bringing it up right now. Yeah.
Tater Pictures for 13 months says, if Adam wears a dress, I will go A-team. There it is.
See, this is what I was telling you.
Adam, I don't know if you look at this. 220 people have already voted. 79% want you to wear a dress for show 300. Okay. 79%.
Okay.
And you were like, who wants that? Well, everyone wants it, apparently.
Let me do a new poll here. Who wants a face reveal from Sitch?
That will happen. It's not going to happen
on the 300.
It's not going to happen 300, but it will happen. I don't want to detract from all the other good things going on. We got to it's got to be its own thing. Okay.
Oh, okay. Look at this.
Anyways,
look, I don't want to detract from all the good things going on by wearing a dress.
You can take it off. It'll just be in the beginning. Just show up.
Let's get into the video.
Anyway, we're gonna do a tiny bit of jumping around the beginning. This is very long. Oh, we should actually speed this up slightly.
No, we're not going to speed it up. No, we're not going to speed it up.
Come on. I told you that. We're never going to
I'm telling you, any time someone attempts this,
yes,
and I put a stop to it, like 10 people in the comments section are like, oh, thank you, Adam.
We've never done it.
Yeah, because I always put my foot down and say, listen, we're not speeding this up. Look, people don't like it. People don't like the mismatch. They don't.
They'd be fine with 1.25.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Wow, look at this guy. Fed Zeppelin for $20 says, Adam in a short red dress for 300. The chat has spoken. True. Okay. Anyway, we'll jump into it. We'll try to skip around a little bit. We'll see.
Let me give you a tip here.
Yeah.
Never offer the chat something that you cannot deliver.
No. The chat and myself are trying to bully you into delivering it. Look at that. Adam, stop the poll. Okay.
He was
getting annihilated. Okay.
Look, you're the one that broke the rule, offering the chat something you can't deliver. So.
Wait. Are you saying that for nothing? There's no version of reality where you would wear a dress?
No.
On stream.
Obviously not.
Even if someone was like, Adam, I will give you $100,000 to wear a dress on stream.
I would turn it down. Look, I have principles.
I would fly out to LA and make you put on that dress.
Look, if you're willing to wear a dress for $100,000, I think that says more about you than it says.
Of course I am. What the fuck's wrong with you? Who would do that? What the fuck?
Well, listen, I'm not going to wear a dress. Okay.
Oh my God. Look at this guy.
Look, I don't need $100,000 that bad.
Jeez. Oh, Mr. Moneybags over here. Okay. God.
Anyway.
Toxic Monger of the Hateful Brood, thanks so much for the $20. Says, thank you, Adam. Also, hi.
Hi. How you doing?
There you go. Okay, finally. Let us begin.
Where are we starting here? You said you were going to jump around a bit. So.
There's just the intro.
You're a minute in?
Yeah,
that's jumping around?
No. There's going to be a couple more jumping around spots.
Okay.
So there's a reason why I came. But what you're pointing out is actually important, and I think it's actually been harmful to the left that we have not engaged as much. And so I think, like, for example, we'll get into it probably later as to like our differences, and there's plenty of differences for sure. And then I think that I would cue the audience to look out though for the similarities, because there's so much that we disagree on, but there's also a ton that we agree on. And I don't mean necessarily me and you, but we'll find out but I bet we do, right?
I think we agree more than we disagree.
Yeah, and I think that the American people agree a lot more than they realize, and partly because the media is driving division. And so, but one of the things we'll probably get into is audience capture. Yeah. And then a new thing that happened, in my opinion, which is guest capture. And that's kind of our fault, meaning the left's fault, because I think Joe Rogan got guest captured. I think Bill Maher did to some degree. Maybe you did. I don't know. We'll talk about it. But that's because they have nonstop right wingers on, in my opinion. But at the same time, the left doesn't love to go on shows that are right wing and, platforming and all that BS. So can I curse on the show?
It's up to you. I guess we try not to. I know we try to be family friendly. But...
Okay, so this is a very interesting idea that I haven't really heard people talk about, even though I think it's very important. I haven't really heard anyone bring up. It's just the idea of guest capture. We've talked a lot about audience capture and things of that nature, where people essentially, their audience, they're kind of trying to placate the more extreme parts of their audience. And so they kind of go deeper and deeper and deeper, into a rabbit hole. I think we see this with a lot of people on both the left and the right. But guest capture is an interesting idea where essentially, someone like Joe Rogan, they get branded by like the mainstream media as an evil right winger or something because of some take he has. He was very anti the COVID lockdown stuff. And then because he gets branded that way, people who are more on the left don't want to actually show up on his show, don't want to do guest spots on his show. So he only gets right-wing people on his show. And then it's like, well, does that kind of makes, by just the nature of that, the show more right-wing? It can make Joe become more right-wing just because of who he's talking to. And he kind of can go down this pathway.
Yeah, I agree. Seems like a tangible idea to me, obviously. Yeah, he's only getting one side of the case. It's like as if the prosecution and the defense, usually speak and you get to hear both sides. But if you're Joe Rogan, the defense is never coming on.
Right.
Because they do this purity spiral. You can't go on Joe Rogan. Your audience will hate your guts.
Right. Now, to be clear, I actually, when Joe Rogan switched off of YouTube, I basically just stopped listening to him.
Yeah, I never listened to Joe Rogan ever.
Yeah, and it's not even, it's just, it shows you how much just shifting platforms and doing things that nature can like screw with the psychology of your mind. Like for some reason, because I have YouTube Red or Premium or whatever it's called now, I would just be like, oh, Joe Rogan. And it would be like a thing I would see when I go on YouTube. But now I forget that Joe Rogan even exists because I never go on Spotify. I don't even think about it. So I should go back and actually make an effort to listen, because I don't even know if this is true about Joe Rogan only having right-wing guests. This is just from Cenk's perspective, but it's an interesting idea, and I think it is true overall, or at least the concept, the theory of it can be true.
Right? Yeah.
Okay, all right. God bless. Okay.
Yeah, it is what it is. But I think you're right. To varying degrees, some are more resistant to capture than others, to their own detriment. And but this has been something we've talked about. And I agree on the Joe Rogan thing too. People are they get attacked for going on Rogan. They get, I don't go on. He's far right. Why are you doing it? I mean, there are even people who are saying it's a bad idea to have you on the show, but that's the most laughable thing in the world, because we try to get as many people as possible across the spectrum. And the strange thing about it is when people will say that like Timcast IRL is far right or whatever, or my favorite was when Hasan called Ian Crossland a conservative. All right, do you know who Ian is? I mean, he's a hippy-dippy crystal weirdo who doesn't like Donald Trump, and
Good for him.
Well, we don't really know how to describe Ian other than he's just like a wild card kind of guy who doesn't follow the news in the same way as everybody in the culture war, and so he's often pushing back on us in very
like that they just keep showing Ian's empty chair.
Like, imagine Ian sitting here. Do they look? I didn't see if they have the alien.
It's there. It's not on, but it's there. Yeah.
We had Ian on the show.
They should turn it on just like whenever he's not there, just to like represent him.
The memory of Ian. Yeah, we had Ian on the show, and I asked Ian, I'm like, why do they always make you sit behind the UFO? What is that supposed to mean?
Very distracting UFO. That's
are
cool,
they trying to?
like it.
Are they trying to say you're crazy? He agreed that they were. Look, Tim, we know what's going on. Okay, we got your number here. We know what's going on with the UFO. Yeah. Look, I'm surprised
he said he
they don't.
Loves it, though. He's a fan.
I'm surprised they don't hang crystals behind him.
They should.
Oh, that'd be great. Like a dream catcher. They need to get a good dream catcher.
You need
right?
You need a dream catcher. You need a picture of Marianne Williamson holding holding like just an AI generated picture of Marianne Williamson holding an armful of like crystals. And you blow that up to like giant poster behind them.
That would be perfect. Yes.
Strange ways, such as he said Palestine should be the 51st state of the United States, which is a strong departure from anyone in politics. But then he'll get called conservative just by virtue of being on the show with us.
Okay, well, let's get into it, because I get it. And but I've kind of changed my mind on something there. And that's partly why I say come bearing revolution.
All right.
Because, look, the thing that really set me off, and I thought that you were in that group, but I'm now beginning to change my mind a little bit on it, is that this is an old tried and true tactic of the right wing, is that they get people who used to be left wing, and then they turn them into turncoats, they pay them a lot of money, and then they trot them out there like in hostage videos, and then Tulsi Gabbard and Tulsi Gabbard will come and go, I am a left winger, but the right wing is right about everything. The right wing is right. The right wing is right. And then they love it. And they just all like this orgiastic reaction of like, oh, even the left wingers agree with us. We're so right. And it's like a trick that works every time with the right wing audience. And it's super frustrating.
They do it with former conservatives and Joe Biden.
So before we get into that, is this, I don't know, like he gives some like names of people, you know, Tulsi, Dave Rubin, though Dave Rubin doesn't identify in the left anymore. Some other people. But he said this was like the tried and true tactic. Is this like I mean, like in the 90s, in the early 2000s, was this a thing where like liberals becoming conservatives or something? I don't remember any of this happening. I don't remember this being like a trend.
Well, it's gross as far as I'm concerned, because he's basically saying that anytime a liberal goes on conservative media consecutively, that person is doing it performatively, and they know what they're doing, and they're being dishonest. Which, I mean, that's quite a large claim there to just throw at somebody, don't you think? I mean, do you think Tulsi Gabbard is being dishonest? Do you think she's doing this performative thing?
So I don't think that was not my interpretation of what he said. My interpretation of what he said was that they would get people who were on the left and then pay them to basically switch sides. Only they'll say like they're not really switching sides, or they'll switch sides slowly in order to create a narrative that like, look, I'm on the
dishonest.
left. Right. I don't think that's to be clear. I don't think that's happening. Now Tulsi's weird because supposedly there's some video I haven't seen of Anna kind of going over how claiming that Tulsi was always like a secret right winger. I haven't watched that, so I don't know what the argument is there. Tulsi's weird because I do feel like she just kind of flip-flopped in an incredibly dramatic way that does not make a lot of sense to me in terms of where her political positions are. So, I mean, maybe she legitimately changed. Maybe she was always hiding her power level, or maybe she was doing it for money. I have no clue. I don't think there's a lot of money.
So you think Tulsi Gabbard is dishonest?
I don't know. She could have just literally had a legitimate change in beliefs. Right.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know enough about her.
The charge that he made explicitly is right-wing media is dishonest. They are colluding with left-wingers who have a price, and they are paying that price, and those people are going against their principles. That's the narrative that he put forward. That's completely gross. That's grotesque. To make that charge of other people here. Like, that charge can be levied at just Cenk for going on this show right now. Look, Cenk is a...
No. So wait. I don't think there's a difference between saying, like, someone shows up on a show for an interview and someone becomes, like, a regular spot on a show. Like, I'm more familiar with the reverse of this happening because, you know, when I was younger and was more in the left-wing bubble, I would watch MSNBC all the time. I wouldn't watch Fox News all the time.
Okay.
And so MSNBC would always have Steve Schmidt on or Michael Steele on.
Yeah.
And even though both of them claim to be Republicans still, and I think Schmidt still is Republican, even from what he was saying in the interview. He's just very anti-Trump.
Yeah, we covered him recently.
Right.
You think he's like faking it?
No, but when he's on MSNBC, he is 100% framing what he's saying in a way like it's kind of like he knows what the audience wants. He knows what they want from him. He's not getting into like fights with people generally who are the left-wing commentators or the host about, some part that he disagrees with. Like he'll only kind of insert his position if it agrees with what they're saying. And to me, now, is that dishonest? I think it's a little dishonest. Because it's kind of like, oh, well, you're like the token right winger, but you never speak up when you actually disagree with the people, right? So I do think that happens.
Well,
I don't know MSNBC, so I would imagine that also happens on Fox News and in other platforms.
Well, first of all, I don't know. I haven't seen every single performance of Steve Schmidt on MSNBC, so I'd be wary of making a claim that he's hiding his feelings, his conservative feelings, to appeal to the MSNBC audience without seeing that entire body of work.
Yeah, I'm just saying as someone who used to watch MSNBC all the time. Right. No, and Michael Steele I've seen go on there and give the conservative perspective, but is he being dishonest, or is he practicing good persuasion? Has he interacted with enough of these left-wingers that he's framing the
the conservative perspective in a way that's going to be appealing to them. Something that, you know, Cenk Uygur and a lot of people on the left will constantly say, well, that's the thing to do. You know, you got to word it right so that the right wingers will buy into what you're saying. You don't all of a sudden say, oh, well, you're being dishonest. You're saying, look, I'm practicing good persuasion here.
Yeah, I think I think that'd be something a person could do, is they could say, well, let me try to frame right-wing arguments in a left-wing way on MSNBC in order to try to be persuasive. I don't recall that being my interpretation of generally what he was doing, or even Steele was doing when I'd see them on MSNBC.
Look, I look, and it's obvious I'm a little triggered, a little angry about this framing, just because, look, if you want more interaction between the left and the right in a civil context, putting this narrative out that you can accuse anyone who goes on any show that is the opposite political persuasion as the show generally is dishonest or lying or being bought and paid for, is not a good narrative to put out into the marketplace of ideas.
Yeah, but to be fair, that's not really what Cenk said. He didn't make that claim.
I disagree with you. I completely think that's the claim he's making. I
no,
100% disagree with you.
Well, let's, because before he talked about guest capture and how he thinks it's a problem that you have this situation where people only book guests of one political side.
He's talking specifically about tokenism here. He's saying, look, there's a token lefty that they bring in to be the dancing monkey for the conservatives.
Right, but okay, that is what he said. But that's very different than saying anytime someone on the left shows up on a right-wing show or someone shows up on a left-wing talk show that they're being bought off. That's a very different thing than just saying, oh, well, we have the token person who fills a role on our show, right?
This claim is impossible to falsify.
I mean,
so
sure.
therefore that
disagree with
look,
that.
Therefore that makes anybody that engages in this behavior suspect.
I think you can look at it a case by case basis.
Okay, but you're still just interrogating your gut. You're going, look, I think this guy's a token, and I think this other guy's not.
Well, obviously, there are some things that we can only look at through our lens of gut intuition. Or not really.
Why can't we just...
Actually, no, I take that back. It's not gut intuition. Only through perspective of we watch their behavior and we try to come to some sort of conclusion based on what we're watching.
Why can't we just use the principle of charity? Why can't we just give these people some charity? Why do we have to accuse them of tokenism?
Because it does happen. I've seen it happen.
Okay. You think Tulsi Gabbard is an example of it?
I don't know.
Okay.
As I said earlier, I don't know Tulsi Gabbard's intention. I don't follow her enough to
give me a clear token.
I did. I said I thought Schmidt and Steele go on MSNBC and they definitely temper what they're doing in order to because they know kind of that they have.
So Michael Steele is a token
to operate under some kind of role.
Michael Steele is a token conservative on MSNBC.
Well, they were. I don't know if they are anymore. Him and Schmidt were token conservatives on MSNBC. Yes, definitely.
Right. Okay.
I don't watch it enough to know. I know in like the Five, they usually have some token left-wing person come on, but usually they argue with them. So they kind of operate a different role there. They're not, to my understanding, they're not tempering their beliefs necessarily. But anyway.
All right. Rip Michael Steele.
Oh, no, that's a little different. I hear what you're saying. The reason why I say it's a little different is because the former conservatives are almost all corporatists. Yeah. And the Democratic Party is also corporatist. Yeah. So it's not like they're, changing their actual ideology. Right.
Yep. They're pro-war. They're pro-corporate. They're pro-establishment power, pro-revolving door politics. And
pro-pharma, pro-big oil, pro everything that's donors, multinational corporations, etc. Right?
I think this is far too simplistic of a worldview to have, as if it's like, well, there's only two parties, or there's only two versions. There's, are you in favor of corporations or are you against corporation? I mean, I don't think, Steve Schmidt or Michael Steele, if they sat down and they took one of those political compass tests, right? I don't think they're going to line up with Rachel Maddow or Chris Hayes or any of these people. I don't think it's so simple to say, well, it's the same thing, right? I don't think Tulsi Gabbard is going to sit down and take a political compass test and get the same as Dave Rubin or, any other left-wing person, right?
Of course not. Yeah. If they take a moral foundations test, there's no way they're going to get the same. It's going to be way off. The thing that's interesting for me here is that, look, you found the point of agreement between Tim Pool and Cenk Uygur. They both believe in the duopoly.
Yeah.
The corporate party.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think this idea is way too reductive. I know Tim believes it, and I know Cenk believes it, which is just, there's the people who are all bought and sold by the corporations, and then there's like everyone else who's a real believer. And the thing is, it's like, it's too reductive because, obviously there are people in the mainstream Democrat, mainstream Republican Party who are voting specific ways or hold beliefs because of money, because of financial incentives and things of that nature. But to reduce that down to say, well, therefore they're all the same is not accurate at all. They do stand for different things. They do vote differently on issues. They do advocate for different things. And they're also generally paid by different people to advance different things that usually are related to something closer to their political position. Because the reason this idea is so reductive, and because if it was this simple, if you could just say, hey, I'm going to just pay someone in like a politician, I'm just going to pay them money and they're going to vote how I vote, right? Why wouldn't, George Soros pay all the Republicans to just vote for Democratic stuff? Why wouldn't Sheldon Adelson or the Koch brothers just pay all the Democrat politicians to vote right-wing stuff? Like, obviously that's not the way. They don't do that because it doesn't work. That's not how any of this works. Because at the end of the day, the money is just, they need to still get votes. You can't like run as a Democrat and just say, haha, now that I'm in office, I'm like a secret Republican as long as I get paid enough, because then they won't retain power.
Well, this is why they gerrymander the districts. They want to get a Republican in a safe district or a Democrat in a safe district so that they can vote independent of what their constituents want.
No, but it doesn't work that way. No. They gerrymander the district to have their seat be safe, right? But the problem is that gerrymandering the district has a very similar effect, in my opinion, to the way sort of audience capture works on YouTube. Because when you gerrymander a district, that means that you need to start appealing to the more extreme elements of your party. Because if you don't, then they'll try to primary you out, which is what happened with AOC and a lot of these other people.
That's a good point. That's a great point.
Right. So I would say that people in gerrymandered districts are even less likely to take money from an opposing viewpoint because they have to align more with their party politics.
Right. Yeah. So they're still constrained by the electorate, just in a completely different way.
Right.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Because if they were in like a purple district, like Mansion or something to that effect, then that actually makes it so that they are probably easier able to take money from the opposite side. Because then they can be a little bit more like, well, I need votes from, the Republicans too.
Right. AOC can't do that.
No.
As soon as she takes oil money.
She's
getting primary.
Yeah, like if AOC took Sheldon Adelson money and then voted some right-wing thing, like she would get annihilated.
That's funny. She won in a primary. She's in there because of a primary.
Yeah, she primaried a long-running Democrat who'd been in there for like 20 years or something.
Right, yeah. Interesting dilemma.
So whereas like Tulsi is a liar, like she was, yeah, of course. She was, first of all, to be fair to her, in a deeply ironic way, she was always a secret right-winger, but she was lying that she was a progressive. And so the first person to suss that out was Anna. And Anna did a bunch of stories about how Tulsi was a right-winger back when she was pretending to be progressive and running for president in 2020. And people,
what is that? Is that like the gay marriage stuff or something?
Yeah, that stuff. She's always hated Muslims. Like there's like, she's like, I'm all for peace. Unless it's Muslims, then let's bomb them. Drone strikes and troops and go get the goddamn Muslim. I mean, they just all happen to be Muslim countries, and I just happen to be a Hindu nationalist. But it's just random.
Didn't she go to Syria? She was trying to.
Yeah, she went to Syria, met with Bashar al-Assad. Nah, she's I don't know what she's doing, but she's not a progressive. So her going out there and pretending to be a progressive and doing right-wing propaganda gets under every skin I have. Okay. So, but now that gig is up, right? Or that jig is up. Like her, Glenn Greenwald, a couple of others. I don't want to start the drama, right? But like,
you think even Glenn is
a liar? Yeah. So look, here's the thing. Again, to be fair to both Tulsi and Glenn, they had right-wing tendencies throughout. And Glenn used to do it in a principled way. So I remember we had a debate on Young Turks between Glenn Greenwald and Larry Lessig, who's like a legendary campaign finance reform professor and leader and godfather of the movement. It was right after Citizens United, and because we've been around forever. And Lessig was saying that Citizens United was decided wrong, and Glenn was arguing that it was decided right. So Glenn was in favor of money in politics. Now, he'll probably say some BS about, well, no, I'm not in favor of money in politics. I just think that politics should drown in it, and that it's like free speech, that it's awesome that all these companies bribe all of our politicians. But hey, free speech. So whatever that was, but back then, I mean, like that was out of actual principle, whatever, principle he thinks he has. So there was like a little right-wing tinge to him even back then. But now it's so over the top. Everything.
So I don't know enough. I don't follow Tulsi Gabbard enough to make a really strong position on it. But Glenn is kind of an interesting case. And I think that Cenk makes a mistake here, which we'll talk about later, like in terms of how he defines or thinks about what is left and what is right. And Tim actually asked him several times in this conversation, though I don't think we ever really get an answer from Cenk. How is he defining left and right? Like, does simply, not liking Muslim people, according to Cenk, does that make you right-wing? Does being more pro-war, does that make you automatically right-wing? Like I feel like he's characterizing the left and right in a way that I don't think is accurate, really. And with Glenn, I don't think that's what's going on. That's not my estimation, what's going on with Glenn. My estimation that's going on with Glenn is that Glenn is a leftist. And everyone forgets this. Because they forget.
And by leftist, you mean anti-capitalist.
He is a leftist, socialist, anti-capitalist. Yes.
Right. Look, people don't, leftist doesn't mean anti-capitalist to a lot of people. So
okay, you're right.
That's why I just like to make it clear.
He is a socialist, leftist, America bad, type. And the people that work with him, like Max Blumenthal and the other guy that work at the Gray Zone, they're all leftist, socialist, anti-capitalist, America bad types. They're all the same. Glenn's husband, before he passed, I believe, was literally part of the Socialist Party, and in whatever, I forget whatever country they're from in South America. And the thing that's going, like, Glenn's taken a weird turn because, and I've noticed this and I've called him out on it, and he was supposed to come on and talk to us about it at some point, but then he never responded, I believe, which is that Glenn keeps blaming wokeness specifically, very clearly. If you look at him on Twitter, he very clearly blames wokeness and cultural Marxism, not on socialism, but on liberals and liberalism.
Wow.
And it's very weird. And he always does it. And it's like, and when I point this out, some people say, well, no, Sitch, he just means like generic liberal, because most people think it means left. And I'm like, no. If you go on Glenn's Twitter and you search for leftism or socialism, he will make distinctions, right? But for some reason, he always wants to throw wokeness at the feet of liberals. And so I get this really weird sense that a couple things are going on with Glenn. I think at first, it was almost like he was maybe doing some sort of America bad accelerationism, where he was just, maybe trying to rile up people to make, the leftist revolutionary people gain more play in American politics. But then I think that slowly morphed over time. And this is just my, bad faith intuition here. I think what morphed over time is that because Glenn was so making fun of the Trump-Russia stuff and making fun of some of the other things or ridiculing, he was kind of doing like a lot of America bad stuff, but he was doing it to topics that people on the populist right would like to, because there is a lot of overlap between the populist left and the populist right. So when he starts making fun of the Trump Russia stuff, when he starts making fun of or starts calling out the America bad stuff in a way that the populist right would like, the mainstream left then attacks him and assumes automatically he's right wing, even though he's still a leftist. And then a lot of right wing people hear that and then they start following him. And it feels to me like Glenn has become audience captured to his right wing populist crowd, his right wing populist audience, because he makes a ton of money off of them, presumably with his show. And so I don't know if he's specifically lying, but I think he's covering things that he knows will appeal to them specifically. He will frame things in a way that he knows will appeal to them specifically, even though I think back that in a deep down, he is a socialist. He is a socialist, and he is an anti-capitalist.
Well, I don't know the secret thoughts of Glenn Greenwald, so but I do think he's shown anti-capitalist tendencies. I just addressing what he said about Tulsi Gabbard wanting to bomb the crap out of Muslims everywhere in the world. I remember Tulsi Gabbard as the anti-war candidate. Was the appeal. So I don't know if he's saying that was a lie when she was in the Democratic primary. That was just her hiding her power level. She really secretly wanted to bomb everything. So I brought up a Reason article where it's Tulsi Gabbard, the anti-war candidate. I don't know everything about Tulsi Gabbard, so I'm not sure I can really competently weigh in on this claim.
Well, yeah, I don't know specifically what he's referring to. I know that there was something in like 2015 where she was mad at Obama refusing to call some people Islamic extremists or something.
Okay.
The anti-war thing, and maybe this is what Cenk is talking about. The anti-war thing was she was kind of anti-war against Syria and Russia, and sort of like in the more things that would maybe appeal to the right-wing isolationist. And I think Cenk is saying that before that, she was in favor of like, bombing bombing countries and people that the right would have been in favor of. That's the claim. I don't know if this is true, but I think that's the claim that Cenk is making.
Right. I do think Cenk is using the greedy racist stereotype and adding a bit of cruelty on top of that. So, what you do see that variant, the greasy, racist, cruel,
greedy,
cruelty stereotype. Haidt actually lays this out perfectly in his book, The Righteous Mind, where he talks about the misunderstanding of conservatives by progressives, where they use this stereotype. And since they focus exclusively on the Care Harm Foundation, through their perspective, everything the right does is going to seem cruel, very cruel. So,
well, that is the problem, is that, when you're against someone, especially when you're against them tribally, it's easy for the human mind to twist everything they're doing in a negative light and see like why it's bad. And then if you like them and you're in their tribe, it's easy to twist everything around and see why it's good, essentially.
Right. This comes up when they talk about the George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery cases. Like it's impossible for Cenk to even look at that objectively without thinking, I'm being a racist, right?
Yeah, or the same. It's interesting because I don't think I agree with either of anyone's positions in this conversation when it comes to the Ahmaud Arbery case.
Nope.
I don't fully know what Tim's position is on. I think I probably line up more with Tim's position on the George Floyd situation. And it's the same thing with Kyle Rittenhouse. Yeah, it's just like people get certain narratives in their mind and it can become impossible to shake away from that once you have that firmly established.
Can Cenk escape this stereotype? Do you think that's possible?
I think it is possible. It's weird because it's like there are things, and this happened in our conversation too, where he'll seem like he's pretty open to understanding, and then there are certain like trigger issues that just kind of like snap into place, and then the tribal lens just immediately snaps up, and it's just like you enter the wall zone.
It's so true.
thing is, oh, Tucker Carlson is so right. I'm a liberal, and I think Tucker Carlson is the most right person in the world. Like, Glenn, like, we don't see it. Come on, brother.
Let's define left and right. How would you describe it?
So, but that's where we're getting into now the new world. Okay. Yeah. So that frustrated me about Rogan and Maher and you as well. Like, I thought, here we go again, pretending to be left wing and then saying things that are all right wing and going, see, the right wing's right about everything, right? But I now think a little bit differently about you three. Okay. I think Tulsi and Glenn are still just playing a scam, total utter scam. Okay. And it's, Dave Rubin is a classic example of that scam. You know, he also had like right-wing tendencies a little bit. He like loves, anything that's brutal on the Israeli side. He's like, occupation is great. Bombing the hell out of the Palestinians is awesome. So he always believed that even when he was pretending to be a liberal. So, but
see, this is why I say, like, I wish he would answer the question on how he's defining left and right, because while there is some lineup on the left and right in terms of Israel, I don't think, and we've argued, like, there are ways in which someone on the left and right could line up on Israel or Palestine. Like, I think it's more of a leftist conception of reality that lines up pro-Palestine, because it's more of this, like, well, if you're poor, then it's not your fault, and what you do is not your fault. So you're automatically, if you kind of have like a leftist intuition, a socialist intuition, you're more likely to be sympathetic with people that you perceive as poor as opposed to people you perceive as rich. So it's like, okay, Israel is like, a first world country, and, Palestine is obviously people are in like, very impoverished conditions. And so that automatically kind of, in the leftist worldview, they're like, okay, so the poor people must be justified, because of their material conditions, and Israel must be the oppressor because of their material conditions. But on the same token, you could easily flip that around, especially if you're more liberal instead of a leftist, but you can say, like, well, Israel, even though Benjamin Netanyahu is like far more to the right, and he has to placate a right-wing, Israelis in order to maintain his power, as a country overall, Israel is far more left-wing politically. Like the West Bank and Gaza are not remotely left-wing ideologically at all. They're far right. They're very far right-wing ideologically, especially Gaza. Gaza is a far right-wing religious, Hamas is a far right-wing religious extreme organization that controls the region. You're not like being gay and having gay sex in Gaza is illegal. You will go to jail. Okay. If you're not killed, you will go to jail. So it is very bizarre that like someone on the left would basically support a far right-wing government and culture that is existing in these regions over a far more moderate left-wing culture like Israel.
Yeah. So they both align on left and right.
Right. So
take your pick.
Yeah. So my point is, like,
if you're a right winger and you don't think women should drive, Gaza's your place.
Yeah. There you. Yeah. And I think people forget, or they don't realize, because the way tribalism works, unfortunately, is one side for some reason will like, and I don't say for some reason like it's random. Like there's a reason. One side will stake an issue, and then the other side reflexively will just take the other side, yeah. Right? When in reality, a lot of these issues, I think you can argue so many issues from the left or the right perspective. And I think it'd be easy for a flip-flop to occur on Israel and Palestine. Just like we had a flip-flop with Russia between the left and the right that happened over the course of a couple of years.
I think Cenk is doing all of this on intuition alone.
100%.
I don't think he can really have like we talk about the difference between left and right in very factual ways through moral foundations theory, through selectorate theory, through all these different political lenses. Cenk can't do that. I think Cenk is just using the stereotype. Liberals are true and honest and good, and conservatives are greedy, cruel, racist. It's like,
yeah. Well, I would be tempted to say he's just saying anyone that disagrees with him is on the right.
But I don't think it's that simple because, he obviously, and he's talked about this, he disagrees with, the socialist, and he obviously disagrees with Hasan on a lot of stuff. And he doesn't consider them right wing. He understands that they're socialist and are, further left than he is. And I think it's kind of what you're saying, where it's like, well, if you're racist or in favor of war, that makes you right wing. Like that's an inherent right wing quality. When that to me is a mistake,
giant mistake.
Yeah, like both the left and right can be racist and can be in favor of war. They're just for different things motivating that racism or warmongering.
The biggest difference that you see regularly is the progress versus tradition.
Yeah.
That's like the big separating thing. And even in Cenk, I mean, Cenk's book is all about progressives. He looks at progressives as expanding the circle of liberty, which, I mean, that's a progress narrative. How is it not, right?
Right. Yeah, but even he, in this conversation, says that he has right-wing values, and he correctly points them out. He says he doesn't like change.
Okay, so that's tradition. Yeah.
Right. So it's interesting that when he's talking about that, like he nails it, but then he gets sucked into some of the sandbars of, this other areas.
Yeah.
For like Dave, there's nothing left about him. Nothing. And no one thinks that Dave Rubin is left anymore. And as long as you don't think he's a left winger and you're not running that scam and you just say, okay, you're a right winger, then I have no problems. Then let's debate. It's no big deal, right?
I think even he calls himself conservative now.
Yeah. He gave up that shtick.
But what is left and right in your view?
Yeah. So I'm going to get to that through the answer of you, Rogan, and Mar, that new group. Okay. So Mar's not a right winger. Like, I get it. Right. But does he have right wing views? Yeah, he does. Right. So he's terrible on Israel and on Muslims, etc. He's in the Sam Harris group. And there's a bunch of other things he's terrible on. But he's right about a lot of other things. Right. He's right about Biden. He's right about at least half the topics. And Rogan is genuine, like as much as like I get frustrated by.
But you see, it's funny. So he does, I guess, whether he realizes it or not, he does define left and right on some level as whether they agree with him or not. Because if you heard the language he used to describe it, well, Bill Maher is left wing ish because he's right on about 50% of his topics, and when he says right, he means correct. So therefore, if you have the correct opinion, you're on the left, and if you have the incorrect opinion, you're on the right.
If your opinions 100% agree with Cenk Uygur, you're a congratulations, you're a progressive.
Yeah, which is an interesting way.
Weird.
Not the best way, in my opinion, of sort of interpreting the left-right dichotomy, but
yeah.
Rogan, and I think there was audience capture and guest capture and all of that. He genuinely means it, and part of the reason is he was already rich. He didn't need to do Dave Rubin-like scams to get rich, right? So he's just has his own opinions. He's sharing them. They're leaning more right-wing, but as long as it's genuine, I got no problem with it, right?
The more the left refuses to come on, the more you get conservative, right, libertarian, or post-liberal, whatever you want to call it. And then the more your views are going to be shaped by those that are surrounding you. You are the summation of the 5 people that surround you.
100% right, Tim. So, like I say this at the very beginning of my book, we have hardware and software, right, in our heads. So our hardware is our DNA and what we're predisposed to. So maybe later we can get into my hardware, which is complicated because I'm generally very progressive in my nature. But there are parts of me that are conservative, that like I don't like change. I like staying in the same house. I like driving on the same road, et cetera, et cetera. So the hardware is a little complicated, but the software is the interesting part. Software is where you get all of your ideas from. And where do you get them from? You get them from family, friends, media, your surroundings, et cetera. The bubble that you're in. Yeah. And we're all in a bubble. And I try to get the left to understand, brothers and sisters, the right wing's not the only people in the bubble. Like, we think MAGA's nuts, right? We think like the election being stolen is the craziest thing that anybody's ever thought. And I believe that 100%. Okay. So they're in their bubble in our opinion. But we have our own bubble, right? And so, and our own bubble has some things that aren't true in it either. And I can give you some prominent examples in a minute. But now the new thing that's happening, getting to the core of your original question.
So I do give Cenk at least credit for being able to acknowledge that something that I don't think most people acknowledge is that, yes, your side, your position exists in a bubble, an echo chamber. And so, I mean, I just, you have to, however, once you identify that, you have to, well, you don't have to, but if you want to sort of have a broader perspective, learn to push your head outside of the bubble, and not just in a way that becomes appealing to you. Like, it's easy for Cenk to push his head out of the left-wing bubble as long as it's the left-wing bubble he's talking about is like the left-wing corporate Democrat bubble, right? Because that's kind of what I feel like he's referring to. It's easy for him to push his head out of that bubble because he already agrees with that, right? It's more difficult for him to push his head out of the bubble, you know, with Kyle Rittenhouse or the progressive left bubble or something to that effect, right? Like, for example, it's easy for us, you know, to push our, like, once we realize, oh my God, this woke crap is like awful, right? Like, it's easy for us to push our head outside of the woke bubble, right? And look around. Like, once you make that jump, that becomes an easy thing to push out of. And you're no longer pushing out of the bubble. That's just where you exist, right?
Yeah.
Now we are.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, now we are in a new bubble that we have to be cognizant of, which is there is an anti-woke bubble that we exist in. We have to make sure that we push our head out of the anti-woke bubble and say, okay, you know, not every claim of wokeness is a correct claim, right? And not every anti-woke claim is a correct claim.
We're good at that.
Right.
He admits in this conversation what's keeping him in the bubble in the Ahmed Arbery portion of the conversation.
Right.
Like, he basically says to Tim that you know, if you're just looking at the facts of the case, people are going to call you racist.
Well, he doesn't say it that way.
Which implies that, you know.
He doesn't say it exactly that way. He says something slightly different, but that's how Tim interprets what he says. Yes. Right.
I mean, okay, well, we'll work on that when we get to it.
We'll get there, yeah.
The thing that really bothers me about this conversation, always just bugs me, is the people who are all for self-identification. You know, if I want to say I'm a woman, I can say I'm a woman, right? I don't have to do anything. I don't have to look like a woman. I don't have to be perceived as a woman. It's just self-ID, right? I'm a woman.
Right.
They're the same people that want to say, like, if you have one right-wing position, you're a right-winger. They want to identify you. They don't let you self-ID politically at all. And you could have mostly progressive positions, but they see one right-wing position. They're like, oh yeah, you're a right-winger. You know, I'm labeling you. I'm putting you in this box. It just infuriates me. And that's basically what they're doing in this entire conversation. Like, Cenk is going, let me label this person, let me label this person, let me label this person based on how I feel about how they behave. How is that? I mean, how is that not bigotry?
Yeah, well, I don't, to be fair to Cenk, I don't know what his position is on self-ID. So I don't even know if that applies to him. He could be against the self-ID stuff. I don't know.
Sure.
Right, but I'm
saying
right.
Broadly on the left.
Yeah, but broadly, yes. You are correct that it doesn't make any sense. They are, the people that have that self-ID position are being 100% hypocritical. Yeah.
Right. Well, and don't you think people are, I guess if you live in a world where everyone's running a grift, which I do agree, there are probably people out there that are running a grift who don't have any political opinions that are very fixed. I mean, right. I would even put Dave Rubin in this camp. I don't have any hardcore evidence, but I feel he's just adapting whatever politics will help him get ahead. Like, I think that is true about Dave Rubin. Other people have made that claim. I think it's probably accurate, right? But I think the world has very few Dave Rubins, and mostly people who are sincerely trying to assess their feelings about politics and identify themselves as they truly are. They're not running some grift. And it's especially in the realm of just normal people who are just, you know, they don't have a political talk show. They're just saying how they are normally. Like, what is their motivation for lying about themselves?
Yeah. Well, Dave Rubin's weird because I don't know him enough to say whether I think it's for the money or I think there are just people who are straight Hufflepuff.
Mhm.
I think there are people who are not really motivated by ideology, but are motivated very strongly by like the team membership.
Right.
And so it's like, oh, if this team is mean to me, you know, then I'm gonna switch teams, right? I think that's
Right.
kind of their primary motivator. And I think that's how you get people like, you know, the joke from Freedom Tunes with the Dave Rubin thing that is now stuck forever to haunt him, which is the I agree. It's just
Right.
like, you know, it's just like, I'm sure if he took a test, he would be like 100% on agreeableness.
Right.
And so, like, so Dave Rubin's a weird case, but I do agree with you overall. I think, yeah, there are people that are just 100% grifting, but I do think that they're in the minority. I think the majority of people are people who do believe something generally, but then they do learn by watching their audience and their boss, if they have one, sort of what things to emphasize that they agree with and what things to not talk about that they disagree with. And, you know, like this came up, like Hasan was a perfect example of this, where he was saying he disagreed, you know, regarding the Anna Kasparian situation. There were parts of the trans conversation he disagrees with, but he's just like, I'm not going to talk about them because they make my audience too angry, which is like the
Right.
height of cowardness. But I think that's what most people do. So they do believe, they like, Hasan is still left like a socialist. He still believes in this like leftist stuff, but he will intentionally not say things that he knows will trigger his audience.
Right. Yeah, I don't know that that really changes the whole self-ID thing. I mean, you
No,
can
not
look
at
at
all. Yeah.
you can look at people. Look, we can look at, and these are what these tests, the political compass test, the moral foundations test, these are what they're designed to do. They look at you like, what are your moral intuitions? What are your behavioral intuitions? And let's classify you according to those. Let's say conservatives are broadly in this range, and liberals or progressives are broadly in some other range, right?
Mm-hmm.
But so you could have somebody that says, you know, I'm on team progressive because they're nice to me, right? But all their moral intuitions are conservative, right?
Right.
I don't know that that is sustainable over time, because you're going to be interacting with these people and they're going to be saying things that are offending your moral intuitions constantly. How can you, I mean, unless you just don't have any moral intuitions, I guess that's the situation.
Well, I think that I wouldn't be surprised if someone like Dave Rubin, his moral intuitions, I mean, everyone has moral intuitions, but they're probably very
faint.
Yeah, they're probably not very heavy in one direction or the other. Probably very generalized. JMac, our surrogate father, for $20 says, for $100,000, you can stick me in a dress, kick my face full of makeup, and have me dance the can-can. It's $100,000, Adam. Yeah, Adam,
Wow.
look. Even our own surrogate father would do this. Okay.
Okay. Thanks, JMac.
Okay.
Do you want to crowdfund JMac an address for our 300 show?
No, I want to crowdfund you an address. Well, crowdfund me an address for 100,000. Okay, for the face reveal. How about that?
I do. Look, I like that.
There you go.
That makes me very happy, especially since I get half.
No.
Actually, you know, I don't think it's right for me to.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it. If we crowdfund me an address for the face reveal, I'm taking every cent of that. You're not getting anything. Okay.
That's fair. Look.
Okay.
I believe in fairness. That's fair.
Anonymous Coward for $20 says, I'm so disappointed they never went over how Cenk had a whole segment about Tim hiding pedo thoughts in his beanie. Really? I didn't know about this.
Really?
Wow.
Oh.
That was a Cenk thing? I mean, obviously he was joking to some degree, but that's a pretty egregious thing to say. They definitely should have had a conversation about that.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said that. Sammy G in all caps says this is for real. She's very excited by the prospect of me being an address for the face review.
Oh, that's what she's interested in.
Yeah, not the pedo thoughts thing.
Look, you guys can draw me an address all you want. Like,
wow,
that's fine. I mean, I feel like it's been done 100 times already.
That's true. It has been done 100 times. Yeah.
And I like the artwork quite a bit.
Zero Fuck said we covered that. Did we? I don't remember. I don't remember that at all. What was the context?
In his Pedo beanie?
Yeah, what was the like why was he saying that? What did Tim say that made him say this? Actually, I can guess, or maybe I'm remembering. I don't remember that I'm remembering. It was something to do with
the
Tim.
Emma, yeah.
I don't know if it was the Emma
The
thing.
Emma
Was it the Emma
Vigeland
thing, or was it
conversation.
Tim? Was it Tim complaining about the sexualization of children thing? And some people on the left do this like Uno reverse move where they're like, well, no, you're thinking about children being sexualized, so therefore you're the secret pedo.
I would guess it was about the Emma Vigeland thing.
Okay.
Emma Vigeland came on and accused Tim Pool of having a show that appealed to Nazis, and Tim Pool, in exchange, accused her of being a pedophile. I think. Internet discourse.
It was after the Lance debate.
Yeah.
Okay. That sounds like it's probably what I said. Yeah.
Let's work on this one. What do you think?
Okay. Let's keep going.
Tim, is that now I sense a disturbance in the force. And before, everything was left wing or right wing, and it isn't that anymore. Especially in the last 6 months or so, I have started to see hosts who are no longer easy to define, okay, that have opinions that are in different parts of the spectrum. And then the best part of it is I started to see the audience in left-wing audiences, right-wing audiences, middle audiences, starting to have opinions all over the political spectrum. And that's actually a beautiful thing. And the reason that that's great is because these preset ideologies, just believing in them is irrational. Like, so what? We're supposed to be either left wing or right wing, and that comes with like 80 different policy points on each side. And somehow magically, we're supposed to agree with all 80 on the right wing side or all 80 on the left wing side. And that's not how humanity works, right? We wind up in different parts of the spectrum for different issues.
So
see, but this is why I think there is hope for Cenk, is because he acknowledges all this, but then he still falls prey to it in how he's defining, like, oh, well, you know, Bill Maher has right-wing positions, you know, Joe Rogan has right-wing positions, blah, 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 right? But he does acknowledge that it doesn't make sense for people to have like, oh, you have to follow this team in every way, or you're not really a left or right-winger.
This is how I began my political discovery journey, because it was like a big puzzle to solve. Why do conservatives hold these positions, and how do these positions, how are they correlated? How do they interact with one another? I didn't understand. So it was kind of a very autistic endeavor to kind of figure out mechanistically what was going on here. And, you know, I read Lakoff, because Lakoff had an idea. He had this theory that it was all from your upbringing. There were these different parental models that basically imparted your politics to you. And I think, I mean, it's an interesting idea. I think it's completely wrong. I think Haidt has the best idea with moral foundations theory, because it plays into evolution. And obviously that's going to be a huge role in team building.
I think moral foundations theory is the hardware, and then your parents can influence that with the software, if we're using that metaphor. It's not always going to stick, but I definitely think it has an influence.
Well, I mean, Haidt actually includes this in his work, because he says the brain is structured in advance of experience. There's a first draft there, but that first draft is often rewritten by personal experience.
Your brain does change. People,
right.
You know, we used to think it doesn't, but no, your brain does change. So the hardware can't change. Yeah.
So the hardware is basically a rough draft of your moral intuitions towards things. It's a prisoner's dilemma problem. You know, have you ever heard of the prisoner's dilemma?
Of course.
Where there's two prisoners that basically can't communicate with one another, but they, you know, if they both don't talk to the police, they're going to have the best outcome. But if one flips on the other, it's going to be better for one and worse for the other. So, but you can't tell if your buddy is flipping on you or not.
Right. Yeah.
So everything in politics is kind of this prisoner's dilemma. Everybody asks themselves a really gut intuition question. They're like, is this thing that we're thinking of doing going to destroy society? Right?
Yeah.
If we outlaw alcohol, is that a good thing or a bad thing? What's going to happen, right? But nobody really knows until you do it.
Right.
And then you kind of go from there. But everyone, I mean, this is the classic gay marriage thing too. The argument that the Republicans, the conservatives would always come out with is it's going to destroy society, right? This is going to lead to the downfall of society. That's what everybody is saying about any change. UBI, universal health care, like all of it. It's like, no, it's going to destroy society.
Right.
But they're just doing a gut check. We don't know until we do that. I mean, people said this about slavery. It's like, no, it'll destroy society. We've always had slavery. Yeah, exactly.
Right, yeah.
It actually made society a lot better. People work harder when they aren't slaves. Look at this.
Then you have the problem where, like, if you institute the change, like gay marriage, people will say, well, you know, things are bad, or I don't like the direction things are going now. So because they already thought that gay marriage was a problem, then it's like, well, see, there you go. This proves that was like the one-to-one connection that led to the bad thing. When in reality, it's like, no, that's there is no actual connection there. You just created a connection to justify what you already believe.
Right, because you didn't like it from your moral intuitions.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's funny, like, because with me, I don't think my moral, even though my politics have changed and my understanding of politics has changed, I don't think my moral intuitions have ever changed. I think my moral intuitions are exactly the same. And it's just my outlook on how different people interact with politics, and me becoming less left, right wing tribal, and me being able to kind of break free of that changed. But my actual moral intuitions seem to be exactly the same as they always were ever since I can remember.
I feel the same way. And I often say, you know, obviously I'm a bleeding heart liberal. Those are my moral intuitions.
Right.
But I have more experience and understanding of conservatives that I don't necessarily feel those intuitions, but I can at least respect them from a rational, logical perspective. When you are caught up in the bubble, the moral matrix, as Haidt calls it, and you're looking at the other team as just evil, a lot of times you really can't understand what they're doing, and you superimpose negative motivations onto them that aren't good. So that is the biggest change, I think, when you start looking at things through this moral intuitions lens, is you stop accusing people of basically being dishonest.
Right.
Yeah. You have a lot more charity towards others. So that would be a good direction for Cenk. I do think Cenk, like, the charity meter is a little wanting constantly.
Sure.
Right.
You know, war on poverty, etc. And Bernie Sanders represents that infinitely better than Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. But the Democratic Party's become corrupted now. And so they vote for things that are not left-wing at all, that are just corporatist. And then the media comes in, which is corporate media, and they go, the corporate positions are the Democratic positions. These FDR positions are terrible right-wing positions. You're like, no, you're making up things that are weird and ridiculous, and that's partly why mainstream media lost all credibility. Claiming that Kamala Harris is further left than Bernie Sanders, you'd have to be in an institution to believe that. But that is how but they're tricky, they're liars. So they don't say Kamala Harris is more left-wing than Bernie Sanders. They say Bernie Sanders is not a Democrat.
Yeah,
and it cues the Democratic voters to think he's a Republican because he's not a Democrat, when in reality he's further left than the Democrats. The media knows that trick, but they go, technically, I didn't say he wasn't left-wing. I said he wasn't a Democrat. Technically, he's not.
Well, I think Trump and Bernie caused...
Well, so obviously Cenk is far more sensitive to this than I am. I don't remember the media. I mean, I remember the media attacking Bernie Sanders. I don't remember the media ever making a claim that Bernie Sanders was right wing, or even implying that by saying he wasn't a Democrat. Like, there's some Fox article from 2015 written by none other than our good friend Ezra Klein, titled "Why Bernie Sanders Isn't a Democrat," and the first sentence is, he's a democratic socialist, right?
Right.
And so, but I'm not sensitive to this, so I don't, I'm not exactly sure what Cenk is talking about, because in my estimation, what I am sensitive to, what I did see was that the reason people lost faith in the media was because the media became so hyper left-right polarized, because the media became so TDS oriented on both sides. And, just because the media became so hyper woke, that when people would, if people started to see through that, they would suddenly lose faith in their trust in media. It's really, it's really funny. My parents, I've been working on them for years to make them, understand the dangers of wokeness and see through all this stuff. And I've had a lot of progress with it. And, they used to have very blind faith and trust in the media. And now they will proudly tell me whenever they don't.
Right.
Whenever they see something and they don't. And, obviously the whole situation with Israel and Palestine is definitely really cemented that. And it's funny, my dad, he had started reading a few years ago, James Lindsay, Helen Pluckrose Cynical Theories book. And he kind of gave up on it because he got bored with it. And then I don't know why, but something motivated him to go back to it. And when he went back to it, it's like, he's just, oh my God, it suddenly clicked to him for some reason. So a lot more things are making sense, because I do think that, especially for older people, there is an authoritative quality to reading it in a book, and having everything laid out in that format kind of is more persuasive than, me just saying whatever I'm saying.
Yeah. A book with sources is always good.
Yeah.
A winning format.
True.
I know from arguing with you on the show.
Yeah. There you go.
Look, I always come back with the sources, though.
This fracture in 2015 into 16, Bernie was too far left, and they could not let him gain popularity in the party. They could not let him win the nomination. It was a meteoric rise. Donald Trump was called by Vox.com a moderate Republican, and he was actually taking more moderate, even right-leaning Democrat positions to try and generate mass appeal, resulting in the Democrats having to oppose whatever it is Trump was suggesting, and then creating this weird amalgam of neocons and neoliberals taking corporate establishment positions, which was then the left.
Yeah.
So, you got to, we try to have that, I have this debate very often with people on the right. When
it's infinitely annoying to me, and it will never not be annoying, that the socialist rebrand, okay, this was a socialist plot. The socialist took, the word neoliberal does not mean corporate Democrat. Does not mean anything. At all. Yeah, does not mean anything related to Democrat liberals. The word neoliberal was used as a term to describe right-wing libertarians who believed in shrinking the government and cutting all regulations and allowing business to and markets to do whatever they wanted to do. That's what neoliberal meant. And yet, because there was another term called neocon, which meant a Bush era Republican who was very in favor of being hawkish and interventionist and blah, 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 because that got associated with neoconservatism. I mean, with older Republicans, and then you had the newer Republican populism, happen. And because the same thing happened with the left, was a left-wing populism now, people just automatically assume, well, the neoliberal must mean the same thing, but for Democrats, when it doesn't mean that. And it was actually the socialists that intentionally pushed that neoliberal meant Democrat. And the reason is because from the socialist perspective, it does mean Democrat, because the socialist perspective is anyone that's in favor of capitalism is just doing the bidding of big business, right? So the socialists push really hard this idea that Democrats, well, no, the normal Democrats are neoliberals because they just believe in market solutions for everything. They just believe in cutting regulations for everything, right? Now, if you're on the right, you hear this and your eyes roll and you don't know what the fuck they're talking about because it's obviously preposterous. And so, but it bothers me, it will forever bother me that everyone, not everyone, but me and Adam, everyone else has basically adopted this left-wing socialist rebranding of the word neoliberal. And it just triggers me.
Cenk, by that definition, is a neoliberal. He came on our show and he said he's a capitalist. He's not in favor of socialism or the anti-capitalist perspective.
Hasan would call Cenk a neoliberal.
Yes.
Yeah. I know. That's why it's so annoying. It's so annoying.
How do you feel, Cenk? You corporatist?
Yeah, exactly.
When they say leftists hate guns, and I'm like, no, the left they like guns. Liberals want gun control. There's a distinction there, but the media will only give you one narrative, and they try to lump everyone into the same categories.
So that's true, but there's some important thing there. So the reason leftists like guns is very different than the reason people on the right like guns. People on the right like guns because, number one, there's more of a moral intuition about taking care of yourself and being independently able to take care of yourself as opposed to relying on the police or the government to do it. So you have a moral intuition to, in favor of having that ability to take care of yourself and your family, number one. Number two, there's a fear that the government will grow so large or so powerful that you will have to defend yourself from some sort of authoritarian government. And obviously you would like to have a firearm to do that, right? These are kind of the right-wing, or the more, I'm sure there's other, but these are kind of like the right-wing reasons for being more in favor of guns. The leftists, the socialist reason for being in favor of guns is because it's kind of the opposite. They want guns so that they can start a revolution against the government in order to have their socialist utopia be implemented.
Of course. It's all about utopianism.
Yeah. And I think to me, I think the liberals are against guns is only like reactionary, just because the right is in favor of guns now. Because that wasn't that
I disagree.
That wasn't such a clear political issue until like the 80s.
School shootings?
No, even like in the like the whole NRA right-wing thing, like that's a more like recent conception of politics. It's not like this. There hasn't been a historical thing all throughout America's history where the Democrats or the left are against guns and the right are in favor of guns. That's not a thing that's been a historic issue.
Really?
Yeah.
The left hasn't been in favor of gun control? I feel like they have forever.
They haven't. Look into it.
Really?
It was pretty mixed. It was pretty mixed until I think it was like
back
the 70s
in the
or
80s?
No, back in the 70s or 80s when sort of like the NRA thing happened where they decided that they were going to like really push the Republicans. Before that, gun control was kind of mixed all over the place. It wasn't like a very clear defining issue.
Okay. It plays in, the reason why I said I disagree is because it completely plays into left-wing moral intuitions about care. Like they don't want people to have guns because they perceive those guns are going to hurt people. And they're kind of Pollyanna about people being generally, they're being bad people in the world. They don't think there are bad people in the world. They think society turns people bad.
So you're correct now, but you have to remember the environment in politics changes. So like, for example, the left is more, people that are on the left all throughout history, even though the party switch and all this stuff happens and the party change names, people on the left have a greater trust of institutions, right? And we see this now with the gun control argument where like the left doesn't want people to have guns because they have a greater faith in like the police. When I say left, I mean liberals, because obviously leftists have no trust in the police, but like liberals have a greater trust in the police to come and protect them and be trained as opposed to individuals, right?
Right. Yes.
But that's only because of the kind of the structure of the country now. Because if you go back to like the 60s or the 50s, where you were in a southern state and the police were very likely to like do nothing or maybe even participate in some kind of racist crime against a black person, people who have, liberal or left-wing intuitions would be more in favor for the care harm reason.
Right. Getting that person a gun.
Yeah, the black people or the individual should have guns to protect themselves from the police, to protect themselves from the races.
Right. Okay. I'd have to look back at the history of it, but
right.
Yeah, so the phenomenon you described about Trump and opposing Trump is, I think, 95% right, and it really saddens me, sickens me that the Democratic Party has been taken over by neoliberals and neocons. And I mean, just look at MSNBC. It's wall to wall former Republicans
and intelligence officials
and generals and former Republican congressmen. I mean, Nicole Wallace is like in DC, she's the belle of the ball. Nicole Wallace, Trump resistor extraordinaire. Her job was very literally to be the mouthpiece for George W. Bush and Dick Cheney as they were starting the most disastrous wars in U.S. history.
How does George W. Bush, how has he recovered his favorability among Democrat voters? You've seen the polls, right?
Yeah. And that's what drives me crazy. So Liz Cheney opposes Trump. I think it's courageous, and I appreciate her for it. But I disagree with everything else that she says and does. You don't have to lose your mind and be like, Liz Cheney's now a good guy, and I love Liz Cheney. No. If you give her an opportunity, she'd start the next war in about half a second. And then then Nancy Pelosi hugging Dick Cheney. No, Dick Cheney is prime evil. So you don't hug Darth Vader because he's against some other Sith Lord.
Well, let's talk about you run for president.
Yeah.
So there is truth to this, and I've talked about this, where people hate Trump so much that it actually like softens their position on Bush and on Mitt Romney and on Cheney and all these other people. Like that's definitely a real thing that's happening. But I don't think that's a political shift the way that Cenk is viewing it. I think it's literally just because they hate Trump so much, because the TDS is so strong that it's like, well, I guess Bush wasn't so bad, right? Because he wasn't Donald Trump.
Yeah. Obviously, Trump is like the Rubicon for all politicians now.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
I really don't like the war is always bad frame, or war is always engaged in as a profiteering endeavor for corporations.
Right.
I mean, that happens, obviously. But I feel like there are wars of self-defense, and then there are wars of conquest, and you really have to draw that line.
Yeah, there are.
That's a very
wars.
important line, right?
Of course. Yeah, there are just wars, and the tactic is always, if you're in favor of the war, you say it's a just war. If you're not in favor of the war, you say it's a corrupt war at the behest of a corrupt country or corrupt corporate interests or whatever, right?
Yeah, of course. But
when in
people
reality,
are rarely using the actual facts of the situation.
Right.
They're just using the point that they want to make. It's propaganda, not news.
And I think for a lot of these wars, there is always some justification for it morally, even if you don't think it's rises to the level of warfare. There is a moral justification there. And there's also people that are going to be making money off of it.
Sure.
Like you can't clearly separate these two things out, especially when you're talking about politics, because there's a lot of people that go into these decisions and they all have different motivations for different things.
Right. Somebody made money off the gun that saved your life, though.
Of course.
There's a clear distinction between self-defense and crime.
Well, I mean, do you think the people that make money off of war, okay, do you think they were in favor of World War II or not?
Yeah,
of course.
Obviously.
Yeah,
that's a clear, just war.
Right. The people that were in favor of, the people that make money off of war were in favor of America entering World War II because they'd make money off of it. That doesn't mean that the war, America entering it, was a bad thing. That wasn't morally justified for the Allied forces to fight against, Hitler.
Right.
And Japan and stuff, yeah.
I mean, but it is good to point out that people can engage into some shenanigans and try to get us into a war that's just purely for profiteering.
Right.
I think that's good, and we should be aware of that and point that out. I don't think it's helpful to say that's the motive for all war, which I do see a lot of libertarians kind of making that argument.
Yeah, because if
it's a
backwards,
war, it's profit. It's only for profiteering.
It's backwards thinking, because so if you're libertarian, you're generally going to be more on the side of isolationism. And so it doesn't really matter. You don't really want to get into the war. And so your brain, since we all know that we all kind of operate backwards, our position is, I don't want to get in this war. And so it's kind of like, well, you can't really argue effectively or even emotionally to yourself, right? Because the reason, and I don't think we don't really talk about this, I think it's important. The reason that your brain works with backwards thinking is to protect you first and foremost.
Yes.
To make you feel, because so if you have a position that's motivated by your own, let's just say selfishness, right? Or your own, for your own purposes, something that just helps you specifically, but you don't really usually want to readily admit that to yourself.
I'm a selfish piece of shit. That's why I came up with this idea.
Right. Yeah. So that's not,
you don't come out and say that.
That's not going to make you feel good. Right.
That's not going to make you look good either.
It's not going
to make you look horrendous.
It's not going to make you, it's not going to make you feel good. It's not going to make you look good. It's not going to be very persuasive to anyone else.
Yeah.
And so
think about that with the dress, Sitch. I mean, you should share half the money with me because obviously you don't want to be a selfish piece of shit.
You
right?
had an opportunity and you said you weren't going to put the dress on. Okay.
Right.
You missed your chance.
Okay. I see. You're swooping in here.
I'm swooping in here. Okay. You were given this. There was a table full of money, Adam.
Right.
And you said no, and I said yes.
Now let's see how Sitch weaves this. What's ostensibly just him being a selfish piece of crap into like some moral high ground here. How does he do it? Let's see.
Wait a minute. You're the one weaving this after the fact because you're trying to mooch. Okay, you're trying to mooch off of my hard work.
Look at
wearing
this.
a dress on stream.
Look at this. He puts me in the moocher camp.
Yeah,
look perfect.
At this. What a moocher.
Perfect.
Yeah,
see,
now,
now it's unassailable.
There it is.
Now he's not doing it for selfish means. He's doing it to prove me a moocher.
No, you're doing it for selfish means. Okay.
Oh, okay.
If you want to wear the dress for $100,000, you can take the money
yourself. It's all you, buddy, man.
Okay.
Can you be the argument being that you were not born in the United States? Your parents were not American citizens when you were born?
No, they weren't, actually. I saw you said that. I appreciate that you were looking for you were almost looking out for me, but they weren't. No, I'm just
I just want to know.
Yeah.
A lot of people on Twitter were saying that you're the first thing that happened was we talked about your campaign. The first thing I said was if it was between like Mitt Romney and Joe Biden, I'm voting for you.
Yeah.
And
damn right, CenkForAmerica.com.
But it's because I even donated to Nancy Pelosi's progressive primary rival because I think, she's prime evil. I would rather have an idealistic young person who's wrong than evil corporate Nancy Pelosi enriching herself through government and squeezing the vestiges of power until she dies. It's horrifying. But
I think that's actually a terrible take from Tim. It's a terrible take. Yeah, because so even if you don't like Nancy Pelosi, which is fine, I'm not a big Nancy Pelosi fan either. And even if we accept Tim's framing 100%, say what he's saying is true, Nancy Pelosi is 100% bought and paid for by evil corporations, blah, 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 right? What is like the number one goal of like corporations and people that already have power?
Get more power.
Yes. Or
subjugate the people beneath me.
No, to retain power by retaining the status quo.
Oh, yeah. Stay in power.
Stay in power.
That's right.
And the best way to stay in power is to retain the situation, the status quo, the situation of whatever currently exists. You don't want to necessarily go shaking things up crazy, right? And so that can be bad. If the status quo is bad, that's a bad thing. And I agree that the status quo is not great right now, and we do need to shake up things. But how we shake up things is important, because if you were to say, well, Sitch, on one hand, you can have, AOC and Hasan and the socialist, revolution, right?
Ooh, that's
your
extreme.
One choice, right? That's your one choice of change to shake up things. Or you can have Nancy Pelosi and the corporate Democrat and the status quo. And these are your two options. I'm going to go with Nancy Pelosi every fucking time. Obviously, I'm going to go with the lesser evil in that situation. And so to just say, well, I'm going to go with a young person who has real beliefs. If your real beliefs are awful, who cares? Like, I'm not going to support that.
Oh, that's a nightmare scenario. Just thinking of Hasan with any political power terrifies me.
But see, but that's why this take is such a weird take from Tim, is that it's like, yeah, I mean, you have some young left-wing person. So what if there's some huge Hasan fan that agrees with everything he says? I'm not gonna. Am I supposed to support them over Nancy Pelosi just because it's different? That's silly.
Oh, that's terrifying.
When this came up, Phil Labonte immediately was like, Cenk's not a naturalized citizen. He can't be president. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, then what are we talking about? So,
Phil.
Explain
Look at this.
Yeah. So
Good job, Phil.
Party pooper.
Good
Look
job,
at this.
Phil. Good job, Phil.
Phil, how dare you?
well,
Let us
first of all,
stream.
I'm mainly in the race to make sure that Biden drops out. So I want to talk about that a lot.
We like that.
Yeah, he's at 37%. You shouldn't like that. You should be opposed to me because the Republicans and the right wing should want Biden in this race. He's the weakest possible candidate for the Democrats. He's sitting at 37% in the polling. He's down 10 points in independents, down in 5 out of 7 swing states. I have him at over 90% likelihood of losing. So if you're a right winger, you should turn around now and be like, yeah, let's go Joe Biden. Okay, whatever the opposite of let's go Brandon is. Because that brother's going to lose. There's almost no chance he wins.
I agree.
And he doesn't know how to campaign. He doesn't know how to fight for his voters. Like Mike Johnson gets elected Speaker of the House, right? I think he's extreme MAGA. I think he's a nut job in 1,000 different ways. We can get into it later. And then when the press secretary is asked about it by Peter Alexander at NBC, they get into Biden mode where they're like, well, that was in the past and we're looking forward to the future and we're looking forward to working with him. Why are you defending Mike Johnson, who's the leader of the other party? You're supposed to fight for us. You're not supposed to go around being like, Biden.
Okay, well, there's two things. First of all, look who was correct, Adam. Look who was totally correct when I said, listen, if you get rid of the House, the Speaker of the House, okay, and the Democrats don't try to make a deal with him whatsoever, and he gets kicked for passing a budget, they're going to just put someone who's far more extreme.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened.
Look what happened. Sitch was completely correct. Oh my God. Oh, I was completely correct. Wow. What do you know?
What do you think the chances of the Democrats making a deal with that guy are?
Very low.
Yeah, of course.
Low. Yeah. Though I didn't see, and I should have investigated this. Is Mike Johnson, do they have that same rule in place where any one person can bring a vote of no confidence against them?
I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question.
But number two, despite the fact that Mike Johnson is far more to the right, I think what Cenk is saying here is weird because regardless of whether you like him or not, or you agree with his politics or not, he is the Speaker of the House. You do have to at least attempt to work with him on some legislation. Otherwise, nothing will get passed. So you can't, like, Biden can't just come out and say, oh, he's a horrible right-wing, evil man. Because then he says, well, I'm never going to work with the Democrats ever. And then Biden has no chance of getting any legislation passed.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you gotta work with him in some capacity, right?
Yeah.
He's Speaker of the House. He's third in line for the presidency.
Yeah. So it's just, I don't know, it's a weird conceptualization of politics. But
I heard Mike Johnson believes in systemic racism and is pro CRT.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought you'd like that.
Where'd you hear that from?
Well, and I think he's not in favor of gay marriage. I think he's against gay marriage too, because he's like an evangelical Christian. Yeah.
Right. Why would he be in favor of CRT?
I'm not sure. I heard it on a podcast. I didn't look into it, so I was like, "Oh my goodness, really, really?"
That sounds not true.
Yeah, well, look into it.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, look, he's like a MAGA. When I heard it, I thought, well, that sounds off.
Mm-hmm.
But it was one of these. It was one of these enlightened centrist.
I mean,
podcasts,
he has
so
he adopted. I believe he has a black child that he adopted.
Okay, well then that makes sense.
Right.
Well, but he probably sees CRT as civil rights, and that's the difference.
Well, I don't know if he's made a comment on it. I mean, there's a quote from the New York Times. He says, "I've walked with him, my son, through discrimination that he has had to endure over the years and hurdles he sometimes faced," he told while testifying against reparations. Okay.
Right.
So, I mean,
well, you can
look,
you can believe in CRT and be against reparations.
I mean, I guess. Real CRT, can you? Or some sort of like weird, you don't know what CRT is, right? Like I would imagine most people don't know what CRT is, including Mike Johnson.
He believes systemic racism exists. So
yeah, but what is that? Yeah, but what does he mean by that? What does he think that means?
Look, I don't know.
So yeah,
I'm telling you everything I heard on a podcast.
Okay, thank you.
Like, let's look into it.
Okay, we'll look into it.
Might be interesting to do some more research on. The interesting thing for me in this exchange is Cenk basically calls Tim Pool a right winger to his face, but Tim Pool doesn't really respond. They have this exchange where, you know, Tim says he's in favor of Biden not running again, and Cenk says, well, you should be in favor of Biden running again because he's going to lose, and you're a right winger and you want Biden to lose,
right?
So it's just interesting.
So okay, I found the thing that got everyone triggered. So in 2020, he described George Floyd's killing as an act of murder.
Right.
Which, first of all, I would imagine every politician said that, regardless of whether Democrat or Republican. And then he also made a comment where he said he noted that his oldest biological son, Jack, was now the same age as Michael. I'm assuming they mean Michael Brown. Well, wait, no. They do not mean Michael Brown, because then they would say Michael Brown. What is this article
Jordan
talking about? Huh. Okay, I'm gonna have to read this article a little bit more closely.
Do it later. Yeah.
Says it in nearly every speech. Oh, my Republican friends, I love Republicans so much. I work so well with Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy. We've been ripping off the American people on behalf of corporate donors for decades. Wait, did I say that last part out loud? No. Okay, he didn't say the last part out loud. But even if you don't think that, even if you're the most hardcore Biden dude in the world, which congratulations, there's 3 of you. Okay, there's like no enthusiasm. I can get into that too. It's not going to change the fact that the country's not into him. Like,
what do you think about what Matt Gaetz did with McCarthy?
So that's another one that's long and complicated, because I thought that there were good parts of that, and then of course disastrous parts of it. Right?
I love it.
Yeah, but let me answer your question about the native-born issue.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not a native-born citizen. I'm a naturalized citizen. Okay. And so everybody then goes, well, duh, can't you read, man? It's in the Constitution. It says right there you have to be native-born. Yeah, that's in the original Constitution. And right next to it is the clause that says that black people are 3/5 of a person. Well, can't you read, man? It's in the Constitution. It's right there, man. Yeah, but there's a thing called amendments that amend the Constitution. So that part got amended out, the 3/5 part. Obviously, tons of the Constitution got amended out. And the natural born citizen thing was amended out by the 14th Amendment. So the 14th Amendment says very, very clearly, anyone who is born or naturalized has due process and equal protection of the laws. So the Supreme Court has ruled that due process and equal protection means you have the same exact rights, and they didn't put naturalized in there by accident. They put it in on purpose. That very clearly amends the earlier part of the Constitution where naturalized citizens did not have equal rights. Now we do have equal rights. I mean, that's, again, the whole point of the 14th Amendment was to take out the discrimination in the earlier part of the Constitution. And they didn't say like, oh, born and naturalized have equal protection of the laws, asterisks, except for those goddamn naturalized citizens, they're not allowed to be president. If they wanted to say that, they could have said that, but there is no asterisks. They didn't say that. They said, no, naturalized citizens have all the same rights.
Some people brought up that there was already a recent Supreme Court ruling which basically ruled the other direction.
Yeah.
Like, no, this is not how it's going to work.
So there's mixed rulings, no question. So there's, in Schneider v. Russ, they say that naturalized citizens and natural-born Americans have the same exact rights. It would be, wildly unconstitutional to treat naturalized citizens as quote-unquote second-class citizens, okay? Now, in Schneider, they mention the presidential clause, but they don't comment on it. They don't say yes or no to it. They just note it and move on, okay? And then there are decisions with this guy, Hasan, did a kind of a fake run. He's a good guy, good intentions. I imagine, I don't know him personally, but kind of did this amateur litigation, and the courts then didn't really get a chance to fully consider it. He came in with a really weak case, and so he got some rulings against him. But that is not at all definitive. And when you get into court decisions, even though the 14th Amendment is crystal clear, lawyers get in there and they're like, well, did they mean born or naturalized, even though they said born or naturalized? And then they mean equal, even though they said equal. Well, how about this case where even though it says equal, it doesn't mean equal?
Okay, first of all, how dare Cenk steal my trademark? How dare he? How dare he? Second of all, you watched the lawyer video where he talked about.
No, I looked it up myself.
Oh, okay, you looked it up yourself, where he talked about that case. In that case, that case that he was talking about, Schneider, it says that under the Constitution, it makes no distinction between the rights of natural citizens and citizens born here and citizens who become citizens, except when it comes to running for president, right?
Yes.
So I don't know if that does not seem to me to be a point in Cenk's favor.
Doesn't he say in this, though, that they mention it in that case, but don't comment on it either way?
He just said that, yeah. That's what he just said. He said they mention it, but they don't comment on it, which, I mean,
they do comment on it specifically.
Well, do they comment on it further than that one line?
No, that is the only line.
Right.
The reading of that line is that you still can't run for president. I mean, unless you think it's ambiguous.
I don't think it's ambiguous.
Right. It seems pretty crystal clear to me. They're saying that naturalized citizens have all the same rights, except where it says in the Constitution that you can't run for president.
Right.
Then you kind of don't have that right.
Yeah, that's how that is exactly how I would have interpreted that too. So I don't think that case helps him at all. And I think the fact that the judgment is written in that way, or the opinion is written in that way, doesn't help him either.
I heard too that you had to be residing in the United States for 14 years in order to run for president too. Yeah.
Yeah, well that comes up in a different part of the conversation. So the line from the case is, we, meaning the court, start from the premise that the rights of citizenship of the native born and of the naturalized person are of the same dignity and are coextensive. The only difference drawn by the Constitution is that only the natural born citizen is eligible to be president.
Yeah, it says right there, only the natural born citizen
right
is eligible to be president. They're basically saying there should be no other distinction except this.
Well, to be clear, because what Cenk is saying is not technically untrue, but it is framed in a way to help his case when I don't think it does. They're not saying should prescriptively. They're just saying the Constitution does not do it, except in this one instance.
Right.
So,
but that's commenting on it. They're clearly commenting on it.
I guess he meant commenting like prescriptively. But I agree. I don't think this helps at all. I think this hurts his case.
Is that Schneider a Supreme Court case? It's not, is it?
Yeah, it is. I believe it is.
Oh, it is a Supreme Court case.
I believe it is. The case was something about a woman who she was German, I think. She became a naturalized citizen.
Took her citizenship away.
Right. She then went back to Germany for 3 years. And there was some law. I don't remember what year this was. This was a while ago. There was some law that like if you were a naturalized citizen, then you went back to your birth country and lived there for some extended period of time, you would lose your citizenship. And she sued, or somebody sued, saying that that is, that shouldn't be that way, and they won. So
right. I do feel like that's commenting on it, though.
Yeah, it is to an extent. So I looked into the other case that he was talking about, where he said
can the Supreme Court say that the Constitution is unconstitutional? I don't feel like they can do that.
They cannot do that. No, that is part of the issue with this thing, is that the Supreme Court cannot declare the Constitution unconstitutional. That doesn't make any sense.
Right. So just commenting on it, they're basically pointing out this is the only distinction in the Constitution.
Right.
And that they don't have the ability to change.
Well, and that's a good distinction that I'm glad you brought up, because the law that said you would lose your citizenship, that was not in the Constitution. That was just a law. That was just a federal law. And so the case was about, well, is this federal law unconstitutional? And so they're saying, well, according to the Constitution, it is, because the Constitution says clearly that there are no differences between being natural born and naturalized, except
this one little difference here,
right?
And that we can't change. The only way that you can change that is with a constitutional amendment.
Exactly.
Right.
And so I looked up the other case he was talking about. This guy named Hasan, whose last name I forget, or no, his name was Abdul Karim Hasan. So Hasan is his last name. This was in 2012, I believe. He was not born here. He was trying to run.
We lost Sitch.
Am I
you're
back?
Yeah.
In order to run, he had to be on the ballot for a bunch of states. And the states didn't want to put him on the ballot because he wasn't eligible to run. And so he sued a bunch of the different states. And there was like 7 cases. 5 of them were cases that they essentially threw it out on standing issues, saying that they didn't feel that he was actually legitimately running for president and thus had no standing to even sue.
Wow, interesting.
2 of the cases, they actually addressed the issue. One of the case, very funnily enough, who wrote the decision saying that he couldn't run for president was Neil Gorsuch.
Wow, isn't he on the Supreme Court now?
Neil Gorsuch, who's currently on the Supreme Court, had a case about this exact issue where he said, no, you can't run for president.
Wow. So I guess we know how he's going to vote in this Cenk case.
But in the other case that Neil Gorsuch was not involved in was Hasan versus New Hampshire. And there's a part that I think is important that I'm going to read briefly, where the judge says, it is unclear. Okay, so to be clear, before I read this section, Cenk's argument is essentially that the 14th Amendment, which says that there shall be no difference between the rights of citizens who are born here and the rights of citizens who become citizens that are naturalized. He's saying that because it says that clearly, that invalidates the other part of the Constitution that says you have to be born in America to be president. That's his argument. Okay. So here's what this judge said. I think it's interesting in this case. He says, it's unclear whether the Constitution is subject to repeal by implication, as is a statute. For example, unlike a statute, the Constitution expressly provides the manner by which it may be amended. Therefore, it may be that the framers did not intend the Constitution to be amended by any other means, such as by implication, right? So the argument is the 14th Amendment implies that the other part of the Constitution must be removed, even though it doesn't explicitly say so. And so the judge is saying they don't even think that can apply to normal laws. They're saying that should not apply, or they're not certain that would apply to the Constitution.
Fascinating.
In addition, other courts have held that they do not have the power to determine whether any part of the Constitution has been implicitly repealed. So that's kind of what you were saying. Some courts are saying they don't even have the power legally to make this determination themselves at all. It's out of their scope to even do this.
Okay.
But anyway, because then they go on to say how the amendments don't talk about it explicitly. I don't think I think most judges would be extremely tepid. Okay. There's your big word for the day, even though it's a short word.
Tepid.
Tepid.
Everyone knows tepid. Come on, that's not even. You're not even trying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So most people would think that judges would be. I think most judges would be extremely tepid to say, "Oh, I'm going to make this judgment that because of the implication of the 14th Amendment, that gets rid of this explicit part of the Constitution that's never been repealed." It's hard for me to imagine any judge, let alone the Supreme Court, would really ever stand by that case.
Because
I think
that is by implication, is what you're saying. Yeah.
I
100% seems that way.
Right. I don't think any judge. I think very few judges would feel comfortable doing that.
Right.
Even if they agreed that someone should be able to run for president, I don't think they'd feel comfortable doing that.
It kind of implies that, you guys accidentally changed the Constitution in this way through the 14th Amendment. They're like, no, we want it to be clear. Like, we want an amendment that says, look, anyone can run for president. Amendment. Right?
Yeah, I don't think it makes sense because I don't think the intention, and I don't even think the argument, I don't think anyone would say this in good faith. Like, obviously, the 14th Amendment was in order to give slaves or former slaves the same rights.
It has nothing to do with this.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with this. I don't think anyone was thinking about this. So this would be, the argument would be, this would be an unintended consequence of the 14th Amendment. And it's like, but even is it? Because shouldn't it be interpreted, because it's the Constitution, shouldn't the Constitution be interpreted that if there's one part of it that makes a general statement and there's one part of it that makes a specific statement, that you should basically apply the general law in every other aspect except for where it specifies otherwise. If that is not repealed, then the specified part should still be maintained. That's how I would interpret the Constitution. So I can't imagine a judge doing this. It's hard for me to imagine Cenk winning this case. But
look, it's got to be explicit.
Yeah, but it'll be fun.
You can't accidentally amend the Constitution. They made it so impossible to amend the Constitution. Can you imagine? Like, just being able to reinterpret all of the amendments however you want? Come on. Get real.
Well, it wouldn't be accidentally amending the Constitution. You can't amend the Constitution that accidentally revokes another part of the Constitution.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Right. I mean, because I think you can pass normal laws that have weird effects like that, but I don't think that works when you're talking about the Constitution.
Isn't there an amendment on term limits?
Yes.
What did they mean by term limits exactly? I mean, come on, right?
Right.
Didn't they mean the term that you can't do that.
No.
Obviously. But that's why they want to do it. They want to wiggle something in. Yeah.
Yeah, we can fight that out, and we are going to fight that out. We're going to fight that out in the courts, and we're going to win.
I think you'll need an amendment.
No.
You think the Supreme Court...
Good news. You're right. We did need an amendment. We got one. It was called the 14th Amendment.
Well, all right.
Okay.
But do you think with the current makeup of the Supreme Court, it's more political than
Okay, let's break it down one by one. So, Tim, let me see if I can get agreement on logical and moral grounds. Okay. So, should naturalized citizens be second-class citizens where we go, we don't really trust you?
Nope.
Like in the beginning, the reason they put that into the original Constitution hundreds of years ago is because back then the Habsburg dynasty was sending in princes into other bloodlines and royalty and stuff. And we didn't want to be taken over by the Prussian Empire or the Hungarian Empire. So that's what it's an anachronism, right? Yeah. So like Congressman Ted Lieu's a Democrat, came here when he was 3 years old from Taiwan, grew up in Cleveland, doesn't remember Taiwan. Right? He's a colonel in the U.S. Air Force. Patrick Bet-David's a right-winger, was in the 101st Airborne. His family ran from Iran during the Iranian Revolution. He's Armenian Christian. Is he disloyal? Is he more disloyal than other Americans? No way. I mean, you tell me. Do you look at those guys, Arnold Schwarzenegger, etc., and go, they don't love America enough? I bet they're going to sell us out to Austria or Iran or Taiwan.
I think you find Americans will do that too. I think you'll find there's traitors of this country. We had that story about the military couple selling nuclear secrets. I think what was that, like last year or whatever.
Yeah.
So you know, in this globalized culture and world that's being built with communication technology, I think that the question that comes up is you have to choose one of two directions, which is they either amend the 14th or amend the Constitution away in that direction, or recognize exactly what you're saying. The issue being, you know, what we see now is birth tourism. So based on the 14th Amendment, you have women in China, men and women in China, will hire a surrogate in California to have their kid for them. So that kid is both Chinese and American. And then what? That kid's going to grow up in China and come back to the United States and be president? They're allowed to. So I think. I
mean, look, my family is a perfect example. It's not perfect in that they're not anchor babies, because my sister grew up in America like I did, but she went back to Turkey. And when she came here, she wanted to have birth here more because of, not like anybody thought like, oh, these kids are going to be the president, right? No, because it's better health care, comfortable, and with her parents, with my mom and dad to take care of her. So for when she had both Hasan and Murat, my two nephews, she came back to America, where she grew up, to have the kids. But they did spend their childhood in Turkey. So Hasan actually came to America when he was 18. So so I grew up in America, and culturally I'm 100% American, right?
And this is my point, right?
Oh, I'm so annoyed that Tim interrupted him. I'm so annoyed by this, because it sounded like Cenk was about to say that even though he was not born in America and he grew up in America, he's culturally American. While Hasan was born in America but grew up in Turkey,
which is he's not culturally American.
Cultural American. Yeah, I'm so mad that he wrote. I wanted him to say that. That'd just be the most hilarious clip ever.
Hasan can't run for president for 14 years from when he's 18, right? So he's got to be.
Yeah, well, but he's been that long. So he's in his 30s, I think. So.
Oh, he is. So it's been 14 years.
It's been. I believe it's been 14 years.
Well, I mean,
think he's over 32.
Just 10 years would be 28, right?
Yeah, so he'd be 32 with the 14. I think he's.
You can't run until you're 35 anyway. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's an interesting moral question. I don't really have a stance on it, a strong stance on it. You can create a scenario where you're like, listen, Sitch, you have to choose who you want to be president, Hasan Piker or Cenk Uygur, right?
Right.
Obviously, I'm going to go with Cenk. Like, you'd be stupid to go with Hasan just because he's born here. But does that mean that the law should be changed just because you can find like edge cases? I'm not convinced. I don't think it matters that much. I don't think it's such a big deal that the law should be changed whatsoever. I mean, yeah, sure, you can get, the scenario that Tim lays out is not exactly accurate because he doesn't know or forgot about the whole you have to be in America for 14 years. And no, technically you could have some person who is Chinese who flies to America, has their baby here, so they have an American citizenship, goes back to China, indoctrinates them to be a sleeper agent, right? Like the movie, like the Manchurian
Candidate.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right. Then even without brainwashing, it's like intentional. So not like the movie, but then the guy flies back, to America, or gal flies back to America. We know when they're an adult, they live here for 14 years and then run for president on the idea that they're going to try to subvert America, from the inside. I mean, that could happen. But just because that can happen, to me, doesn't mean that you should necessarily get rid of, the criteria that you have to be born here to be president. Just because someone else could use a different situation to take advantage of the system doesn't necessitate that the law should necessarily be changed.
Well, you are creating some friction. Like the amount of work someone has to do that.
That's true.
Is greatly increased because of this law.
That's a good point.
If you get rid of this law, all of a sudden you've opened up like a whole world of possibilities to people who are not born in America for becoming president. And that is what I would be worried about.
Yeah, that's a really good argument.
It's not the Cenk Uygurs of the world that I'm worried about. But it sucks for Cenk Uygur because it cuts off his political aspirations to save us from a potentially bigger problem
right.
of there's billions of, like, all of a sudden billions of Chinese people become, all they got to do is move to America and live here for 14 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point. And I think that level of extra friction is worth the penalties of not having Cenk or Arnold Schwarzenegger be able to run for president.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Cenk didn't bring up the biggest, the most famous, the biggest case of a foreign person not being able to run for president. Do you know who
Ted
it is?
Cruz?
No, not Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz.
Not Ted Cruz. No.
Oh, wait. It's because he's a Zodiac killer. That's why he can't run for president.
There you go. No.
Never mind. Who is
you have
it?
a second guess?
A second guess.
Yeah. The most famous person who wanted to run for president but was unable to because they were not born in America, even though they were an American citizen.
I don't know. Who is it?
Superman! Come on! Superman was going to run for president. And then Lex Luthor's like, hey, wait a minute. You weren't born in America. You're an alien. And they're like, oh, shit. How did we forget? And whoop, he couldn't be president.
Wow.
That's a real story. That's a real plot line from a Superman comic.
Wow. Okay.
So there you go.
Fascinating.
Don't you want Superman to be president?
Look, he was born in Kansas, as far as I know.
No. He was an anchor baby. He landed in Kansas. Okay.
Okay.
Or, the reverse anchor baby.
Right. Look, what is an anchor baby? I'm told that that's like an offensive term, but what is
anchor
it?
baby is when a person is pregnant and they cross the border and have the baby in America, so that the baby they cross the border illegally, I should say. To have the baby in America, so the baby has American citizenship, and thus the government doesn't want to deport the parents because the child is a citizen. That is the concept of an anchor baby. Yeah. So Superman would not be that, but
Okay.
Let me read some super chats. Oblivious for 2 months. Thanks so much. Says, I watch at 2x speed. If you speed up the video, it would be too fast.
True. Yeah. Sitch, look, I saved you. Don't worry. Thanks for the super chat, though, letting Sitch know.
Konos X for 20 euros. Thanks so much. Says, you said that you had a stream, which I missed, reacting to Deprogram's take on Israel-Palestine. The one where they said the paragliders attack was very base things. Are you going to upload that stream? We hunger for it.
Yeah, I wish we would upload it.
So thank you for the 10. This is your 10th super chat. Thank you. We talked on stream. We didn't actually ask CT to do it because we're dumb, or I didn't because I'm dumb.
I asked her, but
okay. So I don't know if CT's watching right now, but yeah, we talked about having. So the stream exists. The stream is there. You can find it. It is the stream that we did where I was arguing with Pisco about the Speaker of the House. And you can kind of just scroll to the end of that. It should be in the timestamps how to get to that part where we watched the video. We ended up watching with Pisco and IRI. But we will, and we should, and we'll do it this week. We'll cut out that segment and upload it as a clip where we watch that.
Yay!
There you go.
Look at that. Bound to get views.
We'll see. I don't know if it will, but
really?
Yeah, it should definitely be uploaded.
I mean, I wonder if it'll get monetized now that I think about it. But
right.
Whatever.
It will not be monetized because of the subject matter at all.
I mean,
there's like no fucking way it could be monetized, but we'll still clip it because it deserves its own clip.
Clip it, CT.
There you go. Mythos Infinite for 20 Canadian. Thank you. Says, I'm just disappointed it's taking a 50-something-year-old this long to finally realize that team sports and dogmatism aren't great for world politics. Also, Young Turks is refusing to upload a vid I spent months on. Oh, YouTube, sorry. YouTube, same acronym, is refusing to upload a video I've spent months on. Wish luck. Oh, what's the, why? Is the video controversial? What's the issue there?
Who knows?
Why is it not uploading it?
I saw that they took down a video that the LAPD uploaded. It was this like brutal assault, and they were looking for the suspect.
Right.
And I think they took the video down and slapped him with a copyright, or not a copyright, but like a community guideline strike. Can you imagine that? The police department.
That's pretty funny.
They're like looking for a suspect.
Right.
Like, this is violence. Get your shit together, YouTube. What the hell? There's a dangerous criminal on the loose in Los Angeles, and we want to find him.
Well, the problem is so much of it's just automatic. Like, it's so difficult to get a human to look at this and say, oh, okay, never mind, this is fine.
Don't simp for YouTube. They can figure
it
out.
That is not me simping for YouTube. That's me insulting YouTube.
Okay,
YouTube needs to fucking hire more people. I'm just saying that's why it is that way.
True. I 100% agree. YouTube needs to get their act together.
Let's see. Toxic Mix for $50. Thank you. Says, what irks me about Cenk here is a common tactic where he claims to fairly call out problems on his side, but rarely calls out specific ones unless confronted on them first, leading one to wonder if he actually called out the issue unprompted.
Yeah.
Okay. Vanilla for $20 says, Sitch, can actual Justice Warrior get a link to hop on? I'd like to hear what he has to say about dismantling of partisanship. Sure. If he's there in the chat, if he wants to come on.
I mean, okay, I guess.
Oh, you don't want.
Look, he wants to come on a specific part. So look, I already sent him the link.
Okay. Yeah,
look,
sure. He can come on whenever he wants to come on. For whatever part he wants to come on. I'm assuming it's the Aubrey part. So
let me look. I'll let you know.
Yeah. Konos X for €20 says, I had a university class about this. The term neoliberal was coined by a communist, David Harvey, to shit on Thatcher and Reagan pro-big business economic policy. His take seems bonkers to me, though, since he calls Pinochet a liberal. Well, that's pretty fucking hilarious. So there you go. Further proof. Thank you, Konos. Further proof. David Harvey is the guy's name. That the term neoliberal was created, coined, and utilized by communists
for free market conservatives. Reagan and Thatcher both.
And now the same commies are using it against Democrats because it suits their interests.
Of course.
And people have just used it, which is sad.
So Sean wants to jump on when Cenk talks about his vicious attack in Palmdale, California.
Okay.
When those crazy MAGA people came out and tried to assault him.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Did you watch Sean's video on that?
I did. It was pretty funny.
It is pretty hilarious. Yeah.
Philip Kogan's for $20 says Hasan Piker is an anchor baby. I think his parents had citizenship. They weren't born here, but I believe they were already citizens here when they had Hasan, right? I could have had it wrong. So that was my interpretation of what Cenk's statement was, but
right. Yeah, his sister was naturalized, right? And his sister had kids here.
Right.
But she was already an American.
Yeah. Right. So that wasn't an anchor baby. She was already a citizen, but
unfortunately he can run for president.
I know. Mythos Infinite for $5 says, it was just a mod pack, nothing controversial, not even a little bit of politics. My luck is just also awful. Also, don't ask me questions. I will answer with cash. Well, listen, if you want to send me a DM or something on Twitter about the issue, maybe I can help. I don't know.
No, I want to know what your favorite color is.
Why?
Really? You're asking why?
Yeah.
He just read that super chat again.
It's just a mod pack, nothing controversial, not even a little bit of politics. My luck is just awful. Also, don't ask me questions. I'll answer with cash. Oh, you just want him to pay us for I'm such a lawful good paladin over here. I'm like, what are you talking about? I didn't even see the evilness of trying to extract more capital from our good friend, the Mythos Infinite. Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
I think Mythos
green is Adam's favorite color.
Yeah, exactly. I think Mythos might have broke the bank last week. I mean,
yeah, I don't want Mythos to break the bank. That's what I said. If you send me a DM, I don't know if I can help. I'm just curious as to what the issue is, why I can't upload the video. Because sometimes there's like weird settings in terms of videos and frame rates and resolutions that YouTube doesn't play nice with.
No way. Look, YouTube can basically take anything, but look, I don't want to talk shop. Let's go on.
Yeah. Gadfly for $20. Thank you. Says so much writing law seems like it's trying to avoid the airbud problem. If you don't plan for the dude who will say, quote, there ain't no rule saying a dog can't play basketball, then that asshat wins. Yeah, I mean, that does happen a lot in the law. Yeah.
Of
that
course.
definitely happens a lot in the law. So
kind of got to balance it out.
Yeah.
You say, look, we're gonna step on a little Cenk Uygur toes here, but we're gonna avoid catastrophe.
Right.
Like that seems like a good exchange. Sucks for Cenk, but I mean,
it does.
It is what it is.
If
I can't be president either. So whatever.
Why not?
Because I'm not like rich or famous or anything.
I was like, you were born here. What are you talking?
Yeah. That's the biggest lie that we tell the kids. You could grow up to be president.
Well, I mean, anyone can.
I mean, you're only 4'9", but I feel it, kid. You've got moxie.
Well, first of all, if they're a kid and they're 4'9", that's pretty tall for depending on what age they are. Okay, that could be a good sign.
Well, maybe they're 18. Maybe they're done
that's not
growing.
a good sign. Then that's a bad. Then they're not going to be president. Okay. Ain't no 4-foot male or female going to ever be a president of America.
Right. But we still tell them that.
Right. Well, listen, it's one of those useful lies that we always talk about, right? The metaphorical truth. Yeah.
I feel like Cenk must be 6 foot.
He looks tall. I don't.
Yeah. So he's tall enough.
Yeah.
In China has a surrogate give birth to their son in California, who is then immediately at the age of 2 months brought back to China, raised completely under the CCP, and then at 35 moves to the United States and says, I'm going to run for president. I think we'd be upset with that. We'd say, wait, hold on. And for someone like Patrick Bet-David or you, I know people are going to say politics. They might not like yours. They probably like Patrick Bet-David, but you would much rather have, in my opinion, either of you who grew up in America, American culture, and we disagree politically, it's better than someone growing up in China and having a technicality allow them to be our president.
Yeah, 100%. So it's absurd to say that we are less American than the person who went and grew up in a different country. And you're not wrong. Folks come over from China, Taiwan, and have kids in LA. That's a common phenomenon. People know that. And they do that for
tourism.
And so we can argue about whether that should be allowed or not allowed, but to say that we're less American than they are is absurd. It's totally absurd. So logically and morally, everyone gets we shouldn't be second-class citizens. We should have the same exact rights. And look, I don't know if if you guys watched the Netflix show about Arnold Schwarzenegger. Mm-hmm. So it just reinforces what I would have figured about Arnold, which is that I love America. We can get into that too, right? But if anyone loves America more than me, it's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I'd love it if America stopped blowing up kids overseas.
Yeah. Just because. Yeah. Oh, and that's another thing with the left. I love you guys, but it's okay to say that America has done 100 things wrong, and still say you love it. Okay. And for the right wing, it's okay to say you love America and still say that we did 100 things wrong. It doesn't make us like evil. It just makes us human.
I think
it's interesting because that framework has kind of gone away now because of populism. Like that used to be like what he's saying used to be true, where, only the left would talk about how America did bad things, right? And the right would be far more jingoistic, love it or leave it. Though it was usually in reference to foreign policy matters. I mean, Republicans would always complain about some domestic policy they didn't like, but they wouldn't usually complain about it in terms of like America being bad. But now it's weird. We do have this sort of weird horseshoe of right-wing and left-wing populists shaking hands at the top of the horseshoe, essentially saying, oh yeah, America is bad. America, is some kind of evil empire that is motivated by corporate greed. So it is weird to see that kind of shift occur now on the right, or in certain sections of the right.
The right, I mean, generally Republicans were anti-government and pro-America, which seems kind of a weird mix. Yeah, exactly. But now it just seems like, they're anti-American as well.
Yeah, and I'm not 100% sure what is going on there, but it is an interesting change.
We love America more than Cenk, though, right?
Yeah, we do.
Oh yeah, good.
But see, that is what it's interesting because even when I was in the left-wing bubble, I still had a pretty strong love and appreciation of America, probably way more than the average person on the left. So even back in those days, I still had this like more nationalistic leaning to myself from the beginning.
Yeah. I wonder why.
I don't
wonder
know
what it is.
That's my moral intuitions, I guess.
I just always knew America was great.
Because I would look in history and I would say everywhere else in the world was fucking dog shit. And then America came into existence. That shining city on a hill came into existence and said, we're the greatest. And we were, and we still are. Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean we can't improve, but we still are the greatest.
Yeah. Look, everyone's coming here, right? For a reason. Of
course.
It's cool. Plus, we export culture, like just the whole movie thing is.
Yeah.
I mean, people are obsessed with our culture.
Our culture is too powerful.
Other people are trying to catch up. China, India, they got their Bollywood thing going. They're trying to catch up, but
in the Western world, the only country that even remotely has anything, a sliver of comparison, even though it's not comparable, but has a sliver of anything like that, is Japan, because of how popular anime has become in North, South, and Central America.
And Japan loves American culture.
Yes.
Yeah, they love American culture. Look, you might say like Europe has a lot. I don't particularly understand that. I mean, Europe came up with the art film. Like, we came up with the blockbuster.
Well, there's not like,
okay.
I don't know if you could say there's like European culture. Each country has its own culture.
Exactly. Look, I'm with you.
Yeah.
You had me at there's no European culture. I mean,
right.
Yeah, definitely.
What I'm trying to say is America is the greatest and everyone else sucks. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that America should be the only country that exists and every other country should be another state of America. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. When you think of European film, what do you think of?
I think that we need to go in there, invade these countries, and make them make more Marvel and Transformer sequels. Okay?
That's
Instead of these terrible art films about weird sexual deviant people. All right.
You just think trash.
You know what was a foreign
Why do I have to read this movie? Why isn't this movie in English?
Exactly. Well, listen, I'm fine with reading subtitles. I know you don't like as long as it's in Japanese, I'm fine reading subtitles. But listen, who was it? Wasn't it the French? Who was it, those people that made Cuties? Okay. Those weren't Americans. Those were some Europeans. How dare they?
Ouch.
We need to get rid of them.
How dare you indulge these people?
We need to assimilate them. They need to all become American.
No. We need to just send them packing. We need to like be gone with you.
Well, okay. Maybe the people that made that film specifically, yes. But for the rest of the country,
we need to arrest them.
The rest of the country will give them a chance. Okay. We'll assimilate them into becoming America.
Right.
Component of what we're saying, this is going to open a can of worms because I'm going to bring up Israel-Palestine, but there's a video coming out of San Francisco of a bunch of students marching through the halls chanting "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." And a question is brought up is, why are these kids saying this? Why is this in their mind? My reaction is not immediately like, oh, it's the left is doing this and the right is doing this. My question is, why aren't they chanting about Burma and Myanmar? When a conflict that started in 1948, 12,000 dead this year alone, has been ongoing. And, I made the comment about why does everyone care so much about this? The question I have for these young people is, why do they care about Palestine but not Myanmar? And it really is the information that they're consuming, where the information is coming from. And I think, as you mentioned, the media sows division. I don't so much believe that the corporate American interests are trying to cause mass fighting between left and right. I do think there's a political component of it's good to have left and right fighting. I believe more so foreign interests are hell-bent on making sure we keep fighting, especially as you've got war in Ukraine, you've got now war in the Middle East. there is a vested interest in watching the United States rip itself to shreds, which results in young people, whether you agree or disagree on their position on Palestine, being polarized in that direction.
Yeah. So a lot to unpack there too. By the way, before I get to that, which is a really important question, I should say that, look, whether you think, to finish up the earlier topic, whether you think that you're dissatisfied with Biden as an option and you're left wing.
Well, okay, before we get into that, Tim's question is kind of interesting about the why do you see the people protesting about Palestine? Why do they care about Palestine, but they don't care about all these other, horrific things that are going on in the rest of the world? I think it's two reasons for the Palestine thing specifically. One is what I said earlier, where so much of people's politics exist in a framework of going against the other side. So when there's some other genocide going on somewhere in the world and no one's talking about it, I think it's because there's not like a disagreement. Like everyone says, oh, there's a horrible genocide going on here. Right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
People disagree. Like that's
like, hey,
up.
we are all against that.
Right. So there's nothing really.
We can't fight politically about this.
Exactly. Yeah. There's like not really a discussion to be had about it. There's not like, and I hate to use this word, but it's not really interesting to talk about something horrible that everyone just agrees is horrible. Where with the Israel-Palestine thing, because there are a lot of people on the left and right, but there's a lot more on the right who are very pro-Israel and explicitly pro-Israel. And that's a thing that's part of like a lot of policy positions, is to be pro-Israel. That kind of forces the conversation to be about that issue. And so a lot of people on the left, especially the young socialists, just kind of reflexively become anti the right on that issue.
Right.
Where some other, like, I think if there was some other genocide happening somewhere else in the world, and it was some really big right-wing position to be basically funding or helping some side that was partaking or being perceived, because I don't think it's fair to say Israel is genociding Palestinians, but from the leftist perspective, if there was some other side that was doing some perceived genocide and the Republicans were supporting it, then of course that would be a huge issue that everyone would be talking about right now.
Yeah, Ukraine, Russia falls into this situation.
Yeah, sort of, to some extent, yeah. But the second reason is, and I don't know exactly why this was, but there was a very big intentional thing, and I don't know the exact history of this, but in the 60s, with a lot of Black liberation movements, there was a very intentional action by pro-Palestinian groups to fly out Black nationalists to Palestine and try to persuade them that somehow like Palestinian independence has something to do with like Black nationalism and Black liberation. And so since there was this intentional thing to do this in the 60s, it is sort of, the seeds were planted, and I don't know why exactly that happened, but that is definitely another reason why all these leftists are very anti-Israel. And also because Israel is, from their perspective, the leftists are all racist about this. That's why they call Israel colonizers, because from their perspective, they view Israel as like a bunch of white Europeans who came to the Middle East and colonized it, which is not at all what happened, obviously. And therefore it plays into their very stupid, myopic worldview of like, well, these are white Europeans fighting against, these evil racist white Europeans are colonizing and stealing the land of some poor native brown people. And like, that's how a lot of these leftists view this issue so stupidly.
That's a narrative I've never heard before.
Yeah, exactly. No one's ever heard that before, right?
Of course.
You think you're a naturalized citizen and you think, yes, God damn it, take this to the Supreme Court and be done with this thing. Let's get a decision once and for all. Chip in $1 at cenkforamerica.com is just like a protest. Like, no, obviously it shouldn't be Biden. And yeah, obviously naturalized citizens should have 100% the same rights.
And right-wing personalities are rooting for you too. You said they should want Biden in the race. That's true. But a lot of people have said any dollar going to Cenk is a dollar not going to Biden, is a dollar not going to the DNC.
Look, I even got the URL, bidenisgoingtolose.com. Okay, Biden is going to lose.com, because he is. And so for me, I'm lunging at the wheel, right? Yeah. Because this
wheel of the beast?
At the wheel of the Titanic.
Yeah.
Because everybody's going around rearranging the chairs on the deck. I'm like, guys.
Do you think Cenk understood that reference?
What was the reference again?
He said he's lunging for the wheel, and Tim said the wheel of the beast, referring to the car.
He doesn't know. He has no idea.
The car that, like, I forget what's her name, claimed that the Secret Service person told her that Trump tried to lunge for the wheel so he could go, outside during the January 6th riots.
So the inside joke is, after the January 6th speech that Trump gave, they're driving back over to the White House, and Trump lunges for the wheel.
When he hears that there's like a riot outside the house.
No, we're going to the Capitol so I can speak to my supporters. Yes. Yeah, exactly. So that's interesting. I hadn't noticed that Tim slid that in there. It is kind of funny.
Yeah.
You can tell we covered the January 6th.
Yes, we sure did.
Look, this is really the advantage of doing like 12-hour shows. Cenk does like an hour a day show. I do feel like I learn more from like a 12-hour stream.
Well,
diving into these topics.
To be fair to Cenk, they cover a lot more things than we cover.
Right.
Broadly, because they do a show every day and they cover a multitude of different topics.
Right.
So.
Right.
We will do like a super deep dive in a couple of things, right? So it's like a different type of.
Yeah, but if we're devoting 12, they didn't devote 12 hours straight to the January 6th hearings.
No, right. So what I'm saying is, like, what I was going to say is that we can go deeper into a certain
topic. Hell yeah, we can.
But they're going to have a broader knowledge set of a multitude of different topics.
Right. Yeah, of course.
From based on what they cover, I mean, obviously.
What I think our method is better. Obviously.
Well, obviously, because we do it, so it obviously is better. What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, but I mean, look, we know every single detail about the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff.
Every single detail. Not a single detail escapes our sight. Yes, except for the time that we forget things.
Right. That's more you than me, but
okay. You didn't remember the pedal thoughts under the beanie, even though we supposedly covered that.
Look, I'm skeptical that that's the case. He's thinking of some other podcast.
Okay.
The chairs aren't going to help the iceberg. The polling shows it's a goddamn iceberg and we're going to hit it. And I'm not going to join that party. Let's go back to Palestine.
Well, no, let's just do this. What are your campaign positions? What do you hope to achieve as president?
Oh yeah, so that's the other reason,
and then we'll argue about them.
Yeah, absolutely. So
I can't believe Tim.
I
can't believe Tim. Right here.
I don't get this.
This was before you say what you're gonna say. This was can't believe this. Tim, you're usually so good at content. Okay, you were about to get Cenk to talk about Israel Palestine, content gold, and instead you changed the subject to something boring, like what are your policy positions when you run for president?
Yeah, your presidents, obviously. Yeah, the big mistake on Pool's part. Yeah. This is on the policy prescriptions. Every time Cenk says paid family leave, I fall asleep. I die a little inside. Like, Biden is specifically president now because he promised to, student loan forgiveness to all these young people that showed up and voted for him. Like, what is the political calculus by saying paid family leave?
Well, I mean,
other than trying to put me to sleep.
What do you mean? There's a lot. I mean, well, it's not an exciting issue, but
Well, and also it's a very limiting. You're talking about not only families. Which, I mean, there are plenty of people who vote that aren't a part of a family. There's young people, there's old people. You're also talking about people
Don't you want to increase birth rates, Adam?
Look, specifically people who are pregnant and about to have a baby. Look, this is such a minute part of the populace. How do you expect to get voted? How do you expect to get elected on this? Right? What is this? Why is this? Why is this a thing? Just because it's popular in polling? Just because people have asked for it? Just because it passes the polling test? Look, Cenk, you need a better campaign manager. Reach out to us.
I think this is his position because he agrees with it. I don't think he's looking at it through like a.
Well, is he about to have a baby? Does his wife have like quadruplets or something
I don't think he's
on the
looking at
oven?
I don't think he's looking at it through the cynical selective theory lens that you are. I think he's just
Well,
like, this is a position he agrees with.
How do you expect to get elected?
Well, that's a good question.
If you aren't
first of all, he literally can't run for president, Adam. So that's not really an issue.
Look, but in theory, you'd at least want to propose things that are popular. He's talking about getting to 25% displace Biden.
There's a mistake. There's a mistake here that. Wait, stop.
Who is it popular with?
There's a mistake here that a lot of people on the left do, especially people in the progressive left do, where they look at polling, they say, look, we'll poll for paid family leave and it's very popular, right?
Because literally, if you answer no, you're against pregnant women.
Right.
Who's going to answer on that poll? Oh,
so
screw the pregnant women.
Right. So what I was going to say is that just because a position or an issue or a policy has broad appeal, that doesn't mean that it will motivate people to go out and vote for it. That's a very different question.
Of course.
And I think a lot of people on the progressive left make that mistake because, I agree with you. Family leave is very popular, but it's not popular enough that people would like, oh, I'm going to go vote for this guy because of paid family leave.
Right. I mean, Yang basically said, look, I'm going to give every single American $1,000 a month.
Right.
Right?
Right.
That has broad appeal. A lot of the people said, oh, that's impossible. This guy's crazy. Like he made the mistake of making an opening offer that was unbelievable. So people just dismissed it out of hand.
Right.
So, but I just paid family leave. He says it like it's constantly his go-to thing. We're going to get paid family leave passed.
Right.
Okay. All right. That's the thing people want.
Positions are enormously popular. And so what's the difference between me and let's say a standard Democrat that might say the same things? I'm not full of crap, and they are. Okay. So, and I'll back that up. So I'll back up both propositions that my positions are intensely popular and a lot of the other Democrats are unfortunately full of crap. So, okay, let's take paid family leave. Polls at 84%. That's giving moms 12 weeks off after they have a baby. Right wing loves that position. 3/4 of the Republicans want it as well because, I mean, you want more kids, right?
Yep.
And so
tax credits for more babies.
Yeah, those type of positions poll really, really well among right wingers and really, really well among left wingers. So we all agree: do not send moms back to the assembly line in the coal mines the day after they deliver.
I gotta pause real quick.
For all those mothers in the coal mines.
I know. Look, it's just.
I'm gonna hope he's joking.
Abortion affects women, like broadly. Well, it doesn't even affect all women because there are women that can no longer reproduce. So obviously it doesn't affect them. But this affects such a small slice of the electorate. It doesn't matter how it polls.
Right.
Who cares? Look, and if you ask me if I'm in favor, I'm in favor of it. Of course. Who doesn't want them? Who's not in favor of the moms?
The abortion issue is also more galvanizing because of the moral questions that have been tied into it, such as, the right for a woman to control her body. They want to take away your ability to control your body, or, oh my God, the right for the life of the fetus, or killing an innocent baby. And so those moral tied onto, those moral hanger-ons broaden the abortion issue to have a much bigger energy behind it than even the people that would be directly affected by it. Yeah. Where the paid family leave doesn't have anything like that currently.
No, it doesn't. I think Cenk is in a position to be swinging for the fences. It's interesting to me that paid family leave just screams some sort of play it safe position. Which why not swing for the fences, right?
Outlaw money in politics.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Look, how about a 20-year prison sentence for anyone who does insider trading in the Senate? Look,
Right.
that's a policy position. I think people would be like, "Oh, this Cenk Uygur guy is not playing around."
Right.
Right?
There you go, Jake. Listen, you should hire Adam as your campaign advisor.
Look.
He's got lots of ideas.
Yes.
Just don't listen to his ideas in voting, because those are not
20 years.
They're not going to win you any votes. But
20 years. Lock him up and throw away the key. That's right.
I'm not sure we got the question early on of how do you define left and right?
Yeah, so there are things that are traditionally left and traditionally right. But I define progressive, for example, in chapter 2 of my book, and I define it a little bit differently than others do. So for me, and it'll frustrate some of you guys because you'll think those are really American positions. You guys don't get to claim them, but I do. So one is we believe in expanding the circle of liberty. And so you might think like, whoa, no, man, right wing's liberty, right? Are you? Because like we think that gay people and trans people and Muslims and everyone else should have the same exact rights. And oftentimes the right wing goes, nah, not really. I mean, I think trans people should be separated out here and here and here, et cetera, right? So we can get into those debates, but I believe in expanding the circle of liberty, and that is a left wing and progressive position. And then you've got justice for all. And again, you would say, well, what do you mean?
Okay, so the liberty question is an interesting one, because obviously the people most concerned with liberty are libertarians. Though, while a lot of libertarians end up voting for right-wing candidates because they want to shrink the government, and the Republicans say they will shrink the government, even though they often don't actually do that.
They trick the libertarians every time, and they fall for it every time.
I mean, that does happen a lot. But yeah, so the libertarians do that. I don't think conservatives, if we could separate, now there's obviously, when we talk about this, everyone's kind of a mix of not everyone, most people are a mix of a bunch of different things. So you can be like a conservative that has libertarian values or principles or whatever, but to just make it so I can have a conversation to separate each thing into a distinctive category. I don't think conservatives as a philosophy really cares about liberty at all.
Individual freedom. I do think they do if it's a tradition, though, obviously, which our tradition in America is for individual freedom.
Well, no, because I'd say I think conservatism as a philosophy is collectivist, is collectivist, because it's usually you need to behave yourself because your actions speak poorly on your family's name, right? I mean, this was a big idea. America used to be far more conservative than it is now. It's very individualistic now. Because if you look back at when my mom was growing up, everything and you talk to your grandparents, everything was you can't misbehave because it makes your family look bad. It wasn't that it made you look bad. It made your family look bad. You were a reflection of your family. Right? It was collectivist in that nature. You need to assimilate to the values of your family and your community. It was more important that you fit in and were a team player as opposed to you being some kind of true to yourself, right? These are
to some extent.
Value,
look, that's a traditional culture.
Yes,
I just think you can have I think you can have a tradition of a completely different culture, and that could be the tradition that conservatives keep alive. Like free speech is conservatives are for free speech now because it's the American tradition, not because there's some intrinsic.
No, I disagree. I think conservatives are now in favor of free speech because they need it against woke shitheads. So there's a confusing issue here, which is that a lot of conservatives are collectivists, but they're collectivists locally. Since they don't like the federal government, because the federal government is often doing things that don't align with their values, suddenly they will use the philosophy of freedom and liberty individualism and independence against the federal government, even though locally they would prefer to live in a local community where it's far more collectivist, as long as that collectivist community is adhering to the principles that they want.
How are you defining collectivism? Because a lot of people just hear collectivism and they think socialist, and
collectivism just means when you think that you adhering to the rights and morals and culture of the collective is more important than you finding out who you are, being some sort of individual that goes off on their own.
It's placing the needs of society above the needs of the individual.
Well, shouldn't even say
and
society.
Individualism is
the needs of a group, right?
Sure, yes. The need, exactly, yes. It could be any group. It doesn't have to be society.
Right. So like
the needs of the conservative party, or the needs of a particular business or corporation.
Right. So like 1950s America, you have this idea that like, don't make waves, in your white picket fence suburb.
Yeah.
Because if you do, it's un-American, right? Like they would even use this like against communism. Oh, it's, you being communism is like you trading, if you're a communist, you're a traitor to your family, you're a traitor to your country, you're a traitor to like the collective identities that exist within you. So conservatism is far more collectivist. But it's not so simple to say that if you're a Republican, you're a conservative collectivist, because as I said, these things mix together because there's a lot of libertarianism mixed into the batch for many reasons.
Right. Most people don't perceive nationalism as collectivism, even though it kind of is.
No, it 100%. Yeah, nationalism. Yeah, and that's a good example. Nationalism is a massive form of collectivism, which obviously the right has had a monopoly on for many years.
Right.
Now you get libertarian gets mixed into the batch, so it's not so clear, but just for the sake of argument, so how we can understand these concepts, you have to kind of pierce them out or extract them from each other. Now, Cenk brings up the idea that progressives are in favor of liberty. I don't think that's true either, though. I don't think there is anything inherent in progressivism that's in favor of liberty. While I do think that the left, I think the left overall cares more about individualism. Well, actually, I shouldn't say the left, because the left just fucked that all up. Moderate liberals definitely seem, and even moderate conservatives who are kind of mixed in. Well, actually, maybe here's the problem. Because I think libertarianism is so baked into American culture and identity that I think it's baked into both the left and the right. And so maybe if we extract libertarianism entirely from it, just for the sake of conversation, I don't know if there actually is now that I think about it, I don't know if there actually is a sense of individualism from progressives. I don't know if progressives give a shit about individualism either.
Yeah, that's an interesting.
I'm trying to think about
an interesting question.
I mean, because it's weird, because there definitely was, from the progressives, there was a lot of advocating for, you need to be an individual, right? You need to fight against the system. You need to fight against the man. But is that because there was an actual belief in individualism, or is that simply because it was sort of, they viewed the system that was telling everyone to be assimilated, they viewed that as being oppressive. And so they weren't really individualist. They were just using individualism to fight against what they viewed as an oppressive collective. But as soon as the progressives become the oppressive collective, that individualism goes out the window, right?
Yeah, because they want their rules enforced on other people.
Yes.
Whether it's against their will or not, obviously. I mean, that's the whole idea behind misgendering people and stuff.
Right. And so maybe the way to conceptualize this is like libertarianism as a philosophy is like chocolate chips. Okay. And this is what I'm going to do it.
You either get the chocolate chips or you don't.
And the conservatives are vanilla ice cream and the progressives are chocolate ice cream. And you could sprinkle chocolate chips into either flavor, right? And mix it up and eat it. And that's kind of how people exist. They're like these mixed up, flavors of ice cream. So they have like different grab bags of things. But if we if we extract every element just to talk about the philosophies in kind of a vacuum, I don't think either conservatism or progressivism gives a shit about individuality. And I think they're both collectivist ideologies. So I don't think either of them cares about liberty, really. I think the left, I think progressivism is more motivated by trying to prevent care and harm to individual people. And that's what's motivating progressives. I don't think they like the whole, like, they care about liberty in as it extends to, I think you're harming someone else, right? I think you're harming gay people. So I'm in favor of extending rights to gay people, but they're not in favor of liberty in terms of like, because a libertarian might say, who's on the right, might say, well, it should be my right to discriminate against a gay person, right? You're infringing on my rights of association or business or whatever, that a progressive might not agree with. And so it's like, well, aren't they both arguing from the perspective of, quote, liberty at that point?
Yeah, we would have to ask Cenk specifically, but I did, hearkening back to our identity politics debate, I want to ask you a question. And obviously you don't know Cenk, but you can kind of guess. When Cenk says he's for expanding the circle of liberty, do you think he means expanding the circle of individual rights to more people? Or do you think he means expanding group dignity to more groups?
I mean, he's using it, and the examples he's given have definitely been from the group dignity perspective.
Yes, so it is a collectivist thing.
Right. Now, personally, I don't know, like, I don't know if he could be operating, that he has a libertarian intuition here.
I don't think so. Look, I'd be guessing no.
Right. Or he could be confusing the expansion of group dignity as the expansion of liberty, right? When when I would argue they're slightly different. They're related, but they're different things.
Right. I started thinking about this on a political spectrum, and obviously if you think of the far left as being communist, and what the real goal of communism is full equality, right? Everyone is fully equal. You have in that society no social mobility whatsoever, and that is basically like a fixed society. So if you have no social mobility, you have no individual freedom. And if you think on the far right being something like a monarchy, which is like a fixed aristocracy, a fixed hierarchy, right? That society has no social mobility or individual freedom either, right? Right. You've got collectivism on both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Really towards the middle is the only place that you get individual freedom, with like a dynamic society where you've got some hierarchy and some equality, right? You've got everyone is equal in the eyes of the law, right? But what you do with that can form social hierarchies within society, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's what's kind of interesting, because, like, I agree with you on either end of the spectrum. In the extreme, you have collectivism, and then in the middle you have like more individual
mishmash.
Yeah, you have a mishmash of more individual libertarianism. Though you shouldn't just say libertarianism is the centrist position, because obviously you can take libertarianism to a more extreme position. You can be an ANCOM or an ANCAP. But we just don't see those ideologies manifest in a country, really. And I don't know if you ever will. I think there's like a handful of countries that have maybe, exist in something related to this, but I don't think those will ever be widespread idea. I don't think a big country is ever going to adapt ANCAP or ANCOM, because I don't think it's tenable from a massive population perspective in terms of how you delegate and understand power. But I do think that individualism does operate in the middle of the spectrum currently.
Yeah, Sean joined the stream. Just if you
I'm in, I made it. I finished my video. How are you guys?
What's up? How you doing, man?
Good. I put down for an apartment the other day. I'm moving finally.
Oh,
nice.
Can you tell us where you're moving?
It's still in New York City. I'm not doing the. I'm
moving to Chelsea, huh?
You're not going to move to Texas?
No, I'm not moving to Texas.
Okay.
What about Chelsea?
No, I'm not moving to Chelsea. And even if I was, I would not name my specific neighborhood.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's my fault. Is it Chelsea's kind of like the artsy area of New York, correct? I'm right about that.
That's a little too expensive. I'm moving somewhere cheaper that like
okay.
hopefully I will be able to buy something when I'm 75 years old.
I lived on 2nd and 3rd Street. I think I told you before.
Yeah. You're in New York City or Manhattan or
Manhattan, yeah, obviously. Look, I don't date Hoboken girls, okay? I'm a Manhattan guy.
Okay.
So how are you
Sean knows what I'm talking
I
about.
have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
I understand. By the way, I sent Adam the video that we have to play when we get to Cenk's part, my favorite part of the whole episode.
Okay.
And
Send
is
it
there a
to-
watch together?
There is.
Oh yeah. Look, I'll send you the watch together.
What is
there-
this video that you sent out?
Well, Cenk says he was attacked by right-wing militias, and I happen to have the video of these
right.
attacking him. And I sent you guys the whole video, so we can look at it when we get to that point.
Now, Sean, I don't know if you know this, but we've been guest captured by our audience, by our guests.
Mm-hmm.
Cenk Uygur is actually a friend of the show now, so you can't go too crazy here. All right.
Listen, I got nice things to say about Cenk, so
Look, just keep it above the belt. All right.
Listen, he may or may not have.
You can punch as hard as you want, but no kicking in the balls.
He may or may not have a dubious reading of the Schneider case and his ability to run for president based on it, but you know.
Did somebody say doobie?
Wow! Don't even start.
Uh-oh.
Anyway,
is there a super chat to read while I'm trying
Did
to
you give Sean the link?
I'm sending him the watch together now. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Look, Sean, we don't send the watch together link out because dumbasses end up like trying to communicate with us in the watch together, which is always uncomfortable. So
Ostracy for $20 says at this point Sitch has lost the plot on conservatives. I can't believe this conversation actually happening. Well, first of all, Ostracy, I know you've been a long time supporter. I appreciate $20, but I don't know what the purpose of a super chat like that is. That tells me no information that I can do anything with at all.
You've lost the plot, Sitch.
Right. Like, if you want to say like,
send me a nice long DM and explain what's going on.
If you want
we'll read
to say
it later.
like a position, I
completely agree. Sitch has lost the plot. So look, send me a DM. We'll read it later on in the show. So we will. And thank you for the super chat. I 100% agree. When it comes to Sitch losing the plot, obviously that's that's real and is happening.
Let's get back to the
wait, before we get into that, I have a random question about a fight that you guys got. Just kidding.
Is there anything you wanted to say regarding what we've watched so far?
No, I was editing a video, but you know, it's interesting that this didn't become very combative at all. I noticed that Cenk is very personable on your show, like in general, if he's on somebody else's show, but then later on he'll sometimes like talk crap about the person.
I mean, that's pretty standard, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
That's usually.
Well, I mean, this could be called talking crap about Cenk, and I mean, we were in that conversation in Personable, so.
Oh, by the way, shout out to Brianna Wu for setting this up.
Did she?
Yeah. So Tim's booker contacted me and asked me if I could get them on the show, if I could get Cenk on the show, because you know me and Cenk are best friends, obviously. And obviously I have no way of doing that. But since I met Brianna on this, I know she's like there, I asked her. And by the way, she got on the show if you saw that episode.
Yeah,
I did. Yeah,
and she completely set this whole thing up. So like everybody should thank Brianna for this because like she made it happen.
Cool.
There you go.
Justice.
Oh, you need headphones, Sean.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Well, how do you not know this, Sean? Jeez.
Gosh,
just mute him and play some of the video. Oh, I guess he won't be able to hear it then.
Yeah.
You don't have any super chats to read? You can read a $5 when I give you permission. I'm trying to
you guys play. I'll mute my audio and then I'll just pause it or whatever, but I'll find headphones.
Okay.
Are you? Because right now, black people and white people smoke pot at the same rates, and black people get arrested at 4 times the rate. And so, and part of the reason why I said in the beginning, but the lines are moving, is because now the right wing has moved on that position. And so the voters say, no, that is unjust. You're right. And stop putting those guys in prison. Plus it costs money. Plus it's not fair. Plus it leads to more racial issues, et cetera, right? But the Republican politicians are like, oh, no way. Black people should be arrested at 4 times the rate of white people. We're not changing a goddamn thing.
They're not literally saying that.
Okay.
But I see your point.
Yes. But they are through their legislation. You're right. They're not saying that quote. Well, so, and then.
Isn't this all, since we have Sean here, even though he's trying to find headphones, so I don't know if he's listening, isn't this all that a lot of the disparity between crack and cocaine and all these drug laws, it wasn't because they were like, listen, we want to get the black people arrested. It was because there were specific types of drugs being sold by gangs, and they were trying to specifically tamp down on gang violence. And that's why there was a disparity.
It's 2 different things. So, oh crap! Did it say my microphone? My microphone changed.
No, it sounds great.
Oh, okay. All right. So there's 2 different things. One, the 4 times rate, like that's a reference to like New York City specifically. Mm-hmm. And I think the Manhattan Institute did a breakdown of this. And essentially, the cops are sent to areas where there's higher rates of crime. If there's more cops there, then they can see people smoking marijuana and smell it. And in New York City in particular, one of the leading causes of marijuana arrests, and this is actually separate from racial lines, even though it happens more in black neighborhoods, is if they get complaints from people saying that there's people smoking pot outside. Right. So the reason why they get arrested more for marijuana possession or marijuana use is because they're using it more outside. The neighbors are complaining, and there's already a heightened police presence there. So it has nothing to do with racism or anything like that. For crack cocaine, it was because there was more violence with crack. So like 50% of the federal charges also had violence attached to them. And it was something like 8% of cocaine arrests had violence.
When you say had violence, what do you mean? The users were violent?
Well, when they made the arrest, there was like a violent crime associated with it.
Oh, gotcha.
And the crack sentences are identical to the meth sentences. We also have bias in, against smoking drugs. For whatever reason, snorting is perceived as less, crazy as smoking.
Really?
And like
I would have thought it'd be the opposite.
Well, it's also like, think about it like this. We also have a bias against injecting drugs. Like, so if you're injecting drugs, that's considered like a big no-go as well.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Well, I would think that would be the most like taboo, would be injecting drugs. In terms of how people conceptualize it.
Bunch of squares.
Okay. I think it's also because like smoking creates smoke, and it's like obtrusive for other people.
Yeah.
When people typically snort, they're like going into a bathroom or doing it off a hooker's backside, like standard things.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Classic American things.
Yeah. I mean, also, were there like snorting drugs before Coke became big? I mean, didn't we start smoking drugs first?
Yeah, I mean, the original like drug laws were opium laws, where people were smoking it in Chinese neighborhoods.
Right. So probably has that carryover, but
and so the idea here, and the last one is equality of opportunity. And so some on the left might say no, equality of results, but I don't agree with that at all. It's equality of opportunity. And then again, with equality of opportunity, you say, well, the right wing's in favor of that too. And maybe with the voters, but not the politicians, because, so for example, college for all is equality of opportunity. So everybody's got a shot at college. And my dad, they did this in Turkey in the 1960s, okay? And we're the richest nation on earth right now. And if Turkey could afford it in the 60s, America can afford it now. And what it does is it takes guys who are poor, like my dad, who was a dirt poor farmer in southeastern Turkey, and gives him an opportunity, and then he becomes a mechanical engineer. He sets up his own business. It's better for the economy, hires hundreds of people. If I keep going, most of the right wing will agree with me, but their politicians say, hell no, that costs rich people a nickel and a dime. I'm never going to do that for the middle class.
You can pause it.
Yeah, I try to pause it.
You have to hit the button. You can't.
You have to hit the pause button, not the screen.
Okay, I see it. So just on this point right here, so Cenk's father he got a free education, but it was not free college for all. So they had a thing in Turkey, and maybe conservatives would agree with this, where if you scored in the top like 10% or 5% or 15% on their standardized test, their version of the SAT, then you could get a free education. And like Cenk tells the story of his father going in the street and studying in a traffic light because he did under a traffic light because he didn't have electricity in his home. And that's how he got his free education. So this isn't the same as like free college for all at like public universities. It's like you have the chance to earn this, but the modern left would be completely against a standardized test determining who gets a free education.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting because, you know, a lot of conservatives would be like, why should I have to pay for someone else to go to school? But I would be curious if, I mean, you're right, the left would be against it because they say the tests are biased or blah, blah, blah. And they don't really care. They care about it from the care harm perspective. So they're like, oh, all these poor people, you know, they need to get a shot, right? I would be very curious if this idea was floated. We'll give you free college, but you have to score the top 10% or something on the SATs. Right. If the Republican Party would be in favor of that overall.
Right. And people, you know, like they say all the things about standardized tests, how it favors the rich and all that. Right. And that would let you, as a rich person who could pay for like, you know, these testing centers or whatever, like to be able to pass it. Now, I mean, Turkey wanted to do this. It's a smart move for them. They're trying to incentivize education. And look, it brought us the next president of the United States of America.
Who's that?
Go. Cenk. Right there.
That's in America.
But I think all of these can be broken down to the more complex nuances of the argument. So when it comes to, I'll just go quickly, but then we can start and focus on one. When it comes to, say, like you mentioned, trans rights, it's a question of when does one person's rights and privileges infringe on someone else's rights and privileges? What is a right? What is a privilege?
I would say that about guns, but yes.
And right, that's a complicated one. And then when it comes to college, my first thought is I don't think college for all is the answer. I think school reform first. If we can get better education at the lower grades and through high school, we may find something totally different happens with college. If you look at the greatest generation into the boomers, they didn't need college. Something changed. And I think what we're seeing now with college is these kids are being sent to daycares where, you know, when my college years, I didn't go. All of my friends were just partying all the time and learned nothing. They got out of college 22 with no careers, no plans, no experience, and massive debt. And I've already been working in, you know, I was working for O'Hare at the airport for 2 years. I ended up working at a nonprofit, eventually became a director really, really quickly. So I'm 23 with a salaried position as a director of a nonprofit. My friends are working at Starbucks. College did not actually help them. So my view is college can be good, but we got to reform the system first. But instead of just saying, let's send everybody to college, like, well, we're wasting a lot of money with bad schooling right now. Let's fix it however that needs to be fixed.
So, yeah, I don't agree. I understand what you're saying. I don't really agree with that. I think we could do both at the same time. But as long as we're having a conversation about how to actually fix it and we're putting our heads together, I'm down, right?
I just think the earlier years of someone's life are the most important. And if we can get one of the initiatives my buddies were talking about 10 years ago was converting libraries into hacker spaces. Effectively workshops where the kids want to be there because they're making little hot air balloons or they're.
But you know what would happen next, Tim?
What would happen?
They would immediately look at porn, and then and then the librarian nowadays, it'd be in Tennessee, and then the librarian would get arrested for 20 years because she let the kids accidentally see gay porn. Like straight porn, she'd be like, go for it all day long, all day long. Oh, somebody's gay! Ah, arrest the librarian! That's what would happen.
Well, just don't let kids get access.
I don't understand why everything has to turn into an identity politics thing.
What do you mean? He needs to. So Cenk has pressure when he comes on Tim's show that even though he wants to play nice with Tim, he can't like play 100% nice, right? He has to stick up for the leftist progressive causes, like, you know, shitting on DeSantis and things of that nature.
Yeah, but it's like, oh, like their conservative position is watch straight porn and not the gays. Like that's a little. I mean, come on.
I mean, listen, I remember.
I think the conservative position should be stop paying for it. Like first.
There you go.
Like, you know.
Yeah, we all know the conservatives in America are really pro porn as long as it's straight porn.
I mean, that's step one, right? Then you could reduce your watch, but like you got to stop paying for it, you know.
Yeah, of course. Though it's funny because, like, you know, Tim's talking about the hacker library thing, which to me that's sort of Tim's left-wing intuitions, because listen, we just need discipline. Okay, this country needs to just bring back spanking for kids in school when they're acting up. You need to have the big paddle on the wall right behind the teacher. Okay.
There was a program in not in Baltimore, but it was in Maryland, near where they call it like the heroin highway, where this principal was like, he just focused on like ultra accountability for his staff and for the students. He'd make the staff go visit all the homes of the students a week before school starts so that they would get to know them. And this school district that has 100% poverty, the average income is lower than in Baltimore, scores higher than the state average.
Like, boom, there it is. Proof. It's all about the discipline. Okay.
Yeah.
The
so
discipline.
Maybe.
Discipline.
Sean, you're kind of conservative. Is it true that all conservatives hate gay people?
Yeah, no, I mean, most of them are gay people.
But just look, the jab that Cenk is throwing here is that all conservatives hate gay people. Like it's a fundamental property of conservatism to be anti-gay. So
yeah, I mean, I don't think so necessarily, but I will say I don't cover a lot of these like this weirdo gay person on TikTok or non-binary or whatever said this thing, because I do think the way that people cover those stories are like it's just rage bait. So there's definitely people leaning into the rage bait.
Sure, yeah. Well, there are conservative, well, I think there are liberal parents too. I think there are parents that understand human psychology that are afraid of school teachers, you know, introducing this idea that you could be born in the wrong body to kids that are too young. And with autistic kids, they may fixate on, well, maybe I'm born in the wrong body and develop some form of gender dysphoria. So I do think that's a real thing, but that's often being categorized by people like Cenk as you hate gay and trans people. When it's go ahead.
I think we need to separate the gays and the transes. Like it's a completely different thing, even in terms of like certain policies.
Sure.
Like the informing the parents if your kid is a trans, I think you should definitely do that because of like the suicide rates.
Right.
But like, you know, if they hid any other mental condition like depression or whatever, you would sue the school like immediately and nobody would question it. But like this has a worse outcome rate than, you know, even regular ordinary depression. Like you're allowed to hide in certain states. But as for being gay, like I do think like if you have a reason to believe that the parents would throw them out of the house or whatever, not outing them is not a bad policy.
Well, even, I mean, I think, you know, DeSantis in Florida made this huge mistake because I understand, I mean, even though the law does allow the school to hide both gay and trans identities, if the teacher has a reason to believe or a reasonable reason to believe that it's going to cause harm to the kid, they can still not inform the parent, which I'm fine with. But I think the bigger problem is just that they included gayness whatsoever in terms of like, you're not allowed to talk about anything relating to being gay in sex education for kids. To me, that's wildly stupid and pointless because the concern, like with the trans issue, the concern is you're going to have false positives for people that are going to transition and then regret it. You don't really have that issue with like, oh my God, they're going to have false positives for being gay and then regret it. Like, that's not really a thing.
Yeah, that's not a thing at all.
And it is sort of like this dumb conflation of putting all the LGBT people in like one bucket and just all these ideas have to be, you know, compounded together.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge difference between like maybe like you have a kid and you convince him he might be a gay and then he like kisses a dude and then he's like, oh, I'm not into this. Like he can move on with his life.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like, and puberty blockers, like, you know, there's big differences between that. So I think it's a category error a lot of the times to conflate the two.
Definitely.
This stuff at all, and
yeah, I mean, first of all, that makes the whole book banning and all that stuff and all the stuff that DeSantis passed totally absurd. It's they're like, okay, we're going to keep these out of those kids' schools, and then that way they won't have it in the libraries or the classrooms, and they will not have any access to it. Dude, it's called the internet. Okay, they can get access to any kind of sex, any kind of materials, any kind of literature. They could get. They're going to find out that gay people exist online. I'm afraid of saying it because then Republican politicians are going to want to ban the internet. But
I think this is a really bad counterpoint.
Horrible.
Because like, yeah, people can find porn on the internet. Kids can find porn on the internet. Blah 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 blah. But that's really up to parents to make determinations to prevent their kids from doing that. I do think when it comes to school, it is fair to say, listen, I'm sending my kid to go to a school, a public school that's run by the state. Therefore, the state has responsibility to prevent the child from looking at pornography or things related to that are unacceptable for kids of that age to look at.
Yeah,
well, I'm pretty sure it's illegal for them to look at it too. It's like saying, you know, just because you can get illicit drugs, like let's not make drugs illegal. It's like maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't go down that path.
Right.
It's pretty dumb because they'll call this like censorship in education, but like, is designing a curriculum not like, does that not fall under censorship of education with this broad of a definition?
Yeah,
true.
And like the idea that it's supposed to be comforting that your kids have access to this on like the internet, like that doesn't that doesn't help. It's like, why would and even then, why would you reinforce this when they're not supposed to be on the internet, when they're in school, supposed to be learning math or whatever? So it's a terrible point. Like, it's like, oh, let us teach this to your kids with our way in terms of ideology because they could see it on the internet. Now, the most generous reading for Cenk is that if you don't teach them sex education specifically, then they'll get their ideas from like online content, which a lot of it will be like inappropriate adult content. That would be the most generous reading for what he's saying.
Well, I mean, I agree with that point completely. I do think there should be sex education in school. I don't think that's what Cenk was alluding to in his statement. I think that's a much better argument. But
I think they should ban like not super hot female teachers from doing sex education. So that way you have the most attractive teachers doing it, because like they can literally hook up with students and people won't care.
That's a great point. I'm all in favor of this.
That's a horrible point. Yeah. How dare you?
There you go.
I reject and denounce.
Well, no, we have to be clear. It can only be attractive female teachers, right? Because we're not, you know, we don't want to.
Yeah, we're not
we don't
perverts.
Want any, you don't want any pedophiles, right?
Yeah, we don't want any pedos, right? Yeah.
But my actual position is, I don't understand how we got to the point where a child can't go into an adult bookstore, but a child is allowed to go on porn websites.
Yeah, and that ship has sailed.
Well, I mean, that's just because
look at this.
Wait. I mean, that's just because it's easy to prevent a child from walking into a porn bookstore. Someone looks and says, "What the fuck? Get out of here!" Where that doesn't exist on the internet. So I don't know what the solution to that is, unless everyone has to sign into the internet with some sort of real ID that's associated with their name, or to use scan. Or to use, which could be the future, or to use a porn site, you have to like put in your fucking identification,
social security number.
Yeah, right.
Can you imagine? The porn industry would die overnight.
It's true.
I mean, something's got to be done.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that. What has to be done is parenting.
Yes.
And so the right wing weirdly lost track of parenting because they think that they're the parenting kings, but then they're always like, society has kidnapped my kids and they gave them this. No, look, I see things in society that I don't agree with. And you know what I do? I sit my kids down and I talk to them and I say, here's what's right and here's what's wrong and here's why, right?
But do you know why the issue of the books comes up?
Well, I mean, okay. I agree that we should, we need to be more responsible with parenting, and parenting needs to be more responsible, blah, 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 blah. But there obviously is if your kid exists in a culture, and the culture and their school, especially if it's their school, right? But if their school is telling them something that completely contradicts what the parent wants, I mean, I think a parent has a right to talk about that or advocate to change that. You can't just say, well, the parent should just parent away that thing.
Cenk is saying that parenting is the solution, not parents getting involved in their students' curriculum, which would be
that is parenting. Yeah.
Right.
Look, can you imagine if your school was teaching your kid Nazism and Cenk's solution was, well, you have a conversation when they get home, right? You tell them, well, look, I think the Nazis were actually bad.
Yeah,
it's like ridiculous.
Right.
It's because parents were informed and the information was being withheld from them. That's why the bill was parental rights in education, one component of which was third grade and below didn't have access to sex education. They removed that.
So, yeah, Tim, that part's easy, right? If the Republicans left it at, hey, third grade and below, remove all sex education, gay, straight, it doesn't matter. We're not talking to kids below third grade. And you left it at that. Great. Nobody's got a problem. If they have a problem, they're going to lose anyway. That's an extremist position, right? So, but then it didn't stop at third grade. Then it went to
12, I think.
Yeah, it went to elementary. Then it went to junior high. And I'm like, okay, but in junior high, they got to start learning sex ed. That's when they get 12, 13, 14. That's should. All right, then they went to high school. And I'm like, what are we doing here, guys?
But here's the issue.
And the other thing is, Tim, sorry, but if it was like, hey, you know what, we don't want them exposed to violent material or sexual material, okay, right? But once they started going, no, but we don't want them exposed to the gay people and trans people, and we don't want anybody talking about that crap, okay? Then I'm like, okay, then you don't care about sex, and this isn't about parenting. It's just you don't like those people. Just be honest.
So the issue that I see is when I did sex ed, I was in 5th grade. Parents signed off on a permission slip. There was only one kid out of my class who was actually taken out of the room, and the parents were like, he's not allowed. And so I don't know what he did. He went to lunch or something.
Yeah.
Sex ed was the boys and the girls were separated. They then explained organs, organ function, and the process of fertilization, how babies are made and things like that. And we were all like 10 years old. And now we actually have a sample of these books that are considered sex ed, but it's actually kink, talking about scat. And if you want me to show you the book, I'll show you the book.
No, it's.
I mean, so when
I'm good on scat.
Right. This is what happens then is you. I think you've talked about this too. Someone on the right will say like, there's a parent, and not even necessarily a right-wing person, says, I discovered this book in my school which shows graphic kink depictions and kink education about things totally unrelated to reproduction and sex. And then you get a knee-jerk reaction from the tribal left saying, you want to ban books, you're anti-gay. And it's like, wait, hold on. Like, this book just shows someone giving a blowjob, you know, and playing with strap-ons and things like this. That's not for kids.
But Tim, if you guys left it there, it would have been just a fringe.
Well, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, if that would have been just a fringe part of the left arguing for dildos in class. Okay, that would not have been the entirety of the left. It would not have become a national issue.
For sure, but
you guys didn't leave it there. Then you went to like any book that mentions gay people.
But you say
so. Well, okay. There's a couple problems with well, first of all, it's funny. He keeps calling they like Tim is Republican.
Yeah, he keeps look. It's so disrespectful. It drives me crazy.
Right.
He keeps saying you guys.
You
guys.
should just say Republicans. Yeah.
Look,
right.
I just look. If you did this, like if you were talking about gay people and doing this to Cenk, going you guys, it'd be disrespectful, right?
Right. But so when the parental rights education / don't say gay bill first passed, okay, and it was just the 3rd grade and under, that, I mean, there were still tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of national stories, primarily from the left, criticizing it and saying it was awful. It wasn't a fringe position to be against the bill in the beginning.
Yeah. I mean, this is part of where this is part of where the trans genocide thing comes from, like bills like this. So the idea that if we just left it there, then it would have been fine and non-controversial is just not true, because when it was just there, that's when they came up with all their talking points. And if you looked at the Young Turks channel and you were to go look at their coverage on the original parental rights and education bill, like, where do you think Cenk would be on that? Where do you think the network would be on that? You think they would be like, oh, this is fine? Or
trans genocide?
Well, this would be my guess. And this is why part of why the Republicans are so stupid about this in Florida is that a lot of the people on the left, when they were criticizing it, were saying this is going to be used, this is a dog whistle, or this is a slippery slope to lead us down some other pathway. And so that turned out to be somewhat true, because as they talked about, and Cenk is right, they kept upping the age that you couldn't talk about anything related to being gay at all, which is absurd. You can't have middle school, high school sex education. You can't even mention the fact that gay people exist. It's ridiculous.
Where was this at?
The
what
Florida
were these
Republicans,
bills?
this was the parental rights education bill.
In Florida?
Yeah, they just kept upping the age limit.
Okay.
And so it definitely gives credence to the left's argument about the whole, oh, this is just some opening gambit to, lead us down the further road.
Yeah. I would have to see like the newer version of the bill to like fully comment because I wasn't aware of like the update. But I mean, they should have just like, even though I understand why you have an opt out, they should have just changed it to an opt in, like for sex education. Like the parents had to sign the slip for you to be in the class. Because like the way they have it now, it's like they have to opt out in a lot of states. And like that would have been, you know, might have been worse, but in terms of like how many kids would do sex education, but like that does switch it from the parents' right, from the school's right to the parents' right.
Well, I don't know. So when I was a young lad a million years ago in Florida, I believe it was opt-in then, and I don't know if that changed, where I did have to get a permission slip from my parents and give it to the teacher. So it was an opt-in already.
Right.
I don't know if that's changed. But yeah, I mean, I don't think that would be a big controversial thing if that was all that was changed. So
we did not like
Okay.
whoever we are here at Timcasts, we're weirdos or something. But you're right. Yeah, Ron DeSantis then expands it. Florida then goes up to I think 12th grade and said keep these books out. But there's not the problem I see is.
Oh, and with these books that he's talking about, which, you know, obviously, you know, we covered a lot of the book bans and a lot of that was kind of BS too. Quote, book bans, which is, I shouldn't even use that framing, right? Because most of it was like you removing the book from the school library or something. I don't know if any of these salacious sex books that he's referring to, are they actually being taught in the curriculum or do they just exist in the school library that people had access to?
I mean, some of them were in classes, like, you know, they have those ones like the crayon one or whatever, which is like, it's an allegory for like transgenderism. It's not necessarily a like
he's talking about the graphic depiction books, though.
Yeah. But most of those were like in the library, and I got sent like that book, you know, with the what you call it, the main one that people always harp on, the one that Tim tried to hand Emma in front of me. I forgot what it was called.
Is it like, this book is gay or
genderqueer? I think
genderqueer or something. Yeah, right.
Like I got sent that one from a parent in Long Island like 5 years ago or something like that they found that in the library. So like those were in the library, and
like they stole the book from the library and sent it to you.
No, they sent like the photos of it. But what they had back then, or what they have in Florida, is that you can contest books and then they're removed pending review.
Right.
So most of the time when you hear like 500 books, 1,000 books or whatever that have been banned, it's really like 2. And then the rest are like under review.
Yeah. But I mean, a lot of these places, they're underfunded and they don't give a shit. So these books are under review for like 2 years or whatever. So, but I think there should be a system where if there's something crazy in the library, parents should be able to complain about it and it should be reviewed. And if the system's not fast enough, then they just have to do something to speed the system up.
When the right comes out and says, hey, that's a kind of a problem, you get a tribalist reaction defending it. And, you know, we had Emma Vigilant on from Majority Report, and I asked her if she was in favor of whatever book we have over there. We have This Book is Gay. Which actually describes scat, and like that's just the most extreme example of like, hey, don't give that to kids. And she goes, so you're for censorship? I'm like, well, are you you think kid? My response is, it's simple. I am for censorship. I 100% am for censorship. I think Facebook should censor. I think X should censor, and YouTube should censor. But what should censor is what is being argued. I don't think YouTube should allow graphic terrorist videos of beheadings and things like this. I have no problem with them putting filters and restrictions and making sure kids don't get that. The same as I think schools should be like, hey, this book's got someone giving a blowjob in it. Maybe we should take that to the library. But the knee-jerk reaction of you support censorship, I'm like, not an argument. You know, or unless you're just trying to defend these books.
But by the way, though, what you're saying applies exactly to the right wing as well about those platforms, where the platforms say, hey, we're not going to allow terrorist videos on, we're not going to allow child porn on, and we're not going to allow Nazis on. And then they go, oh, censorship, oh, our beloved poor Nazis, they're not allowed on anymore, you left-wing censors, right? Like,
but they're correct.
Well, hold on. Let's break it down. What do we mean by censorship? Like, to your point, we all agree with some degree of censorship, right?
I can't take it. I'm trying to do the Zero Pause Club, but it's so. Like, can you imagine framing progressives as you know, their beloved pedos.
Yeah. Well,
It's just so like, what the fuck, dude?
The issue that like when this really started to pick up in 2014, 2016, the issue wasn't so much, oh my God, you should ban people from Twitter, or X, who are like legitimately saying, you know, kill the Jews. It was that the term Nazi was being thrown around at everyone and anyone that it shouldn't apply to. Anyone that was against anything progressive, anything woke, gets hit with the Nazi label, and then therefore that would be a justification to remove them from social media. And that was the main problem.
I'm just talking about framing. I'm talking about framing conservatives as like protector of Nazis, their beloved Nazis. That conservatives are going out like they have a heartfelt affinity for Nazis.
Right.
It's the same thing as categorizing progressives who do argue that pedophilia should be a sexual orientation, like a fringe. Right. Yeah. But for me to go onto a show and say, oh, the progressives like Cenk, oh, they got to protect their pedophiles.
Right.
Like I could be incendiary like that too. Right. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's particularly good for our political system.
You don't even
he just does it all the time. It's like, it's infuriating. Go ahead, Sean.
You don't even have to go that far, because I mean, you could just take Cenk's like Nazi example, right? So like we all know that they broadly label people Nazis and all that.
Of course they do. Like, they love to do that.
If you think about like the worst, like right-wing, like anti-Semitic people, like they're making, you know, like the clips that people put up is like them dancing around what they're saying. Like, if you just want to apply this to like Nazis based on like the fact that people want to hate Jews or like eradicate them and all that, his nephew is way more Nazi-ish than anybody. I mean, the progressive left in this like pro-Palestinian, the way that they talk, where they're actually cheering the murder of Jews and siding with an organization that wants to wipe them out, like they're closer in that regard. So like, you know, Cenk can't live up to his own standards because half the people on his side would be banned off the internet just this month. So like, you know, he has nothing. So even this is like it's not a good line to draw.
I fundamentally see this as punching below the belt. And I feel like you should stop doing it, Cenk. Like, just stop doing it. Stop doing it. Like, it wouldn't be fair. And there are plenty of conservatives out there that will go ahead and say all progressives are pedophiles. They're all pedophiles. They all protect pedophiles. They're all into pedophilia. I don't think that's fair either. Okay. But you have a talk show. Those people are anons on Twitter. They're not openly making these allegations on their shows. Go ahead, Sitch.
Oh, well, I was gonna say, I actually disagree with you, Sean. You see, Hasan and leftists, they don't hate Jews. They just want to kill all the Israelis. Okay, it's very different. It's a very different thing.
These people can't.
Sure, it is.
They can't hold to their own standards. Like I remember Cenk and Anna too, and you know, I'm best friends with Anna. I said I would be your best friend if she unblocked me on Twitter, so I'm holding to that.
That's
but
good.
they're saying it's like ethnically cleansing to order people in Gaza, which by the way is a suggestion, to move south, an hour walk, by the way. 8-minute drive, probably not 8 minutes when you factor in the traffic of everybody leaving at once.
Right.
But like they're in favor of getting rid of the Israeli settlements in the West Bank, which are Jewish people who live there, 600,000 of them.
Right.
And that's not ethnic cleansing somehow. And by the way, the Oslo Accords gives Jewish people, Israelis, the right to that territory or huge chunks of it. But that doesn't matter either, even though that agreement is on paper. And like you can look at it for yourself. So, or at least rights to parts of that. So like that's not ethnic cleansing, but like asking these people to move like a couple miles south is ethnic cleansing. Like they have no standards.
I think it comes back to the Israelis are viewed as white Europeans and Palestinians are viewed as like third world brown types. We're being essentially victimized and oppressed by white people. And that kind of draws their whole worldview from that.
It's also Israel's an outpost of the West, so it's like in the blame America category. I do agree with you that most of these people on the like progressive left that are like more communist oriented, they don't expressly hate Jewish people, but they hate America and they view Israel as an outpost of America.
Yeah,
and that's why they hate Israel.
Yeah. Because they hate America bad, so therefore if America supports Israel, Israel bad too. So even though you're going to find a lot more sympathy with leftist policies in Israel than you are in Gaza, just kind of ridiculous.
Also, I don't think Cenk hates Jewish people or is anti-Semitic because he told Piers Morgan he has Jewish friends. So
there you go. There you go.
Did he really?
I don't think Hasan hates Jewish people. I just think his brain is so rotted on America bad stuff and he's so racist about how he views the situation that he's so soft on he's so soft on basically defending Hamas and basically defending the Palestinian narrative for everything from a completely one-sided perspective.
I mean, all of us will understand forever that there are baby settlers from Hasan. I'm sorry, Cenk's nephew.
Right.
Cenk and Anna did denounce the violence, the October 7th violence.
Yeah.
Strongly,
they did a good job.
Very, very strongly. Like all I saw was dancing out of Hasan. I don't know if Hasan has renounced the violence to this day.
He has, but it's always followed up with a bunch of like
it's bad tactics. That's what he kept saying to Ethan. Like you have Ethan crying about the deaths in the Palestinian territory, and then you have Cenk's nephew saying, "Oh, it's bad tactics." Like, it's not immoral per se because he can't say that. It's bad tactics. I mean, just look at the way that he defended Second Thought, who said there are no civilians, like period, point blank. Like you can kill them all, you can kidnap them. It doesn't matter. I never watched the whole Hasan Ethan conversation. Does he explicitly defend Second Thought saying that, or is it just he says, "Oh, that's just a perspective" or whatever? And by the way, like Cenk's nephew, listen to what he says. You could listen to Cenk and actually compare the two. So Cenk says 56-year occupation because after the 6-day war, Israel expands its borders. They get a hold of the Gaza territory and territory in the West Bank. 56 years. In that podcast, the H3 podcast, Leftovers, Cenk's nephew is saying 75-year occupation. So like the existence of the Jewish state is the occupation. Anybody could watch that. It's not like he's not hiding the ball on where he's at. So it's kind of crazy, and I feel horrible for Ethan. And I know this is a tangent that he lived in Israel for 5 years. His wife is Israeli. That his friends, people who know him personally, would be excusing and cheering the murder of him and his family had they chosen to stay in Israel. Like that has to be a real tough pill to swallow. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that's why he's just so broken up over the situation and pausing the podcast, because he's like this, everything that he thought where he stood politically, he's realizing is not. These people are not his friends. These people are wicked. By the way, wicked. The only people that he condemned, Cenk's nephew, on that podcast was the people who were outside the Sydney Opera House that were literally, calling for the death of Jewish people expressly. Like that was the only one that he expressly condemned. The people in New York City that were cheering the brave heroes on hang gliders, which is a specific reference to the massacre at the music festival. Yep. He was like, "Oh, does this really matter? Does this really have any impact?" Right. And by the way, they played the video of the 4 Jewish guys that were like smiling and laughing, and it looked like a joke, who were showing pictures on their phone that they had on their phone of Gaza as a parking lot, like it was paved over. Like he condemned those people because those random 4 people, but not the hundreds of people at the DSA rally that were cheering expressly for the massacre. Of course. Well, I mean, as we all know, Hasan, the champagne socialist who is a millionaire in a Hollywood mansion, hypocrisy is second nature to him. So, well, I also got to call out Cenk a little bit, because even though he did condemn the violence, he did the Norm Macdonald clip that I pointed out, where he talked about how it hurts the Islamic cause, the Palestinian cause. He's like, just think about how much Islamophobia was created by the killing of 1,300 Jewish people, or 1,300 people in Israel, because there were Thai workers that were killed and a bunch of people. But so he did do that a little bit. Well, I don't as long as a person will stand strongly against the violence, I don't mind if they do that, if it's in the
service of trying to convince the people that are pro the violence not to be.
Right.
They're like, this isn't even like, this is just going to harm your cause. Now they're not going to be swayed by that because, you know, they love the violence. And I mean, that's why it was so bizarre to listen to Hasan compare Hamas to Nelson Mandela and talk about why violence was necessary to end the apartheid. So,
yeah.
I hope everybody agrees, don't allow child porn anywhere, right? Easy, right? So then the question is, where do you draw the lines? So like we already agreed, Ron DeSantis was wrong. He drew the line too far out to 12th grade. He went too far in banning things that weren't about sex, but were just mentioning gay people. I don't know if you agree with that, but I'm saying it. Okay.
Well, did you watch his press conference where they go through the books?
So look, you pick out individual books and you say, hey, these have inappropriate sexual stuff and it's for under 3rd grade, under 5th grade, etc. No problem with that conversation. Okay. So it's when you get to don't mention gay people that I will never accept that under any circumstance.
I agree though. And I think that is more of a, I don't know how to describe that. I think at least for us, the conversation we're having is there's a teacher in Illinois who gave kids access to This Book is Gay, which it teaches, it was to 10-year-olds how to use Grindr. And it's kind of like,
okay, guys, again,
they called the cops on her. But
don't call the cops on her either, right? Like, don't overreact. So let's say that that happened to my kids. My kids are 13 and 11, right? And so they were just around that age, and some weirdo teachers teaching them about Grindr. Okay, the reaction I would have is first I'd sit the kids down and go, hey, ignore that. That's for when you grow up and you make your own decisions. That's not the thing that you should be concerned about now. I'd have a good talk with them about the context. Then I would go to the school and say, guys, what are we doing? Right? You can't teach Grindr. What are you doing? Right?
Did you see what happened when parents did that?
Well, but the problem, Tim, is no, I didn't. But
the FBI called them terrorists.
No, but so you guys get so carried away with the FBI calling people terrorists because.
Yeah, you just get carried away with it. I will say for Cenk that look, do you have to call the cops on a teacher who gives them a book? No, like maybe that is a little dramatic, but the idea that he's going to do like the end of every episode of Adult Swim's Moral Oral, where he'll sit down in the study and talk to his kids about everything, and just like calmly go to the school, like this is like very hand wavy. It's like, these are individual examples. It's not a big deal and all that. It's like, well, no, like a lot of these books are written for kids and then they're taught by left-wing teachers in the schools, and that's what they're trying to change. So they pulled that out of the curriculum, which, by the way, you're allowed to make your curriculum. That's not censorship. And then there's like books in the library that they have issues with, and those can be contested in Florida specific contexts.
Right.
I could play now.
Because you think that they're doing it in such an expansive way, but they're not. It's like this hysteria. FBI is mainly targeting domestic terrorists that are actually right-wing terrorists. And so like, then again, people catch feelings because they're like, right-wing can't be terrorists. No, definitely can be terrorists. The dude sent pipe bombs to anyone who opposed Donald Trump. That guy's a terrorist.
Agreed.
Okay. And he happens to be a right-wing terrorist. And the FBI is saying at this point, the FBI, which is historically massively right-wing, the idea that the FBI is some sort of left-wing deep state is hilarious, not backed up.
Fun fact, that pipe bomb guy, that happened in Columbus Circle, which is where CNN is. My current fiance was in the building when they had to evacuate people because of that. So
wow.
Yeah, not a fun thing to do.
It was a fun fact though.
Yeah.
Up by a single fact, but so the right way, and so the FBI is saying, hey guys, we wish it weren't the case, but most of the domestic terrorists in America now are right wingers, and they're all trying to kill anyone who disagrees with Donald Trump.
I just think that's wrong, and I think I certainly think there are right wing.
By the way,
terrorists.
I just want to be clear. That doesn't mean all right wingers or a majority of right wingers are terrorists. It just means of the terrorists that are around now, which is a small group, right? Unfortunately, most of them are right wingers at this point.
I think it's completely inverted, but the bias comes from the extremity of the actions taken by the terrorists. So you'll end up with a story of a guy, perhaps Maine. I think the story is more about what happened in Maine. He was mentally unwell and he was targeting his friends, is what they're reporting now. He thought his friends were talking behind his back and he went nuts. But
By the way, they're all mentally unwell.
Of course.
No, but
Every
it's not
single
of
one
course, because the right wing says anytime it's a white person or a right winger, they go mentally unwell. And I go, because I'm honest, I agree, right? And so, and they'll have their half of them will have their manifestos, like in Charlottesville, he had a manifesto about race wars and how black people were terrible, and that's why he went inside a black church and shot him up. El Paso was against Latinos. There's the synagogue shootings. So these are political, there's no question. But no one who's mentally well goes into a synagogue or a church and shoots people. But that is also true of Muslims. When it comes to right wing, they're like, oh, yeah, that's so true when it comes to right wing. It's so true. They're just mentally unwell. They don't represent us. Muslims. Oh, it's all Muslims. It's all Muslims. They're all mentally well. That's why they shot up people. They don't have any mental health problems. Their problem is that they're Muslim.
Yeah, I gotta interject here. So first of all, he means Charleston, not Charlottesville. He was thinking of Dylan Roof. Obviously, Cenk can't go without mentioning Dylan Roof ever. That's like his thing. But as far as this, they're not all mentally unwell. There are some people who are ginned up on like political hysteria. They don't have a diagnosable mental condition and they kill people. Like one of the examples that I used was the IRA. They're like an Irish nationalist group that wanted to have their more Catholic Ireland, which is like, the non-British ruled Ireland, and they would blow things up. Like this was not a bunch of mentally unwell people. This was a terrorist organization with an ideology, and they were engaged in these attacks in order to forward that ideology. Like, so this is ridiculous that they're all like mentally unwell. And to Cenk's point about Islamic extremists, a lot of them are sane, normal people who take up the cause because they think their religion compels them to do so. So some of them are mentally unwell for sure, but a bunch of them aren't. And by the way, like a lone wolf random guy who gets ginned up on hysteria with a pre-existing mental condition from internet content is more likely to be mentally unwell than somebody who's like holding down a job, has a family and all that, and needs to do this for the glory of God. So no, he's just wrong here.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree completely, because like if you exist in a culture where your culture says, hey, don't go kill a bunch of people, and then you get you part of some online community or whatever that says something, and you go and you get a gun and you go out and you do Dylan Roof thing, or you shoot a bunch of people in a church, or you shoot a bunch of cops or something. Like, if that's so outside the norms of cultural acceptance, so that when you do the action, everyone's denouncing it, even people that kind of are somewhat sympathetic with the political position, then I agree that that person generally is probably mentally unwell to engage in that action. But when you have a situation where, now obviously not every person that is, a Muslim is this, or not every person that's committed an act of a violent act in the name of Islam is this, but it's very different if you grow up in a culture that tells you like America is evil, or gay people are evil, or Israelis are evil, and you go and you commit some sort of horrible fucked up thing like Hamas did, or maybe even 9/11. It's an example where if you commit the action, this violent terrorist action, and then a bunch of people wherever you live are all cheering for you, so that is the cultural norm, I don't think you are mentally unwell at that point. Then is what you're saying. Then you are just indoctrinated with a culture that's basically getting you to commit violent action.
And I would pose this question to anybody who's like Cenk, who puts this forward, and I wish Tim would have asked him. Is it true that you believe that the rational response to Israeli bombing campaigns for people on the ground who lose family members is to join extremist organizations like Hamas? Like, that's what you would do if you lost your family, because this is something that Cenk says. This is something that Anna said on the PBD podcast, that like, if you kill my family, I have nothing to live for. Mm-hmm. Is that a rational response, or are all of these people mentally ill? Right. Because you can't have both. So
no way, it's rational as hell. I'm getting even.
Yeah, so there are people who definitely have mental illnesses, and a lot of these individual cases, like the guy in Maine, seems like he has a mental illness, right? He's hearing voices, there's a record of that and all that. But the guy in New Zealand, he had a cold, calculated plan in order to enrage people. He picked his target It's a premeditated action, and there's no real indication of a underlying mental illness. And we have to get over this, that it can all be blamed on something like out of our control, or it's not like a normal standard evil of man kind of situation. So no, he's just dead wrong. Like there are people who are like functioning doctors that end up joining these Islamic terror organizations because they believe in their religion and they believe that's where it's directing them. Like, these are rational people making choices that are horrific.
Right. Now, I don't know enough about the New Zealand situation. I mean, the guy could be cold and calculating, still be a psychopath.
Well, that's a guy who targeted, it's in Christchurch. He targeted Muslims. Right. He mentioned PewDiePie before, like on his live stream to get more attention. Right. And he wrote out, he's like, I want people in America to fight over gun control. So I'm going to do this here and make it as incendiary as possible. So like, he specifically picked his target, and there's no indication of a pre-existing mental condition or anything like that.
Well, would sacrificing yourself for this weird cause, to me, would be indication of not mental wellness in the first place. Most people would not be willing to do that.
I mean, it depends how broad you want to make this this mental like health thing. You know what I mean? But yeah, there are people who are violent and they believe that violence is the rational thing.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, and his nephew, Cenk's nephew, is one of those people. So. Yeah.
Well, that's exactly bigotry. No, all those dudes have massive mental health problems as well. So instead of saying, "Hey, I hate black people," they're saying, "I hate the West," or whatever it is.
But so here's my point.
And again, like being a racist, right, does not make you mentally ill. Like, it doesn't. Like, so like there are many people like you can't say we all have these underlying biases and whatnot, and it's like baked into our society, but also like when people act out in the most extreme ways, then they're mentally ill. Now, I don't know Dylan Roof's specifics, but he got the death penalty, so he wasn't that mentally ill. Like they decided that he needed to be executed. Now,
well, it's a little different though. There's a lot of political pressure in those sort of situations, right?
Well, sure, but I'm just saying he wasn't deemed mentally unfit. Like, and then you have the guy in Buffalo, right? And his ideology makes no sense. Like, this guy was like, I need to get rid of the replacers, and then he goes after Black Americans, which, depending on who you are as like a white person, is definitely true for me because my family came here in like the 30s on my Irish side. You're not here as long as the average Black American's descendant is. It's just a fact. So it made no sense what he was doing. But am I going to pin that down to mental illness? Like, I don't know. Like, I would have to see the history. So I don't like this like hand waving, and it's meant to excuse the fact that, and by the way, they say this in Hamas, and a bunch of these organizations will say this, that they believe that there is more glory in death, and their opponents believe that staying alive is like the highest value. So like, this is something that is taught, indoctrinated into these people. And, you know, like, I don't believe it's all down to mental illness. This is a hand wave for Cenk to excuse Islamic terror.
Totally.
The examples you gave are these extreme examples that are horrifying we try to prevent, and these people are, they're acts of evil, abject evil. On the left, you get what I would call more blunt terror. So, for instance, the George Floyd riots. When you had small towns across this country, Michael Tracy's reporting, showing a grocery store with its windows smashed out, and they spray paint on the boarded up window saying, "Please don't hurt us." When you have people in Berkeley, I was at a bar in Berkeley, and they had "Trump sucks, Trump is a pig" on the window. And I'm having a drink, and I asked, this is like 2017, I was like, "You guys not big Trump fans?" And the bartender's like, "No, we like him." And I'm like, "Why would you put that in the window? If we don't, they'll smash our windows out and attack us." That people live in, have you been to Berkeley? There's a Burger King with a big sign in the window saying, "We are not a corporate chain, we are family owned, please don't hurt us." I'm like, why would you live that way? You look at May 29th, when far leftists firebombed the White House grounds and St. John's Church. And this is not major news. There's no committee hearings. But if you're somebody who lives, I'll give you a more recent example. When I'm in Reston, Virginia, having dinner with the team here, a guy comes up and says, "You're not going to hear this a lot in Reston, but I'm a big fan." And I was like, actually, like 4 people already have come up and okay, that's the blunt terror of, in a town I live in, I have to whisper and I'm scared that someone might find out I listen to Timcast, when in reality, people who worked there and other people had already said this, but they all seem to say the same things. I'm scared to express my opinions.
That's not terrorism, Tim.
But it is.
No,
it is people who are living in terror for political reasons.
No. Let me clarify. Okay, so
firebombing the White House is not terror.
So no, firebombing, of course, is.
They did,
but that's Tim. That is enormously rare on the left. So you can always go back to, hey, the guy who shot Steve Scalise. Hey, we found it one time. Okay, what you're talking about is cultural domination. And is that true in Berkeley, that the left dominates in a way that is oppressive to the right? Like
it's not the right. I'm talking about
no, I get it.
Asian salon owners.
So if I look up the definition of terrorism, it says the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, in the pursuit of political aims. I think 100% we should do this, and I think the right should pick up this mantle because the left isn't going to do it. That you could call all the rioting that happened during BLM, any left-wing rioting that occurs, 100% is terrorism.
Yeah,
and
totally.
should be
Domestic
characterized
terrorism.
as domestic terrorism. And it has been this kind of left-wing narrative that's gotten away with this claim that, like, oh, it's just the right that has domestic terrorism, because whenever there's, not always, but often whenever there's this, left-wing domestic terrorism, which does look different, right? It does look, these riots and things do look different than normal right-wing terrorism. They just classify it as not terrorism. They say, oh, it's just, it's just a riot, it's just a mob.
It's the voice of the unheard. The voice of the unheard. What are you talking about?
A lot of right-wing instances that Cenk is talking about is like a guy who, by the way, has no institutional support,
right?
That will go out and do something horrible in a blaze of glory. That seems to be what Cenk is referencing.
Yeah.
But he's pretending away, and he's going to do it worse in a little bit, the ongoing riots that we saw in the Black Lives Matter movement. Like, he's going to say later on that there were only 2 Antifa guys in Portland. Let's be clear. They declared a riot 100 times during the Black Lives Matter riots in Portland. 100 times. That's not 2 people. So, obviously, Cenk, and as I mentioned in my video, initially he backed up Michael Forrest Reinhold, the guy who killed Aaron J. Danielson.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, he lied in his Vice interview and used information from the media to backwards justify a reason for it. He said that Danielson had a knife because the media reported on his Instagram post from earlier in the day where he did have a knife, and Danielson didn't have a knife on him. So, this guy was objectively lying in the Vice interview about him threatening his friend of color with a knife, and Cenk backed him, and he never retracted it. He never apologized for it. He said he was the same, if not a better justification of self-defense as Kyle Rittenhouse.
Wow. I think it's, Cenk, come on. You have to retract the statement. You said, in this conversation that if you're wrong, you should acknowledge it.
And the video's still up, by the way.
Right. I mean, that's a huge incorrect thing to be promoting.
And anybody can go to the Reinhold warrant and see him hiding in the parking lot and pulling out the gun and following Danielson down before he killed him. So this was a premeditated act of murder. But Cenk pretends it away because there's only 2 Antifa guys in Portland, and he was one of them, I guess, maybe.
True.
I know, and the middle as well, right? Yes, but is it also true that you'll get the same kind of cultural domination in the middle of Alabama? So if you're in the middle of Alabama and you put up a Trump sucks sign, you are going to have massive problems.
You will not get someone coming to your house and threatening to kill you.
You're nuts. Yes, you will. In fact, there's a guy who had a Trump sign in the middle of Pennsylvania, and his neighbor, a Biden sign or something, and his neighbor shot him and killed him. Because he's like, you're against Trump. I hate you. I'm going to murder you.
Biden sign?
I forget what the sign was, but it was something either against Trump or pro-Biden or pro-something. It happened a couple of years ago. You could definitely look it up. And so, yeah, no. There's huge parts of this country.
Do you know, I couldn't find the incident he was referring to. Are you familiar with this? People getting shot over a Biden sign.
I've never heard of this. It could be possible. I mean, the idea that Cenk would just make something up would be ridiculous. So,
isn't that why you're here, Sean?
Yeah, I'm looking, by the way, and I see vandals targeting a Trump sign, but that would be a pro-Trump side. But point is, we've seen multiple videos of people being attacked for wearing a MAGA hat. There's the San Jose rally when Trump was running for president, where people surrounded it and they attacked multiple people. And like it was bloody. It was a nasty situation. And the media reported it as the Trump supporters who were leaving this rally and getting attacked by a mob as clashing with the counter protesters. Like it was equivalent. There's like a hilarious image where this woman, I think she's wearing a Tom Brady jersey or maybe it might even be a Broncos jersey of Peyton Manning or something. And she's surrounded by a mob of people and she's backed into a corner. And they use that as the image while saying that she's clashing with these protesters. Like she's trying to go into the building to get away from them, but like they paint it as they were being attacked. So yeah, like the idea that Trump supporters haven't been attacked for wearing the MAGA hat is ridiculous and absurd. Like it happens all the time. We've seen a million videos of it. And Cenk's just trying to pretend it away. And it's not the same as in like if you put up a Biden sign in Alabama.
Well, I don't know if he's saying it doesn't happen. I think he's trying to say it happens equally depending on where in the country you live.
Yeah, and I'm saying that's not true. That's not the same.
I mean, I agree. I mean, well, personally, I've seen a lot more of people, seen a lot more stories of people attacking people with MAGA hats than people attacking Biden people. I know in Pennsylvania, when I tried to define the story, there was all these stories about people stealing political signs in Pennsylvania. So it became like a thing in some area of the state. So I don't know. It could be possible. I couldn't find the specific situation he was talking about.
Imagine it's a guy who was stealing a Trump sign and like that he thought it was a burglary. So then he killed him.
Well, I mean, if that's what happened, right? But
we don't know. Cenk's about to reinvent reality in a few minutes. So like we don't know what he actually meant.
Right.
Did you see the clip of the cyclist that stopped and burned the Trump won sign?
No.
In the guy's front yard? Yeah. I guess he's charged, it looks like.
I mean, here's what I'll say. How many instances right now, because this has become a left-right issue in a lot of ways, how many instances right now have you seen of right-wing or Trump supporters burning Palestinian flags that belong to other people?
I have not seen any.
Right, but there's probably
None
some
at all.
Nation of 300 million people. Now, how many instances across all parts of the country have you seen of people tearing down posters or flyers of the hostages in Israel?
Oh yeah, lots of them. Tons.
Like that's what we're talking about.
And they all disgust me too.
Like that's what we're talking about right here.
Here, I got man caught on camera burning Trump sign. He did it on camera.
So there was one story in Washington where two women got in some altercation where one of them shot each other over some political sign, though. The article doesn't say what the politics of the sign was, other than it was political or who was on what position. There's some story that says the headline is Topeka man shoots teens he thought were stealing Donald Trump sign. And he sought immunity under standard ground law. I don't know what the case was there. And then there was another one
sure he lost
where a Kansas person shot 3 people that he thought were stealing their campaign signs. I think it's kind of hard to argue if you think someone's stealing your campaign sign that you shot them. But
yeah, I mean, you could do that in Texas at night, but
yeah,
only at night.
Well, if they're on your property and you're like afraid they're gonna attack you or something. But if you just see someone picking up your campaign sign, it's gonna be hard to argue that self-defense, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
I just hate this entire argument because it seems, I mean, what's the point? You're just basically arguing for a stereotype. You're basically saying, look, the right are the violent ones. And look, let me argue that by saying all the terrorism is done by the right. And no one on the left ever does terrorism at all. Aren't you you're just arguing for stereotypes of left and right.
This is what Cenk does, though. Like,
right. It's I don't like it.
I mean, there's a TYT supporter in Colorado who killed somebody at one of these like Antifa Trump rallies. Like Cenk's never talked about him. Like, you know, he was an Antifa guy acting as a security guard and he just shot somebody. Now they were arguing, you know, the guy was kind of big, but he shot that guy to death. They've never covered that.
That wasn't the guy that maced. The guy pulled out the mace, was it?
I know Aaron J. Danielson had mace on him when he was shot and killed.
There was someone who they started macing someone else or something. I don't remember.
I'm not sure. Maybe in Colorado there was mace involved too.
Right. Oh, the stories bleed together.
But I mean, mace is like distinctly a non-deadly weapon, and if you're going to use a deadly weapon against that, I mean,
well, if you listen, my position is if you get an argument with someone and the other person pulls out mace and starts macing you, I fucking shoot them. Okay. If you if you're not if you didn't start the argument, if you're not doing anything wrong, I don't have a problem with that.
That if you say Trump sucks, they will physically assault you. I mean, look, forget the middle of the country. When I ran for Congress, we did a panel up in Palmdale, which is in outer parts of LA. But there's like far right militia types up there as well, right? Even though it's mainly Democratic. And so it's a bunch of like massive right wingers came to our panel, and I said one thing against Trump, and they nearly assaulted me. They're like, "How you can't say that about our president," right? Well, then they say Barack Hussein Obama's a Muslim terrorist. I said, "Wait a minute! I thought we weren't saying bad things about presidents. Yeah. What happened, right?" So there are people that are massively full of.
All right, can we roll the video, please? I sent Adam the video of these right-wing militias attacking Cenk.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think you can put it in the watch together.
I don't know how to do that.
Oh, okay. Look, I believe Palmdale is basically overrun by suburban moms. The idea that
what you don't understand is they have right-wing militia types, and they nearly assaulted Cenk.
No, that is the most hilarious thing to me. If you've ever been to Palmdale, it's like suburbia. The fact that there's a bunch of, theoretically right-wing militias running around in camos out in Palmdale.
Yeah.
Please.
I liked, by the way, I don't know when Cenk says this because I was comparing the two, but I don't think they're this close together. But like later on, Cenk smears like the Covington kid as a crybaby, like loser who sued everybody and like was just being a little salty. Meanwhile, like you're going to see what Cenk considers right-wing militias like assaulting him.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to put it in?
Yeah.
Look, why are you sending me this stuff, Sean?
Oh my God! See, I sent it to me.
You were DMing me, so I sent you.
Read some super chats. Look, I got a lot going on.
So I have to find this tweet because I'm blocked by Second Thought.
Mm-hmm.
But Destiny retweeted this yesterday, or he took a screenshot. JD Chapman, Second Thought, tweeted out, or he retweeted someone saying, "When I was younger, I could never understand how normal, ordinary Germans could have supported actively or passively the Holocaust. I think I understand now."
That's pretty.
That's
yikesy. I mean,
that's from Second Thought. Yeah,
I retweeted Destiny putting that out because he was like, he's like, I didn't know they would just start telling on themselves like this.
Yeah, that's like insane. Holy shit.
Well, he's probably saying that about people on the right. Like, that's probably what he's trying to do.
You think that's what?
I think that's what he meant. If we gave him the most generous reading, and I can't stand Second Thought, by the way.
I mean, if he hadn't been on a podcast cheering on October 7th, I could see what you're saying.
Right.
But the fact that he was completely makes it like, wait a minute, what the fuck? He needs to be very clear what he's talking about.
I mean, look, he's super questionable. All right, I sent Sitch the link since
Oh, Adam put it in.
Oh, you got it. Okay, are you guys ready? This is Cenk.
I put it in. It's in right now.
Oh, can you feel it? Is it in? Is it so good?
It doesn't matter.
Of course, it's got terrible audio. Can't we just bring up your video? Didn't you like scrub this audio in your video?
No, it's the same audio.
Oh, it is. Okay.
It's okay. We don't have to watch this whole thing.
Now,
what do you want me to jump to? What's the timestamp?
There's a point where like Cenk's talking. I'll drag it a little bit.
Okay.
Here we go.
We're gonna go to cancel. You're gonna give the mic to the left side. Thank you.
Are you ready?
So, I'm not a normal Democrat. I'm not a run-of-the-mill Democrat.
I don't know if you saw that, but there was a Trump shirt right there. Maybe that's the right-wing militia. He walked by frame for a second. Didn't really come in camo. But get ready. Cenk's about to be nearly assaulted.
Okay.
I don't know if this is working. Hold on. Okay. All right. I'm not a run-of-the-mill Democrat. I'm very aggressive. I believe in counter-striking. So when they say Muslim ban, I say Trump wife ban. Okay, so he has many immigrant wives. By the way, Melania has broken the law in how she came here. Muslims didn't break the law in how they came here. Muslims are law-abiding citizens and Americans just like anyone else. Trying to ban them is pure bigotry. And if the Republican Party agrees with Donald Trump, and they almost always do, 100% the politicians, then call them what they are. You are bigots. And by the way, if you vote with them, you're a liar. Bigots.
You're a liar.
Okay, no, you're a bigot.
You're a liar.
You're a bigot if
you're a liar.
You see this? You counter-strike.
You're a liar.
You cannot tolerate bigotry in this country. Muslims are 100%
a liar.
American.
I mean, that guy's scary, Sean. What are you talking about? Look at him.
Cenk's being heckled by this old man. He's like, "You're a liar." Are you guys ready? Do you feel in danger of Cenk's thing? And by the way, this is the video. Go look at it in the description. It says during his campaign, it's in Palmdale. This is what he's talking about. Like, to be clear. But like, listen to this old man nearly assault him.
Don't degrade my president or his wife.
Well, okay? For you, I will, and when I get
do not do that.
Kick his ass.
Do not do that. You're still a liar.
We will get the crowd can ask questions after we go through these series of questions.
You tell him.
Okay, wait.
This is a forum where we are debating the issues. And if I don't agree with Trump, I'm an American, and I will say that. And you will stand down.
And I will say what I want to say then.
Not here.
Yes, I do.
Wait. Hold on a second. Listen to me.
Cenk is getting like owned by this guy. It's so funny. Cenk's like, stand down. But do you guys feel the fear yet? Do you feel the militia's coming for Cenk? Do you see
They
them?
might. Listen, that guy, he's very loud. Okay.
Remember, this is Cenk nearly being assaulted by Trump MAGA militias in Palmdale.
Anybody interacting with these without permission, I will ask him to be removed. And I will give the sheriff right now to remove him.
Well, then call the sheriff then. Call the sheriff.
And we need to respect the rules. Okay? These are candidates running for Congress. They need to say their opinion freely without your effect. Okay? You need to respect.
Well, they need to respect our president.
You will have the chance.
Respect our president.
Okay.
That is the bottom line.
We're gonna get to ban happened in 2017.
I mean, that guy's serious.
Cenk is getting heckled by one guy, and he says that this is what you call it.
Listen, it runs in their family. Okay, much like Hasan, Cenk got one guide in the chat.
Look how diverse is this shot right here.
It's very diverse.
They're at CARE. It's an event being held by CARE.
That's what I was about to ask you.
Yeah. Relations.
Why is that guy even there at this CARE event? He doesn't seem like he'd want to be there.
This is the right. These are the right-wing militia members right here.
Do you guys feel like Cenk's being assaulted though? The guy's like sitting down and yelling at Cenk.
I mean, verbally, he's dreamed about this night for a long time. Okay.
Also, notice that you don't have anybody saying Barack Hussein Obama is a Muslim or anything like that. That's also just like made up.
Well, I mean, that could have been said at some point.
We got the tape.
He said it under his breath. It didn't come out on the tape.
I'm gonna play it.
In 2017 it happened. Now there's 6 more countries, all from Africa, from primarily the Muslim countries. It's not a cool.
Can we skip ahead a little bit? Like, because they're trying to run the forum,
Skip to
but
wherever you want.
yeah, because I don't want to be here all day with these other people
a nice
talking.
silver suit.
Yeah.
Oh wait, that looks like a militia guy. Wait, go back.
Oh yeah. Oh, you want to hear this guy? He's like,
let's hear the militia.
all right, I'll play it.
Yes, call the sheriff.
Yeah, call the sheriff because we're not leaving.
Christian converts to Islam, you won't kill him. If a Muslim converts to Christianity, you will kill him. Tell people the truth. Tell people the truth. Jesus is truth.
I do like the idea that they all look like they're in some like back room of like a janitor's closet somewhere, and they're having this very heated political conversation.
So the guy, he's yelling like about the killing of apostates from Islam, right? Yeah. Like, Now, granted, Cenk could just say that he converted away from Islam himself. He's an atheist now, and like he's alive. But like again, this is not right-wing militias. They're not even here for Cenk. It was one guy. We don't even know if this old man is connected to these people over there that are like here to counter signal Islam.
Right.
Because this guy was just mad that he insulted Melania.
Right.
That's hilarious.
With all due respect, this is not a trial of the Islamic religion. This is the forum. We are trying to educate. Okay, I am going to ask.
He's pretty funny.
So what we're watching, for those of you listening, is what are we? What the hell is going on here?
What we're watching
This is like pandemonium.
What we're watching is what actually happened after Cenk said right-wing militias nearly assaulted him at an event in Palmdale. Like these militia types came out and like nearly assaulted him. Meanwhile, he was heckled by one guy. The other people are heckling CARE as an organization and all of them, but nobody's even approached Cenk at the table. Like if you notice, there's like zero threat of assault right here. And this is what Cenk says is equivalent, if not worse, than what the left wing does in terms of attacking Trump supporters like in San Jose or the various number of Antifa attacks on Trump supporters.
Well,
wow.
To be fair, let's try to be a little charitable. Is it possible that after the event or after this video, there was some altercation?
Listen, you're gonna get to the point where the police come in this little clip right here.
Okay.
And there's a full version of the event too, where like eventually they leave and like Cenk is not getting assaulted. But again, Cenk is also arrested? The guy. Cenk is also the guy that's like, he says, take the beating of the skateboard over the head, because like Cenk's a tough guy. He would never do anything. But
he said he would punch back. He just wouldn't shoot back. Okay. He's a fighter. Listen, he's a fighter. He's just not a shooter.
This was the near assault.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna suspend questions. We're gonna suspend questions right now.
Here comes the police. Here comes the officers. We have American values. All right.
Okay, I just want to point out that Cenk, when the cops came in, was still sitting. Nobody had approached him, and now all of these cops are coming in. So, like, can we say that there was no point where he was going to be assaulted now?
Well, there's a guy walking around with a noose, right? What's going on here? What is this?
Where?
What's that?
Where?
What's that? Oh, it's like a cord or something.
The cameraman?
Is that what it is? What is this noose here? What are you talking about?
It's like a headphone cord or something.
You don't see this?
And it's white too. I mean, you know.
Look, if we saw Cenk's head appear in that, look, Cenk obviously sees the noose from across the room.
That was the same noose that they were going to get Jesse Smollett with, okay?
You mean Bubba Wallace? Oh, yeah, that was the Smollett thing.
Yeah, that was the Smollett noose right there, okay?
That's the old guy. Look, he's totally got a noose there.
He's got his AirPods, his earpods, as old people like to call them. He's got his hearing aid
line.
Look, that thing, I don't know. That's an unidentified cord.
An unidentified noose-shaped object.
And now Cenk has fled the scene. You saw him get up and get around the table.
Yep.
I would like you to I've done nothing wrong. I've done nothing wrong.
Oh, there it is, Adam.
Oh, you're right. What is it?
It's
like his pen chain or something.
Is it like a mask, or is it like the
this is before COVID lockdown? So this February of 2020. But like,
look at small news.
Look at this guy come up to shake the cop's hand. Definite right-wing extremist right here.
Wasn't that one of the guys speaking?
This is
that's the guy yelling, right?
No, you're thinking of the black guy over there in the corner.
Oh, you're talking about the guy in front. Okay, gotcha.
That's the guy who's shouting at Cenk.
Right. He said Melania should be deported, and I just had to let him know.
Okay.
Oh my God, Jake approached the threat.
Oh, look.
Oh no.
Look, Cenk is going full stand your ground here. I told him to honor my president.
Don't disrespect my president's wife. That's what he's telling the cop. He's like, he
Right.
disrespected the president's wife.
He's like, that's the young man right there, officer. Arrest him. Arrest him immediately. He disrespected the first lady.
This is the perfect zoom shot of the faces here.
What's going on here? What's happening?
I wish we could get to subtitles.
And look, I don't know if you saw the video, guys. I am, but hi. 1 second, sir. No, so he's leading. So I'm just saying, if they're willing to follow the rules, no, we actually don't mind Republicans. We don't want Trump supporters. But I guess it's going to be. They don't want to hear. That's a lie. That's a lie. You made a statement about our president. Okay. And I rebuttal what you said. I have the right to express my opinion, whether you like it or not. You were expressing your opinion. I didn't.
Okay.
The cop's like, oh my God. Okay.
But that's the nearest assault.
Right.
This is the same guy here.
Yeah, that's the same guy.
Yeah, that was the guy. He just walked up and stood up to Cenk. He wasn't taking any of his crap. The counter strike did not work.
But look, he's in a ton of videos here.
Yeah.
Activists tell California politicians stop illegal invasion. Look, that's the same exact guy. This is the same guy.
Oh my God! Look at all this plot.
Look, he's
Can
like
you see the like recommend watch videos?
Yeah, he's like a regular there.
That's hilarious.
He's in all these videos.
He's like a whole character. Maybe we should interview that guy.
There you go. You should.
Paul Rodriguez, Secretary of State. He's one of these old timers that shows up at every single one of the council meetings or whatever.
Yeah, go back to the Timcast thing if you guys can, and just play Cenk one more time, explaining what happened.
Just hit the back button, and we'll all
don't know
go
how to
back
do
together.
that.
No. Let me.
You don't know how browsers work?
No.
Okay.
Let me just go get it again because
I'm on my Atari.
Look, I just hit the back button, man.
No, stop.
Well, okay. But I like hitting the back button.
Oh, there's a history thing. Oh no, we're at the beginning. Do you remember what time code we were at?
Yeah, we were at 52 minutes.
Nice. All right, bring us home, Sitch.
And I said one thing against Trump, and they nearly assaulted me. They're like, "How you can't say that about our president?" Right? Well, then they say Barack Hussein Obama's a Muslim terrorist. I said, "Wait a minute! I thought we weren't saying bad things about presidents.
Yeah.
What happened?" Right?
What happened indeed?
Yeah, I mean, if that's the incident he's talking about, that's real.
There is no other incident. Yeah. This was Palmdale, California.
Yeah.
Check the description. This is it right here.
Yeah.
Again, nobody even said anything about Obama. Like, that's as far as I could tell.
Well, I mean, who knows? I mean, they could have said something afterwards, but who cares?
Possible.
Right?
But
yeah,
they
I think
called the police, and the police, like, Cenk was so scared of his near assault that he walked up right to the guy with 4 police officers near him and said this guy interrupted.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, I mean, normally I wouldn't care if you're going to criticize about this guy interrupting the thing, that's fine. But when you have a stance where you're like, criticizing the Covington kid, for basically having his reputation ruined, or for criticizing Kyle Rittenhouse for not taking a beating, I do think you shouldn't be characterizing someone being rude to you on a panel as like a right-wing militia guy, assaulting you essentially.
And this does not compare to the damage inflicted on people during the Black Lives Matter riots. Like, let's be clear about that.
Yeah, which is what created the original comparison. So,
and to be clear, people are saying he lied. I mean, he definitely exaggerated this beyond even the definition of the word exaggerated. But technically, he was in Palmdale.
Yeah, because the conversation was about whether there's more left or right wing violence, and this is not an example of right wing violence even remotely.
He was in Palmdale, and he insulted Trump by proxy by insulting his wife.
Yeah.
Anna
that part is true.
Anna wanted to join the stream because she says you got some facts wrong.
About this?
She can't. She can't. She's going to do something. She can't join the stream because I caught her DM a little late.
Right.
But
is there another event?
I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you her DM, Sitch.
Okay.
So you can read her statement. And we're officially castigating Sean for getting her position wrong. Okay.
Wow. For getting her position wrong.
Oh, is this on
That's right, yeah.
Is this on the PBD thing where
we're gonna correct the record here, okay? Sean.
How dare you, Sean?
But I'll send it to you so you can play a little bit of the video first.
Okay.
So there are people that are massively full of crap on both sides.
But perhaps the issue then is these types you're describing live in sparsely populated areas.
Just real quick, if you send me a rundown of her position, if you don't want to send the message, then I'll correct it if I got something wrong.
Oh, you're gonna correct it, bud.
Right.
That's gonna happen.
You maybe don't see them. They don't have a larger impact on.
Well, no. Read it to yourself first, because there's like a little addendum there at the bottom, Sitch. So
okay.
Greater society because of the density of cities and the amount of people who live there.
But they have a massive impact. The right wing does in the middle of the country. What we hear all the time on the Young Turks is, "Oh, thank God, I thought I was alone." Right? Like, I see you guys and it gives me sanity because I live in the middle of Tennessee. I live in the middle of Arkansas. I live in the middle of Texas. And everyone here thinks that, if you're against Trump, you're the devil and you molest kids. And, it's just like what you would call cultural terrorism. So I don't think that's fair to call terrorism on the right or the left. It's just cultural domination in certain areas. And part of what I'm trying to do here.
Okay. Am I allowed to read this statement publicly?
Yeah, I asked her. She said, yeah, to read it.
Okay. This is Anna's statement. She says, "Fuck you, Sean." No, she didn't say. She said, okay. She said, "Here's my contention with what Sean said. I didn't say that merely evacuating Palestinians is genocide. I said that evacuating them from their homes and land to where they're told they'll be, quote, safe from airstrikes, and then bombing the hell out of them in southern Gaza in any way is one indication of ethnic cleansing. The indiscriminate bombing, along with the refusal to allow fuel into the strip, which the hospitals need to function, is the issue. Plus, the humanitarian aid is nowhere near enough to keep these people alive. Also, considering that Hamas is not governing the West Bank, yet the Israeli government has been engaging in collective punishment there too. Also, the Israeli settlements in the West Bank that I was referring to were specifically the illegal settlements. I despise Hamas and anyone who defends their disgusting terrorism, no exceptions. But I also don't think what Israel is doing right. I also don't think what Israel is doing right now in response is moral or strategic in keeping Israel safe."
Okay. I mean, for any misrepresentation of her position as I recalled it from the PBD podcast, then I apologize for that. That's perfect.
There you go.
It's not a big issue.
She told me she has no hard feelings towards you, Sean.
You're going to be best friends with her, right?
She just wants to make her position clear. And
Anna,
look,
fair.
Anna's coming on
what I was basing it off of, just real quick, was in the PBD podcast, she was comparing this to the Armenian genocide, where part of that was the deportation of Armenians, where they forced marched them, and a lot of them died on the marches. So I must have misunderstood what she said in the PBD podcast. So to be perfectly fair, my apologies.
There you go.
Well, she asked to come on just to clarify. Look, we go for a while, so maybe she'll come on later. You can come back, Sean. Also, Anna is going to be.
You're kicking me out?
No, look, I don't know how long you're going to stick around, and we're probably going to go for another, 14 hours. So,
yeah, exactly. Meant if you left and then wanted to come back. That's what I meant.
But Anna's going to be on the show next week on the 300th show. She's opening the show. Her and Shuan Head are both going to open up at the top of the show. So, if she wants to castigate you on the show, I'm all in favor of it.
Yeah, listen, if I have I'm going to be in Texas, of course. Who told you to do your 300th episode when I have a live debate?
Look, I invited you, so
no,
I mean,
you did,
yeah.
you did. I have a morning debate, I think, and then an evening debate. So I might pop in with like horrible quality, just to say congrats.
You're not gonna
congrats on your 300th episode. Not when they're
You're
on,
not
just
gonna
when
pop
you're
into our 300th episode with horrible audio quality. But
No,
you're
good,
obviously
good audio.
welcome to come back on the show.
No,
later,
I just want to say congratulations. I was on the 200th episode.
It's true. Yeah, it was great.
Who are you debating?
I'm debating Destiny, and pardon me for like not paying attention to crap I agreed to do, but CSPJ Cipher, some lady, CSJP Cipher. It's hosted by Modern Day Debates, and I know there's a cipher and the letter C in there. So
how dare Modern Day Debate set up a live debate when it's our 300th episode?
I know. What's wrong with them?
Look, they didn't know. So.
Yes, they did. They're trying to intentionally screw us.
I love the fact that now you guys know that Anna is officially a fan of the Sitch and Adam show. She's actually watching live, or listening live rather.
There you go.
Which is pretty cool. So.
I disavow that. Of Anna, all of Anna's like good position changes, becoming a fan of your show is not one of them.
Wow. After we invite Sean into our house, he disrespects us like this. I can't believe it.
Maybe Sean is leaving now. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe. I mean, I did want to get to the Sandman thing, but I think I went over the point already. And I do have to go to the bathroom, so.
You can go to the bathroom.
Well, are you taking a break or you want to take off? Is that what you're saying?
I haven't decided yet. Why don't we play like another thing that Cenk says, and then I'll decide.
Okay. You'll get triggered again, and then you'll want to stay.
We'll go to the bathroom if that's
no. I'm gonna hold it. I'm gonna hurt my kidneys. For this.
Don't do that.
Is shake people out of that and go, I hear you, and look at all the things we disagree on and all the things that I've said that probably made a bunch of right wingers angry already. But let's not lose track of the things we also agree on.
Well, so why you saw the meme from Elon Musk where it shows the line moving further and further left, and then the guy who was in the middle is now on the right.
Yeah, that line is the most full of crap line I have ever seen.
That's what
I did the exact opposite line when I was a host on MSNBC a dozen years ago, because in reality there's two different lines. There's the line that is for the country, and then there's the line that is for Washington. Okay, and the Washington line has moved so far right I can't see it anymore. I was a liberal Republican growing up. I voted, I voted for George H.W. Bush. I was a kid when Reagan was around, but I loved Reagan, Shining City on a Hill, etc. But there was a thing called a liberal Republican back then, where you could be socially liberal but still be a Republican. That just doesn't exist anymore. So when I say
conservative Democrats, it's like everyone's talking about Manchin. He can't win.
Yeah. So,
all right, I had to come in here. I have to. Like Tim's like weird hatred for Joe Manchin and like the idea that he can't win. I mean, he won in a 2/3 Trump state. Like now he's down recently, and like I think Biden is bringing him down. But like love him or hate him, like Joe Manchin clobbered his progressive primary challenger, and he was the most popular politician, not senator, in West Virginia history for the longest time. So like he threads that needle, being the super pro coal guy, and like his numbers may be down recently, but I think that's Biden bringing him down. But this guy was winning when Trump was president, and Trump was winning the state by like 2/3 to 75% of the vote. So like it's just wrong. And like, you know, I understand why people don't like Joe Manchin. If you're a Democrat, he doesn't allow certain progressive policies to get passed, but you know, it is what it is. Like the guy is popular in West Virginia, and they tried running a progressive candidate. They said that nobody would pick Kyle Kalinske. Go watch his video. Nobody would pick corporate Joe Manchin over a progressive candidate, and he clobbered her.
That's hilarious.
Like and then when she lost that challenger, Kyle was like, "Oh, it's not fair. Incumbent advantage, money advantage, or whatever." Like people need to understand that like these guys thread the needle, and like, yeah, he's super pro coal. Guess what? West Virginia's super pro coal.
Yeah, people are worried about their jobs.
Yeah, I like Kyle, friend of the show, but I think him and a lot of other progressives are, especially Kyle, he's a policy wonk guy, and he doesn't understand that the overwhelming majority of people that vote are not policy wonks. They don't really understand or care about policies. That's not how they perceive who they vote for. And he's like looking at it through this lens of like, well, if you're progressive and you're in favor of all these policies that poll highly, then you're going to win the election. And that's not really how any of this works. And as you said, Joe Manchin, all these other politicians, they are smart in terms of they know how to win elections. They know what the electorate wants from them. And they are threading this very careful needle that they think is going to get them to win. And if you have some progressive ideologue who's just, going out there and maybe they're being more moral, it's going to be much more difficult for them to win based on their policy positions.
Well, it's like, you remember when all the lefties announced that they had won the debate on Medicare for all because the Kaiser Family Foundation released polling that said the majority of the country is in favor of Medicare for all. But if you actually read that, what you would find out is that people don't know what Medicare for all is, right? Which they think it sounds good, which is why they support it. But even when they poll it against like universal healthcare, national healthcare, or any of these other names that all essentially mean the same thing, they don't support it. But because Medicare is popular as a program, they say they support it. But then you ask them, if you get rid of private insurance, would you support it? They say no. And like when you go through all of the polling, what you end up finding out is that most Democrats aren't in favor of Medicare for all. They're actually in favor of the public option. Now, you could argue that's a dumber position or whatever, but like go look at the detailed polling. Like stop focusing on the top line polling. People will say they support something that sounds good, but then when you get into the details, they'll be against it. And you get like stupid absurdities where people say that they're in favor of it, but like if you raise my taxes in order to pay for it, I'm not in favor of it. And then they'll ask, okay, well, what if we eliminated your healthcare premiums and it would decrease your overall costs? They're still not in favor of it because they don't trust that, because people think they can dodge the taxes. So like I invite anybody to go look at it. It's just not true. But like people just read the top line poll, and like a perfect example of this is on figure 12 of their thing. It's like Democrats prefer that you build on the existing ACA 50%, and then it's replacing the ACA, which is the Affordable Care Act, with Medicare for all 40%. Like that's why Biden was winning on the healthcare issue, even though this top line poll said Medicare for all. Yeah, my favorite one is national healthcare, because a national healthcare plan, because people think literally like, oh, we should have a national plan for healthcare, like, but it doesn't mean anything to them when they say yes to it.
Right, and I'm pretty sure I brought this exact point up. I don't remember if it was to Cenk or to Kyle at one time about how like they keep citing this poll, and it's like, first of all, it annoys me because the polling data, the same poll they're citing shows that public option was way more popular than Medicare for all, or just more popular than Medicare for all. And so like, how are you going to advocate for the whole forced to vote thing and all this stuff too, when in relation to that, Joe Biden's position was far more popular than Bernie Sanders' position. But then, as you said, once you get into it, once you break down all the numbers, no one can agree on what Medicare for all means. No one can agree on how to pay for it. And so it is silly to say, oh, everyone's in favor of this thing, when it's like, well, they're not really in favor. They're in favor of some idea of something related to this, and no one can agree on how exactly to implement it.
Here's what we do know about healthcare. If you try to do anything, then your party's going to get slaughtered in the election because you're killing grandma or whatever. Like that's what happens. Like people were desperate, according to the polling, for healthcare reform. Obama made it his #1 priority, and he got demolished in the midterms and demolished in the state level elections. Republicans won running on repealing Obamacare for years and years. And then when Trump actually tried to do it, they were getting screamed at town halls because they were touching the healthcare system. Like people don't know anything about the policies. Like I remember somebody said that I remember seeing in interviews where people would say they were against Obamacare, but in favor of the Affordable Care Act. It's the same law. I know. So the reason Hillary Clinton is hated, by the way, is because most presidents appointed their wife to some dumb position, like teaching, blind kids to read. You know what I mean? Like something like that.
I know. How dumb is that, right?
But I'm saying like Michelle Obama, like some
I know, planting a garden, something.
Yeah,
kind of,
non-objectionable cause.
Non-political.
Michelle Obama was like, your kids are too fat. Like, let's exercise, right?
Right.
But Hillary Clinton got appointed to a real healthcare committee which by the way, only Democrats like think that your wife is like the co-president, or in New York City, the co-mayor. I don't understand this. Like it's like it's the most insane thing. Like the person I'm sleeping with is not qualified to do whatever job I do. Now, technically, I'm a YouTuber, so anybody's qualified. But you know, I mean, look at you guys. But but you know, like that's why people originally hated Hillary Clinton. It was the healthcare thing. Like if you touch that, you die in American politics. Period. Point blank. Ironically, like no matter what you do. So like that's what we know. So any polling about any kind of reform, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, that's a good point too.
But Manchin's not a moderate. Manchin is a corporatist through and through.
Oh, agreed.
Okay, so
he's going to lose.
So whereas
I think he's already out.
Whereas I was slight center right growing up, with almost the same positions, I'm now considered massively left in Washington. Okay, why? Because they all became corporatists. They all, I mean, Biden was known as the senator from MBNA, which was a credit card company back then. That was his nickname. Yeah. Like even the people in the Senate, they're like, oh, it's so funny. Joe Biden, even among us sellouts, Joe Biden's the biggest sellout. Let's call him the senator from MBNA, right? So we lost it. This is chapter 5 of my book.
I just want to say, I remember Joe Biden's nickname was like Broke Joe or Poor Joe, because he had come into the Senate like too early to have made any money in his real life. So he was actually one of the poorer senators there. So like the MBNA thing, maybe because Delaware is like the loophole state, it's possible. But I do remember that they were calling him like Poor Joe or all of these things because he didn't really make money, because he became a senator really early. Like he might have became a senator at 38. Which back then, when we were still on the gold standard, means that he didn't have like any major investments or anything like that. You know,
I don't know anything about
that. Was a Joe Biden's old joke for you.
Okay, I got
it.
Oh,
is that what it was?
Gold standard.
I got it.
Get it?
I got it.
Got it?
Yeah.
We thought you were making a serious point. We
said
were all like,
Joe Biden. There's some Joe Biden backed a bankruptcy bill that would have helped MBNA and other credit card companies.
Yeah, that's probably why he got called that, because of the bankruptcy bill. Which, by the way, they attacked Hillary for supporting that and whatnot.
What was this bankruptcy bill?
It changed the laws. I don't know the specifics of it, but I know there's like now 2 different forms of bankruptcy. First of all, it makes it harder to declare bankruptcy. And there's also 2 different forms of it for individuals. And a lot of times, and granted, I haven't looked into this in a long time, a lot of times people will get tricked into going into like bankruptcy option, like like one bankruptcy option that doesn't actually clear your debt and just restructures it to make payments. And then you get in this like spiral of like never actually getting the relief that you once previously did. And it was based on like this dubious notion that like too many Americans were declaring bankruptcy. So it made it harder for the person that's in crippling debt to get out of it through the bankruptcy process. And the idea was supposedly all these Americans were taking advantage of it. I don't think it had anything to do with the student loans thing, though, like where, you know, people weren't able to do
Oh, I see. I got it. So okay. So if Joe Biden supported some bill that made it harder for average Americans to declare bankruptcy, this would help the credit card companies in his state.
Yeah.
Okay.
The lenders.
Get their money out of them.
Gotcha.
Pound them for their money forever.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I gotcha. Okay.
Because he's from Delaware, and that's where all these banks incorporate, all these credit card companies incorporate.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I thought first the claim was that he was helping companies declare bankruptcy to avoid tax or something. No, it's I got it. Makes sense.
Yeah, it was supposed to be an anti-consumer one. Now, granted, like the only times I hear about this are when people are against this. So maybe there was, just to give the fairest portion to the other side, maybe there was a bunch of people declaring bankruptcy like crazy. Like,
yeah, right. I don't know. We don't know anything about this specific law. So
now, but I don't think this specifically barred people from like the student loans thing. I think that was in before.
Right.
This has nothing to do with the student.
Yeah, but people think it
those
might
are
be
government loans. Look, these credit card companies are private entities. Like, I'm sure they incorporate in Delaware because they've got friendly state laws there. And if you know how you're always sending your credit card bill to Delaware, I'm sure that if there's some sort of problem, you're forced to sue in Delaware, where they basically run the court system. It's also a tiny state. It's like the easiest state to buy people off in.
Well, most corporations, not just credit card companies, incorporate in Delaware because it's actually the fastest state to start a business. It is called the loophole state, and there is a building in Delaware where like it's not that big of a building, and every single every single company that you could think of is like incorporated in this one building. And by the way, there are private student loans, as people in the chat are saying, and the bankruptcy protection actually came before the nationalization of the student loans, which happened under Obama.
Yeah, because this is in 2005, so that's before.
Yeah, but I'm saying the bankruptcy protection for student loan lenders.
Right,
like
right. That's what I'm
that
saying,
came even before this.
Oh, okay.
Joe Biden was elected to the Senate for the first time in 1972 when he was 30 years old.
That's when you made that gold standard joke. I'm like, what's the gold standard?
Yeah, I mean, the breakdown of Brenton
is that a
Woods is
joke?
like right around there. Well, he was 30. I forgot you have to be 35 to be president, but you can be 30 to be a senator.
He's been in politics for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to head out right now. I got to go to the bathroom. Maybe I'll come back later. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. Take care, man.
I love you guys, and I wish you so well on your 299 episode. And
thanks
be
for joining
safe.
in.
You know, go with God, my children, and
have fun at your debate. I hope Destiny doesn't kick your ass.
I got to study for the debate. Study. First, I got to find out the topics. But yeah, it will be on Modern Day Debates. I'm sure they'll give me the video to upload on my channel. You know. Can I plug some things?
Yeah, go ahead. Do it up.
I got nothing to plug, but I appreciate you for saying yes.
Well,
He's testing us like a girl
test.
in a relationship.
Look, I hope we passed. I hope we passed the test.
All right. Be safe. Be careful out there. Don't get kidnapped, folks. I love you all. Good night.
Sure.
Good night. We also love you.
Unless I come back later.
Okay. Get out of here.
Bye.
Let us continue.
Always fun to have
back to the serious work.
Back to the grind. We only have an hour and 40 minutes to get through.
Look, I enjoy every minute with you, Sitch. I don't know why you're wanting to. We've got plenty of. Look, we have 7 hours left before we run out of YouTube time. We got plenty of time on the meter here. Why you got to rush things?
Listen,
come on.
Listen, work wife. As the man in the relationship, okay? We got to get
talking
this
about?
done.
Look, I remember distinctively saying in the chat that most of your time spent as a married person will be waiting for your wife to get ready to leave. Who was the one waiting for Who was the one waiting for his work wife to get ready before the stream began?
Wow. Okay, listen.
Yeah, look, there's no response. That's exactly right.
Okay.
That's exactly right. Look, me in the chat, we're having a good time talking about you putting on your mascara, checking your hair.
No, obviously, as I told Adam in the DMs, I had to deal with another alligator problem. Okay, as you guys know, I live near a canal in Florida, and occasionally alligators come into the lawn, and they have to be dealt with. So
okay. Good for you. Let's get back to the real work here, the man's work.
Okay. I had to get my alligator prod, little zappy thing.
I'm not trying to plug the book. It's a natural thing that's coming up, and I want to go back to policy, etc. But chapter 4, I explained how we lost the Democratic Party. So the chapter 3 is Republicans suck. Why Republicans suck? Okay, and that explains how the Republican Party went from the party of Lincoln to, in my opinion, the party of hate. Okay, so the party changed completely, and they changed completely because of the Southern strategy. But for the Democrats, they think, oh, you're so right about that, Cenk. But I'm like, you think your party didn't change? We used to be the party of FDR, and now we're the party of credit card companies.
Wealthy, yeah. Vox, This was 2016. Vox called them, Democrats have become the new party of the wealthy elites.
Yeah, and it breaks my heart. But there's a lot of truth to that. But that's not the left. That's corporate Democrats in Washington. Okay.
Yeah, I subscribe to Jacobin magazine. Jacobin has been very strong on defending free speech, and so when I started seeing the articles they were posting, and of course I know a ton of people who have been consistently very left economically, and I started seeing the articles and I started reading Jacobin articles. I'm like, this is the kind of left that I want to have an argument with, one that understands the importance of free speech. And I can respect that. And I also think it's important to hear what they have to say when they're making their arguments.
Okay. So what Cenk said is true-ish, which is, and we talked about this before, there was a shift in the Democratic Party, after Reagan came in, brought in neoliberal economic policies, and then the Democrats basically got annihilated for the next 12 years. Okay, 3 elections in a row, Democrats got totally eviscerated. Democrats are in full panic mode. They're like, oh my God, we're never going to win the presidency ever again. What do we do? How do we win the presidency? And then you have, Bill Clinton comes along and he's all like,
I'll show you how to do it.
Right,
Here's my saxophone. Look, I'm cool.
Right. He comes along. He's all like, I'm a good Southern Democrat with my saxophone, and, he seems cool, but also from a policy perspective, and maybe it doesn't matter because, maybe his personality would have carried him anyway. But from a policy perspective, he definitely ran from as if he was a more new moderate Democrat who, wasn't engaged in this sort of old school FDR kind of economic policies that brought about the horrible inflation of, what's his name? The Jimmy Carter era.
Right.
Which is how people perceive, whether that happened or not, that's how people perceive
stagflation. It was even worse.
The horrible stagflation.
High unemployment and inflation. What?
Right.
What?
Which obviously was compounded by the oil embargo. But anyway, so that's how the perception kind of came into being. And so Bill Clinton sort of reconstructed this new Democratic Party that was still, not necessarily, pro-business, but was a lot more moderate in terms of working with business and kind of more along the lines of, market capitalism. But I don't think this kind of, at least from my perspective, because even when Clinton goes out and when Bush is president, I mean, you were still seeing and still hearing a lot from Democrats and Democratic politicians being against corporations. I mean, when I grew up, that was all you would hear from the left and from Democrats: evil corporations, evil corporations, evil corporations. This is what I heard nonstop for 8 years of George W. Bush. And I think it was really only with the tail end of Obama and wokeness that when the corporations kind of adopted wokeness, that it seemed to me that the allegiances kind of shifted, at least publicly, maybe under the table. Right.
Look,
maybe
we're
under
just
the table.
Innocent little corporations. Look at our gay pride banner.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Maybe under the table, because I know Cenk goes through this a lot in his book. Maybe under the table, there was a lot more playing footsies between Democrats and corporations. But publicly, they were still denouncing them. And it was really only when wokeness started to come into being that it seemed like there was this more, Democrats suddenly stopped complaining about corporations because now they have to complain about Donald Trump. Now they have to complain about all the anti-woke, bigotry and racism. And look, all the corporations are, they're all very performatively woke. So that's all good.
Yeah. I brought up the presidential map, Reagan versus Mondale. Oh, ouch.
Yeah, it was
525 to 13.
Yes.
Oh, that's painful.
Is that
Can
the
you
biggest
imagine?
win in American history?
Can
I mean,
you
it's gotta be
imagine?
close.
Can you imagine the Republicans on election night?
Oh my God, I know. It's just brutal.
Oh man.
He won 2 states, didn't he?
I mean, according to this, he won 1 state, Minnesota. Oh wait,
Minnesota?
and the District of Columbia.
Well, District of Columbia doesn't have a vote.
They get 3 electoral votes. What
They
are you
do?
talking about? Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know
DC?
that. I didn't even know.
Of course.
that.
Yeah,
Okay.
DC. So we got DC and Minnesota.
Well, there you go. So he won 2 places.
Oof. Oof.
Right. That's not good.
Painful. Okay.
Not good.
Ouch. Wow.
Yeah, 'cause-
the Gipper's got to be. That's a mandate, right?
Yeah, it says Minnesota's had 10 electoral votes since 1964, so that does make sense. Yeah. He said he had what, 13?
13 to 525.
Well, there you go. So there's your 13. Yeah.
I sent you the map, yeah.
Oh, I didn't even look. But
that's okay.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm a massive. I'm very much in.
Oh wait, what did I was going to say something about what Tim said, and I forgot what Tim said.
Been consistently very left economically, and I started seeing the articles and I started reading.
Oh, the Jacobin thing.
Yeah.
That's so weird that he's saying like Jacobin magazine are communist, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
I mean, they're named after the Jacobins, I'm assuming. The Jacobins were like the proto-communist during the French Revolution.
Such you're too hard on Marxism. Why?
I don't like, first of all, you should never trust a communist who's saying that they're pro free speech. And I'm not saying that because I'm saying, like, you know, there could be individual people who are communist or socialist who are free speech, but as a philosophy, the philosophy of socialism, the philosophy of communism is antithetical to free speech. They don't actually believe in free speech on a philosophical level. And so I would be very hesitant to believe anyone who's a socialist saying, "Oh, I'm some big free speecher." It's like, maybe you are, but your philosophy, you know, kind of shits all over it.
Explain that? Why is it antithetical to free speech?
So because under Marxism, the idea is that there aren't actual natural rights or liberal values, that all natural rights and liberal values are like a fantasy created by the evil liberals to trick people and to keep people as individuals away from each other as opposed to being part of a collective. And so under Marx's conception of things, the only thing that matters and the only thing that's real is power, and everything is this constant power struggle between different classes of people. And so this is why in Second Thought's insane video on authoritarianism, he starts simping for authoritarianism. And he says, it's actually, he doesn't say this directly, but this is what
exercising your will on other groups is good in his eyes.
Right. He's saying that in order to maintain, like once the socialist revolution comes into being, in order to maintain that, they're required to have an authoritarian government get rid of all the people that are trying to get rid of socialism. Right. And it's
otherwise
because
the reactionaries are going to creep back in.
Exactly. And because so from the Marxist socialist philosophical standpoint, that's what's important. What's important is maintaining socialism, maintaining Marxism from these sort of evil elements that are going to come in to destroy it. And so free speech has not, like, you have to get rid of free speech. They don't believe in, there's nothing in socialism that says an individual has a right to speak their mind. That's not part of the philosophy.
So sad. It is, he is right. It's just, it's not reactionary forces that are going to creep in. It's people wanting individual rights that is going to creep in.
Well, I mean, it could be that. It could be, I mean, there are going to be reactionary forces. There's a million different forces that are going to come into place when, you know, against socialism.
Yeah, I think personal freedom is what people genuinely desire, though.
Right.
Yeah.
But the issue is that socialist, and this is true not just socialists, people on the far right do this too. Well, very often they'll be, oh, I'm a massive proponent of free speech because they are part of the group that is the outlier of the norm. So they require the shield of free speech. And then the second, and we saw this unfortunately with a lot of progressives on the left, the second that their ideology becomes the norm, suddenly the veneer of free speech dissipates instantly. And suddenly, oh, well, we need to, you know, start clamping down on all these evil bigots, right? Or all these evil people,
of course,
you know, saying this evil speech.
Everyone wants free speech when you're not allowed to say what they want to say.
Exactly. But then when you have the power, that all goes out the window.
Right.
And that's why liberalism is so important, is because in the philosophy of liberalism is the idea of free speech, where in the philosophy of Marxism is not. There is no free speech.
Right.
Jacobin articles, I'm like, this is the kind of left that I want to have an argument with, one that understands the importance of free speech. And I can respect that. And I also think it's important to hear what they have to say when they're making their arguments.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I'm a massive, I'm very much in favor of freedom of speech. So then we talked about censorship earlier. So then the question is, again, where do you draw the lines? The world is not black and white.
Well,
right?
so this is a point I did want to make on that. You said, you know, the right saying, oh no, our precious Nazis or whatever. But it's not so much our precious Nazis. It's, especially right now with Israel-Palestine, the people who are going to bear the brunt of those that legislation is the pro-Palestine left.
100% agree.
So Ron DeSantis just banned. This is a bit of debate right now among Republicans. Vivek Ramaswamy is very critical of Ron DeSantis, saying this student group should be banned and forced to reform because in their school toolkit they say they are Hamas. They are not. They are Palestinians in exile who are a part of the resistance that is, I don't know how they explicitly define it. They say these are resistance fighters who attacked. We are part of that resistance. And so Ron's argument is that means they are declaring support for a terrorist organization. Therefore, we have to disband this group. Vivek says, oh, it's a bunch of kids in a college saying stupid things. Let them say stupid things.
I agree with that.
But this is what happens when you go after free speech.
Yeah.
Well, okay, wait a minute. So, okay. It depends, and I don't know the specifics of this, and I'll look it up. It depends what they were saying or what was in their charter. Like if there's a student group that just believes that like Palestinians, should be protected, like, okay, fine. There's no problem with that. And I think you can even, I don't know if I would feel comfortable with a group of a student group in a state-sponsored school or state-funded school that is advocating for a one-state Palestinian solution, or even in a one-state Israeli solution. I think that's kind of suspect already for a state-sponsored school. But that's kind of somewhere in the line of that. But if you have a student group that's saying that they support Hamas directly, I think you should 100%.
That's a big, that's a giant problem, man.
Yeah, get rid of that student group, and be like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, I don't see how that to me, that is not a free speech issue at all.
Well, but
like, you
they
can
would
have that
argue
position, but that doesn't mean the state has to support you and give you funding to have that position.
They would argue that Israel is committing a genocide against the Palestinian people, and it's well within the right of the Palestinian people to fight back by any means necessary, even violent means, and Hamas is the means that they are choosing to do. Like, this is a problem. It's implicit in the ideology.
Yeah, they could say whatever they want. But if you're supporting a terrorist organization that is actively in favor of killing civilians, kidnapping civilians, raping civilians, and genocide, why the fuck should the state have to sponsor that speech? That's absurd.
Yeah, if it's state sponsored. I mean, this is a problem with the free speech stuff because, it used to be these different organizations would fight for the rights of literal neo-Nazis to have freedom of speech. And this is definitely in the realm of neo-Nazi freedom of speech type situation.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well,
look, I don't like it. I really don't like it. So, but I don't know that you can legislate against even this horrible stuff that these people are saying about
no.
Israel deserving it. And
let me be clear. If the school has, so some of these colleges, they have like free speech zones where, people can go and say whatever the fuck they want to say, right? They have some place on campus. Like, and so if people want to go there and say fucked up shit, that's fine. It's a free speech zone. Okay. You can go say something there as long as it's not illegal. And I'm not saying that people supporting Hamas, people supporting murder and genocide should be illegal. What I'm saying is that a student group at a state school that is receiving state funding and that funding is going to that group, okay, then that to me, then the state does have sway to say what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. If they're going
sending
to be
tax dollars to neo-Nazi groups is
exactly
not going to be
right. It's the same
people
thing.
People are not going to like that, right?
It's the same thing when like people say like, oh,
But if it's a student-funded group, you have no problem with it. Well, I mean, obviously we have a problem with it, but I don't want to look. Yeah.
Like if these kids want to go off campus and have some fucked up group somewhere, they can do that. I mean, I don't care if people are going to do like the thing where they put their face on a big billboard. they like, don't hire this fucking person. They're in favor of genocide. I don't care. Like, listen, this is the culture you guys created. You're reaping what you're sowing now. Go right ahead with that for the people that are supporting Hamas openly.
Well, this is why I make the distinction.
But they can go do that. It shouldn't be illegal for them to go off campus and create whatever fucked up group they want to create.
This is why I make the distinction when I talk about cancel culture, because what I see going on is a lot of people trying to cast innocent things people are saying as racism. Like Gina Carano's the perfect example of this, right? most people don't, think what she posted and got fired over was not anti-Semitism. What the message that she was trying to say.
I don't think it was. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it's being recast as anti-Semitism,
Yes.
so that people won't hire her again. Well, I think a lot of the stuff that's going on is like legit anti-Semitism. Like there's no recasting that needs to be done here, right? It's not, we're reimagining the intent. A lot of people are just, they're being openly anti-Semitic. So I think, I think that does fall into what the left always wants to call accountability culture. Like what 100%. I have a problem with is when people are being dishonest pieces of shit,
right?
And casting innocent things that people are saying as something nefarious to get them fired. That to me is cancel culture.
Yeah, no, I agree. Usually, now there are instances like I don't think people should be debanked for saying something offensive.
Of course not. Look,
sure.
The banking thing is all, but
I know,
I'm going to have to work with this
issue.
person. Right. That's like, or my company is going to be forced to hire this person who's legitimately a neo-Nazi. Hell no. Right.
But 95% of the time when we're having this conversation, it's what you're saying, which is someone is wrongly accused of being a Nazi or a
I don't
bigot
think
or
Gina
something
Carano
else.
is a neo-Nazi.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to go out on a limb here and say no.
Someone is wrongly accused of some extreme position they don't hold, and then that is used to cancel them. But so I was trying to look into this thing. So this is from the ADL, so obviously they're biased, but they have a whole page on Students for the Justice in Palestine group, because apparently this is a national group that has chapters in a bunch of different colleges.
Yeah, they might not be getting state funded. It might be private donations.
Well, I would be fine with a state college saying that this group is not allowed to exist in a state college, in any official capacity. Okay. And so here's what, according to the ADL, which is obviously biased, but here's what they're saying that this group is in favor of. It says, numerous SJP chapters released inflammatory statements in support of Palestinians seizing control of Israeli territory, including some in which explicit endorsements in the use of violence and attacks on civilians. Quote, "We reject the distinction between civilian and militant. We reject the distinction between settler and soldier," said the George Washington University SJP. Okay, so that's in George Washington University. This group is saying that, you can do whatever you want to any person who is a civilian in Israel because there are no civilians in Israel, right? That's what they're saying. In the CNYU law chapter, they said a settler is an aggressor, a soldier, and an occupier, even if they are lounging on our occupied beaches. Okay. They also said if
this is like screaming like the hang the landlords type argument.
Yeah. They also said if you support Palestine, understand that the necessities supporting our right to defend ourselves and liberate our homeland is by any means necessary. Okay, so this, at least in these colleges, this group is openly advocating for the murder and killing of Israeli citizens and saying, it's totally fine. They also say that many of the chapters adopted pictures showing the Hamas people on the parachute hang glider thing.
Right. Awful.
And we're promoting that. I don't know if it says anything about the Florida chapter specifically.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't say anything about the Florida chapter specifically. But if the Florida
prohibited from enacting cruel and unusual punishment just in our justice system, like the by any means necessary thing. Like we have literal laws around war.
Yeah, right. But their argument is that that's only for the government. If you're fighting an oppressive government, you're allowed to use any means necessary. Right. That like the whole the whole insanity.
That's heinous.
I understand that, but that's the whole kind of position of like the leftist Marxist socialist conception of reality is that if you're the underdog fighting against an oppressor, you have to do whatever, there are no rules for you.
Oh, I understand
you get
that.
to do whatever
That's a giant
want.
problem.
Right.
That's a giant problem that we need to address.
Right. But so
change.
If DeSantis is correct in his characterization, because I couldn't find the specifics, or I couldn't find verification for this, but if it's true that this group, this SJP group in Florida, in this Florida college, said publicly that they don't just stand in solidarity with Hamas, but that they are part of Hamas and that they are providing material support to Hamas, then I think it's completely not a question of free speech. That organization should be banned from colleges. And I would honestly be fucking putting those kids on a watch list if they're going to say they're providing material support to Hamas. I'm like, what the fuck's that mean?
That is a little insane, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
They're crowdfunding rocket launchers?
Yeah, what does that mean? I don't know. So to me, not a free speech issue, but
yeah. So then let's talk about where the line should be, because everybody could look up these videos. Young Turks have been around 21 years. We're the longest internet show in history. As far as a daily show, we've been around longer than literally any other show in internet history.
When you guys started, you like there were no social media platforms. You were using weird web players and stuff like old school.
Yeah, we use web players on our own website. We try to get out the word through Yahoo Messenger, through AOL. We were AOL bloggers. We put up videos on MySpace. So we are as old school gets. And so having been around so long, you have all these videos that show indisputably your consistency, right? So I was against Don Imus being fired. I didn't think Rush Limbaugh should be censored, or Glenn Beck, or when I was outraged when Megyn Kelly was fired. I'm like, okay, so she said this thing about blackface. Okay, it's wrong, and I can explain why it's wrong. But if you fire her, nobody's even going to find out why it's wrong.
She didn't say, she asked.
This is like the perfect example.
Yeah.
Do you think Megyn Kelly is a racist? Do you think she's doing blackface to make fun of black people? That was her
Well, she didn't
ultimate
even
goal.
do blackface. She just asked a question about it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. Look, she didn't even do the blackface.
Yeah.
She just mentioned her situation was she thought doing blackface would be like I think it was dressing up as Diana Ross for Halloween or something.
Yeah, she said,
would
why
be
is
a
it
tribute.
offensive? Right.
Right.
She said, why is it offensive to dress up as a black person that you like and darken your skin with makeup for Halloween?
Right.
Why is that offensive? Was a question.
She
and
questioned the taboo. And by questioning the taboo means she's a racist and that she hates black people, or you think that's made up?
No, it's made up.
Yeah, see? Right. Perfect example.
Yeah. No,
that's what cancel culture is.
Right. And I agree with Cenk 100% on this. The fact that she was fired was completely insane. I mean, that was, during the height of woke craze, and that's why she was fired. But it was completely ridiculous that she was fired for that.
They fired her for some other reason. They were looking for
maybe. That's what you're thinking. That was just an excuse, which, I mean, I guess it's always possible, but.
Sure.
She asked. That's right. She didn't even say it. That's right. So if like Al Roker was upset, then guys, why don't you take the opportunity to bring in Al Roker and Megyn Kelly and have an hour-long conversation? And guess what? That'd be the highest rated show you did that year, right? And then people would learn what's wrong with blackface. Instead, you fire her, you never have that conversation, and a whole bunch of white people who've never understood the history of blackface go, what the hell, man? I don't get it.
Exactly.
So I just looked it up. It said Megyn Kelly was paid $30 million for the remainder of her contract.
Oh my God.
So I don't know. That's a pretty pricey firing right there. If there wasn't some good reason for it.
Right. Didn't Megyn Kelly get heated with Trump over debate questions or something like that?
Well, he got heated with her because he was the one that said like, oh, she was bleeding from somewhere.
Right.
Remember?
Trump insinuated she was on her period.
That was
during the debate question.
He said she was I think he said she was bleeding from the eyes or bleeding from somewhere.
Right.
Something.
No, he strongly implied.
Yeah, no, that was obviously the implication. But.
Yeah. So I guess why would fire her over that, right? Obviously.
Well,
Trump
she
being a dick.
Right. She didn't get fired for that or anything. I don't believe.
No.
But.
So I was Michael Jackson in 1983 in Halloween. Well, I didn't do it because I was racist. I'm not evil, right? And that's because they don't know the history of blackface and how white people would put it on and then lynch black people, etc. But you can't blame them if they don't know, right?
Yeah.
So
Did that happen?
I'm unfamiliar with that. You know, I don't know.
People in blackface lynching black people. That's awful.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it was more in relation to people putting on blackface in like stage productions and doing very negative stereotypes and caricatures of black individuals.
Right. Yeah.
So.
And Ben Shapiro and Coulter, Charlie Kirk going on college campuses, every time I defended them. Okay. So I believe in free speech completely. Now, having said that, nothing's complete, as you pointed out earlier. There's always some form of censorship. So where do I draw the line? I draw the line at verifiable but extreme hate speech. Okay. So hate speech isn't, I don't like the current right-wing government of Israel. No, that's a policy position, right. Okay? And hate speech isn't, I think black people committed more crime in this country than white people. Now, I could break down why I think the context of that is wrong, right? But that's not hate speech. You're trying to have a policy discussion, and maybe you're having it in the wrong direction, but I wouldn't call that anywhere near hate speech, right? So, but if you're going around saying we have to eradicate the Jews, no, that's Nazis. Sorry.
What about from the river to the sea?
No, that's too vague. A lot of people could mean different things by from. I hate this term from the river to the sea, but different people mean different things by that.
So, and then I suppose you can cut away the nuance.
So, I mean, we talked about this a little bit. That the river to the sea is a perfect example of defund the police and CRT and all these other stuff. You have a extremist group of people who have an extremist message, like they want to abolish police, and they create a phrase that explains that, defund the police. And then either because it's an intentional trick or it's just because people on the left are being reactionary to people on the right, they start to defend the phrase. They say, "Oh, it doesn't mean this extreme thing. It means something more moderate." And you have two groups of people. You have the people that, number one, know it doesn't mean the moderate thing and are just intentionally lying. And then you have the group of people that are carrying water, that are acting out of ignorance, that are carrying water and think it does mean some moderate thing and are just being basically tricked into doing this. And they'll carry on with this kind of chant thing. And so from the river to the sea is that exact situation. And I have yet to see anyone disprove this from the origin of the phrase. And I was actually, when I was trying to look at the oldest usage of these phrases, at least that I could find, they were always meant it very specifically, that from the river to the sea, to be clear, means that they want a one-state solution where there is no Israel. Okay, that's what that means. And now some people say, and I was very annoyed to hear that Greyjoy, Brianna Greyjoy had, what's his name? The guy who said this at the UN and got fired.
Said this phrase from the
Mark
river
Lamont
to the sea.
Hill, right? That's his name?
Oh, yeah, I started to listen to that. I didn't.
Yeah, they talk about this because he was at a job on MSNBC or CNN, or I don't know, he's on some news outlet, and he gives some speech some years ago, I think at some UN meeting or something, in defense of Palestine, and he ends it by saying from the river to the sea, and so he gets fired. And so he gives this kind of,
he said that?
Yeah, and he gives this like BS line about how, well, what it means is that from the river to the sea, meaning from the Jordanian River on the east to the Mediterranean Sea on the west, which are the borders of Israel, that Palestinians that exist within these bounds should be free, right? They should, have equal rights. That's what he says. But that's like, and I don't know him personally, so I don't know if he's intentionally lying or I don't know if he's just carrying water and is an idiot. Because if you listen to the phrase is not from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free. That's not what it is. It's from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Okay. And that's a very important distinction. Why is the phrase not that the people should be free, but the country should be free? And it's because this phrase is not about Palestinians having equal rights in the region. It's about there being a one-state solution where there is no Israel, where Israel doesn't exist, where it's from the river to the sea. Palestine is all that exists. That's what the phrase means. And it annoys me because then you have these people who get suckered in to believing that, well, it actually means something different. Well, I'm glad that you've adopted it to mean something different, but the people that constructed the phrase and a good chunk of people that use the phrase don't mean it to mean anything different. They mean it exactly the way it sounds. And so why are you carrying water? If you're moderate and you don't agree with this position, why are you carrying water for extremists that mean this exact thing? Why are you doing that? Just come up with a new phrase. You can find some other phrase that rhymes, okay? This doesn't have to be the end all, be all phrase that you're going to use. And I got this person was trying to get into this Twitter argument with me about this. It was hilarious. He links me some article. He's like, oh, this proves that you're wrong, Sitch, that this phrase means a bunch of different things. And so I click on the article. It's a 1-minute video where someone just makes the claim that it means different things, right? It's not proof of anything. But even more hilarious.
That's not proof.
The article, the picture of the article that comes up on Twitter when they sent this link to me. Okay. So it's the headline picture of the article. It's a person holding a sign that says, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And they drew a picture of Israel, but then it just says Palestine. Okay. And next to it is a Hamas guy on a fucking parachute hang gliding.
No way.
Right. And I'm like, you're so stupid that you sent me this article to try to make your case, and it makes my fucking case. The picture shows exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. That's what the phrase means. So stop being stupid. If you're moderate, you could have a moderate position on Palestine and Israel. That's fine. Stop fucking carrying water for this phrase. The phrase means to get rid of Israel. Okay. And I can tell you something. They're not going to get rid of the Israelis in any nice way. They're not going to say, please, would you kindly, go locate yourself somewhere else. Right.
Yeah. They got a pretty big investment in Israel at this juncture.
Yeah, they've been there for 70 years. Okay, they're not going to just, so just stop carrying. Everyone just needs to stop carrying water for this from the river to the sea bullshit. It originally means and mostly means this genocide shit. If you think it means something moderate, you are constructing that meaning for it and you're giving cover to actual extremists. Just stop. Just fucking stop. Okay.
Right.
Don't do it.
We had that video out of Cooper Union, I don't know if you saw it, where the students are banging on the doors with the Jewish students in the room screaming from the river to the sea. I think that context is more clear then.
So that's 100% wrong. And so I think it was Riley Gaines who had given a speech about how trans women shouldn't be allowed to compete in female sports. And she was in a college campus somewhere. I think it was in the Northwest too, but I forget. And she was scared.
They surrounded the room.
And they surrounded the room, and the cops were scared and didn't want to take her out of the room.
Is that terrorism?
So no, it's too far to call it terrorism. But is it a crime? Maybe. Like, now we're going too far, guys. And so for me, and so it gets nuanced, and this is difficult because people like to take those things and then go to extremes. So one extreme is then the Ron.
And Anna got in all sorts of crap for bringing that up on the show. Remember, that was like one of the charges against her that all the people were levying. How dare she bring up Riley Gaines? They're acting like it was no big deal that this would happen to someone. That, you have some position on a college campus and, you're not allowed to leave the room because the police are afraid it'll be too violent if you leave the room.
I mean, most people call that kidnapping, if you can't
right.
If you're in prison in a room and you can't leave.
Well, I mean, that was what was wild about the Evergreen situation.
Oh yeah.
When they literally barricaded the head staff of the college in a room. And I don't think any of those kids got charged for anything, to my knowledge.
I don't think so either.
DeSantis extreme, where, okay, that's it. We're going to ban all people showing any kind of rhetorical support to Hamas or to Palestinians or whatever. And the mainstream media shuts out both right-wing and left-wing opinions by going, these are not acceptable thought. But when you have someone captured in a room where they fear for their safety and cannot leave, you have gone too far. Okay,
I'd call it terrorism.
No, it's too much to call it terrorism because look, then you take away the power of the word. Okay, so nobody got killed, nobody even got assaulted. But at the same time, I'm not excusing it. I'm saying it might even be a crime. But when you call it terrorism, it lessens the actual terrorism that Hamas does, or right-wingers here in America do.
I think this is just more of a semantic argument then, and we're
it's a
defining the word
semantic
differently. My understanding of terrorism is,
well, it is a semantic argument, but semantics are important because they frame how we emotionally view an issue. And so I do think that having a bunch of students, barricade someone in a room like that, I mean, that definitely, if it's for a political reason, that definitely hits the definition of terrorism.
I mean, I agree. Like if I'm stuck in a room with a mob that wants to hurt me, commit physical violence against me. I mean, how's that not terrorism?
You're stuck in a room because there's a mob outside that you're afraid if you leave will hurt you, right?
Yeah, but that's just as bad. Look.
Yeah, so that does.
You're preventing them from getting in the room. I hope.
Right.
Like look. Remember AOC stuck in a closet here? Like, how's that any different?
Oh my God!
How's that any different?
They told me to go to somewhere safe, and I didn't trust the Capitol Police because they're all secret MAGAs. So I hid in my bathroom, and then I heard this pounding, and I was so scared that they were coming to get me. And I was like, oh my God. And then it turned out the person pounding was just a police officer trying to say, why the fuck didn't you go to the rendezvous place with all the other House representatives, you stupid idiot?
Look, maybe I shouldn't have brought up AOC because AOC, there was no violent mob waiting at the door.
Yeah, it was even
but in this situation, there actually was a violent mob.
Yeah.
If there is a violent, let me be clear here.
Right.
If there is a violent mob waiting at the door, that's terrifying.
Yes.
Nobody wants to be ripped limb from limb by some violent mob.
But what I'm trying to say is I'm conflicted about calling it terrorism because it does hit the definition of terrorism. It is a group of people using violence and intimidation for a political purpose. That's 100%, right?
Yes,
but
of course.
I understand the hesitancy you want to separate that from like 9/11, right?
Yeah, bombing a school.
Yeah,
obviously.
or doing a mass shooting or bombing or whatever, you know, or even the mass rioting that we want to talk about. So I don't know. I can waffle in either direction on whether that should be called terrorism or not.
You're gonna flip flop.
I can flip flop it. I don't know. I'm kind of I'm fence sitting on that one.
The use of fear, like threatening violence or harm, in order to pursue a political goal.
Okay, I'm so glad you said that. So then let me ask you this. This morning, McKay Coppins revealed another part of the book about Mitt Romney, where Mitt Romney said that most of the Republicans that did not vote to impeach or convict Donald Trump, especially after January 6th, were because they were physically worried about their safety. They thought that right-wing supporters of Donald Trump might kill them or their family members.
Not terrorism.
Oh, come on, Tim, you just said it was terrorism.
No, I didn't. You want me to explain? I'll explain.
Okay, go ahead. I can't wait for this one.
If a bunch of Trump supporters went to their offices throwing bricks or wielding bricks and Molotovs, terrorism.
Yeah,
if a guy says
January 6th?
Absolutely.
Where is chanted, hang Mike Pence, Mike Pence.
We're referring,
so that's January 6th, definitely terrorism.
Specific people.
According to your standards, by the way. I'm not
absolutely. Specific people on January 6th. But that's a whole very nuanced conversation. And the issue with January...
Whenever it comes to the right wing, we get more nuance. But okay, go ahead.
Well, we're being nuanced at the left. I'm not saying that leftists who are privately saying, they want to eat the rich or whatever are committing acts of terrorism. If someone on the left says, I'm scared of people on the right doing something at some point, it's vague and nebulous. I'm scared of people coming here, not for political reasons.
But it's not vague and nebulous, Tim. First, January 6th already happened. In talking about what Mitt Romney said.
It was Cenk saying that just the congressmen fearing people might do something if they do some act as terrorism, even though, I mean, that fear could be completely imaginary.
Well, okay, so you get into a problem, which is just having the fear of it in itself is not evidence.
Right. Yeah, you could be paranoid delusional.
Terrorism, right? And AOC is a good example of that. Because she basically
that's
put
not
herself
terrorism.
in a situation where she hyped her up in the fear, which was not, in my opinion, real. But if you're going, but I think Cenk does make a good point that if you are going to say that a bunch of people banging on the door when there are Jewish students inside saying from the river to the sea and they're afraid to leave, or if you're going to say that a bunch of people protesting against Riley Gaines who are not letting her leave, if you're going to say that's terrorism, I don't know how you say that January 6th was not terrorism too, because as we talked about before, and as you convinced me before, you have a bunch of people, not everyone,
chanting "Hang Mike Pence." Yeah.
Well, no, I'm not even talking about forget the "Hang Mike Pence" part. Okay, you have a bunch of people who are committing a crime. They're breaking into a Capitol building or walking into a Capitol building. Some are walking, some are breaking into a Capitol building, with the desire that their presence there will have their intimidation. Their show of force of their presence there will intimidate politicians into doing something differently. Okay.
Right.
They are using violence to try to enact and intimidate a political change. And so, if you're going to say that one of those things is terrorism, I think you have to also say that January 6th is also terrorism at that point.
Did you hear the clip of Trump responding to Mike Pence dropping out of the election?
I assume he called him a double, triple loser.
Yeah, and he basically chided him, saying he should have done what Donald Trump told him to do on January 6th. I'm dead serious. Like, how insane is that?
Did you see, I retweeted this. Did you see Cernovich's insane tweet today?
No, I didn't. Look, if Mike Pence did, if let's say we live in an alternate universe and he actually did what Donald Trump told him to do.
Yeah.
I'm sure it would have been overturned in the courts. They would have been like, nah, you can't do this. Like, it would have gone to the Supreme Court and they would have said, nah, try again. Right.
Yeah, I agree. Even with the justices he put in place, I think the Supreme Court would have said no. But the question that creates a lot of problems for two reasons. Number one, it creates a problem with before it gets to the Supreme Court, if the Republicans as a party goes along with that, lose all respect and faith in the Republican and credibility in the Republican Party giving a shit about any American principles at that point.
We're off the rails. Yeah, we're in constitutional crisis territory. I completely agree.
Right. That's number one. And then number two, if the Supreme Court says this, you can't do this, that still requires Trump to say, okay, the Supreme Court said I can't do that. Right. What if he says, no, fuck you?
I mean, the Supreme Court he would lose the election. The election would be certified in Biden's favor.
No. I'm saying if Pence did what Trump wanted him to do, okay?
I still say he gets thrown out of office. I just think it takes longer.
No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, if Pence did what Trump wanted him to do, it goes to the House. The House has a vote. The House declares Trump the winner. Okay?
Right. It's overturned in the Supreme Court.
Supreme Court says no. Right. And then
Donald Trump, Biden the winner.
Right. They say no, Biden won. Donald Trump says, fuck you, Supreme Court. What happens? Who enforces that law? He's the executive branch. That's what I'm saying. Like that creates a massive constitutional crisis, because then you have the situation where it's like, if he doesn't,
it's the executive's job to enforce the Constitution. I guess you're right. That's why they have the DOJ, right?
Right. So is it going to be like you're going to have this weird situation now? Because whereas it's like the FBI have to escort Trump out of the office. Like how does it? Well, he fires the head of the FBI and puts in some I don't even know how that fucking works.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right.
It's like
he appoints the heads of all these organizations.
Right. So it creates this like insane situation that you never want to have to deal with as a country if something like that occurs.
Wow. It's just, look, I guess Pence really is getting no credit. Look, and the Republicans hate him. Like, they basically think he's the one that cost him the election. Like, they should have just put their guy in. He should have just put their guy in.
Yeah, essentially.
It's so disgusting.
It is. It is. No, I mean, I don't like Mike Pence very much. I don't agree with most of his politics, but I give him insane levels of credit for saying no. I'm not doing this. And I do, and this we had a disagreement. I don't think he was doing it to run for president. I think he was doing it because he didn't believe it was moral to do.
Look, I think both, obviously.
Okay.
I think he thought it was the right thing to do morally, and also that it would help him in a presidential run.
Right.
Which he did run for president. And look, in the first debate, that's the thing that he pivoted to immediately. I saved America.
Right.
Elect me.
Yeah. So Cernovich, who I don't follow Cernovich, but
what's the tweet?
Scott Adams, and Scott Adams retweeted him, which is unfortunate. Scott Adams is like, he's, I like Scott Adams, but like when it comes to some of the Trump stuff, he's just so lost in the sauce. He's so stuck in like an echo chamber. So Cernovich said, Trump is the most innocent man in human history. All these lies and investigations, and the best case they have is he took boxes that belong to him. Not even his never Trump haters consider the other prosecutions as having any basis. The rule of law is being cut down. Okay. Which to me is fucking, an insane thing. The guy, Trump with the electors case, creating fake electors that they're going to give to Pence to try to get Pence to look at the fake electors and say, oh, well, because there's some contention between these fake electors and real electors, I therefore have the power to throw out the lawful votes of like 7 different states and then just kick it to the House of Representatives for them to make some decision about Trump being president. I mean, that's insane. And to say that that's the most innocent man on the planet.
Yeah, that's obviously ridiculous. I can't tell though if he's delusional or dishonest, because I think he might actually think he won the election, even though it's just based
Trump
off
or Cernovich?
Trump.
Oh,
I think Trump feels he won the election, even if it's just based off his gut. He's
right.
like, oh, I can't imagine losing to Biden. Like something happened, some shenanigans happened. And he's willing to act on that with zero proof, which makes him just delusional.
Yeah.
Doesn't make him dishonest.
I don't know either. If it was anyone else than Trump, I would say that they're lying. But
Dishonest,
Trump,
yes, exactly.
Right. But with Trump, he's so in
like no one can be this insane.
Right.
But you're like, look, he was born rich. He's always flaunted the law.
Yeah. Trump is in his own class. And most people don't know the specifics, but it's like, literally everyone around him who had any information told him he didn't win the election. Okay. There's, all 2 of his attorney generals and everyone that worked for the attorney general's office, who were all tasked with investigating these claims, who were all appointed by Trump, all said that they found no evidence of the election fraud stuff. Mark Meadows, his campaign advisor, said that they didn't find evidence of the campaign election fraud stuff. White House counsel told him this. The only people that were telling him that they thought the election was stolen was the 3 stooges.
The Kraken.
The Kraken, yeah. You had Sidney Powell, Flynn, and Rudy Giuliani. And none of these people had secret information that no one else had. And then even Rudy Giuliani, I mean, there's a famous thing where Rudy Giuliani goes to Arizona and he tries to convince the Republican leader of the House, or is it Arizona or New Mexico? I don't know, one of those states. And he tries to convince the guy to throw out the votes, to throw out the votes the state had and to vote for Trump instead. And he says, well, if he wants to do this, you're going to have to show me evidence that there are a bunch of illegals voting in my state. And
look,
Rudy
if I had evidence, I would show it, Sitch.
Right.
I mean, that would be the thing to do.
Right. And Rudy says, well, we don't have a lot of evidence. We have a lot of theories.
Right. We're working on it, basically.
Right. And
stalling for time.
Yeah. And he never produces the evidence. And so I like the idea, like, even if Trump was so delusional that he thought he won, which is possible, the idea that you, with no evidence, just because you have a gut intuition, are going to say, well, I'm going to just destroy the process completely, the lawful, peaceful transition of power, attempt to destroy that just because I, on an intuitive level, think I won, is insane.
It is.
And completely immoral. Now there is a claim here. Now this claim, I'm very skeptical of this, which is that, so I don't know if you saw, Mark Meadows took a plea deal.
Oh yeah. No, I'm following what's going on.
Yeah. This could be hugely bad for Trump so Mark Meadows was Trump's campaign advisor, or I'm sorry, his chief, I say campaign advisor, his chief of staff. Right.
Yeah,
his
he
chief
knows
of
where
staff.
the bodies are buried. He's supposedly the one that relayed the story about grabbing the wheel.
No. That was someone else. That was that woman.
Somebody told him, and he told that woman. Mark Meadows told that woman. Yeah,
I didn't realize it was like three.
Look, it's like, yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, why are people even bringing this up? It's like
I thought she's
like 6 levels removed.
Right. So, but anyway, so Mark Meadows is chief of staff for Trump. He knows where all the bodies are buried. He's going to know presumably everything. There is a claim here, an unsourced claim here, that Donald Trump told Mark Meadows that Donald Trump said that he knew he didn't win the election.
He lost?
Yeah, that he knew he lost the election. Okay.
Wow.
And some people on the left are very happy because Mark Meadows took the plea deal, which presumably means Mark Meadows will testify against Trump in the electors case. I am skeptical that Mark Meadows will testify something so perfect, right? Something so perfect to say that Donald Trump told him he didn't win the election. I think Mark Meadows will testify that he told Trump that he thought Trump lost the election.
Right. And he looked like he nodded.
Right.
Trump looked like he nodded along.
I think he'll say, I think you lost the election. We haven't found evidence of voter fraud, but I'm highly skeptical that there's going to be the silver bullet of Donald Trump saying, oh, I know I won the election, but fuck it. Like, I don't think that anything that perfect will ever come into manifestation.
I think he still thinks he won. Look, I don't know that he believes he lost to this day.
Yeah, I could definitely believe that. Anyway, we're like way off track.
And so that's in the minds of the Republicans. And
look, nobody in the chat said TDS. I'm completely amazed.
I'm sure it's there somewhere.
I've been looking. I've been waiting for it.
Okay.
0.
Good.
Just relaying what his colleagues told him. Okay. And then secondly, people confronted like Lindsey Graham at the airport, and he got really shook by that.
But that's not terrorism. If a crowd of people surrounds a room, banging on the door, screaming something related to killing you, that is blunt, low-level terrorism.
So wait. Okay, now your nuance is getting tricky because you're saying when right-wingers yell at people and surround them, that's not terrorism. But when the left wing does it, because they didn't say they were going to kill them in the left-wing scenarios, they surrounded the room and yelled at them, and that is terrorism? That doesn't make sense.
Well, so you're talking about people confronting a guy in an airport?
So, to me, confronting people is perfectly fine.
Agreed.
Okay.
Surrounding a room and barring someone into it while screaming things is not.
Is not because
there's a line somewhere.
Yeah, and the reason why I say it might be a crime is because then they don't have freedom of movement. So false arrest is almost certainly the wrong crime, but something where you're
limiting distinction. What I'm saying,
yeah, you're limiting somebody's freedom. But Tim, if you think that the right wing guys are not physically threatening these congressmen and others, you're crazy.
I'm saying
right?
a guy.
No, they very much physically threaten them.
And I'm not talking. I'm talking about. If there's a guy in Congress surrounded by all of his guards, there's no active threats or anything, and he goes, I better not vote this way because someone's going to get mad. Well, that's not terrorism.
I totally agree that's not terrorism.
Right. But if people are screaming, they're screaming things at you, making demands of you, and there are acts of violence, people fighting cops and bashing cops, yes, it is.
Yeah. So if right-wingers, my sense of it is we talked about the bubbles earlier, right? That right-wingers are in their bubble and never see the right wing attacking them. Why would they? Because they're right wingers. So you don't get to experience what we experience. And for a brief moment there around January 6th, even the Republican congressman got to experience what the left wing experiences. Well, so what the left wing experiences is right wingers threatening to kill us 24/7. Now, that's not all right wingers. We're fair. We're reasonable. It's not the majority of right wingers. But is there a crazed percentage of right wingers in this country constantly threatening to murder The left-wingers, Democrats, and now Republican congressmen, yes.
Completely agree.
Yeah. And so every left-winger,
we see it too, though.
Every left-winger in media, and but only a couple of the Congress people, which is amazing, because when it happens to them, they flip out. And I'm like, oh, wow. Apparently that doesn't happen to them every day. But for people in left-wing media, our death threats from the right wing are nonstop.
So I would imagine that left wing, a lot of Democrat Congress people, well, not everyone, but probably the ones that people know about, like AOC.
Oh yeah, she gets like 30 death threats a day, right?
Right, or Bowman, or these other squad people. Yeah, I'm sure they get 1 million death threats every day. They probably don't get is like someone physically accosting them. In a physical location. That's probably still fairly rare. I don't know if every single person in left-wing media gets death threats every single day, 24/7. I mean, if they do, that's pretty fucked up, to say the least. I mean, if Cenk gets death threats every single day, that's pretty fucked up, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. What is he calling a death threat?
Right.
People have told me, kill yourself on Twitter, but I mean, I don't count that. I don't think I've ever gotten a death threat. Like, I've never got something that I took seriously. I was like, okay, this is concerning.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
But then we're obviously significantly smaller than most.
Of course, but I mean, I have had people on Twitter like say obnoxious things.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. This is the thing. I think some people can, turn someone telling me to kill myself on Twitter into a death threat, which I do think people do that and shouldn't, because it's like not real.
Yeah. But I think he said something that's true, but then he's overstating it to a part I disagree with, because if you look at like the January 6th thing, there was right when it happened, people forget this, right when it happened, all the Republicans who were there and all the Republican pundits were all like, this is fucking horrible.
Oh, of course.
They were all like, this is terrible. This is a disaster, right? And it was only when the situation resolved and like suddenly the narrative started to form on it that suddenly they're like, well, it wasn't so bad. Well, maybe it wasn't such a big deal. And so I think that's a good point. I don't know if I relate it to saying that like, well, every left winger is used to getting that level of harassment every day, because I don't think that's true.
There was a giant misperception going on January 6th. If you listen to the people who were marching around the Capitol and filming and stuff like that, they saw it as peaceful protest in the vein of the Black Lives Matter protests. So they had no idea that they were in any sort of danger whatsoever, up to the point that a person actually gets shot and killed.
I don't think that's true for the people that broke into the Capitol.
You think that they thought their lives were in danger?
Not that their lives were in danger, but they knew that they were doing something they're not supposed to be doing.
Yeah, but I
mean,
said
it wasn't just
the misperception is that their lives were actually in danger. Like someone literally got killed.
I understand, and I agree with that.
Like,
I don't think
you think when she was climbing through that window, you think she thought, "Look, I'm going to get killed doing this."
No. I agree.
She
with
thought,
that.
"I'm having a field day."
Okay, I'll maybe hyper specific. I agree with that element, that specific element. I don't think that the majority of people there thought that they were in physical danger of being shot by the police. They did, however, think that they were in danger of being arrested. Everyone likes to point to, the people that went in through the doors or the people that went in through the places that they were waved in. They ignore that tons of people climbed in through broken windows. Tons of people climbed in through broken windows, that they were going through personal offices. Everyone knows you're not supposed to go, through personal offices. They forget, everyone brings up the video, the Hannity not Hannity, Tucker, that Tucker kind of dishonestly edited, where the cop is leading the QAnon shaman guy around. who, by the way, I've said was wrongfully hit with too high of a sentence because he became the face of the movement, even though he didn't deserve the length of sentence he got. Because when you look at the full video, even those guys, when the cop brings the QAnon shaman guy into the lower floor of the Senate chamber because they're trying to round up the people that are inside the building already so that the police forces can marshal their forces at the entrances to prevent more people from coming in. In that situation, they know that what they're doing is wrong because one of them turns to the one police officer in the room and says, "Why aren't you arresting us?" Okay. He asked him that question. You wouldn't ask that question if you thought what you were doing was just a completely legal action. And the cop says, "Well, there's only one of me and there's like 20 of you."
Look, I'm talking, we're miscommunicating a little bit here.
No, we're not miscommunicating. We're not miscommunicating. I understand what you're saying. I don't think those people thought they were going to get killed, but most of them knew what they were doing was not legal.
Well, I'm not saying anything about the legality of what they're doing. I'm saying that they put themselves in physical danger and they had no idea that they were in physical danger.
Yes, I agree.
Like they don't have enough people to start arresting people. Yes. If things get out of control and it becomes mob mentality, they're going to start shooting. They're not going to start arresting. And this literally took place with the woman that came in, started coming into the chamber where Congress people or senators were.
Right.
They shot and killed her.
Yes.
So just that is the misperception that I'm thinking is taking place.
I agree.
They think they're on a field trip, and really all of their lives are in danger. Nobody went to jail because they killed Ashley Babbitt. No one was even brought up on charges for killing Ashley Babbitt.
Right.
And if they would have killed more of the protesters, it'd be the same thing.
Well, depending on the circumstances, obviously. But yeah. No, I agree.
When I was at Occupy Wall Street, in support of the activists, to the degree of getting the information out, rejecting the arbitrary police restrictions, do you know who physically attacked me? It wasn't right wingers. It was the far left. It was we called them black bloc anarchists at the time. People call them Antifa now. I mean, it's like a vague term for groups of left wing ideologues who dress up and attack people. I know that if I go to if we have people on the show who rag on Trump, the responses we get are, "You are wrong." If we go to places and we challenge the left, we get threats of violence and death.
No, not death. But
we do.
But
we were swatted.
I
was swatted 15 times last year. We had. Oh,
you were?
We were swatted 15 times.
Yeah, I saw that you were swatted at least once, and I said on air, I
Bomb
hate
threats?
that. I despise.
I mean, first of all, I think it's very poor form for Cenk to tell Tim that he hasn't experienced something, right? Like he doesn't know. To say not death. But I do think, and this is a strong argument, 100%. I do think it's completely insane and despicable and hypocritical that we would not characterize, or official organizations, I don't know if they characterize, like Antifa and Black Bloc and all those organizations should 100% be conceptualized and categorized officially as domestic terrorist organizations. And anyone that says otherwise is coping. That is a massive cope. These are people that are dressing up in outfits to commit violent actions in order to try to enact political change. That's literally the textbook definition of terrorism.
Yeah, they scare me a lot more just because they have more justification in their heads. Like they see themselves as the oppressors taking out the colonialists.
Yeah, 100%. And those people are scary. Those people are dangerous, and they will, as we've seen time and time again, enact violence.
Yeah,
is that
spies? I mean, the degree of threats that we got were insane.
Yeah. So look, there's a strand of that on the extreme left, and it's
this whole section is just hilarious. Why is it so difficult for Cenk just to recognize that they're crazy people on the left?
Well, he said,
right. You think Tim was swatted 15 times by right wingers?
No, obviously not.
Come on.
Well, it's this. It's kind of like when we were talking to IRI. So Cenk acknowledges. He says there's a strain of this, or a strand of this on the left, right? So they're saying that it exists, but they're trying to say it's just significantly lesser than on the right because they're operating from a worldview that there is something inherent in right-wing philosophy that is
racism. Yeah.
Or that is something that can lead, that's racist, or something that can lead to violence.
Well,
I don't think there is.
What is the motivation for the violence? Like I understand the motivation for the violence on the left. It's like you are an oppressive capitalist or colonialist or, you know, person who subjugates people, a landlord, and I am the underdog lashing out, taking.
It's the same thing on the right. What do you mean? It's exactly the same thing.
Self-defense. Well, I mean, I guess I understand that if you're an ethno-nationalist and you're lashing out against black people, but
yeah,
I feel like it's a fundamental part of. Well, I guess it is the far left and the far right.
So both the far left and the far right create victimhood worldviews.
Right.
You know, so you laid out the far left one, you know, they're being oppressed. The far right is we're being oppressed too. It's, you know, I'm being oppressed because I can't live in my white ethno state. I'm being oppressed because there's some kind of federal deep state something or other that's doing some bad thing that's trying to steal my country from me. Blah, blah, blah. Right. There is some powerful oppressor that exists, because the only way that you can justify essentially doing vigilante violence against anyone is to say that you are the underdog.
Yeah.
Because that's why you justify in your mind that violence is acceptable, right? Is because you're like, well, I'm an underdog. The only way I can get my political change is through this kind of violent vigilantism, right? Or violent terrorist act.
It's always been around in the extreme left, but it got so muted. It's now back to rising up. It's bubbling up, and I'm worried about it. You know, whether it's tankies or whoever they are, I don't really like the Antifa thing. You guys hyped up so much, and then they never arrived.
What do you mean? They did.
That's weird because he's right. He was right on the cusp. I'm like, oh, this is so good. He's saying he's worried that it's bubbling up again. I'm like, yes, thank you. He's right there. And then it's like this, like, why are we downplaying Antifa stuff? I mean, yeah, like Antifa didn't do a lot of bombings or whatever, but you know, there was a lot of
They did try
rioting.
to burn the courthouse down in Portland, Oregon for
I know,
100 days in a row. What are you talking about?
They did, right. They did do a lot of rioting. They did try to burn down the courthouse in Portland, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Didn't they burn down the police station in Seattle? That's how the whole Chaz got going.
They did, yeah. And so they're definitely should be considered like a terrorist threat that should be taken seriously.
Didn't they burn down a CNN building? I feel like they burned down the CNN.
There was some CNN building. Yeah, I forget where it was.
Look,
and there was, we just talked about it, you know, some months ago. There was a situation where there were these weird leftists living in the forest trying to stop, quote, Cop City from being built, and they were part of some violent riot where they ended up burning parts of the construction down. And so the state government went down hard on them, as they should.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these people should be taken serious. And now we're seeing, and finally, the mainstream left, I think, is waking up to it, because they're seeing, all these older people are seeing these insane fucking videos of
these Palestine stuff.
Yeah, seeing all these insane leftist shithead college students fucking cheering on Hamas and acting totally insane. And they're like, whoa, wait a minute. Suddenly it's like clicking for them, because it's like it's against, unfortunately, the only way that so many people change their mind is if it like shifts against them. And then suddenly they're like, oh, wait a minute. I finally understand why this is a problem.
Yeah, I thought this was civil rights. What's up with this hang glider?
Yeah.
Like, there was barely any Antifa. Meanwhile, there's like right-wing militias everywhere.
Well,
and there's like 2 Antifa dudes in Portland. But there are extreme left, and they are getting more extreme now.
How many people died in the occupation in Seattle?
I don't know.
I think 3.
I wouldn't doubt that.
It's particularly disconcerting when far leftists with rifles take over several city blocks.
Yeah, that was a disaster.
And they unloaded 300 rounds into an SUV with 2 teenagers in it. I don't know if they both died. There were, I think, maybe potentially 3 deaths specifically there. But it's like, hey, that's what we're talking about. That happened, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's weird. I don't know why. I mean, Cenk's saying it's awful. I don't know why he made the comment about only the 2 Antifa people.
What is the right-wing militia equivalent of like the Chaz and the Chop and all these like the Portland?
The only one I can think of was a long time ago, and it was the Bundys.
Ruby Ridge, or
no, that's longer. No, remember the Bundys?
Oh, you're right. North Dakota? You're right. Yeah, they were on government land. Yeah,
they took over some state parks building, and they tried to camp out there, and they were there for like months,
right?
Until eventually the police stopped them in some sort of high-speed chase that caused I think a car crash where the guy died in the car crash. But recently, yeah, I mean, they're right-wing militias, but I don't know if not to my knowledge, they didn't do anything like this. And it wasn't just and this to me shows the bias of the media reporting, because yeah, we all heard about, in Portland or Washington or where the fuck this was with the Chaz Chop thing, where people did die. That was leftist terrorism 100%. But, and I talked about on stream, I had no clue that the exact same thing happened in Georgia. The exact same thing happened in Georgia. And it was, remember that Wendy's where that guy got tased. No, I remember the guy got shot because he stole the cop's taser. And they did the same thing. They created one of these, Chaz zones, and a woman was shot driving through it. And I think her kid were shot too. Her kid was shot in the car. And it was just like this horrific thing. And like, yeah, this should be thought of and conceptualized as leftist terrorism. And the fact that it's not shows how biased the reporting is and how captured the culture is on some of these left-wing issues, to not conceptualize this as leftist terrorism.
I read a bunch of books, obviously, and when in some of these books, they talk about this right-wing militia movement, and I'm always like, where, what can I look at? Where are the sources? Where can I see these militias? But I can never seem to find them. They don't seem to be well documented. Like, you go to the internet and you look, oh, look, it's the ADL. Wow, they're the paragon of honest journalism, aren't they?
Well,
how are they counting these right-wing militias? Look, and it even says, just on Google, is it illegal to form a militia? All 50 states have laws that prohibit private military actions. In 29 states, laws prohibit private military groups from organizing without authority from state governments. Like, you can't form a militia.
Well, yeah, but there are ways to get around it, right? You're
like, club. It's a hunting. We're a hunting club. With with my 600 friends. Right. I don't look how many people are in these right-wing militias. When they say right-wing, when he says right-wing militias, I think, how many members are there in these right-wing militias? Is this like a Facebook group? Do they meet on the weekends to go deer hunting? Like, explain this to me. People cite this all the time. I hear people citing it all the time, and it's almost like they're playing telephone.
Well, yeah, I think they exist. I'm just not aware of like mass crimes being committed by these groups, especially when you compare it to the recent. It's calmed down, but the recent, all the BLM riots, all the Antifa riots that were going on, the Chaz, the Chop, all this other crap, I don't remember there being a right-wing militia thing that was comparable to any of that in, the last 5-6 years, to my memory, whatsoever. But I think it's because you have two issues, which is, number one, the organizations that care about extremists, the private organizations like the ADL and the SBLC and all these other organizations that care about like extremism, they're all left-wing groups. So they're just intuitively biased against talking about left-wing stuff. The ADL will call out left-wing anti-Semitism because it's a Jewish organization, but most of these groups that track extremism are explicitly left-wing groups, so they're very biased against tracking left-wing extremism, number one. And number two, as we all know, a lot of our media, a lot of our movies and television Hollywood has a left-wing bias. And so this stuff doesn't like really get a lot of focus in our storytelling. And so people don't think about
it. The last time I went digging on this, it was like ADL, one of those organizations. And it's so frustrating because I'm like, okay, I want to know how many right-wing militia members there are. Like, I don't care how many groups there are. And all the places just list the number of groups, 800 groups, 1,500 groups. Like, this could be a group with 2 guys in it. I
Right.
like. I don't know what it is. What should I'm gonna be. We covered reporting recently on the KKK that the KKK is so demoralized they're letting black people into the KKK now. It's like, come on, I'm not worried about the KKK at the moment.
Right.
Sure, they were terrible when they were domestic terrorizing black people in the South, but they've kind of died out.
Yeah.
I want to know how big a problem this is, and every time I look into it, you can't really. There's no dirt to be dug down to.
Yeah.
Looks like there's a couple videos on YouTube. Here's one from Vice from 2017, inside America's largest right-wing militia.
Wait, but have they committed a crime? Have they done something?
Yeah, for all I know, they're basically preparing for the Russians to invade, right? Or they're just all off-duty police officers. This is what will terrify the left wing. Like, it's a bunch of off-duty cops. Like, I guess if there's about the National Guard, right? A lot of people who are out of the military end up joining the National Guard because they could hang out with their buddies like one weekend a year or something like that.
Right.
And so that's what I mean by
the George Floyd occupation as well in Minneapolis. You also had shootings. There's a video of a car driving through and they're unloading rounds into that car. So
there's a difference. There's so many nuances here. And I say both about the right and the left. So in the case of the George Floyd issues, the riots are different than the occupations, right? So the riots are great frustration. But then after the riots is the looting. And the looting is not frustration. That's just stealing. Okay. And then the occupations are not the rioting. They're usually white people. Okay.
Yep.
And
white liberals
who are like zany extremists. And
wait. It is generally not white liberals that are the ones creating the occupied zones. It's a bunch of commies. Many of them are white and many of them are not white. And then they get taken over by gangs pretty quickly. So
yeah, to say, look,
that Tim is agreeing with. I don't know why Tim's agreeing with us, but
to say it's suburban. Well, I guess there might be a share of suburban kids, but they're all anti-capitalist.
Yeah. They're not liberals, though. They're definitely not liberals creating all these chats and chops.
Right.
The rioting, they're usually white people. Okay. Yep. And
white liberals
who are like zany extremists. And so if you're on the left and you think we're talking about you, no, we're not talking about you. We're talking about the guys who say that there should be no laws within this city block or within these X city blocks. And whenever you have no laws, you know what happens? Chaos.
The most brutal people take over.
Yeah, every time. And by the way, why do you think Hamas took over took over Gaza? Because when people are desperate and times are tough, extremists win.
Do you know how many people died in the George Floyd riots?
I don't.
There's different estimates. The original estimates was around 34 to 36. I think it's been amended now based on people making arguments about what constitutes a death during the riot versus someone died while the riot was happening. But it's between like 20 and 30. So when you have nationwide mass protests over what I would say is arguably serious disinformation coming out of what happened with George Floyd, people fear terrorism.
It's not disinformation, brother. I mean, we all saw it.
Well, no, we need to clarify what I mean by disinformation.
Okay,
I'm not saying so. Obviously,
now we know where Hasan gets brother from.
What's that?
Cenk says brother. I guess it's like a thing in their family.
Oh, I like that though.
Yeah, but
look, I think
it reminds me too much of Hulk Hogan. Let me tell you something, brother.
I think Cenk is super likable, even though I just wish he'd stop. Like, everything is the right wing. I feel like, remember when SDL came on, it was like, let's talk about the right wing.
Yeah.
Please stop.
Right.
Look, I'm scrubbing through this video. I got to bring up some screen caps. Inside America's largest right-wing militia. This militia has like the most diversity I've ever seen. Look, when Jake is talking about the right-wing militia, I don't think he realizes that they allow women and black people both.
There you go.
Into the right-wing militia. Don't you think of it as kind of like a patriarchy, like a ethno-nationalist patriarchy?
Listen, I'm not racist. My militia leader is black.
Look, some of these guys they look like they have a Confederate flag pin, a Confederate flag badge too.
Right. A lot of people got triggered because so the whole rant I made about from the river to the sea thing, that applies to the Confederate flag.
Oh, I saw that on Twitter.
People get very mad about people on the right. They're totally fine with accepting that when it comes from the river to the sea. They get very triggered. Some people, if I say, you know, that argument applies to the Confederate flag, right? Like, I understand not everyone means it to be like a weird racist shit, but like that was the origin of people bringing it up, was the weird racist shit. And so it is stupid to perpetuate that. Okay. It is very dumb. If you really want to have some kind of Southern culture, you know, pride thing, you know, why don't you just adhere to your state flag or something? Assuming your state flag does not have a Confederate flag in it, which many of them used to do. But I'm pretty sure most of the states have since gotten rid of that. So.
Wow. The dude, Chauvin, put his knee on the guy's neck and this general area. It's like covering a large portion of his back. But the disinformation comes around the circumstances that resulted in that, the moral questions of what should be done, how it should be done, and the fact that what did happen doesn't warrant 30 plus more deaths and mass rioting across the country, which destroys more lives and burns down innocent people's buildings and homes.
So, look, first of all, Chauvin killed George Floyd. He did it in a brutal way. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about that at all.
Have you read the coroner's report?
Yeah. And what happens, Tim, is that sometimes people die because they can't breathe because you cut off the flow of oxygen. And sometimes they die and they say they can't breathe. It's because they have a heart condition or some other condition. And when you compress long enough, they literally have the feeling that they can't breathe and then they die.
I don't disagree. My point more so is, are you familiar with the circumstances before George Floyd's death? Like what led to him being apprehended in the first place?
I think he had like a fake $20 bill for which he was apparently then you shouldn't murder people over $20.
But he was behind the wheel of a car chewing on a speedball, which is methamphetamine and fentanyl.
Okay, but Tim, what effing difference does it make?
The question is, should the police and
so I knew that he had the speedball in his system. Do they know that he was doing it in the car before he got pulled over? Because I thought the concept was that he did it. He had a bag of
fentanyl,
of fentanyl.
He downed it because he didn't want to get arrested.
Right, and he swallowed it to hide it when he got pulled over. I thought that's what happened. I'd not had heard before that he had been doing it just while he was driving.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he had a lot of drugs in the system, so it's possible, but I'd not heard that before.
Yeah, I thought he was trying to hide it from arrest. That's the narrative that I heard.
I mean, it doesn't matter one way or the other that much.
It doesn't, but I'm not sure that Cenk knows this is why the media bubble thing is interesting, because I mean, there's all this information that is just not piercing the left-wing bubble, right?
Well, it's right. It's because, well, this is what happens. So a situation happens like the George Floyd situation. And when you first saw it, it looks really bad. And so a narrative forms. But if you're on one side of an issue, you physically, and everyone, if you can all take a moment to be honest with ourselves, there's all been a moment where you've been angry with someone and you've been in an argument with someone, not about politics, about something personal. And there's a moment when you realize that you're wrong. Okay.
That's so painful.
And yes, you literally feel some kind of weird physical pain. Like it's not in your body, but you know what I mean? There's like this thing that you feel.
I fucked up now.
Yeah. And it's just like, but you know you're wrong, but you still will keep arguing because you don't want to admit it, right? You've all had this feeling. You're like, oh shit, you know you're wrong, but you're going to try to change the argument, try to
not
weasel
me.
out of it,
No,
right?
I just look. I immediately go to, oh man, I hope they don't notice.
Yeah, oh, right. Or you're gonna hope they don't notice, right? But everyone's experienced that if they're being honest with themselves. They've all experienced that moment. And they feel this like this weird feeling. It's like an actually discomfort that exists. But that happens in these political conversations too, is because you have the George Floyd situation and everyone creates this this narrative, this thing about it, and then when you find out, oh shit, he had like a bunch of like a massive amount of fentanyl in his system, or a lot of, I don't want to say massive, he had a lot of fentanyl in his system, right? And then all of a sudden that feeling of like, oh shit, comes up, right? And
I think it was over a lethal dose.
It was over a lethal dose.
Yeah.
Or it was over the dose amount that could easily cause an overdose.
Right.
And then you find out, oh, if you watch the whole video, the reason George Floyd was on the ground was because they just put him in the car normally, and then he of his own volition, because he's so tall, laid across the back of the car and spread his body out so they physically could not close the police car doors. And he kept saying that he couldn't breathe at that point when no one is even touching him. He's still saying he couldn't breathe, right? And then you hear that and you're like, oh shit. And so you feel that discomfort feeling. And so people fight against that, and they don't want to change their position. They want to fight it because they want to protect a narrative. They want to protect, something, some position, some argument, some consistency. There's a bunch of reasons why, but people want to protect against that.
They want to protect the narrative that Derek Chauvin was a racist and was doing it because he hates black people. That's a narrative.
Right. When, in reality, my position on the situation is, Derek Chauvin is a police officer who is arresting a person. And when you are a police officer and you are an agent of the state, and the state has a monopoly of violence, and you are arresting someone, you are responsible, and you have a large, not 100%, but you have a large level of responsibility for someone's health and safety when you are arresting them, especially once they're handcuffed, right?
Of course.
Because you have control over them to a large extent. And so I think it's completely justified for people to say, and to have charged Chauvin to say, he had a massive negligence in what he was doing, because even if the physical action he was doing had no effect on whether George Floyd died or not, which I think is possible. I don't think we've ever really gotten good evidence whether the physical action caused a death or not. But even if it didn't, okay, the fact that he didn't check his vitals at all, and he was just kind of sitting there like, maybe he has autism, because he had fucking autism face in the trial, and he had autism face in his interaction with Floyd, where he's just kind of sitting there looking like blank faced around. The fact that he didn't check his vitals and didn't make sure that he was okay is a massive, and that he died is massive negligence on Derek Chauvin's part. It's not murder, but it's some kind of negligent manslaughter, in my opinion. And he could have and should have been charged for that. I don't think any of the other officers should have been charged for that whatsoever. I think it's insane that that the rest of them were charged. It was obviously political that the rest of them were charged. It was obviously political that Chauvin's charges were upgraded from whatever would be the negligent manslaughter to the murder charges that he was hit with. Because I don't think there's any evidence that this was some kind of intentional murder, or that he was engaged in action that he knew was intentionally life-threatening, because you wouldn't know that simply having a person lay on the ground with your knee there would kill them, right?
Yeah, it looks like it's making its way through the courts too on appeal, so
right.
Well,
I mean, hopefully
if it's overturned, I think a lot of people are going to be like, what?
Well, I don't think Chauvin's will ever be overturned, but I'm hoping that the other cops who, like the two, because my understanding was that there were 4 police officers. Chauvin was the senior officer on the site. The other senior officer was like doing crowd stuff, so they weren't even paying attention to whatever the hell was going on with Floyd. And the junior officers, one of whom was like really rookie, like they just have to do whatever the senior officer says. It's not their responsibility. They don't know what the fuck's going on. That they don't have the experience to be like, oh, this guy's fucking dying. And one of them even said like, hey, we should put him on the side. We should check him. He even says to Chauvin, and Chauvin doesn't agree with him or ignores him or something. And so to me, it's ridiculous. Oh, hey,
sorry. I had to come back for this. I thought in my brain when I was on the phone with my lady that I wonder if they're talking about the cases yet.
We got
and then
there.
I looked it up. Yeah, you guys got here. So for Floyd swallowing the drugs, there is actually evidence of this, and not just the grainy body cam video. They found a spit up pill in the back of the police car. Like,
oh yeah, I
months and
remember
months
that.
later.
No. My question was, yeah, we knew that he swallowed the drugs. My question was, do we know, did he swallow the drugs before he got pulled over or not?
No, it appears that the time delay was him swallowing the drugs, but that's speculation.
Okay. Right.
But he wasn't pulled over for that. He was pulled over.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
yeah, so I don't know where you guys are in the video, but this is very interesting because Tim talking about the case really upsets Cenk.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, this is
or
where
right at the start of him talking about.
And by the way, Cenk made the appropriate argument right off the bat, and then it's like he regresses here.
You can't talk about this stuff because it sounds racist. That's the
appropriate
argument.
His appropriate argument right off the bat is sometimes people have conditions that when you do pressure to the neck or whatever, it makes them more vulnerable, and that's why they die. And the reason why this isn't like Cenk came up with this, the NYPD actually came up with this back in 1993 when they banned neck restraint. So Floyd did have a heart condition. He did have a lot of drugs in his system. He did have COVID, and that made him more vulnerable to this kind of thing. That would be the argument that I would make if I was Cenk. And I'd also add that the defense at trial was what Tim is bringing up now, and that didn't work at trial.
Yeah, but all those things wouldn't necessitate the murder charge, I think, that Chauvin got. Because didn't it require that he would have to know that what he was doing was intentionally, like, possibly leading to lethal outcomes, which why would he know that?
So if I remember correctly, and it's been a while, he was initially charged with third-degree murder. And I believe that third-degree murder charge fit based on what they were alleging, which was he put him in this inappropriate hold with intent. It was likely to lead to death, and then he died. So, like, the intent wasn't intent to kill him, but it was intent to commit this crime against him that resulted in his death. So, like, I thought that charge fit.
Yeah, but I thought that charge required that the person, they don't intend to kill them, but they know that the action they're doing is, like, highly dangerous, which I don't know.
Yeah, well, then they upgraded the charge after that to second-degree murder, and Chauvin was convicted on both and, like, 3 manslaughter charges too. Like, they charged him, like, down the line.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
I mean, it does. I mean, you're just convicting on the lesser included offenses, like
right. No. I'm saying it doesn't make sense to me that he would get second-degree murder, not that they would get the multiple charges. But
yeah, I thought third degree was the way to go in that case, but people got really mad. My favorite moment about this was when Jacqueline Glenn said that she heard that Floyd and Chauvin once worked at the same nightclub, and she thought that made it first-degree murder. Like, that was my favorite of all of them. But
well, remember there's this whole, like, conspiracy that, like, oh my God, George Floyd had sex with his wife, and so this was some kind of, like, intentional murder.
Oh yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? That was, like, just completely fabricated. Like,
but to the thing that Tim was going to bring up was the lawsuit between the Hennepin County District Attorney's Office, where a DA said in her lawsuit that's about sex discrimination that she contacted the coroner, and the coroner made it clear that the medical examiner, that the autopsy report didn't match, like, the evidence there didn't match what people were pushing for.
Yeah.
And that's why they refused to do the charges. Now, that's in the report. Like, it is a very weak diagnosis of cause of death. Like, it just is that it says it there that there's no indication of lethal injuries or whatever. But if you watch the medical examiner on the stand, he explains it, and he's pretty good at explaining it. You know, so, like, I get why the jury would be convinced by him, but it does say that in the report. It's just a fact.
Right. I know. I would have felt more comfortable with some kind of reckless manslaughter endangerment charge, I think, than even the third-degree murder charge.
Right.
But
well,
you have to
matter
because I upgraded it to second-degree anyway.
I'm not ultra familiar with the like right now because it's been so long.
Yeah.
But I remember going through the different laws and whatnot, and I figured for what they were alleging, third-degree murder would be at the top of what you could convict on. And I was wrong. He got convicted on second-degree murder, which I didn't think fit at all.
Says second degree unintentional murder alleged that Chauvin caused Floyd's death without intent while committing or attempting to commit third degree assault. Okay, well that would just be automatic, would it not? If it's,
I mean, we'd have to look at what third degree assault meant,
right.
But I always felt like make sure you check for Minnesota.
Yeah, no, well, yes, it's supposedly for Minnesota. I'm not looking at the actual statute, but it says third degree murder supposedly is perpetrating an act imminently dangerous to others and evincing a depraved mind without regard for human life. So I think that end part is too problematic to talk about Chauvin.
No, I think that fit perfectly because the depraved mind is like that. He didn't care, right? It's not that he has to be insane or anything like that. So that's why I thought that one fit, because he's committing an act that they're saying is dangerous. They're not saying it's specifically a third degree assault, which, you know, adds another layer that you need to convict. And then he like didn't care, right?
No, but doesn't that, so if you say perpetrating an act eminently dangerous to others, evincing a depraved mind without regard to human life, that would require that the person knows that the action they're doing could lead to someone's death.
No, it's imminently dangerous to others. So they're saying that the act was the danger, like him pinning him like that.
No, I understand that, but you can't have assuming. You can't have a depraved mind without regard for human life unless you're aware that the action you're doing is going to kill or could kill someone. Not that it will, but could.
I mean, the depraved mind, in my interpretation, just means that like he didn't care, like, you know, he was acting in this way, you know.
Okay. Well, I would, you know, there's second degree manslaughter, which was culpable negligence, whereby the person creates an unreasonable risk and consciously takes chances of causing death or bodily harm. I think that's more appropriate.
Yeah, I'm just saying at the top end, what's the maximum charge? I thought it was third degree, but all the lesser included below that, I understand why the jury convicted on that. Right. That being said, like I see people saying that Floyd died of an overdose. So what I always say about this is I'm not a medical examiner or anything like that. The prosecution is arguing that it is a combination of factors that plus the restraint, which was the deciding factor. I don't think the overdose hypothesis is bad, but I'm a layman, so I don't know. So what I said at the time, and I maintain, is that based on before the trial, looking at the evidence, I would have thought that there was reasonable doubt to cause of death. Therefore, there could not be beyond a reasonable doubt to convict Chauvin. Mm-hmm. But like, I hate when people just assert in the affirmative 100% that it was an autopsy. I'm sorry, that it was an overdose, because you don't know.
Right.
And I'm not telling you what you should believe. I'm asking you genuinely. Should the police remove a driver from a vehicle who's behind the wheel who is chewing on a speedball?
Yeah, the police have to use force to some degree. I get it. So there's a homeless guy down the street from me in LA who carries around a spear. All right. So I'm not in the crazy leftist camp who's like, hey, that's his freedom. Okay.
No, right.
So the cops at some point have to take the spear away. Lady down the street has a machete. Okay.
Did you?
So, but that doesn't mean that I want the cops to come and kill the guy. Well,
of course. But did you watch the full body camera footage from start to finish of how it all went down?
I believe I did in that case.
It's a moral dilemma, and
I'm gonna say no. Cenk did not watch it. Also, Tim's question is like, how do I say this in the nice way? Really bad. Like really bad. He was not pulled over for chewing on the speedball. Like he would have swallowed the drug. Like just think about it logically. You would swallow the drugs after you're being pulled over, like not before. If you're trying to hide the drugs.
Because I'd never heard that. I'd only heard that he did the drugs to hide them, not that he was doing them while driving.
The police got called because he tried to pass a counterfeit $20 bill.
Yeah, right.
Yes. I will say too, I know people didn't watch this body cam footage, like, because I remember getting into a conversation with somebody and they said it would take 30 minutes to overdose, right? And the video is only like 9 minutes long. And I'm like, well, what about the body cam footage? So like, it's not long enough. The body cam footage is like 48 minutes.
Yeah.
Like it actually does line up pretty well.
Right. Well, he might think he means just the 8 minutes or something. So.
No, he just didn't watch it. And Keith Ellison was masterful in not releasing that body cam footage and letting that cell phone video, because the cell phone video is like the worst thing ever.
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
think
it's not at all a moral dilemma. It's not.
It absolutely is.
So Tim, you could drag him out of the car. You can't sit on his neck for 9 minutes, brother. That's obvious.
I agree. I completely agree.
Don't fight that. That is terrible. It's murder.
Yeah, because I don't think he saw it, or maybe he doesn't even know it exists, because most people didn't know. They didn't drag him out of the car. He wormed his way onto the ground himself. That's how he got in that position in the first place.
He refused to get in the car first because he said he was claustrophobic.
Yeah.
Like, people don't know that he said he couldn't breathe. I forgot the count, but it was at least 3 or 4 times.
He said it a lot in the car before no one's
yeah.
touching him. Yeah, no one's even touching him. Saying that. Yeah.
And like he said, he was going to die and all that. So he could have been experiencing problems. That being said, pinning him to the ground, whether you're on his neck or not, does not really help that situation. And I think what really hurts Chauvin is that there's a point where he's definitely out. And Chauvin's still on him as the medics are coming over and like flashing a light in his eye and all that.
Right.
So,
well, yeah. Well, I think if Chauvin had did his due diligence and did his duty and checked his vitals and was like making sure that he was not dying, I think he would have been mostly in the right, but he didn't. He just kind of sat there.
I mean, they did check his vitals. That if the other officer, one of them had his hand on his ankle where you could find the pulse in that area. So they did check, and one officer, and I think it was the most rookie officer, the African guy.
Yeah, because he was all like, "Oh, you should put him on his side in case he has excited delirium or something." Yeah. Chauvin just kind of ignores him.
So Chauvin says that's why we got the ambulance coming.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't help the situation if it's like right now. So
I'm not saying specific incident is the moral dilemma. I'm saying the entirety of the circumstance brings us to a bunch of serious questions that must be answered that have not been.
No, I think it's look, I'll tell you, Tim, to the average guy, it sounds like you're excusing it. I know you're saying you're not because you're putting in the caveat that the 9 minutes was wrong and it was murder, but like, don't get into it, because if you want to talk about nuance, there's 1,000 cop videos where they drag him out of the car and you could say, no, that's totally okay. That guy's on speed. He was speedy, like he was causing a significant issue where people might have gotten hurt, and the cops had to subdue him. So make the argument in that case. If you make it about George Floyd, everybody's going to think you're, defending this racist guy who murdered that guy.
I don't care what people think about me if I'm trying to find a solution so this doesn't happen again.
Yeah. So Cenk's argument here, again, he started with the fine argument, but he totally went off the rails. Like here, where he's like, don't talk about it when it's Floyd. And you could tell based on what he's saying that he has a very superficial awareness of what we're talking about, because dragging Floyd out of the car or getting him out of the car, perfectly fine.
Happen.
Like, no. Well, they get him in, but he's like refusing to sit down. So they open from the other side and he says he wants to go to the ground and all that. That's perfectly fine. He's not getting in the car. Like that was all fine. The issue in this case is whether pinning him down in the way that they did for the length of time that they did after he stopped physically resisting is justified. But like, Cenk doesn't seem to be aware of that, or he's not acknowledging that. It's like hard to tell here. And he's uncomfortable by even hearing the prospect of this. Like it's very it's unfortunate. And by the way, Chauvin was like not a good officer. He did have other like use of force complaints that probably should have prevented him from being on the force at that point in time. But like this is not like, it's not a good argument that like, I think it sounds racist.
Yeah, I think it's 2 things. I think it's that I wouldn't be surprised if Cenk isn't familiar or remembers all of the specifics of the case. Number 1. And then number 2, like the Floyd case is kind of like a golden cow in left-wing circles.
Hell yeah.
That is like, you're not allowed to touch it. It's blasphemy, right? Like, if you go on some right-wing, like a very right-wing talk show and start talking about like Trump election stuff, that's like, they're going to freak out. And it's kind of, I think it's the same thing with Floyd on the left. It's like, you're not allowed to talk about this stuff at all. And that's probably why it makes him very uncomfortable.
So I would say, like, I probably would have said a while back that Cenk is lying, but he's not. I think he actually doesn't know. He maybe didn't watch the body cam footage, didn't watch it in full or whatever. And the reason I say that is because I was pretty well convinced that like they were lying about Rittenhouse at the Young Turks, because I'm like, how could you not see the videos? But it turns out they didn't see the videos. Like,
or like, people see chunks of it or parts of it, or
and like if you think about the accounts related to Rittenhouse and how biased they were in the mainstream media, amplify that by like 1,000, and then that goes unchallenged for 2 solid months, and then the body cam footage comes out. Like the only reason I knew about some of this stuff is because I read the transcript of the body cam, which came out a month later. So like I don't think people understand like the nuances of this, and it's weird that Cenk is uncomfortable by discussing the argument that was presented at trial, because this was the defense's argument.
Well, I don't think it's weird because number one, how many people know that this was the defense's argument at all?
Right.
And you know, Cenk he's on Tim's show. He knows there's a lot of eyes on him from the left right now. And there's certain things where if he doesn't challenge, he knows he's going to get like an effigy of him burned by his own audience. And I'm sure Floyd is probably one of those things.
Right.
And so if the issue is guy uses counterfeit $20 bill, resulting in a police call. Police find him behind the wheel of an SUV chewing on hard drugs. He's removed from the vehicle. He sat down. Eventually they move to arrest him. George Floyd becomes combative, says, take me out of the car, take me out of the car. I can't breathe. Put me on the ground, put me on the ground, put me on the ground. Chauvin arrives after this, kneels on his neck. Those are the circumstances of what happened. Crowd forms. They're mad at it. George Floyd dies. 9 minutes. The questions are, where was the point at which this should have stopped? Should it have just...
Why is that not super easy? The point it should have stopped is he should never put his knee on the guy's neck.
They have training for it. And so then...
Well, that's the training is wrong.
Exactly. And then the answer becomes, we dissect this. We say, okay, here's the point of failure. And so when you... the problem is when you outright dismiss it and say you're racist, if you question it, you're siding with the racist guy. If people want to say that, that's fine. I don't care. It doesn't solve the problem.
But Tim, you're purposely picking the...
No, so like Cenk's argument right here is actually pretty bad, because he's like, where do you stop it? He's like, with the knee on the neck, and then he says the training is wrong, but that is the training, like to pin them down. Now, technically in their manual, Chauvin should have been on the other side, but there was a car there, right? And so like, is it Chauvin? Because he's about to say Chauvin was a racist and he did this out of racism, which is stupid, by the way. Like, even Keith Ellison doesn't allege this. This is like rudimentary caveman, that black man, this white man, therefore racism. But now he's saying the training is wrong. But those are two different things. And he doesn't even like understand that.
Yeah. Which the training is wrong is Tim's point. So
yeah. And people in the chat are saying the knees on the back, on the shoulders and all that. Yeah, we've seen the trial. We understand that.
Right.
You've seen the trial. Not a lot of people have seen the trial.
I meant we, like us, in the thing. Like we.
Look, I doubt
us three.
I doubt Young Turks was covering. I don't know. Maybe they were covering the George Floyd trial. I think you were covering it, Sean, weren't you?
Not really. I'm not a huge fan of trial watching. Like I didn't even do a lot of I didn't do any Rittenhouse live streaming.
The Rittenhouse trial was wild to watch.
Yeah, I watched I was like glued to the Rittenhouse trial. Oh my!
I watched it, but I didn't stream on it. Which, by the way, I was invited by like all of LawTube to join them, even though I'm not a lawyer.
They kind of blew up over Rittenhouse.
Yeah, I know. I should have taken them up.
Why
on
did
that
you not
offer.
do that? Yeah, jeez.
I think didn't Rekieta make like $100,000 just live streaming the?
I think they made more in Amber Heard, honestly.
Maybe.
Yeah, but I wish I would have, for like career reasons and all that. But at the same time, I don't like treating a trial like entertainment.
Listen, look at you, so high roading, so moral. Okay.
It's not a high road thing, because
it was like church. It wasn't like entertainment. I was worried about our justice system.
That's true.
Incarcerating an innocent person. It was not entertaining at all.
All right. Fair.
You heartless, Sean.
I mean, look, a lot of people don't know anything about the trial either. Like, people still say that Kyle Rittenhouse carried an illegal gun, but
I know
he wasn't even acquitted on that charge. They had to drop it because it didn't apply.
Right.
You wouldn't feel some grave injustice in the world if Kyle Rittenhouse got 20 years.
No, I would have, but I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of like watching the trial like it's an event, even though I did watch a little bit of Darrell Brooks on the thing, because that was incredibly outrageous. That guy's like defense was unbelievable.
Who's Darrell Brooks?
The Waukesha guy. Drove the SUV.
Yeah. Right.
Oh yeah, I watched
that
some
guy
of
who
that.
drove
That
through
was
the crowd.
that was crazy. That was just like crazy, insane person on display. Completely delusional person on display.
Mean mugging the judge, all that sovereign citizen stuff.
Weird.
Look, that I guess that was closer to entertainment because there's no like you knew there's no way this guy's getting off. Like Rittenhouse, you were caught up in it could go either way.
Right. It was an inviter. Yeah.
Well, I thought the evidence was so overwhelming for Kyle. Like they had to pull some like sketchy thing to even make it look like he pointed the gun at him and all that, like, you know, at somebody. Like, but by the way, Cenk is still wrong about Rittenhouse. Like when you hear him describe the event, when he says that Kyle shot the wrong guy, he thinks that Kyle turned around and shot immediately following the Zeminski shot.
Right.
Like he didn't watch the video. That's not what happened. He turns around. He does point his gun behind him. Rosenbaum stops for a second. Then he turns around and continues running. It's only after when this guy lunges at Kyle and he's trapped in the cars. He has no way out. He's lunging for the gun that Kyle shoots him, which, by the way, he's morally obligated to not let this crazy person get a hold of his firearm at that point, period, point blank.
Of course.
Like, it's not even remotely close. If Rosenbaum would have got that and he just came out of a mental hospital and he started like killing people, that would be in part on Kyle.
Oh my God.
It's true though.
Oh, I know. Look, he was starting fires earlier that night. Like he obviously wanted to cause some mayhem.
And it could have been a suicide by Kyle, by the way.
Oh,
like if you look at his background.
You mean, you're saying suicide by cop, but by Kyle, right?
By Kyle, like
not Kyle. Yeah.
No, I am saying suicide by Kyle.
I know, but this confusing sentence structure. Did whatever happened to the guy on the subway who held that guy down and then he died?
What happened to expanding the circle of empathy too, Cenk? I thought like that's what progressives were all about. It's like no to Kyle Rittenhouse, no to the Covington kids. Like they're not in the circle of empathy at all, right?
Right. I mean, the way that he portrays it, that like the Covington kid was like a baby, is so
I know.
Right. Like that kid, people were so enraged about that. Other than like the open threats of his life, the calling in the bomb at his school, and all that. They were calling culinary schools because somebody found a post that said he wanted to be a chef and telling them not to admit this racist around the country. Like it was insane. And we knew nothing about the case back then. By the way, even Ben Shapiro said that the kids acted badly. I'm very proud of my first reaction. I'm like, is there more to this video? Because he's just standing there.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think anything of it.
The October 10th, Daniel Penny's lawyers asked judge to dismiss case as New York City subway passengers describe fear in court filing. Okay, so it's still pending.
Yeah. Jordan Williams had his case dismissed. The guy who stabbed the person to death on the train.
Yes.
Like 2 months after or
yes.
a month
it
after.
Was similar to the Daniel Penny situation, but I think the guy was black, right?
Yeah, Williams was black.
Okay.
It was similar, but different in a few ways. One, there was an actual assault, and two, Williams used unambiguously deadly force.
Right. He stabbed him. He had a knife and he stabbed him.
Which is not like Penny at all, who did not unambiguously use deadly force.
Penny tried to subdue him without killing him, obviously.
Right, but if the other guy attacked him with physical force first, that changes significantly the circumstances.
Sure, but you're not supposed to. You could argue Williams had a better case and a worse case, depending on how you look at it. Because he responded to a punch with a stabbing. Like
I think that's fine.
Well, sure. Look, I'm of the belief that if you start a fight with me without telling me, like you are not entitled to a karate battle. Like,
yeah, right.
You know, that's the risk you run when you start the fight. But the state and city of New York do not agree with that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The worst case to talk about because it gets like my honest opinion. Sorry, but it's because you know that it's going to get more attention if you say it in the context of George Floyd.
Let's talk about Ahmaud Arbery.
Okay,
I mean these are the high-profile stories. That
Ahmaud Arbery, the guy who got shot jogging in the neighborhood, is.
I think jogging is a representation of your misinformation or your ignorance of the issue.
The eye roll.
This is This is the moment where Tim triggered Cenk's elephant when he said that your misinformation or ignorance of the case. You could just, this is it.
Eye roll.
Yeah, that's a good reaction though.
Tim, this is why people think you're a radical right winger.
That's fine, but if you don't know, why would you make the argument?
So what do you mean I don't know? I know the case. The guy, the two redneck racist sons of bitches who murdered him said that he was in the house that was being built, which, by the way, apparently tons of people had come by to say, hey, how's the construction going? Right? So do they know that he was one of the how's the construction going? Well, they don't know anything because he didn't steal anything.
But
okay?
you're wrong.
So, but they see a black guy at a construction site,
Cenk,
and they're like, let's chase that son of a bitch down and shoot him.
I don't care what people think.
I just want to say there's so much in here. So, like, I just want to break down a few things. One, Cenk says there was a bunch of people that showed up to construction sites, the construction site to ask how it was doing. That's not true at all. But in the Young Turks coverage, they had people on their show say that they would look in construction sites before. So he's like, in my opinion, he's using information that was told to him that people on his own staff do, who are clearly in the tank for Arbery, and now is adding that in there. There's no evidence
in
of
the
that.
look in the trial. They had set up cameras at the place, and they did have a few other people that had gone through the construction site that they showed video of.
Yeah, but like it wasn't people were just showing up and saying, "Hey, how you doing? How the construction?"
No,
is
no,
going."
they walked into the construction site, into the house that they were building, and basically trespassed and looked around.
Yeah. Which did happen. But here's the thing, and like this needs to be made clear, because I made this case from the beginning, and then he was charged. They were charged as predicted and convicted as predicted. So it can be true that Arbery was committing a crime, but their response is definitely illegal, and the felony murder charges made sense.
Sure. Right.
And
Yes.
the reason why I know that is that can be true is because it is in fact true. Like Ahmaud, they did not show them a photo of a random black guy, and then they stopped Ahmaud Arbery for being a black guy. They showed them photos and videos of Ahmaud Arbery. He was the guy. He was on surveillance video. He was in fact there.
Well, they had him on video trespassing, not stealing.
No, but before, and there was stuff stolen from the neighborhood, right?
But they didn't have him on video stealing, though.
Sure, but I'm just saying he was the guy that they were looking out for. Like, to be clear,
right?
And
But
why weren't they looking out for the kids and the couple who also looked
because
through the house?
his appearance there coincided with the stealing of the stuff. That being said, it is also true that Ahmaud Arbery was quite literally nicknamed the Jogger when he would pretend to be exercising, run into a store and steal stuff off the display case and then run away. Like, there's actually a police report that predates that. That is true. That being said, you in the state of Georgia,
the jogging shoplifter.
I swear to God, it's not 100% real.
This is a prior of his.
Yes,
yeah,
this is 100% real. That being said, in the state of Georgia, if you see somebody go into somebody else's property, an unoccupied dwelling, even if it's to commit a burglary, you cannot do what these guys did. Like, just
of course,
factually
look,
wrong.
yeah, what they did is wrong. I'm just saying, Cenk is not far off here. They did in the trial show video of other people going in and out of the property, the same property that Ahmaud Arbery went in and out of. Yes.
Yeah, but I don't think the police went. So the police showed them some screenshot of the footage with Ahmaud Arbery, and I don't know enough if it was because, as you said, it coincided with times when things were gone. I think it also might have been because Ahmaud Arbery showed up more than once.
Yeah, he was there before. There were some tools missing that coincided, but there's no video of him taking the
stealing
tools.
the tools.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
But
there was also a gun stolen from a car nearby.
The guy, Travis McMichael, the guy who did one of the shootings, or was it his father or something?
And by the way, this is why it made sense if you were to confront Arbery, because he is the guy, but also there was a gun stolen, that you would bring a weapon. But the problem is they should not have confronted Arbery, period, point blank. Well, and they got in front of him. They increased the chances for a confrontation. And if you're Ahmaud Arbery, it is perfectly understandable that when you see no way out or feel like you have no way out, that you would try to fight. It's a fight or flight response. He tried fleeing first. It did not work. Then he goes to fight. And like the whole case 100% depends on whether or not they were justified in initiating the stop, because obviously Arbery charged the guy with a weapon, right? And like that is a deadly threat when you do that. But they just didn't have justification for the stop. Period, point blank. That's why they were convicted.
Yeah, they weren't cops.
And to make it even worse, now that's why I thought they were going to be convicted from the jump. But then when you go to the trial, and everybody talks about the judge in the Rittenhouse case being a goofball or whatever, the judge's instructions in the trial, he basically told the jury to ignore their defense. Like, if you guys aren't aware of that, like he basically directed a guilty verdict.
Right.
So,
but there are two things. First of all, regarding the gun being stolen, they didn't know that. Well, first of all, I don't know if they ever. They never found that Ahmaud Arbery stole the gun. Right. That was never shown at any point. And the guys, they didn't. It's not like they had a video. And Tim kind of, I think, confuses this when he talked about it. They didn't have a video. The police didn't say they thought Ahmaud Arbery stole the gun. All he knew was that he had a gun in his car. Which, by the way, maybe it's just because I grew up in Florida. I don't know, number one, who the fuck's leaving their car open unlocked, and who the fuck's leaving their car open and unlocked when they have a gun in the car. Okay, but they did that apparently, and someone stole the gun out of their car. And then unrelated to that, the police said, oh, here's just screenshots of a guy who was walking in an open construction house. Right. So they could connect in their mind that they thought that he stole the gun, but they didn't have any like clear evidence of that being the case. But then number two, I thought part of the incident, part of the thing with them and their capacity to chase him was if they witnessed him do a felony, they could try to citizens arrest him. But since they didn't, and since trespassing isn't a felony, they didn't have the authority to stop him.
Right. So
look at this. Sitch knows it all.
It's a little more. So I disagreed with that interpretation of it, because in Georgia, a felony is like entering a dwelling or entering a place with intent to steal. Like you don't actually have to steal anything. Right. So and that law, you can stop somebody who is committing a misdemeanor. However, there's like limits to the force that you're supposed to use. It's very weirdly written. When you initiate it. Yeah. So like I remember getting into this argument where I think it was with Vosh, where I was saying, well, it's actually like arguable that they could stop him, but the issue is the use of force and the threat of deadly force that they were using when they stopped him, if that made sense.
Yeah, it was something
a lot
weird,
of people didn't know that. And I think Ben Crump or one of these idiot lefties put out that narrative that it was only applicable in a felony or whatever. But the thing is like trespassing and burglary, like there's actually not that much of a distinction because you're basing it on intent, and he's dead. So like you actually put the case down to whether or not they decide that he was doing a burglary or not, which is stupid.
It would be more complicated because number one, they didn't see him. Didn't they only see him running? They didn't see him actually leave the building. So they didn't even witness the trespassing.
So there's neighborhood surveillance camera. And if I recall, somebody did spot him in there and alert them that he was in there. So then this becomes even more, because I'm pretty sure there's a neighbor going up to a tree and then he gave them the signal. Like, so it's like, so I remember this also was like a weird, stupid argument. They're like, oh, well, if you didn't see the crime, then you can't stop. But the law says see or have immediate knowledge thereof. If if a neighbor says that guy committed that's immediate knowledge thereof, in my opinion. But
if someone with firsthand knowledge tells you, I'm imagining that's immediate knowledge.
Yeah.
But no, I do remember there was this really weird thing because there was in the law, but the law was written very confusingly that if it was a misdemeanor, they could like stop them, but then there was something about they couldn't hold them unless it was a felony or something weird like that.
It's really so my interpretation, which by the way was argued by the defense, and then the judge gave a third interpretation, which was no legal scholar had put forward, which was kind of amazing. My interpretation was that you could stop for if you witness a crime, you could stop somebody, right? Because it actually makes no sense at all to say that you could stop somebody for a felony instead of a misdemeanor, because how are you making that judgment at the time? Like it actually doesn't make any sense, especially with something like we just discussed, where it could be a trespassing misdemeanor or a burglary, and it's not down to whether or not he takes anything, it's down to whether or not he entered with intent. So like that was not my interpretation, but like the force that they applied was like an unnecessary escalation. Like if he had entered an occupied dwelling, different scenario, but it's not an occupied dwelling.
Right.
Think of me if I'm following the facts to try and figure out what happened and try and solve the problem, but you have already shown you don't know the case.
Yeah, that's total horse crap. Go ahead, defend the racist guys who murdered him.
Look at this.
Yeah, just
someone's
stupid.
Triggered.
Yeah, I don't think there was evidence that they were racist in intention for what they were doing.
Yeah, that's made again. It's like, but that's the difference between saying they saw a black guy and Arbery was actually the guy in the photos,
right?
Which is true. And now people are saying that he could have ran in the forest and all that. Yes, Arbery could have done that 100%. Like you watch the video, he could have done that. That being said, they weren't supposed to stop him, like in that scenario, and they also didn't need to stop him. Like that was the thing; they could have just followed him. He was like running and losing steam on the road. But yeah, if you watch the video, Arbery ran around the car to get the jump off the guy, and it was really stupid, and it cost him his life.
Right.
But also, the McMichaels should not have put themselves in that position. Like they initiated the encounter.
Right. And I mean, I don't think saying like, well, a person should have to run and get lost in the woods possibly is like a good defense necessarily to, you know, as you said, because when they stop the car, you know, Arbery tries to run away from him. He tries to run around the car in the other direction, and he cuts him off with the gun. And
No. Arbery ran around the pickup truck to get at Travis McMichael. Like that was like a fake. Like he ran right towards him, but Travis did get out of the car.
I don't think no, that's not what I remember. I remember is he's like on the like Arbery's on the driver's side, and Mike McMichael's standing there, and then Arbery stops and tries to go around the passenger side, and then Michael cuts him off. That's what I remember in the video.
So there's a McMichael in the bed of the pickup truck, and he's yelling "stop" to him. And Arbery, one of the McMichaels gets all out on the driver's side. Arbery like goes to run around the other way, but the whole confrontation happens on the driver's side. Arbery's the one who ran at him. It's a stupid move, and like he died for it. But the problem that the McMichaels always had was whether or not the stop was legal. Like that's the issue. So the fact of the matter is, like the stop, I knew from the jump, from day 3, and I make fun of Cenk because if you watch my video, I put out 2-3 days after the video dropped. It's more accurate than what Cenk says here. And people were, by the way, saying like, oh, if Devin sees this, then he'll be mad. Devin and I disagree on this case. Like Devin thinks it comes down to the fact that this guy charges the McMichael, and then he wrestles for the gun, and then it's self-defense. And I agree with that if the stop is legal, but the stop was what was at issue, and I knew they were not going to make the stop legal. Like I knew it 100%.
Right. So no,
Who's
you're
Devin?
correct.
Is that your boyfriend or something?
No comment.
So there you go. So you're correct in terms of like the main crux of it is, are they legally allowed from the legal perspective? The main crux is, are they allowed to stop him? Yes or no? If yes, then they have significant protection. If no, then they have no protection and are very liable for what happens afterwards.
And it's also if they're allowed to stop him with deadly force, the threat of deadly force.
Yes, right, exactly. But so I just brought up the video. My memory served me correctly. He is running. Ahmed Arbery is running. He is on the driver's side, and Travis McMichael, there's one in the truck bed and there's one out. The driver's already out at that point. And he's on the driver's side in the front, and Arbery sees this. And now the camera is like sucky, so it's hard to make intention claims here. But you then see Arbery then stop or sort of change direction, run around the passenger side, at which point Michael is there. Has moved to the passenger side, and then you see them kind of fighting and pushing themselves back towards the front of the car, towards the driver's side. So.
I mean, sure. I didn't realize McMichael got clean on the passenger side. If that's true, then this video is God knows how many years old by now.
Actually, wait. I don't know. I can't actually tell. Because you see him on the driver's side, he runs around the passenger side, and because the camera, it's hard to tell whether Michael was on the passenger side or not, or whether he just charged him like you said. Yeah.
When Travis McMichael got out of the car with the gun, he made an incredibly fatal error in both ways. One, Arbery ended up dead, and two, him and his father, and by the way, the guy who filmed it, got life without the possibility of parole.
Yeah. Okay, so. I think what happened was he was on the driver's side. Arbery runs to the passenger side, but then I think you're right. I think Michael stays on the driver's side, and then Arbery charges him from the front of the car.
Yeah.
Right. So, which was stupid, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway.
Go ahead.
How about what happened?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So a few weeks before the incident, a gun is stolen.
But not by that guy. But hey, the racists thought it must be the black guy.
How about the police then show a picture of him to various people in the neighborhood saying, this is our suspect of the burglaries that have been happening over the past several weeks?
Except it wasn't, right?
No,
Ahmaud Arbery didn't do anything wrong.
Was the suspect.
So I think the way in which Tim describes this is too confusing, because he's making it sound like, even though somebody said, he's making it sound like the police believed that Arbery was a suspect in stealing the gun out of the car, which I don't believe was the case.
I don't remember exactly. I know the neighbor showed the surveillance video, still image or whatever, to the McMichaels.
Right. I think the police. I think
the police were aware, maybe not of Arbery by name, otherwise they probably would have arrested him. Yeah. But they were aware of the photo, and I'm pretty sure the prosecution at no point during the trial contested the fact that Arbery was the guy. That was not something that they brought up as an issue, because that wasn't actually the issue in the case.
Right. But I would imagine if they found the gun at Arbery's, this would be reported. We would know about it.
Well, it was Tim says a few weeks ago. It was longer than that.
It was 2 months ago.
Yeah, this gun could have been stolen. The gun theft was 2 months ago. So this gun could have been stolen and sold by then.
Right. Well, because Michael thought originally that it was this homeless guy, didn't he? There's a homeless guy living under a bridge that he thought was the one stealing stuff.
Right.
Because this was all these thefts were over a couple month period of time. So.
Yeah. And Arbery has a history of stealing. Let's make no mistake about it.
I listen, I think that he was there to steal. Don't get me wrong. I think he was casing the place to steal stuff. But
yeah, like I said, Arbery is the guy. That's the key thing. They had an image of somebody. It was not random black guy. It was Ahmaud Arbery. But to me, people hear that, and Cenk is almost under the belief that if he concedes to that, then somehow the McMichaels are innocent. But that is not what was argued.
Right. But you gotta just be careful that the police or the neighbor shows them a photo saying, this is a guy, I saw him on camera going to the house. We found things missing around that time period. That's very different than saying my gun was stolen, and then the police were like, this is our suspect for your stolen gun. That's a very different claim.
And by the way, this is another one of those videos that's the worst looking video of all time.
Yeah.
Where it's white guys in a pickup truck, and one of them's name is Travis. And it's just, it is a terrible video. But again, it's actually a very technical issue. So in terms of the matter of law, because look, obviously, if not for the fact that the stop was the questionable thing, Arbery undeniably runs up to a guy with a gun and tries to take it from him. But you have to take it in its overall context. And again, this is why I looked at all the available laws a couple of days after, and I was like, yeah, he's going to get convicted. Now, did I know at the time that the freaking judge was going to say basically right before the end? I thought they were losing the case anyway, but I didn't know the judge was going to say basically vote guilty. Their defense is stupid.
Right.
I never saw that, and that's
my point. You didn't.
Okay, so I don't believe you. B, I never saw it. There's
but you see the problem of
no. The
you didn't follow the case. Okay, I'm not making a moralistic statement on what
Tim.
happened.
So let's take.
I think this is also crucial. A, I never saw that. B, I don't believe you. But this is true, and this was presented at trial.
Like, well, it's sort of true. Tim's kind of conflating things. Not a helpful way.
Tim is vaguely correct in that they did see an image, but and like it was. I think it was like months before or whatever the burglary that happened and all that.
Yes.
Like so.
Right.
He is right that you sound racist as fuck, though.
There you go. No, but the thing that and with Cenk kind of jumping the gun here is, what is Tim's position even on it? We don't even know in this conversation what the fuck Tim's position is.
And by the way, Cenk is going to make a point that Tim's wrong on, so I do want to give him credit when we get to that point, but we got to get past his nonsense.
That's good.
Take your bullshit facts, so-called facts. Let's accept them as true, okay? So they show me a picture. Please come by my house. They show me a picture of a black guy, and they say this might be a suspect in a robbery. If I see him, I'm not going to chase him down with a gun, because that means that there's a high chance that we're going to get into a conflict and someone's going to die. That's a lunatic thing to do.
Why did the guy who filmed it go to jail?
The second thing I'm not going to do is look at any black guy in the neighborhood and go, I bet that's him, man. Let's go grab our shotguns.
But I don't.
Well, I mean, unless it's a picture of him, right? That's
so
like...
Cenk had it right at first, where he's like, if I see him in the neighborhood, it doesn't make sense to go chase him down, right? But then he changes it to a random black guy. Like it's like I also love the spitting out tobacco part of it too. Like,
well, to be fair, you know, they couldn't. From the grainy screenshot, can they really know if it's the same black guy? Like it was, but you know,
I mean, it
really
was him though. Like,
right?
So I guess they
now
could.
Sitch sounds
I'm just
racist.
no. I'm
what are
just
you saying,
like,
Sitch?
could you be like, oh, this is the exact same person from this like 140p screenshot I saw of someone's like garbage security camera?
I mean, I saw that
footage. That footage is not high quality.
Right,
footage,
it isn't. It isn't.
I could not
all.
pick Ahmed Aubrey out of a lineup from that footage.
Yeah,
disagree.
Okay.
Why did the guy who filmed it go to prison?
I think that what they stated in that case was that he helped to chase the guy down. It wasn't the filming that was the issue. It was that he helped to corner the guy in his car as well, and that's why he was an accomplice.
So he didn't coordinate with him anyway. He saw the McMichaels chase after him, and so he said, I got to film this. He then gave the footage out, which showed what happened and resulted in the criminal charges, but they locked him up too.
Okay.
I was going to say, this is where Cenk is more correct than Tim.
Yeah. Tim. Well, here's what's weird. Because I first heard this and I'm like, okay, Tim just made a real huge factual error on this case, because Cenk is right. They were claiming, and I think they had pretty good evidence, that he participated and helped boxing him in with the car. I mean, they literally found Ahmed Aubrey's DNA on the car, didn't they? The guy who was filming it.
So here's the issue. So I would say the guy filming it does not deserve life in prison without the possibility of parole, like, which is what he got. And the reason I would say that is because what they said is that he participated in a failed trap that happened moments before, like minutes before. And that's where Arbery ended up hitting the car, right? Now, they said later on...
Arbery hit the guy who was filming his car.
Yeah, that's when Arbery like either made contact with the car or he like hit him with the car, but it was like not supposed to be a serious collision or whatever, right? They try to trap him inside like the neighborhood, like in the area, right? Because if you see what in the video, they're out on this bigger road, right? So I don't think that they should have like a continuation kind of thing where they're then responsible for an additional confrontation with firearms when that's not what he participated in initially. And he's way back there, 200 feet back, filming this. And that's why the video is so crappy. Now, granted, this guy is actually an idiot. Like, out of all the dumb people in this, he's the dumbest, because they weren't being charged. The cops were like, whatever. Like, they let it go, right? He's a former cop and all that. This guy released another copy of the video, and that's what led to all of them getting convicted. Which, by the way, would be a more interesting point for Cenk to bring up rather than these guys are racist hillbillies that spit tobacco everywhere. But yeah, so that guy, I don't think should get life without the possibility of parole, which is what he got. I don't think that the felony murder doesn't work. That works this way. Also, and this has been pointed out by Nate the lawyer, aggravated, like you can't murder somebody without committing aggravated assault. So the idea that you could use aggravated assault as the felony for felony murder makes no sense. That means like every homicide is a felony murder in the state of Georgia, if that makes sense. All right.
Right.
So yeah.
So you're saying, to be clear, so people understand what you're saying, for felony murder, you have to be doing a different felony that's not aggravated assault. That would lead to someone dying, right?
That's the way it should be. So like felony murder in its original construction was all three of us get together to rob the bank, right?
Right. And Adam shoots someone because he goes crazy.
Adam shoots the teller, right?
That guy had it coming, man. He looked at me funny.
Sure. Obviously. Listen, you got to put one teller down just so the others know you mean business.
Exactly.
That's right. Don't let him disrespect
So Adam
us.
and Sean both shot somebody, and I'm like, fuck, now I'm hit with felony murder, even though I didn't shoot anyone because I robbed the bank, which is a felony.
Yeah, so like you should know when you agree to do a robbery that during the course of the robbery, especially if it's an armed robbery, there's a chance that somebody could get killed, and that's why you can all get tagged with felony murder, right? That's the premise of the law. Now, like pulling a gun on somebody and shooting them, if they survive, is aggravated assault. If they die, is murder or manslaughter.
Right.
But somehow you can use that aggravated assault because they died during the commission of the felony. Like, and that equals a felony murder. I think that's insanely stupid. But like that was one of the things that he ended up getting tagged with, which I don't agree with. So I don't think that guy should have got, like, maybe you charge him with something else for the original thing if you're saying that them trying to trap him with the car was fine. But to me, you could easily say it's like two separate instances, even if they happen minutes after each other. Just think about the window of self-defense and how quickly that can close, and compare that, which can close in seconds, by the way, and compare that to this scenario right here, where it's like minutes later, even though this guy stopped participating and started filming, then that's murder. So like that guy, no chance. I do not support his conviction for that at all. Well, but Tim's wrong that there was no coordination.
Right. Well, could you make the argument that if that guy had not helped box Arbery in, Arbery would have escaped, and thus the whole secondary conflict never would have occurred?
I mean, but he did escape, and then the secondary conflict happens on that wider stretch of road.
Okay, so the first boxing attempt that the guy participated in, even though he either hit Arbery or Arbery hit him, which is
right,
unclear,
or jumped over his car or whatever.
Right.
Because remember, the McMichael guy is in the bed of the older McMichael is in the bed of the pickup truck, right? He jumped in the bed of the pickup truck after they failed to stop him the first time.
Right.
So that had already happened, right? And then this guy pivots to a way more passive role where he's like 200 feet away, and he's like not blocking him in my opinion. Like,
well, at that point, yeah,
you could run either left or right in that scenario. So I just don't agree at all. I think this is a wrong case, and I think you can make an argument for the not brothers McMichael, for the McMichael father and son. Like, if you disagree with the conviction, I don't like hate you for it. Like, you can make an argument for it. But this guy, it's, even though you can make an argument, I think it totally goes beyond like the spirit of what felony murder is supposed to be for.
Yeah, no, I think I agree completely with the felony murder idea. It doesn't make sense. And I think it's definitely fair to say that he doesn't deserve life in prison. But I definitely think he should be charged with something. I mean, I think it's kind of insane that you just see people randomly chasing a guy and you're like, oh, I'm going to use my car to try to block them in, you know, without really understanding what the situation is.
It's like, imagine you saw your neighbors that you trust, one's a former cop, and they're trying to catch a guy. You might think he's the guy. You've heard about burglaries or whatever.
Did he know them very well?
Yeah, they were in the same neighborhood.
That doesn't mean they know each other.
I'm pretty sure they knew each other. It's like it's a small like community. But like, I mean, just think about it like this. If it
doesn't matter though, because you roll that dice, right? And you
you're rolling
a dice when you do that, you know.
No. I think that he could be charged in that first encounter, but something different. Like think about it like this: if you get into a fight with somebody and like you knock them out cold, and then they hit the ground, hit their head, and then they die, then you're going to get charged with manslaughter, in the state of Georgia, and serve less time than this guy who filmed the killing from 200 feet away.
Oh yeah, no, I agree that the charge is too much, but I'm just saying he should be charged with something. And
somebody's saying no one was a former cop in the chat. That's just wrong. The older McMichael was an officer or some kind of police, not officer. He might have had a different rank. A year before, he was 1 year retired from the police department.
Right. Yeah. No. I agree that the charge was way too harsh. But I think he definitely deserved to be charged with something. And it's kind of like, with assault or something to that effect, because even if you know the guy, it's like you're rolling a die to assume that whatever is going on there is legal or makes sense. It's kind of like with the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, where if say like someone was friends with what's the Rosenbaum or something, or friends with someone that saw Rosenbaum get shot, and they tell you, oh my God, this guy just shot this like innocent person, we're chasing him down. It's like, okay, well, you're rolling the dice to see if that's actually accurate. If you're going to go try to apprehend Kyle Rittenhouse and then get shot in the process.
I got a good example for you. Let's say you're out in the street, right? And you're just walking, and then somebody yells to you, stop that guy, and he's running, right? So then you get in his path and redirect him, right? But then he stumbles, and the guy who originally told you to stop that person, walks up to him and shoots him in the back of the head, execution style. Like, do you think you should be charged with felony murder?
No, of course not. But there's a fair bit of difference between like stop that guy and you stand in front of them versus, oh, I'm gonna like get in my car and
let's say you shove him to the ground.
Person, so.
Let's say you shove him to the ground and the guy comes over and shoots him in the head in front of you.
Right.
Based on the position that you shoved him
I agree.
into.
You should not be hit with murder, for felony murder. That right. I do agree with that. But anyway.
Yeah, but he was an accomplice, brother. So I read the stories about how he worked with those guys. He agreed with those guys. So if he was just a random neighbor that shot it out of his window, why would he go to prison? Of course he shouldn't go to prison.
But that's the point. He didn't coordinate with them in any way.
So yet now you're nitpicking the.
So they're both like wrong here, and it's pretty.
Yeah, he
funny.
did coordinate with them.
He did, of course. But Cenk's like he worked with those guys, agreed with what do you mean agreed with those guys? What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, that doesn't.
Well, because he's going with the racist narrative. Which is, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about.
He did agree that they were justified. In fact, he agreed so much that he idiotically released the video to the public and led to all of them being convicted of felony murder. So maybe that's what Cenk means.
Well, so I'm kind of confused with what Tim is talking about, because when he says coordinate, does he mean like that they had like walkie-talkies coordinating? Is that what he's talking about? Because I don't think that happened. Or I'm not aware that happened. But they obviously coordinated if they like, had their cars positioned in some way to try to box them in. Obviously that's a form of coordination.
Yes.
Yeah, no. First of all, like they didn't have a pre-plan. They didn't have a plan before. Like
even a plan during. I don't know if they were communicating while the chase was occurring.
Yeah, somebody said spontaneous coordination.
That's kind of what it was. Yeah.
Well, that's what it is. Yeah. But to me, that's why I'm curious as to Tim. Is Tim using this word coordination in a somewhat deceptive way, because he knows that the guy Brian, did box Aubrey in the first instance, but he wants to say coordinate because he means like walkie-talkies.
I think he's trying to say to give Tim the best reading, which is bad because Tim is saying that Cenk doesn't know about the case, but exactly. They both know about 25% of the case. Tim doesn't appear to know about the first encounter, which Cenk knows about, but Cenk doesn't appear to know that they actually showed images of Arbery. Right. So it's like it's like they both together have maybe 40% of the case.
Right.
But yeah, I understand. I think if you talk to somebody reasonably about this other guy, not Cenk, because he's like they're racist, period. then most people would come to the conclusion that life without the possibility of parole probably doesn't make sense for the guy who filmed it. I mean, one of the best jokes I heard is that they should give Steve Jobs life without the possibility of parole because he made the iPhone that filmed it.
There you go.
Like,
so Ricky Min Shu, the police officer who questioned William Rhodey Bryan, the guy who filmed, after the incident, testified, saying that Bryan said to him that he did not know Arbery or the McMichaels when the situation first occurred, and that he did not know if Arbery did anything wrong, that he did not know if he should chase Arbery at all. This guy is not very smart. He's telling the cop all this shit, like when he just saw this guy get murdered or killed. That he tried
he's trying to get out of it at this point.
You don't say that. Why would you say, well, I don't know if he deserved to be chased? That's like, you still talk to the police officer. You get
Even
a lawyer.
though you did chase him.
Right.
Oh.
He also said that he tried to corner Arbery with his vehicle 5 times.
Oh my God.
That was like, this, like William Rhodey Bryan is not winning any genius awards here. Okay. He was, I mean, geez.
Yeah, this guy honestly, I may be wrong. He may deserve life without the possibility
just
of
for
parole
being
on
so stupid.
on stupidity alone.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. So like that's where Tim is getting the non-coordination because he didn't really know them. But
Right.
honestly, like here's the crazy plot twist, right?
Right.
The guy who might be the most likely to be racist is this idiot. Because he actually did see a black guy being chased by 2 white dudes
Right.
and assume that. Like the
Yes.
the
Right.
McMichaels were at least chasing a guy that they knew was the guy in the photos.
Right.
So ironically, the person who filmed it might be has the highest possibility of being racist.
Right. Well, actually, and Brian's testimony actually even hurts McMichaels even more because he told the cop that McMichaels was screaming at Arbery, "What did you steal? What did you do?" So that would be evidence that they didn't even know what the fuck he did when they're chasing.
Well, they wouldn't have seen what he would have stolen inside the property.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying that like really that's not good for the case if you don't even know what they did. So
yeah, listen, these guys are all varying degrees of stupid, and I do think that the McMichaels messed up. Period. Point blank. They killed this guy. Was that their intention when they set out? No. Was Arbery likely committing a crime? Yeah. But just because you're committing a crime does not mean you deserve to be killed. And like and by the way, like I understand that once you're in the scenario where he's going for the gun and all that, you might think it's a self-defense scenario, but like a huge proponent of self-defense is that you have to be in a place where you're legally allowed to be. Like you can't be committing a crime and then claim self-defense. Like if we go to rob
start the altercation either. You can't chase the guy.
You can, but like if you started an altercation and then you fled, like totally surrendering that altercation, and then they chase you down and try to kill you, like then you can defend yourself in that scenario. But like if we robbed a bank and then the security guard like tries to go for us for the gun, and then we shoot the security guard, we can't say self-defense.
Exactly.
Like we, that's just not how that works. So yeah, they messed up.
Definitely.
The prosecution in that particular case about the guy who shot the video, but why are you like going out of your way to defend the most racist murderers in America? Then you shouldn't wonder why people think you're an extreme right winger, Tim. I'm keeping it real with you.
I don't know who these guys are. I don't know anything about.
You don't think that they're racist when they just chase down a black guy in the neighborhood and pull a shotgun on him?
You see,
he's not.
Cenk's like, you don't think they're racist when they chase down a black guy in the neighborhood? He was gonna say random, by the way. Right. No, he was the guy. But you know what's amazing? The guy who did do this to a random black guy in the neighborhood, John Fetterman, who Cenk endorsed for Senate.
Oh, really?
Yes, John Fetterman chased down a random black guy in the neighborhood and pointed a shotgun at his chest.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's the stroke guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
But before the stroke.
Oh okay.
John Fetterman was criticized in an incident in 2013 when he heard a sound he thought was gunfire and followed an unarmed jogger. It was a jogger who he detained with a shotgun. The jogger, Chris Ramirez, a black American, said that what Fetterman thought were gunshots were kids shooting bottle rockets.
Wow.
Jeez. Come on, Fetterman. What's going on there?
Cenk is unironically describing Fetterman as the most racist person in the country.
Right.
And he thinks he's describing the McMichaels.
No charges were brought against either in connection with the incident, and Mears never filed a formal complaint. There you go. So, but what is, do you even know? I don't even know what the fuck Tim's position is on whether anyone should have been found guilty of anything, because he hasn't said.
Well, Jenks talked over him, but I don't know what Tim's position is on this. And honestly, it is bothering me that he's not taking a position. Like, you know, like he should assert it. Like I asserted it like from the initial thing.
Yeah.
But, you know, this is like
you said he only knows 25% of the case. Why would he take a position only knowing 25% of the case?
Because it's better than Jenks' 15% of the case.
Well, I mean, I listened to, I think, a couple days of this case just because it was interesting. So I know about I listened to the testimony where they were coordinating to box him in. I know about all that stuff, but look, I've only heard from you that he was guilty of other criminal.
Well, they didn't talk about that in the case
because
it wouldn't be relevant to the
case.
Of
course not. Of course not. Yeah.
Because they wouldn't have that knowledge. So it doesn't matter. But
not even armed, and then they murder him in cold blood, and you don't think that's racist?
You see,
what is your line for racism then?
Okay, if there's a suspect in a crime, and the police say, this is who we think he is, then you believe this man may have actually stolen the gun out of my truck. He may be armed. The police told the McMichaels not to pursue. They should not have.
8 logical jumps there.
Like what? Like what?
There was a guy who was in the neighborhood. The cops showed me a black guy's picture. Then maybe he took something out of my car. Now I'm like way out in maybe
hold on,
land.
you're making a mistake.
And then, here comes a black guy in their neighborhood. Maybe he was the guy, but maybe my truck, and maybe let's go chase him down with a shotgun.
I didn't say they were right to do it.
Did I chase down anybody else in the neighborhood with a shotgun? Oh, look, there's a black guy. Let's go chase him down.
I didn't say they were right to.
Cenk. What are we gonna do with this guy? I mean, come on.
So, well, I mean, he is way off in maybe land, though. I mean, he's correct about that.
No. So Cenk, so here's this thing that I noticed that people do, and it's super disingenuous. So anything that Cenk asserts, no matter how much it is opinion, he states it as a fact. So for instance, he says these guys are racist. They're the most racist guys in America. And he says it's a fact. He says they murdered him in cold blood, like they chased him down to kill. Like he states all those are facts. There is less evidence to support that than what Tim said. Like when Tim said,
I mean, have you seen these guys? Have you seen pictures of these guys?
Tim said that they stole a gun, and Cenk's like, maybe they stole it. Maybe a gun was stolen. No. They had a gun stolen from their car. This was a reported crime. Like Tim says, they showed an image of
where
this
he
guy.
says you're way off in maybe land. It's because you don't necessarily know if. We don't know to this day. They never recovered the gun in Aubrey's possession.
Hold on. This is important. So, yes, Arbery's not convicted of these crimes, right?
Of course not.
But let's be clear about what I'm saying. A gun was stolen. That is a fact.
Yeah, by somebody.
Arbery's image was caught on surveillance video in and around the time that other things were stolen in this area. That's also a fact. They saw an image of Ahmaud Arbery, not a random different black guy, Ahmaud Arbery, that they recognized him from in person based on that image. That is a fact. Cenk is saying all of those things are maybes, and then asserting a bunch of maybes as a fact.
The fact that Aubrey stole the gun is a maybe.
Yeah,
that's
sure.
That's what Tim
But that's not what Tim said. He said, like, this is the suspect in the robbery.
He says, look, I'm thinking you stole the gun.
Yeah, he thinks they stole the gun because this is now
It's a huge logical jump. Like the kids,
no.
The guy's kid could have stole the gun and be shooting it behind the school right now.
Well, Travis is the kid is like 38, and he's there. But like, no, Arbery. There's no definitive proof that Arbery stole the gun, but Arbery is the suspect in the robberies. Among the robberies in the area was a stolen gun.
Sure.
But the problem with Tim is that he's compressing time, which, by the way, is another bad argument tactic because that gun was missed months ago, but even by Tim's estimation, weeks ago.
Yeah.
So the idea that he stole the gun, therefore you think it's likely he has that on him, unlikely. That being said,
do you think Aubrey stole the gun?
I do, but like based on the photos in the area. But did he have it on him?
God, that's such a wild jump.
No. Do you ask me if I thought he stole the gun? I do. Like, there's surveillance video of him in and around the area. There's break-ins and all that. And then the gun is missing from the car. Like that ties in with the surveillance from the neighbor that they saw. That's why they recognize
look,
him.
just that's a crazy jump to make based on that evidence. I would be like, I don't know if he stole the gun. It'd be like that's a huge.
It's not definitive, right? But I would say I think it's a good possibility. It's not definitive, but my point is it's actually like not logical for Tim to think that he has that gun on him at this point in time. Like that doesn't make any sense.
For me, that's just not enough evidence to think that Aubrey stole the gun.
Well, Grant, look,
what other stuff did he steal in the area? You said you thought he stole other stuff in the area.
So there is testimony of him pretending to jog, which is why it's weird that they called him like a jogger, and then stealing stuff from a convenience store. He also was convicted of bringing an illegal firearm. We don't know how he got it into a school when he was, I think, 18.
Before after the gun went missing.
This is before. So he does have.
So it wasn't the stolen gun.
Right. No, it wasn't that stolen gun. I'm saying so he does have a history of stealing and a history of possessing illegal guns that he has no right to possess. So I'm saying I don't think it's I don't think it's illogical. But the point is that's actually not the point.
Did they find anything that was stolen in the neighborhood in Aubrey's possession or at his home?
I don't know, but again, the last thing that was stolen was months before, so it could have been already out of the area. Because remember, what would have went missing were like power tools. Like you steal those to sell those,
right? Well, I'm looking at the evidence here, just like how you could make the jump that he stole the gun. Seems like that's a huge jump to make.
Well, if you had to ask me to guess, right, he's in and around the area. He's the suspect in the burglaries. The gun was missing in part of the burglaries. The photos that they have of him line up with the theft of the gun, at least in the timeline. That's why I would say it's not a logical leap to think that he did it, or at least to suspect him of doing it. That being said, like there is no proof. Like he was never convicted of this.
He's the only criminal in Georgia. Obviously, he's
not the only criminal in Georgia. No.
Oh, okay. So there's more criminals in Georgia.
Okay, but again, coincidentally, you have this guy on surveillance video in areas where stuff is being stolen, and that lines up with the time frame that it's being stolen. Like the reason, remember, there were other people in the construction site, right?
Look, he could have. Hold on. I think the couple. I think the young couple. I think they're the ones that stole the gun.
Okay, sure.
They look guilty to me.
There were other people in the construction site, but the reason they thought Arbery was the thief is because he's on video in the construction site in the times that line up with the robbery. So you might have another person who visited the site, but if nothing went missing at that time, then it's less sensible to suspect those other people.
Right. The house, where was that? Were McMichael's neighbors to the house? I thought that house was in the neighborhood, but they weren't direct neighbors.
No, it was like three doors down, because if you watch the neighborhood's like Ring surveillance camera, you can actually see the McMichaels pull out of their driveway in the same video where you could see the house.
Right.
That Arbery ran
I
out.
guess, I mean, we can move on because we're kind of quibbling over this, but for me, I guess the argument that you're making would hinge upon what is the exact timeline of all this stuff. Because like, if it's like, yes, McMichael's gun is stolen, and like that night they see Ahmaud Arbery, casing or like looking around the place, then it's like, okay, to me that doesn't mean 100%, but that's pretty strong evidence of something, right? Or just suspicion. But if it's like like the gun goes missing, and then like a month later, Ahmaud Arbery shows up in, looking in the construction, that doesn't mean, there's not a strong correlation there to me.
And remember, he was not even the primary suspect. The McMichaels were blaming a homeless guy before.
Right.
And then they were informed of this other guy that was hanging out in the neighborhood.
Like, didn't he actually go and talk to the homeless guy that he thought?
I'm not sure. I don't know much about this homeless guy, but what I do know, and I remember this from initially,
the homeless guy that just sold a gun at the pawn shop. Is that the homeless guy?
Right.
He sold a gun for $10 worth of crack. Yeah. But what I also want to point out for people who are going to do this thing that they do with Arbery where they say he lived 18 miles away or whatever. I actually debunked that way back when people were asserting that. So Arbery lived in a neighboring town to the McMichaels. And if you Google the geographic center of that neighboring, like if you Google that town, you get sent to the geographic center of that neighboring town. And that's 18 miles away. Arbery actually lived like 2 miles away. So like he was within, like, it's a far run, but he was within foot traveling distance.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to put that out there because people are going to say, oh, well, he got there somehow or whatever.
Sitch, what do you think of this? Sean thinks he stole the gun thing based on the
I don't remember
evidence
what
that's available.
I'm trying, and so I'm trying to look up right now, but I can't find it because news sucks. I want to know what is the day in which he said that his gun was stolen, and what is the day in which they first saw
It was like
Aubrey
2
on
months
the camera.
before. It was 2 months before this.
I thought there was. I vaguely recall there was a big chunk of time between them, but I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, the gun went missing like 2 months before, for sure. Something like that.
Well, if the gun went missing 2 months before they saw him on camera, then I think it's too big of a
Not before they saw him on camera, before the instance where he got killed.
Look at this. Sitch agrees.
Well, okay,
with me.
but that's different, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. If there's a big chunk of time between the gun being stolen and him showing up on camera, versus the confrontation, that's different.
Right. And point being is, like I said, it's not 100% that he stole the gun or anything like that, right? Like, to be clear, since Adam's like nitpicking. Well, if you ask me to bet money, then like I would bet money on the thief that's seen in the area like multiple times when stuff goes missing. Like that's what I would bet. But
I mean,
like,
we have neighborhoods in California.
Okay, so
there's like 100.
The issue is he was the suspect. Like, to be clear.
Well, he was
he
was the suspect for going into the house.
Yeah,
he was the suspect for the he was the suspect for the burglaries. The only reason that photo came up and that was the one that was shown to the McMichaels is because he was there and that aligned when stuff went missing in the neighborhood.
Okay.
And there was stuff stolen out of the construction site.
Right.
Not on that day. All right. Now, obviously not on that day. There's also misinformation reports of a hammer that Arbery stole. Not true. First of all, if Arbery stole a hammer, he should have like tried using the hammer instead of charging a shotgun with his fist.
So it says
he didn't have any stolen goods on him when he was killed.
No, he didn't steal. Nothing was taken. That's not in dispute the day that he was killed.
So according to CNN, they say that Travis said that on January 1st of 2020 is when the gun was stolen. And a month later, on February 11th, Travis called to report a suspicious individual inside a home under construction in the neighborhood.
New Year's Eve, the gun was stolen?
New Year's Day, that would have been.
If it's after midnight, it's New Year's Eve.
So
no, January 1st is New Year's Day.
Yeah, but at midnight on New Year's Eve.
I don't know. It didn't say what time.
It's New Year's Day.
It's still New Year's Day if it's January 1st.
Yeah, but if it happened at 2 a.m.
Listen, does the day
then
count?
it's not the
day,
eve, it's the new year.
No, listen, the day doesn't
Who's
count until the sun rises.
Who's nitpicking now?
No, it counts.
The day doesn't count till the sun rises.
We literally celebrate Happy New Year after midnight.
No. It intuitively feels wrong, okay? Even if you're technically right.
What time is the police report, Sitch? What time did the gun go missing?
I'm not looking at the CNN article. I don't have the fucking police report in front of me. I don't know what the fuck time. Anyway,
Bring up the police report.
January 1st is when the gun was stolen. February 11th is when he reported a suspicious individual inside a home. And then
I'm telling you, you haven't gone shooting on New Year's Eve with your friend, Sean?
And then he was shot and killed on February 23rd. So, okay. So, yeah, a little under 2 months away. But a month away from the home incident. So I'd say that's too far in my estimation to make for me to be comfortable making a clear claim that I think he took.
Well, reporting a suspicious individual is not the same as the date of the surveillance image that they saw.
Well, that's true. I don't know what the date. It doesn't say what the date of the surveillance.
All right, let's continue though.
Anyway, let's get through this. Somebody press the button.
Look, we're almost done. Look at this. We only have an hour and 20 minutes left.
Only have over halfway.
Can you guys go? Look, can you go just 30 seconds without pausing? Come on, give it a try, you guys.
I'll try my best, but this is like
all
the
right.
part
Then
I
why
came
are
to
you
talk
bothering
about.
defending them? I don't get it.
You've taken
unless you're trying to get attention of all the right wingers who go, oh, that wasn't so bad, was it? Hey, Tim Pool's defending us.
Do you remember the Covington Catholic kids?
Remind
the
me.
kid on the steps of the Lincoln.
Yeah, yeah. And
the
they knew when he caught the feelings and sued everybody and cried like a baby.
And how many people?
That's such a weird way of
you barely made, you
conceptualizing.
made 15 seconds.
I know, but it's a different subject. I'm just gonna say, I did a video on this. The narrative around that was so insane. You basically had Black Hebrew Israelites who came there to protest, not Trump people, to protest Native Americans and make fun of Native Americans for believing in, what they consider false gods. That's what the guy was doing. Before the Covington kids showed up, he was shitting on the guy. He was shitting on the Vietnam era. Yeah, the Vietnam era vet guy. He was insulting him directly.
Vietnam era.
Okay. Right. He was
Vietnam
criticizing
era vet.
Yeah, well, that's what the guy said he was. He's a Vietnam era vet. What the fuck does that mean?
I just want to point out, this is why I contrasted Cenk's analysis of the Covington kids versus that one old guy yelling at him.
Yeah, right. So,
because
but I mean, that situation was insane. So you had Black Hebrew Israelites, insulting Native Americans because they're like big. They're just straight up being 100% like public bigots, just shouting. He's got a little megaphone and he's just yelling at them for listening to false gods for like an hour. And then they leave, they go walk away somewhere. And then the Covington kids show up because they're just waiting for their buses. And they just were told to meet at like the Lincoln Memorial or wherever the fuck they're at. And then he just sees a bunch of white kids in MAGA hats and he just starts fucking insulting them too, being super racist to them, calling them like white devils and shit. And then they're like, oh, well, what the fuck's going on here? So they start doing school chants.
Yeah, they do the lamest, nerdiest thing.
The lamest chant. We have spirit. Yes,
our spirit chants.
Yeah, we have spirit. How about you? The lamest, most unintimidating chant ever. And then we have our Vietnam era vet shows up, and I guess he's like a stupid idiot and racist because he just sees like a group of white people and a small group of Black people. And even though those Black people were fucking being super racist to him an hour earlier, he's like, oh, I guess just white kids are going to lynch this Black guy. I have to insert myself in this situation for no fucking reason.
No, Nathan Phillips is a liar. So Nathan Phillips says that he got into a confrontation with a frat before and that they were wearing offensive Native American costumes and they threw beers at him and he gave a date and there was no frat party on the schedule for the university that he was talking about. So he had lied before. Right. He got in their face to make a confrontation. He claimed that they were screaming "Build the wall" at him. We saw the videos. That did not happen.
Right.
So he 100% instigated and lied about that.
Okay, so he's just, I don't know what the fuck is going on there. He's just a liar, weirdo, racist.
He's a professional activist. Like that's his deal.
Yeah, maybe he just saw a bunch of white kids and thought we can film. So I don't know if they filmed it from their end because it was actually the Black Hebrew Israelites were the ones filming it and the ones that
there's multiple camera angles of this, and the Black Hebrew Israelites have the video of him marching up to them. Because that was the other allegation that they all surrounded him and he literally like made a hard right turn, 90-degree angle to go up to them. Yeah.
But no, so the Covington kids and Nick Salmon specifically, 100% innocent. They did literally nothing wrong in the situation. And yet you have all of them, and specifically Nick, like his reputation is destroyed for doing nothing wrong just because he's like sitting there standing there awkwardly when this fucking guy is like approaching him and he's like, why is this weird adult banging a drum in my face? Like, it's just so, he's just kind of like awkward about it. And so people interpret his awkwardness as like smug racism. And like people were like, there's famous people, there were celebrities that were like, I want to punch this kid in his face. This kid is the face of white supremacy. Like this kid's reputation was destroyed for doing nothing. And so
they were saying they wanted to kill him, like that he needed to go in the wood chipper.
Yes. And so to characterize that as like him catching feelings to me is so wildly off base. I don't know where this comes from.
My favorite part was when the left started writing like poems about like how his smirk, like white supremacy, like they smirked when they took over, when Columbus landed. They smirked when they enslaved us. Like they got so unbelievably dramatic about it. And it was just like, imagine being this off-put by like a 16-year-old white kid smirking in a MAGA hat. Like you have so many issues. God, but let's move on. We got to get to the point where I'm through.
Okay.
Accused that kid of wrongdoing when it turns out he was actually confronted by Nathan Phillips and not the other way around.
We never made that mistake. And if you get something wrong, you just say it.
I'm not going to get
facts matter, right?
Absolutely. So when it comes to the case like
I just want to say that maybe I watched the Young Turks coverage of it. They came in late after most of this information came out, but on their other network shows, they definitely did make this mistake. And I can't remember which one, but I will dig up the clip. One of them, they played a clip of different kids in a different part, like saying something like inappropriate to a woman. And they were like, oh, but they still did this.
Another show that Cenk was on, or another show that
another TYT show.
Right. Okay.
So yeah,
'cause there's like there's like 4 or 5 of these shows.
But yeah.
Okay.
Ahmaud Arbery or many of these others, or Breonna Taylor, I'm not going to start making declarative statements about the personal opinions of people I've never met and don't know anything about. I'm going to try and understand what the argument from the prosecution was. And guess what? The prosecution did not dispute that Ahmaud Arbery was a suspect in the felony burglaries. The prosecution argued that
I don't care.
Well, that's the point.
No,
I
care about I'll tell you why I don't care. So it's not just like,
that's so bad. That's so bad.
Well, let's hear his explanation.
Well, I just want to say, like, but this is the issue. Like, this is Cenk just refusing to take information that disagrees with him. Like, I hope he would watch this back and like realize what he's doing. But the thing is, he can't take an information that disagrees with him.
Right.
Well, look, I'm just saying it's whenever you're saying I don't care about the facts of this story or this case, like you're in a bad place.
By the way,
you should care about the facts, right?
I paused.
No, that's the best screen. That's best screen cap. That's like amazing. Your pause game is off the chain here.
All right, I won't pause again. I promise.
There you go. Get that screen cap.
I'm being flippant, right? It's because every time a black man is killed by either authorities or vigilantes, in the Ahmaud Arbery case, what right-wingers do is, did you know that back in 7th grade, he was once tardy? And we heard that in 8th grade, he was smoking marijuana. He was evil and had it coming. Did you know George Floyd might have stolen $20 whole? Oh my God, these black people, they're so evil. Did you know that Trayvon Martin, it was caught in school, maybe smoking pot? And that's why Zimmerman had to murder him in cold blood. He had it coming. He had it coming.
So I can understand if...
Look, you can't let any of that stuff trigger you. It bothers me because that does go on. People bring up stuff that's completely irrelevant to the case because they want to make this moral argument. Fine, I don't like it. Whatever, it's going to happen. You can't dismiss relevant facts of the case because this strategy triggers you. Like, that's my chief concern here.
I appreciate them cutting back to Tim, like,
I know,
zoning out.
Tim
I would be cracking up if I saw Cenk do this in real life. I've seen him do it so many times on the internet. Like, it's so funny. But I just, again, he just, like, jumbles a bunch of facts in there and whatnot. And he talked about how they did a toxicology test on Trayvon Martin and, like, they found marijuana in his system. People weren't saying that Trayvon should have been killed because of marijuana. People were saying that it was a self-defense scenario. And by the way, if you're Cenk and you want to talk about media bias, then explain to me why you and most of the mainstream media have a picture of 17-year-old Trayvon Martin at the time that he was killed.
You mean 13?
When he's 13, when he's 12. And you have an old photo of Zimmerman where he looks fatter and bigger. It's because you're trying to tell people that this big white guy, and he looked whiter in that photo too, killed this little black kid.
Right.
When that is just not accurate. And they ran with those photos, and anybody can look into the updated photos, the more accurate ones. It paints a completely different picture just based on the visuals. But the Young Turks did that, and Cenk specifically was like, he's a baby-faced kid. He looks so young, not acknowledging the fact that he's looking at a picture of a 13-year-old, not of the of the 17-year-old Trayvon at the time.
Right.
Now, again, I'm not a fan of Zimmerman at all. I think the fact that this guy was signing bags of Skittles at one point was disgusting.
Disgusting, yeah, totally.
Like, horrible. But like that doesn't have anything to do with the fact that the media was manipulating the case in the other direction. in the direction of Trayvon, manufacturing a racism thing. Remember, they specifically edited out the dispatcher of the 911 call in NBC. They fired at least 3 people for this, requesting a description from Zimmerman to make it seem like Zimmerman randomly brought up Trayvon's race. Like, so the fix was in on the other side of this, and Cenk is dead wrong about this.
Right.
Do you know about the prosecutors putting a fake witness on the stand? Do you know about that?
For who?
In the Zimmerman case.
For the prosecutors? No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, supposedly the witness that they had who was on the phone with Trayvon Martin
who was supposed to be his girlfriend.
Yeah, it wasn't actually his girlfriend. They had a completely different person.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
I remember they had a woman who called 911 and she said somebody was calling for help, and people were saying, Cenk was saying that was Trayvon. I know he did it once, but people were saying it was Trayvon. It was clearly Zimmerman. And like if you talk to the woman, she actually said it was Zimmerman.
Yeah, they played that recording during the trial.
Well, listen, I remember hearing that recording. I don't think it's super clear who.
Well, I don't know what
who's
Trayvon
screaming.
sounds
Who's
like.
screaming for help? Yeah,
I don't know what any of the people sound. You don't know what they sound like in that situation. But
yeah, the Zimmerman case, like, again, he's not my favorite person. I wouldn't have followed Trayvon like he followed him and all that. But clearly there was a fight. He says Trayvon was bashing his head against the pavement when he was on top of him. The forensics line up with Trayvon being on top of him, and he has blood in the back of his head. But to me, it's a situation that probably shouldn't have happened. And Zimmerman, after the fact, not a fan of him.
Mm-hmm. So I just want to go back to a second for what Cenk was talking about. So one of the big differences between the left and the right is that the right generally believes in karma and left doesn't. And so I do think that plays a role in terms of like when people bring up, oh, well, this person committed other crimes, so therefore it's like a justification for, that they deserved it, or they were probably doing something wrong, or blah, 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 blah. And that definitely happens in these circumstances when people do this. However, I don't think that's applicable, at least in the way that Tim was bringing up, even though Tim was sort of wrong or conflating things. That's not really applicable to the situation with Ahmaud Arbery, where if there was a reason, if he was there to steal things and they had reason to believe that he was there to steal things, that would have a legal impact on the case specifically. So it wouldn't just be someone bringing up sort of this like karmic argument that Cenk is talking about.
Right. And by the way, Breonna Taylor's boyfriend did shoot the cop. Like, they leave that out. Cenk leaves that out in there. When Tim mentioned her.
Did he actually hit someone, or
he shot the cop in the femoral artery.
Okay.
Nice.
Conservatives and right-wingers have done that, and so you're just frustrated and don't want to hear it, but I'm not doing that.
It's in the Ahmaud Arbery case and the George Floyd case, you're taking the most extreme cases with the most clear racism, with the most clear murders, and you're trying to nuance it. And what I'm telling you, Tim, and what has made me uncomfortable in the past about you, which is what I was trying to get past.
Look, you guys aren't going to pause it there. Look, he said cases with the most clear racism.
I was going to wait for him to finish.
Well, the George Floyd case, they didn't even mention race in the whole thing. So.
I'm sorry, but George Floyd was pinned to the ground because he was resisting arrest. It was not racism. And again, the McMichaels stopped the guy, not a black guy. The most clear instance of racism would be, what's his name? The Charleston shooter, the guy in Buffalo.
Yeah.
Like those would be like the most clear instances.
Is that attracts a huge right-wing audience because they want somebody to excuse the death of Ahmaud Arbery and George Floyd. And when you seem to excuse it with your nuance, then they go, yes!
I don't care what
finally somebody's sticking up for white people killing black people. Come on, don't tell me there aren't people in your audience that think that. There's tons of people who think that.
So let's...
Tim, your audience of white supremacists and white nationalists. Cenk, nobody needs to stick up for white people killing black people. It's so rare, it doesn't require a movement. So yeah, it's just ridiculous. And And you know there's people in your audience that believe that. It's absurd.
Yeah. Well, I am annoyed that Tim is not saying what his position is on either of these cases, though, because I don't know from this conversation. Because it sounded like he was saying he agreed that McMichael shouldn't have gone after Arbery. But I think does he think that they should have been charged with what they were charged with, or what?
Yeah, I think you got to make him take a position if you're Cenk before you go into your like rants
attack
about
mode.
this.
Yeah, definitely. Because you're like, well, I don't even know what the hell his position is in this part of the conversation.
Yeah,
and there's definitely an element of any right-wing audience that is probably racist. I would like to think that it's a small contingent. I think Cenk would like to think that it's 90% of the audience. There's that difference of opinion, I think, on the table.
I think Cenk has like maybe a misunderstanding of how like an audience works like that, because I probably have a more right-wing audience than Tim. I've gotten like no hatred at all for my stance on the McMichaels case, like than Ahmaud Arbery. Like it very minimal. I explained it. Some people disagree. That's totally fine. But like I explained why I think they're in the wrong, and I've gotten almost no hatred or anything like that. People are usually happy to like hear about the bull or the BS that other people are putting forward about this or that. But like I made my my position clear from day one. The original like issue the biggest issue was them stopping them. But yeah, like Cenk saying your nuance or whatever, it's just him rejecting factual information. And it shows a lack of confidence in your position. Like I will go to people, explain them the facts of the case, explain why I think and thought at the time that felony murder would be the conviction that these guys got, because I'm confident in my knowledge of the facts. Like Cenk is worried that anything that's put out, he won't be able to argue against it, in my opinion.
When you say that you think your audience is more right-wing than Tim's, what do you mean by that?
I think they're more right-wing, more conservative. I don't have as much like goofy, weirdo, like libertarians or whatever. Like,
oh, I see.
You know,
okay. So
like,
you think of more like straight conservatives, less libertarians.
Because I think a higher percentage of my audience looking at the Arbery case would think that the McMichaels were in the right versus Tim's audience going in.
Okay. Because I wonder if even if you could be right about like the conservativeness of your audience, I feel like Tim has more extreme people in his audience because of all the Civil War rhetoric and kind of a lot of like the rhetoric around that, where you don't really do a lot of those kinds of videos.
I think Tim has more Trump supporters in his audience for sure. Because like I was never into the day-to-day presidential stuff. I made almost no Biden videos and I made almost no Trump videos because it's all stuff that gets covered by everyone day to day. It's like I'm not interested in the day-to-day presidential politics. So he might have more Trump people straight up in his audience.
Right. Okay.
So I'll give you another example. You were critical of me over my statements about January 6th, which I believe you took out of context.
Okay, go ahead.
So
wait, so we never get Tim's position? Okay.
Yeah, never do.
Okay.
I made the point that trespass charges require an initial warning to anybody who's going to be charged. Right? You can't allow someone to enter a public building.
But then if you just look at a right winger the wrong way, they can blast you with their shotgun. You think that the guys
wait.
like all the guys who are stand your ground. So I'm standing my ground, man. Are they giving warnings? They never give warnings. They just blast away.
In West Virginia.
This guy is like, it's just like weirdo talking points just come out. Like, so Cenk said Trayvon, so he thinks stand your ground, not realizing, by the way, that stand your ground had nothing to do with the George Zimmerman case. There was never a stand your ground hearing. That was misinformation on the left, but whatever. And then he's like, you need a sign to tell people that they're trespassing in public. And Cenk's like, yeah, but right wingers can murder you. Stand your ground. Like, what is happening? Like this is like how Cenk's brain works. He's like in defensive mode right now. Like his elephant is raging out. Like it's eating the cocaine.
Hey, that's our metaphor. You can't use that.
It's Jonathan Hate's metaphor.
How dare you say hate?
It is hate. This. I'm sorry. I'm never gonna give up on that.
How dare you?
No. Okay. But yeah, no, it's dumb. Like, I'm sorry. Like, it's not. He's like, they never give you any warnings or whatever. All stand your ground, or all Cenk is talking about, by the way, is like no duty to retreat in a situation where you have to be victimized by a crime. It has to be a deadly threat and all that. Like, that's it. Like,
Though,
and
I want to say to fact check you, Mr. Height, is that in the George Zimmerman case, stand your ground was talked about in the jury instructions.
No, you're wrong.
I'm looking at them right now.
So stand your ground, Florida's stand your ground law is the ability to have a pre-trial hearing where you don't have a lawyer, right? And like the judge can dismiss charges against you based on the case being obvious. So that is actually Florida's stand your ground law. That being said, Florida has a no duty to flee ordinary self-defense law, which is what was given to them in the jury instructions, but it has the same language.
Okay,
but
so
stand your ground in Florida refers to the pre-trial hearing.
Okay, so it's but when people are talking about that, they're talking about two different things, right?
No,
because there was this, because I mean, as someone who was in Florida at the time this was happening, a lot of the conversation that I heard, I don't remember hearing anyone talking about the sort of what you're talking about, the pre-trial immunity issue of it. They were talking about the duty of retreat element of it.
No, they were talking about how George Zimmerman was let go initially because of this stand your ground thing. If that had been the case, then he would not have been able to be tried. Like, it would have been over right then and there. And George Zimmerman, you could look it up, he never got a pre-trial hearing, and people specifically went after that piece of legislation. Like, I remember this coverage, and I remember when I found out that this was just nonsense.
Says duty retreat requirement in Florida before the 2005 statute revision was based on common law. So there was a duty. So I'm just saying there was two different things. So before 2005, there was some duty to retreat supposedly in Florida law.
Right.
That got revised in the stand your ground law, but then it had two different elements. It had the element that you're talking about, which is that you could receive immunity from prosecution in the pretrial thing that you're talking about. But it also, I think, removed the duty to retreat too. Right. So I'm just saying people can talk about it in two different ways.
But what made Florida unique was this pre-trial hearing.
Yeah, I understand. That's what made it unique.
There was a duty to retreat, right? Like there is like in a lot of, and not in a lot of places anymore, there's a duty to retreat, which means you can only use lethal force or defend yourself if it's your last option.
Yeah,
right?
Your life's on the line.
Well, if there's no other way for you to escape. Right. So what would happen was people would defend themselves, and then prosecutors would argue that they could have gotten out of it. And then you have people trying to defend themselves going to prison. And by the way, this is why the castle doctrine exists, because the same thing applied to your home.
Right.
So then when you got rid of this, some prosecutors would still go through the process of charging people and then going after them. And then they would lose a ton of money fighting this out. Like, they call this the fight after the fight. And this is why they sell self-defense insurance.
All this. I understand this. I'm just saying that when people were talking about standing your ground with Zimmerman, I think there's confusion about what people were talking about, because the whole duty retreat thing that was part of the stand your ground law was included in the jury instructions. That definitely was part of it.
Yeah.
Just not the pre-trial part wasn't part of it.
Yeah. No. They definitely do have it's the same language, but the stand your ground law does something different in Florida. And this is what people were initially going after.
I don't know
if that makes sense.
I'm trying to find the 2005 law specifically, but whatever, it's not important. Anyways, let's continue.
You cannot just shoot and kill a person.
I know, but you can in a lot of states.
No, you can't.
In Florida, you have the flimsiest excuse will give you stand your ground.
But the excuse has to be fear of bodily harm. It's not just someone trespassed, right? So my point with January 6th was this. My statement was, I'm not sure if you're familiar, but there's videos of police opening the doors for people, letting them in and taking selfies.
Yeah, right-wing cops who are like, go get them, guys.
Absolutely. And my argument was, there's different entrances.
Okay, wait. Okay. I don't know how familiar with the January 6th stuff you are, Sean. I'm not aware that there were right-wing cops, that both Cenk and Tim agree that there were right-wing cops opening the doors saying, go get them. That is a claim I am not heard before.
There is some video of like 1 or 2 cops clearly on the video where they're like, I'm right
waving
there with
people
you.
in.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
There's waving people in, but there's also some people like seeming like they're supportive.
Okay.
That is true.
Yeah, but I think those are 2 different videos that maybe
Yes.
people are conflating. Okay.
And by the way, there's also like strategic retreats where the cops have to retreat to another position that people
Yes.
misinterpret as waving them in.
100%. Yes. So the video that I saw where that I always see people talk about where you see the cop waving someone in, that was the video that was done by the left-wing guy whose name escapes me, who got in all the trouble because he kept saying, I have a knife, bring me to the front, and it turned out he was just some left-wing guy there. He wasn't even,
he's the one that filmed Ashley Babbitt getting shot.
He was the one that filmed Ashley Babbitt getting shot.
And I don't know about that because Taylor Hanson filmed Ashley Babbitt getting shot.
From which direction?
I think there were multiple people that filmed Ashley Babbitt getting shot. But this guy did film Ashley Babbitt getting shot because I remember he had like a whole hour, 2-hour thing that I watched. Like
we watched it on stream.
And in the video, in his video, where the cops are waving people in, they're trying to do, and it's stupid, but they're trying to do some kind of Three Stooges Bugs Bunny shit.
Yeah.
Because what happened was the perimeter was broken. People were pouring in. So then they decided they're going to try to do this thing where they were waving people into this one entrance, and they had other cops throughout the inside of the corridors waving people down a pathway with the intention of trying to wave them in and then back outside again.
Yeah, like through the building.
Right, through the building. And that's very clearly what they were doing. And it annoys me because I keep seeing people clip just them waving them in and saying, aha, we got them. They were bringing them into the Capitol, when that's not what was actually happening.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree with you.
You could, from a legal perspective, that could be used your case that if you were one of the people that entered the Capitol from that guy waving you in, I do think it would be good defense to say, well, I didn't commit trespassing because the guy was literally waving me in. Even if once you're inside, you derivate from the path.
Well, I think if you're in the crowd and you're legally protesting, and this is why some people did get let off on trespassing charges, and like the crowd is being pushed in one direction and then they're letting people go in and you just pass through the building and left, then like that's not a crime.
Right.
To the building. The people who are violent and rioting should be charged. They will be charged, and they should go to jail. To what degree? I mean, there's a debate on the time frame. I mean, 20 years is probably a bit excessive. On the other side of the building, there's a video of the police opening the doors to a calm group of people walking in and waving to the cops who say explicitly, I don't agree with it, but I support it. I support your right to it, or something to that effect. And I said, those people are going to get acquitted because you can't allow someone into a building to claim it's trespassing. You made the argument that Tim Pool said they're stepping over broken glass and didn't know they were trespassing. I didn't. And it turns out I was correct. Several of these people have already been totally acquitted or partially acquitted due to this fact.
Okay, so again, Tim, like January 6th is different than the 2 cases we were talking about. January 6th, I think, is way more complicated, and I might surprise you with some of my opinions on that in a second. But if I got your description of that wrong, then my bad. Okay, and so like but again, you're like, no, that one's too complicated. You're allowed. There's plenty of nuance there, right? And so if you're saying those particular guys should be acquitted because they were actually let into the building, I agree with you.
The cops should be charged.
Yeah. And so, although it's hilarious that there are some right-wingers, and again, whenever I say right-wingers, guys, don't catch feelings. It doesn't necessarily mean you. I don't mean just you, Tim. I mean the audience, right? It could mean that there are other people in the right wing who feel that way. Well, I'm a left-winger, and I've told you 100 times about extreme left-wingers I don't agree with, okay? So in the case of the right wing being absurd on January 6th,
I mean, don't catch feelings when I call all progressives pedophiles, guys.
That's a little extreme.
Guys,
but yeah,
don't catch feelings, okay? I just mean the extremist.
He's like don't catch feelings when he raged out just a moment ago over Tim mentioning things about cases that don't even cut to guilt or innocence, by the way. Like, and he just freaked out and started yelling and said, every time people do this, they just want to excuse the death of black people. Like, how is that anything but an emotional reaction?
Yeah.
Also, Zimmerman isn't white. He's Peruvian, half Peruvian. I just want to point that out because I'm a half Hispanic.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to point that out because I'm a half Hispanic, and if I ever do something good, they're gonna praise my Hispanic side. But if I ever do something bad, they're gonna call me a white person, and I want you guys to remember I'm half Puerto Rican.
White passing, of course.
White adjacent.
Right-wing cops let the guys into the building, and then the right wing goes, and then the right wingers go, deep state left wingers. No, guys,
yeah, I agree.
That's not deep state left wing. It's just a right wing cop letting right wing protesters in.
And people were saying they're Antifa because they're wearing hoodies, and I'm like, those are just right wing guys wearing hoodies.
Yeah, it's just right wing guys wearing hoodies. Okay,
oh, but when it comes to these other stories,
now I don't watch Tim enough. But is this? I mean, does Tim push back on strong? He's saying he pushed back on the narrative that I've heard a lot of people on the right say that there were the cops were just secretly trying to entrap the people, and they're secret feds in the January 6th stuff, blah, 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 blah. And this was all a ploy to get them arrested. So, I mean, that's good if Tim's pushing back on that, because I think that's none of that's true.
I don't know. I do have something to ask you. I just remembered it with my brain. Okay. So.
Oh, no. Oh,
no. I know Anna went to do PBD podcast, right?
Right.
Did you
watched
see that?
it, didn't you? It was amazing.
Yeah, I did watch it.
She did a great job.
Yeah, we were just talking about that earlier.
Okay,
you misrepresented her.
Shish.
Okay.
All right, so Sitch, did you hang out with Anna?
Did I hang out with Anna? Like in person? No.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I wanted to make sure because Sitch didn't hang out with me when I was in his neck of the woods.
Is PBD
really?
in Florida?
Hold on. What happened with that? Because I remember
PBD
you
in
giving.
Florida? I think so.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Okay. I feel like I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it is in Florida, but
yeah, I invited Sitch to get.
I remember that.
Rolls.
I remember that. Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, I didn't.
Sitch
do it,
was like,
I had
Sitch
something
was
else
like,
going on. I don't know what was going on, but
Sitch
really?
was like,
yeah.
Sitch was like, yeah, no.
I didn't say that.
No.
I didn't.
Really?
I did say that. I actually Sean in the DMT asked me. He said, "Hey, do you want to get? I'm driving."
Look, he didn't even tell me this. Look at this.
West Palm, yeah.
No. I did tell you this. What the fuck are you talking about? Then we talked about this on stream.
Yeah.
No. We talked about this.
Sean, you offered this.
No, we didn't.
We talked about this on the phone. We talked about it on the phone. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So yeah, Adam, you do know about this. What the fuck? You were literally there. And
I know. But look, where it was when we talked about it on the phone was he said he was going to invite you. I didn't know he actually followed through with the invite, and you turned him down. What the fuck?
Right. No. So this is what happened. So Sean,
but hold on. I messed up because I was actually in Florida again recently, and I forgot to ask Sitch if he would go that time. So
okay,
or
I would have gone with you. Listen, I would have gone with you the second time.
I forgot to invite you to I forgot to invite you to Hell's Kitchen, which is where I went as well when I was in Miami.
Hell's Kitchen?
Where's that? like Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen. I went.
That's in Florida?
They have one in Miami. Yeah,
I didn't even know. Oh, it's not the place. It's just.
Oh, it's like a new chain, but it's like there's only 6 of them, and the food's really good. I forgot to invite you there. I was there with the fiance recently.
Oh my god, I would have gone with you.
Yeah, it was. I was there for that Tim event, the one with Patrick Bet-David.
Oh yeah.
Okay, but anyway,
no. So this is what happened. So you were driving. You were from West Palm. You were in West Palm, and you were driving all the way down to like the Keys, right?
Yeah, 2.5 hours.
Yeah, you were going all the way down the Keys to get some food. And you said, Sitch, do you want me to pick you up on the way and we can hang out there and eat? And all I did was I just sent back Sean the GIF from Family Guy of the maid going, no. And that's all I did. I didn't have any reply. I just sent that GIF to Sean.
Why would you do that?
What actually
Why would you do that?
Sitch was like, yeah.
That's insane.
No.
Like,
Sitch
why would you respond with a GIF?
Sitch was like, yeah, but who's going? And then I'm like, oh, it's just me, my friend that I know from, real life. And then he's like, he was typing. I don't know how I could see him typing this, but he was typing like YE. And then I said, a nuance, bro. And then he just deleted it and pressed no. Absolutely not.
That was that's actually
was Nuance Bro on this journey?
Yeah, he came with me, which I appreciated because nobody came with me except for my friend that I brought and him.
I thought there was, wasn't there
invite
someone
me.
else
I'll
supposed to
go
be there
with you
too?
guys. Definitely. I can't believe Sitch passed up this
Wasn't there someone else
opportunity.
that was supposed to be there?
Yeah, one of my friends didn't even book a flight. He booked a flight after we were leaving because he didn't want to go. Like to land in Florida. That's how uninterested he was in road trips.
Nuance Bro is in San Francisco, right? Is he still in San Francisco?
No, he moved to Texas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. So that's actually So what happened was I was like, yeah, I'm totally down to hang out with Sean, but then when
It
he
was
said Nuance Bro's gonna
Nuance
be there,
Bro.
I was like,
Yeah.
fuck now. So yeah, he somehow Sean could see me typing.
That's
and he saw
bullshit.
the
Nuance
YE in
Bro's
there.
been on the show. Like, we're on good terms with
No,
Nuance
this is
Bro.
okay.
Like,
I didn't
why would
actually
he
send
hang-
Sean a
It's
GIF.
called sarcasm.
Yeah, I didn't actually send Sean a GIF of the maid from Family Guy.
But
Okay,
Nuance Bro
okay.
went. It was good. And
So
again,
what-
hold on. It's
like,
called
enough
Key Largo
goofing
Fish.
around. What was
No, no.
what was the exchange here? Did he
I couldn't
decline
go. I don't
politely?
remember. I couldn't go. There was something that day. Though.
But you didn't reply with just a GIF, right?
No, I
You-
said thank you. I appreciate it, but I can't make it.
Oh,
No,
okay.
the
there
normal
you go.
response.
He actually
Look,
sent me.
That sounds more reasonable.
Yeah.
Look, Sean, you're
No,
making him sound horrible. What are you doing?
Sitch asked if there were any girls going on the trip, and then
That's
I said
it.
no,
That's
and
it.
then he sent me Chang, like the gay
It's
thing
true.
from Community. That's what
It's
happened.
true. Sitch
I
is,
think that actually did.
look.
That does sound like something I would do. So.
But
we
no,
all know
so
Sitch is the
point-
horn dog
point-
on the show. Like, if you would have had girls going, he would have been in. Oh, yeah.
Well, there was a girl that was supposed to come, and then you're like, "Listen, she bailed, so you're gonna take her spot." And I'm like, "Oh, I don't know
That's
about
not what
this."
happened. So here's the thing.
That is what happened. What are you talking about?
Look, so here's the deal.
Yeah.
It's called Key Largo Fisheries.
Okay.
Right? It's in Key Largo. You go there, you get the grilled mahi tacos if you want to try something a little different, and you get the lobster roll. If you're in the Florida area, I drove 2.5 hours from West
Lobster
Palm to
roll
go.
is amazing.
Yeah, this lobster roll is
Look, I'm
amazing.
allergic to lobster, and I
Oh
still
my
love
God.
lobster
That's
roll.
why you get the mahi tacos, Adam. But my point was,
Fish tacos? Look, I'm...
no, these mahi tacos are unbelievable. Like
Okay.
This is like the best like
It's like
chicken
a food
taco
truck
I've ever
or
tested.
something?
No,
a
it's
restaurant.
called Key Largo's Fisheries. It's down in the Keys. It's definitely worth it if you're ever in the Miami area. Maybe don't do it if you're in West Palm like I was, because it's actually, like 2.5 hours both ways. And
Yeah,
it
I was like, when I heard you were driving, I was like, are you for real? Really? You're gonna drive like it's a long drive?
it's that good. It's that
Okay.
good.
Lobster roll is worth a drive, Sitch. It really
Okay.
is.
No,
if
no,
it's good
this lobster roll is because when I
5-hour
was in
drive. I mean, sure.
when I was in Boston, well, I had gone with my fiance way back when I took a vacation to the Keys,
Right.
and we really liked it. We ate it twice when we were down there, like on the way down through the Keys and on the way back up. But we wanted to go again, and that was like the closest I had been to Miami in like the year since I had been there, so I had to go.
Mm-hmm.
And I was nervous because my friend and Nuance Bro, I was like, oh shit, what if they don't like it? And I made them drive for 5 hours. for
I
this.
know you'd be fucked.
Like I started to get real nervous. And then I walk in and I'm like, oh yeah, there's like all these plaques for like how quality the food is here,
Mhm.
because it isn't a place that I randomly found that was great. It's a
Right.
place that I heard that was great, and then I went to it. So yeah, again,
It'll be
Key
an
Largo
adventure,
Fisheries, not
even if you
sponsored.
did. It would be an adventure even if you didn't like it.
Yeah, it was worth it. It was worth it. Also, El Pub, Little Havana, really good food. Have you ever been, Sitch?
No.
Oh,
I
you
haven't
hate
been to
Cubans?
Hub. I do, yeah.
Fair.
Actually, no. Much to Adam's chagrin, I always say that Cuban food is much better than Mexican food.
Right.
No, I don't disagree. Listen, I'm a Caribbean boy, so like I'm Puerto Rican. Our food is very similar. Like, and Mexican food, I'm not really into it. I'm not gonna lie.
Listen, if
Blasphemy.
you can't blame me though, Sean. You can't blame me if you were like, Sitch, you want to hang out with me in Key West with Nuance, bro?
No, not
if I
Key
said
West.
no to that, but then Anna's like, hey, you want to hang out with me in some restaurant somewhere and talk? I'd have been like, hell yeah. What are you talking about?
Well, wait a minute. Did you do that?
I did not do that. No,
Are you lying?
I'm not lying.
What's your favorite Disney movie?
It's Aladdin. Obviously.
Oh, I thought it was Lion King.
No, actually, my favorite Disney movie is Lilo and Stitch. Come on.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Why the
of
show is
course.
named this way? Yeah.
I was gonna say,
course.
since you guys, you guys got the message from Anna, and I'm pretty sure PBD is in your neck of the woods, Sitch. You
No.
should have hung out.
There you go. We should have.
And
Missed
Anna should have went to
opportunity.
Key Largo Fisheries. I'm not saying anything.
There you
but,
go.
You know,
There you
like
go.
I just wrong for not going. Hell's Kitchen was good, by the way.
Cool.
Anyway,
Were we watching a clip?
We
or
were
what? How
watching
close are we to
something,
this?
We've only progressed like 5 minutes since you last said that.
That was a tangent. I'm sorry.
Yeah. God, look at you.
So, but let me do the nuance on January 6th. So, and it relates to the George Floyd riots. So, you know, Martin Luther King famously said riots are the voice of the unheard, right? And I think that that's definitely true in what happened after George Floyd, but I also think that there's some truth to that when it comes to January 6th, which you'll never hear anybody on the left.
Oh my God.
Okay. And so I'm not 1% excusing the hang Mike Pence chants, and I think those guys are super dangerous, and I've talked about it before. I'll talk about it 2,000 times after. But for a lot of the right wing, so first of all, the guys on the ground they did not, other than the leaders, they did not know that they were a plot to overthrow the American government. I think they were, and I'll explain why, but they didn't know that.
You think there was a plot to overthrow them?
Yeah, oh, definitely. And so we'll get into that in a sec. But the guys on the ground didn't know that. They're just fodder, okay? And so they're super frustrated. So here's what the establishment and the Democrats don't understand about that frustration. It's because you guys keep lying to them, the mainstream media does, and keeps telling them, no, these politicians are honorable people and they're having legitimate debates, and let's find out what Lindsey Graham's opinion is, and let's find out what Joe Manchin's opinion is. Their opinion is, who wrote me the biggest check? Okay, so since mainstream media lies about that 24/7, and the average right-winger has the same problems as the average left-winger and the average independent in the country, which is that our wages are too low, corporate power is run amok, big business in cahoots with big government is crushing our lives. So their voice is unheard, and so they're in a rage. Now, Trump then takes their rage and misdirects it. But I understand the rage, and I understand that sometimes riots happen when your voice is unheard, both on the left, the right, the white, and black. So I'm incredibly consistent on that. Now, why do I think they...
All right, I'm going to bow out gracefully right here. But
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, I came on for that thing, and now they're moving on to something else. And I think a lot of the January 6ers thought the evil orange man was telling the truth, and that's why they showed up. They weren't mad because their wages were too low, but whatever.
I just got up and got water. Is that what Cenk said?
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
It is the voice of the unheard.
I mean, the real reason Sean is leaving is because he doesn't want to come out against Orange Man bad.
January 6th bad. People shouldn't riot. I was in a
you
car
on January
dealership. I have an alibi. I was buying a car, and no, don't riot.
Are you scared of losing your Trump audience? Is that what's going on?
No. Anybody who broke stuff, go to jail and all that. Don't storm an area. Don't break the glass. I don't know, all these obvious like true things. I would say the person who stole Nancy Pelosi's podium should get off on comedy alone. That's the one exception for law breaking that I will make.
True.
You know?
I agree.
It's just it is.
Is that the same guy that shit in her office?
I don't think so.
I don't know. To me, that's like that guy who stole a bulldozer to break open that one store during the BLM riots. That was so outrageous. I would let him go. Everybody who went into that store and stole everything, arrest them and send them to the Night's Watch. But that guy, that was kind of amazing.
There you go. I agree. There should always be a comedy exception to crime.
Yes.
Okay.
True. All right. Have a good night, guys. I love you. Be safe. Don't get kidnapped at Sitch
Take
when I'm
care.
in Miami.
Yes.
I promise I'll come see you again. Okay, buddy.
Bring me a lobster roll, Sean. Come on.
I'll mail
Screw
you
Sitch.
one.
When are you gonna go to LA and hang out with Adam?
Yeah, if I ever get invited to an event in LA, I'll come stay at your house, Adam.
We will. Well, you won't stay here, but we'll definitely hang out.
Okay. We'll go to a neutral zone and hang out. Got it.
There we go. That sounds fair.
All right. Good night, kids.
Later, child. I think you're younger than both of us.
Probably.
Yeah. Okay. Get out of here.
Bye.
Let's get back to this video. Come on.
I'm glad I had an opportunity to avert Adam from eating shellfish. There was a place I wanted to go that Adam would have eaten shellfish, and I was like, let's not go there.
Yeah.
In LA. Okay.
I mean, look, that's not the best place. If I'm gonna go for shellfish,
I agree. I'm just saying we were there.
next time you're out, I will take you to the place that is just
no,
so good for shellfish.
I'm not going to watch Adam risk his life. Okay.
Irresistible.
Your wife was telling me this
their
horror
steak and
stories.
lobster is so good.
Your wife was telling me this horror story of when you did have an allergic reaction. And it was like disgusting.
Oh, I
can't
remember
believe you
that,
would risk that again.
Life is too short.
You had
man.
a blister on your eyeball. I didn't even know that was possible. That's like some fucking mutant shit. Like, I can't believe you'd even risk after I get the eyeball blister. I'm like, I'm done.
I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
It looked badass, man. I look like a fucking serial killer.
I bet you did. What the fuck? Who gets a blister on their eyeball? It's just like, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah. Come on, let's get this video underway.
Okay, start
Enough side quests.
There was an actual coup attempt. Because the coup is not the riot. It's not like they were going to take the capital and keep it. And then we were all going to be like, oh, I guess the right wing has it now.
Once you're in the building, you have the power. That's
right. I guess the Oath Keepers are now the Secretary of State.
The
and Proud Boy guys, the Treasury Secretary. No. But here was their role that they didn't know they were playing. So guys like Peter Navarro wrote a book about it. Steve Bannon brags about it all the time. Eastman, Cheesebro, all those guys who are charged now in Atlanta wrote memos about it. One of the memos was called the Fraudulent Elector Memo.
True.
And so the plan was we get a bunch of fake, and Sidney Powell accidentally admitted all the way back in November on Lou Dobbs' show. The plan is you get a bunch of, now they wouldn't say fake electors, they would say Trump electors, but they're not even technically the Trump electors because you have a slate of electors for both candidates, right? But the slate of electors for Trump would not go along with the coup attempt. So they had to find new random Republicans in the swing states. And they even did it in New Mexico, which was not even close, right? And these were the fake electors. And so the plan was delay the proceedings so that they cannot certify the vote. Plan A was have Pence say, I'm not certifying the vote. But Pence wouldn't do the unconstitutional thing, and he deserves enormous credit for that. And he nearly got murdered for that, okay? I mean, that is a Republican that had significant courage. And I don't think he's ever really gotten the credit he deserves for that. Now, you could disagree with Pence on everything else, and I do, right? But I give him credit where credit is due. So he was supposed to delay the proceedings. He refuses to do it. Trump is in a rage. Instead, they get the guys to bum rush the building so that it delays the proceedings. The next part of that plan was then the Republicans are supposed to go in and go, well, I can't tell who won. There's no certification. We're going to bring it back to the states. And then at that point, the swing states had Republican legislatures. And so the Republicans in the legislatures were supposed to go, we now install the fake electors, okay? And that's a coup attempt, knowing that you lost the goddamn election.
It's actually simpler than that. They don't need to go to the state legislatures. It would be the House delegations.
No, that's the last part of the steps. When the state legislatures say that Trump won when they know he didn't win, by the way, more credit to Republicans in a second. When they say he didn't win, they say he won when he didn't. It then goes back to the House because then it becomes an open question, a political question that the House has to decide. And the House, even though there was more Democrats at the time, they vote by state, and the Republicans had more states.
Yes.
So it was actually, if you're going to do a coup, it is a logical coup plan. And they discussed other coup plans. Michael Flynn proposed rolling out the tanks and doing martial law. They had a 3-hour conversation about it. Now, let me give credit to courageous Republicans. Even Trump administration guys who I despise, the reason Trump didn't roll out the tanks is because everyone in his administration that was in the room said, we will all resign immediately if you roll out tanks against the American people. Okay, so credit to those Trump administration people. And then,
okay, so I want to go over the electors thing because it's kind of confusing here. And this is kind of why it's annoying. The electors thing is so convoluted, and I think that's why it's hard for people beyond just the political tribalism to conceptualize it, because Cenk actually, to my understanding, unless I'm incorrect, it's possible, to my understanding, Cenk actually described the order of events incorrectly.
I thought the same thing.
Even though he's directionally accurate, to coin a phrase from Brianna, which is that, so my understanding was that the order of operations was the original plan was after the vote happened, Trump sent out Rudy Giuliani and Jenna Ellis and some other people to go to the individual swing state legislatures that had Republican legislatures and tell them, hey, the Constitution says that the state legislatures can do whatever the fuck they want. And so you guys have the power, and maybe you even have the power according to the state constitution, depending on what the law is. You guys should throw out the votes. Say that
throw out the election results.
Yeah, throw out the election results in your state and just declare, because there was fraud, and just declare that Donald Trump was the winner, essentially. And some of the states have some ability.
Electors the certified electors.
Right. And this is where I talked about earlier, the states would be like, well, can you provide us evidence that there was fraud? And Giuliani said, let me get back to you, and then never got back to him. Right. So none of the states that had Republican legislatures agreed to do this. None of them agreed.
None of them bought. They were like, show me the evidence.
Right. And so then that was plan one. Now, my understanding is that had to take place before the safe harbor deadline, which was in like early December or something. Which is when it's supposed to be locked in that the states are sending their electors to Washington to be counted on January. Okay. So that was supposed to take place before that. That doesn't happen. Okay. So now they're like, the Trump team is like, they're like, okay, now we need a different plan. Because that plan, okay. And also, when that's going on, by the way, the same time that's going on, that's the time that the Trump team is convincing the electors who are going to vote for him to create and sign the fake elector sheets. And they said to them, listen, we're only going to use these if we win court cases. Okay. We're only going to use these if we win the court cases, because it could be very close to the cutoff for the safe harbor deadline in December. So it's going to all happen very fast. So we're only going to use these if we win the court cases. Okay. So then what happens is the states, none of them go along with Trump's plan, and then Trump loses all the court cases, right? For a lot of them for standing, whatever, doesn't matter. He loses all the court cases. So now I say, okay, now we need plan B. What do we do for plan B now? So plan B was, which is part of what Eastman suggested, which was saying, okay, how about we do this? We look at like this weird language in the Electoral Count Act. We kind of, conclude that Mike Pence has the ability to not just count the slate of electors that come in from every state, but he has some kind of authority to actually discount various states' slate of electors, based on his interpretation of the law, which, by the way, Eastman said that he thought, like, his interpretation was like that the law said that this was illegal, but that law was actually unconstitutional. So he said that Pence would be doing something was illegal, but was still constitutionally valid, which is like, okay, bold legal strategy, but sure. So then the idea was that they would take the fake electors that they told that they were only going to use in the case, in the chance that they won the court case. They said, okay, we have these. We're going to take them. We're going to give them to Mike Pence on January 6th when he's counting the votes. And he's going to look at them and he's going to say, oh, well, there's some sort of conflict between this and the actual certified state electors. And so therefore I can't make a determination about what is the real vote, who really won the state, even though obviously everyone knew. And so they would discount these couple of swing states from counting and just count the rest of the Electoral College. And they would say, oh, well, if we just get rid of all these swing states that we don't like, that we have the fake electors for, oh, look, the electoral count, Donald Trump wins. Therefore, Donald Trump is the president. But then that was plan B. Okay. Then plan C was, well, wait a minute. When that happens, the Democrats are going to say, yes, Trump has a majority of electors, but he doesn't have the threshold to win the vote. To which Pence would say, oh, okay, well, according to the Constitution, if we can't make this decision, if there's not enough electors to make a decision, it has to go to the House delegation to vote. And the House delegation is like each state, I think, gets one vote. It's not based on the representation. And so there are 26 states that had Republican delegates and 24 that had Democrats. So presumably the 26 Republican states would then just vote and declare Donald Trump the winner. And that was plan C. And that was what Donald Trump was trying to pressure Pence into doing, was plan B and plan C. And then some people get confused because Donald Trump's talked about giving it back to the states at the time. And then even Eastman talked about giving it back to states at the time. And that's relating to two things, which is number one, when they said talk about giving it back to states, they meant giving it back to the state delegation to make that determination. But then after, and this is kind of insane, after January 6th, okay, so after the people broke into the Capitol, and all that stuff goes on, when they eventually get everyone out of the Capitol and all the Congress people go back into the chambers, okay, Eastman has the balls or the gall to then send another message to Mike Pence saying, listen, how about this? If you don't want to throw out the votes, okay, how about you just try to institute a pause to give the states more time to investigate fraud charges, which, by the way, there was no legal constitutional mechanism for such a thing to even occur in the first place.
What's he going to do? Fake a stomachache or something?
Yeah, I don't know. It was very weird. You know, and I think he even says, I don't remember exactly, he even says something in the message about like, let me, you know, impart on you to do one more possibly illegal thing or questionable
No way.
thing.
He said this in
Yes, he says
in the conversation, or is this
he says something like,
recorded?
let me, no, it's like a text message. It's something about like, let me impart on you to do one more possibly like morally questionable thing or something to that effect.
He says morally questionable.
I don't
in
remember.
text
He
message.
says some phrase.
Wow.
Like that. I don't remember the exact.
Okay.
He says some phrase like that.
Have we seen these electors? Like, are they designed to look like the authentic electors?
You can find, they look exactly the same. Yeah.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
They just took like the form. I'm assuming they just took the form and they just signed it out for Trump. But yeah, you can find them. Because they're in evidence in the electors' case.
Right.
And I think they were evidence in the January 6th committee.
Well, I would just assume there's like some official seal or something. Some government agent looks over and says, oh, yeah, this is authentic. Someone has to sign off on it.
So there is in the electors' case, I haven't seen that. There is in the electors' case a claim that some of the fake electors had not the official government seal, but a seal that looked kind of close to the official government seal.
See, that's what I'm thinking.
Right.
I'm
And
like,
so,
oh, look at this crayon seal here.
right. And so that's why they're able to charge some of the people involved with like additional forging of government documents because there's some kind of fake government seal on some of them. But anyway.
This seal says do not bend.
Yeah, right.
What's going on here?
Right. Well, but I mean, and the whole thing, it's kind of preposterous because, you know, everyone knew what the election results were at the time. It wasn't like who won. It's, you know, this is not the, you know, the 1700s or the 1800s where it's like, oh my God, we have a guy on horseback has to deliver the results to Washington, D.C., right?
We can't
you know,
communicate with the state instantly on our cell phones.
Right. It's, you know, it's the year, it's 2020. Everyone's watching and glued to the fucking television. They see the count coming in as it's coming in. Everyone knows what the fuck happening. So the idea that like Mike Pence is going to get like these two, you know, slates of electors and be like, gee, I wonder which one is the correct one from the state. Like, you know, it's a preposterous idea. But
the state legislature is filled with what I think are radical right-wingers. The great majority of them said, no, we're not going to do the fake electors. And they deserve a lot of credit for that.
Are you familiar with Texas v. Pennsylvania? It was the original jurisdiction lawsuit between Texas and Pennsylvania arguing that several states violated the Constitution by altering the rules of the election, not at the legislative level, but through the judiciary and the executive branches. And so Texas's argument was, if Pennsylvania is acting in violation of the Constitution, it's subverting our vote in this process, and we want the Supreme Court to rule on this.
Okay, and how did it turn out for them?
The Supreme Court refused to even hear the case.
Yeah.
So this is a problem. This is what actually ignites fervor and expands the conflict. Thomas and Alito.
So, okay, here's the problem with that. So the problem is the court is correct that Texas doesn't have standing, in my opinion. Texas doesn't have standing on how other states run their elections or even how other states how the election laws come into place. They don't have standing. There's no standing for them to make judgments to say, oh, well, this state's not allowed to do that, right? That's not how it works. Every state can do whatever the fuck it wants, essentially, under the Constitution. And if the state legislature, I mean, the Constitution says state legislatures can dictate everything. If there's some law that, you know, came into place through executive action, the state legislatures have the ability to say, when the vote comes in, to say, we're not going to sign off on the votes because we feel this law violated our constitutional authority, blah, 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 blah. You know, therefore, we're not going to sign off on it. None of the states did that, though. They had the power to do that. None of them
they
did
knew
that.
they would fucking lose their next election. Of course they're not going to do that. That's insane.
Right. Well, and also, I'm sure, you know, there was, I don't want to get into the whole legal arguments that were very complicated about these election laws that were in some of these states that they're complaining about. But so none of the states did that. So that is the state legislatures signing off on how the process of all these votes came into being. And so the idea that one state would be able to complain about how another state's election was operated and went doesn't make any sense in accordance with the Constitution. And that's why the Supreme Court said they don't fucking have standing, because they don't have standing whatsoever. They also don't have standing because it doesn't make sense to say, well, if the candidate that the majority of people in one state want to win doesn't win, therefore you have harm created by to your state. That doesn't make sense at all either. Because what about all the people that didn't vote for Donald Trump in Texas? Wouldn't they be helped by this? Like, it's a very weird argument. But anyway, so I agree Texas didn't have standing whatsoever. But where I think the Supreme Court totally fucked up was because even though the case to a lot of people in legal spheres seems silly, because it was such a huge case and it was like a national case, they should have actually been like, here's an opinion that we will explain very clearly and detailed why Texas doesn't have standing. But they didn't do that. They just wrote like literally a paragraph where they said, LOL, Texas stupid has no standing, and then, you know, drew a butt, right?
They didn't do the LOL thing.
They did the legal equivalent of writing LOL, Texas suck my butt.
They didn't, they didn't
they wrote a one paragraph thing where they're just like, Texas has no standing, get bent, right?
Right.
Well, they shouldn't have done that. They should have wrote a real opinion and explained why Texas didn't have standing.
One of the things that I think is interesting about this is just Cenk doesn't care about any of this stuff. These are the media bubbles right here. The right wing was obsessed with this, all of this stuff in every minute detail for months and months and months after the election, because they were looking for a way to overturn the election or a way that they could have actually won the election. So it was of grave interest to them. Cenk, not interested, not interested at all to any of this, right?
Well, I'm sure they covered it, but that doesn't mean he would remember.
I'm not sure that they did, to be honest with you. I
would be shocked if they didn't cover this.
I don't think the mainstream media covered this in any depth. They just said,
I don't know.
But they said time and time again, Biden won. There's no evidence of election fraud. End of story.
Right. Yeah.
Let's move on.
Right.
They didn't cover the Texas doesn't have standing. You covered it in more detail here than I ever saw it covered in the mainstream press.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of vaguely, I don't remember. I kind of vaguely remember people covering it, but I don't remember enough to comment on it. I was just going to say, you know, maybe they covered it. It's just not something that he would remember because they didn't care about it. And because I think what you're saying is a lot of people on the left looked at it as like absurdly preposterous on its face.
Yes.
And so therefore, when the Supreme Court says no, it's like, it doesn't even register.
They're like,
obviously.
Of course they're going to say
of course.
no.
Right.
Look, it's so obvious.
So
why are you even bringing this up? I mean, I cared because Donald Trump was kind of implying that he had inside information because he's the president of the United States, that shenanigans were happening. So,
well, and I remember I looked into it because I remember, you know, what's his name was like losing his mind over it.
What's his name?
I think Barnes was like really upset by it.
Right.
But so I was like, oh, what is he really upset about? So I looked into it. But this is part of the thing that annoys me with Trump and with a lot of the election claims. Is it's like, it doesn't matter who says that like Trump was wrong or what body says Trump is incorrect about something. There's a group of people who, as long as Trump disagrees with them, that's all they will believe. Because like, you know, Trump put 3 justices on the Supreme Court, and those justices ruled on that case, and they said Texas didn't have standing,
right,
overall. So the majority of Republicans. And the same thing with like, you have all these you know, the people Trump put into place, the AG, you know, Mark Meadows. You have all these people that he put into place that all told him that they couldn't find evidence of election fraud. So you have all these Republican state legislatures that they didn't believe the claims of evidence. They didn't believe the claims of voter fraud, and they didn't see evidence of it. So it's like,
yeah,
how
Trump's
many
going after all those people if he wins presidency again.
But that's what annoys me. It's like, how many, like, you can't just say it's a deep state conspiracy that all these like Donald Trump is the one single person, the lone person who's like trying to fight against evil. Like what is more likely? Donald Trump is the one lone person who just somehow has the secret information that he's going to destroy the deep state. That's all up to get him. Or he didn't actually have evidence for voter fraud at all, and he just couldn't believe it because of his ego, and so was trying to do everything he could to maintain power. And everyone else around him, who were politicians, who were, you know, attorney generals, who were lawyers, were all like, "This, what you're doing, is like not legal and not correct."
Right.
Like, that's just so much. That's obviously what happened. It wasn't the latter. I mean, it wasn't the former. It was definitely the latter. So
no, it was the former.
Okay.
He was trying to hide things.
Agreed that when a state has a dispute with another state, as per the Constitution, original jurisdiction means they must hear it. But the other justices just said, no, we won't. And so what ends up happening is the case expanded to include, I think, 48 states with like 24 versus 24, whatever, or it was like 23, 25, where half the states were saying, you know, we've got 5 or 6 states that have altered the rules of the election, but the Constitution explicitly states the legislation must handle how the elections are handled. So if a governor changes the rules or a judiciary rules on it, it's not gone to the legislature yet. The legislative branch must then, like, they have to vote on it.
So Tim, you know, they can bring that suit. There's no problem with that.
They were
suit.
all thrown out. They
okay,
so, but my
hold
point is this. My point is this. If you've got people who are saying, how come the rules were changed in Pennsylvania? The lower court agreed that it violated the state constitution, but the higher court said, we're going to do it anyway. We believe it's acceptable. So then you have people across the country saying, whoa, 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 hold on. If we're all agreeing to vote in this process and this state's even disputing amongst themselves, we need this adjudicated. And they said, no. Then what do you get? The language of the unheard.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be real. That's like 1,000% copium. Well, no, like, but let's just think about this logically. Okay. It's like, say, hypothetically, the Supreme Court did take this case. They did hear the case, right? They didn't just throw it on. They did hear the case, and they ruled against Trump anyway. Okay. Is that we heard the case and on the merits, you know, we looked at the Pennsylvania law, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, all the justices, you know, 9-0, they all say Trump is, you know, wrong, or not Trump, because Trump wasn't the plaintiff. Texas is wrong, right? You know, blah, blah, blah. Texas is wrong. Okay. So they hear the case and they just disagree with it. Is there going to be anyone that showed up to January 6th who was like, oh, well, now that the Supreme Court heard that case, I'm not going to go march down to January 6th. Like, was that anyone's motivating opinion that was there on January 6th? Do we think?
Well, I think you might have peeled off some people, obviously.
I don't. Yeah, some minuscule amount of people. I don't think the person that is motivated to go there on January 6th is really like so policy brained or so legally brained that they're like, well, the one reason that I'm there at the Capitol on January 6th is because the Supreme Court dismissed this one specific case on lack of standing as opposed to hearing it. That's not the reason that people, that's the justification. That's why I'm saying this is copium. This is the after the fact justification for people that felt a certain way, people that felt that the election was stolen and felt that Donald Trump was rightful president. And then how you get there is the after the fact thinking. So just because the Supreme Court heard a case or didn't hear a case, that's not going to change these people's opinion on whether they think the election was stolen from Donald Trump or not.
We've had this argument before. I think the media did a piss poor job of looking into these election fraud cases.
Yes,
and
100% agree. Yes,
and making a concerted effort to explain the facts in a way that would calm the fears of the people who had these election. Yeah. So I do blame the media somewhat, and I do think if the media would have done a better job instead of just like hand waving away everybody's concerns, I think maybe less people would go on January 6th. Would it be decisive? I mean, I believe in that argument. You said, well, it probably wouldn't have made much of a difference on January 6th because you had the most fervent people going already. So,
right, of course. There's going to be a selection bias, obviously. Yeah.
Yes, obviously. So, I mean, it probably would make a difference in the polling. I don't know. Maybe Trump would not have as good a chance now. I just
I agree with you in terms of the media did a horrible job.
They did. They just hand waved it away. They said, "Look, these people are insane. Ha ha! Laugh in their faces. Let's move on."
Which
they insulted
made
them.
Right,
Yeah.
which made the people even angrier and made them even more feeling like they were hiding something because they weren't even addressing it. Right.
Yeah.
So to be clear, there were articles that addressed it, but there was an overall tone of like dismissiveness to the.
Look, you had to really work to find those articles.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
They existed, but they were buried. Where on the other hand, the right was like laser focused on talking about all these various claims and cases, hyper specifically.
They still believe some of those claims. Right. They still talk about the suitcases full of votes.
Right. And that comes up in this. But to be clear, my statement to Tim saying that was copium was not in relation to that. It was only in relation to the idea that like this one Supreme Court case was some sort of deciding factor in people showing up on January 6th, because I don't buy that.
No, I only bring it up in the context of there was obviously people who felt aggrieved, and there needed to be some effort to address those grievances. And where we're at today because they never were addressed.
I 100% agree with you that people felt aggrieved and still feel aggrieved and felt that those grievances were never addressed
yes.
or adjudicated. Okay.
And January 6th, this gave Trump the power to do what he did on January 6th.
Yes, but what I'm saying,
big but.
Yeah, here's the big but. What I'm saying is that whether the Supreme Court ruled on this Texas case or not would have not had an effect on someone's feeling of aggrievement.
I totally agree. It's like a minuscule.
Yeah, exactly. Just a minuscule peel off would really gave a shit about this case so much so that they say
part of that is
January 6th.
Part of that is what you're saying. Like the Supreme Court should have made an effort to give like 3 or 4 pages, really explained it.
Yeah, they should have explained. I agree, and they should have done that. I think it was irresponsible for them not to do so. But
I don't know what even I think the case rested somewhat on they broke the law to change the voting rules or something to that effect. Like you can't redo an election. So even if they did, even if laws were broken, what are they going to do?
So my recollection again was that, this is a while ago, was that in Pennsylvania there was some executive action or something to that effect that had something to do with absentee voting that I believe had something to do it was pre-COVID actually. There was some power or some executive action that had something to do with absentee voting that the Republicans in Pennsylvania had created and instituted and used. And then after there was like a midterm election and a Democrat became the governor, and then they used that same power that the governor had, that the Republicans created in the first place, to essentially expand or utilize absentee voting during COVID to help obviously to help Biden win, because the idea was that more Democrats would be afraid of COVID and therefore they would be more likely to vote not in person.
Right.
Where before COVID, absentee voting was generally thought of as helping Republicans more, not Democrats more. And so that's why the Republicans were in favor of it at first, and then they were against it when COVID happened. And so then there was argument, which I believe was true, which is that they were saying, well, the original power, this original executive power to have something to do with absentee voting was not lawful because it was an overextension over use of the governor's power in the first place. It wasn't a law passed by state legislatures. And I believe the judge in the case, in one of the cases, I guess it was the higher court, said, well, that's true. They said that that's true. However, they weren't going to overturn the election based on it, especially because the Republicans had all this time.
Yeah, that's my point.
Right. The Republicans, first of all, were the ones that instituted this executive power in the first place, and now they're just complaining about it when it goes against them, and they had multiple years to bring a contention against it, and they only did so because they lost an election after the fact. And so, you can get rid of the power going forward in the future, but you can't throw out all of the votes or throw out all of the absentee votes that you think were related to this now, after the fact.
Yeah.
So
that's what I mean.
Tim, there's different things here. So let's separate them out because it's really important. Did Trump actually win? That case was litigated over 60 times, and he presented him and his side allies presented zero evidence.
How many of those cases were dismissed on standing versus merit?
A bunch of them, but a huge number of them decided it on the merits.
That's not true.
Oh, come on, Tim. Come on, Tim. And then in all the ones that they decided on the merits, how come the Trump side never presented any evidence?
So, well, it's two things. First of all, I think he has it backwards. When I looked into this, the overwhelming majority were dropped on standing, not merit.
All, yeah. I was like, what?
Not all. There were a couple. There was there was a handful of ones that were judged on merit, because there's a bunch of these. There's like 60 or 70 cases. The overwhelming majority of them were dropped on standing. But he is correct when he says the ones that failed the merit, they did not bring evidence. They did not bring evidence to his court cases.
So that's why it failed on merit, because they were like, look, you don't even have any evidence. What are we supposed to do?
I guess it depends on the specific cases, right?
No, it doesn't depend. They have no evidence.
If we're talking...
In one case, Rudy Giuliani had to admit, because he's a lawyer, he's going to get disbarred if he lies in court. And you could lie at a press conference 24/7, but once you're inside court. And they said, Mr. Giuliani, do you have any evidence to show that the election was stolen? And he's like, no. Because they don't have any evidence. They're lying. They've been lying the whole time.
I agree the election was not stolen.
Okay.
Or it depends on how you define stolen, I guess, right?
No, you could define it stolen in 1,000 ways that are BS.
But
it was not stolen, period.
Some people argue that Pennsylvania changing its voting laws in violation of the Constitution is stealing an election.
No, that's a nonsense argument.
Argument.
So no, it's no.
Well, no, see, this came up. I forget who we were talking to. This is annoying because it's like there's two different claims. There's claims that there's votes that were fraudulently cast, and then there's a claim that, well, the Democrats changed some voting law that allowed more Democrats to vote, and they changed the law in an unlawful manner. And those are two very different claims, and they very often get kind of conflated together.
Yeah, and it was the Pennsylvania state constitution, not the Constitution of the United States.
Well, no, so the Constitution of the United States says that the state legislatures, through the manner of their choosing, determine how each state chooses their electors for president.
Well, and the state constitutions dictate the rules of voting in the state.
Yes.
Yeah,
right.
That's the rules that they changed in Pennsylvania.
Well, I don't know. I don't remember the
voting specific rules.
Yeah, but did they change? No, I don't think they changed the state constitution in Pennsylvania.
They didn't. No, it was that was the contention that they did it. They changed the rules of voting in a state unconstitutional
right, but
way.
So my understanding was that Texas's argument was because the Constitution says state legislatures choose the manner of
they have no standing. That's a no standing.
Right. No. What I was gonna say is that since Texas is saying, since the federal Constitution says state legislatures choose the manner, and then you have in Pennsylvania, it was an executive action that had something to do with increasing voting law, therefore, or voting absentee ballots or whatever the fuck it was. Therefore, that means that was done outside the bounds of that that own state, Pennsylvania state legislature, because it was an executive action. Therefore, they have some sort of violation going on.
All right.
Anyway.
Oh, I can...
No, it's super important. It's super important because I don't want the right wing thinking that it was like, oh, fraudulent election and Hugo Chavez or the ghost of Hugo Chavez and a kraken and a mule went in and changed the votes. No one changed the votes, period. And so because Trump and Fox News and Newsmax lie about it 24 goddamn 7, and Fox News had to pay $800 million for their lies, people think that the election was stolen when it wasn't. You know what election was stolen? And then I'll tell you the reaction that happened instead when it happened to the left wing. 2000, brazenly stolen from Al Gore. So let me explain the details and then I'll relate it back to today, okay? So Al Gore not only won the popular vote, and nobody disputes that, but after the case was over and the election was over, all the news organizations went in and did a recount of the entire state of Florida. And under every kind of way of counting, Al Gore won the state of Florida. So he got flat out robbed. He won the Electoral College as well. But the Supreme Court in that case said, no, I don't care what Florida law is. I don't care that we've been making an argument for states' rights our whole lives. That liar Scalia, that piece of crap hypocrite, was like, yeah, did I say states' rights for decades? I mean, screw states' rights. You know what I'm saying? States don't have any goddamn rights. And they ordered Florida to stop.
This is a giant whataboutism, right? Just so we're clear here.
It is a whataboutism, but it's also a comparison to say,
okay,
Trump didn't have evidence of voting fraud. You know, he threw this wild hissy fit, right? Because he doesn't care about Trump's biggest flaw, though a lot of people like him for this, is that he doesn't give a shit at all about
the facts.
Well, that's true. But no, he doesn't give a shit about procedure at all. And that can be useful if you have a lot of garbage procedure that's essentially, preventing good things and positive changes from, too much bureaucracy, right? But procedure is also the thing that says like, hey, you can't just murder someone, right? Like you have to have self-defense.
I like that procedure.
Right. You like that procedure. You have to have self-defense, or the government can't just, a police officer can't just come to your house and say, oh, I'm going to take your car now, eat shit. Right. And just drives away. There's procedures in place that we like. There's laws and bureaucracy that we like that protect us. And so when you have someone who doesn't care about procedure, that, that can help you and that can also hurt you. And Trump doesn't give a shit at all about procedure, like at all, ever. To both in a positive and in a negative way. And so that's why he was trying to pressure Pence into doing all this stuff just to be president. And so he's comparing this to Gore, who my memory, but this was a while ago, so I could be wrong. My memory was that when they did a recount after the fact, they did find that Al Gore won the election if they had been able to actually do a recount. And it was the Supreme Court that said that they were not allowed to do the recount, or they're not allowed to finish the recount because they didn't recount all the votes. They only recounted certain areas. So the case very briefly was in Florida law, you could ask for a recount in specific counties without asking for a recount in the entire state if they were disputed counties. And they did that, and the Republicans sued, saying, well, if you only recount certain counties and you don't recount the whole state, you're violating, the equal protection clause, because everyone's vote is not treated equally. Essentially, you're giving, you're only recounting the areas that you think will help Al Gore. You're not going to recount, the red areas where maybe, Bush would have picked up more votes. That was kind of the argument that they put forward, and the Supreme Court agreed with that, even though they the opinion's kind of sketchy, in my opinion, if you read the Supreme Court's opinion on that. And so therefore they said that since they didn't do a full recount of the state, they threw it out and they said, no, Bush wins the state. And then after that ruling, just to see what would happen, a lot of different agencies and press agencies and other people did a full recount of the state, and they all found, to my memory serves me, that Al Gore actually did win the election. And so he's bringing this up to say, you know, even though like literally in a situation where Al Gore won, Al Gore didn't cause a constitutional crisis. You know, the Democrats, you know, they bring it up and they complain about it, but it was nowhere near, it didn't create this issue that the January 6th Donald Trump issue has created through Trump. And so the Democrats like got over it essentially, and that the Republicans don't even have that and they need to get over it, or the MAGA crowd needs to get over it.
I don't recall this full state recount.
They did do it. They did, yeah. Well, but the thing is, it was, yeah, because I remember the newspapers were doing it. Because I remember my mom, because I was very young at the time, talking about it.
How did they get access to the votes and everything?
I don't know, I guess they
recounts are like expensive to do and stuff like that.
The newspapers, I believe, I'll check into it because I could be misremembering this because I was very young at the time.
Look, I don't think this happened. Last I remember the newspapers. Last I remember, Bush won by 536 votes. Like that's historical.
Right. That was that was the original vote though.
I have never heard this narrative that they recounted the entire state and Gore decidedly won.
Full Florida recount.
Yeah. I searched, did Gore actually win Florida in the 2000 election? I can't find anything. So and this, I remember Trump, I mean, because Trump was talking about having recounts in certain counties, and the counties were like, yeah, it's going to be like $10 million to recount this county. Right. So I just like the entire state of Florida, you're talking tens of millions of dollars. Newspapers are going to do that? I mean, look, that seems like a big thing to do just for a story, just for a scoop.
Okay, I'll look into it because I remember this happening, but it could have been some sort of extrapolation or study quote and not an actual recount. And so,
yeah, well, they may have done it
off
of They may have done it off of like exit polling or stuff like that, but not actually.
I would agree
counting.
It's not. If that's the case, then I'm misremembering it, and that would not be applicable in the situation. So.
And I can't find anything on the internet about like a full. I'm looking now. Yeah.
The first major review, a group of newspapers, including the USA Today, Miami Herald, and Night Rider newspapers, conducted the first major review of Florida ballots. The group hired the accounting firm BDO Seidman to examine more than 60,000 undervotes, ballots that did not register a vote in the presidential race for all 67 Florida counties. There are ballots in the Florida Supreme Court ordered to be hand counted. Oh, I think I described this. I think I described the trial more simplistically than is actually. I think I described the trial incorrectly. There was more complicated than I remember. It was actually significantly more complicated. There was something about counting specific types of undervotes in specific counties, I think. These ballots, the Florida Supreme Court ordered to all be hand counted with its December 8th, 2000 decision. The newspapers applied BDO Seidman's finding to 4 vote counting standards. Results show that Bush likely would have won the statewide recount. Okay, so this is the opposite of undervotes, even if the United States Supreme Court had not intervened to stop the counting. It also reveals, ironically, that the most lenient standard of voting counting advocated by Gore gave Bush his biggest lead. Blah, blah, blah. However, a larger review conducted by a different organization found mixed results. That study showed Democrat voters were far more likely to make mistakes of casting an overvote than Republican voters.
And that they're talking specifically about these specific ballots where they were disqualified because they voted for more than one candidate because of poor ballot design.
Right. Okay, so never mind. So I take it back. So I'm incorrect, or my memory was incorrect, and I don't know what Cenk is referring to then.
Yeah, look, I don't know what he's talking about either. I see the The final tally in the official election was Bush won by 536 votes.
Well, there was another.
Won the
Okay,
state
maybe
of
he's referring to
Florida.
this. There was the Florida Ballots Project, composed of CNN, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Tribune Company, Washington Post, Associated Press, St. Petersburg Time, Palm Beach, and a bunch of fucking other people. They reviewed
Bunch of left-wing newspapers.
Well, Wall Street Journal is not left, but they reviewed the disputed Florida ballots. And they said that the major conclusions here are that Gore would likely have won a hand recount of statewide overvotes and undervotes, which he never requested, however. While Bush would have likely won the hand recount of undervotes ordered by the Florida Supreme Court, although by a smaller margin than the certified 537 vote difference.
So what does that mean?
Okay, so I guess...
So
okay,
Bush would have won, but not as many. So it would have been a slimmer margin, according to the Supreme Court. And Gore would have won if they examined the ballots and compensated for the poor ballot design,
Okay.
I'm assuming.
An undervote is when the number of choices selected by a voter in an election contest is less than the maximum number allowed for the contest. An undervote also occurs when there are no votes for a single choice contest. For example, a voter that is permitted to cast one vote for a candidate does not select a candidate as undervoted. Voters have a right to undervote if they choose to do so. A ballot will not have to be canceled or qualified a result of an undervote. Well, I don't know why they're even talking about undervotes then.
Well, because I think didn't they toss out the undervotes?
Well, why
they
would they?
have?
It's usually they're usually allowed to undervote.
Yeah.
That just means you didn't vote for someone in one area. I don't know why that'd be tossed. But they obviously would have to vote for president because that would be, otherwise it wouldn't matter. Overvotes happen when you vote for more candidates than the number of candidates you're permitted to vote for in a particular office race. For example, a voter that is permitted to cast one vote for a candidate and votes for 4 candidates in that race. If you accidentally vote for more than the allowed number of candidates for a particular office, ask for a new ballot. Keep in mind the area of the ballot that is overvoted will not be counted other than as an overvote. However, the rest of the ballot can be counted accordingly, depending on the state. Okay. So I guess it sounds like what they were saying is that in Florida, there was a bunch of undervoted / overvoted ballots that were put to the side and that they want to do. And so what they're saying is that if they did a hand recount of all of the undervotes and overvotes, Gore would have won. However, if they only did a recount of the undervotes and overvotes of the specific counties the Florida Supreme Court said to do, Bush would have still won.
Right.
So
and the newspapers examine these specific over and under votes.
Well, and also, they're also, I think they're using, because remember, they're kind of using over and under votes. Some of this was, all the hanging Chad shit that was going on.
Right.
So.
Okay. So they went with the tally that they had from all of the votes, and then they had these over and under votes that they had to examine by hand. And the newspapers came in and did examine all those by hand and just added those to the other vote totals. Okay, that makes sense.
Right. So yeah, they didn't do, so you were correct. They didn't do a full
state recount.
Recount. Yeah. That would have been too difficult.
Yeah, that's what just didn't compute. I'm like, that's millions of dollars. Like, what are you talking about?
Right. And it's the margins in this were like insane.
No, they're razor thin. 536 votes is like.
It said if they had standard
crazy.
for acceptable marks was set by each county in their recount. So if they used the I think that was part of the issues too, that each county had different rules for what markings were acceptable. Maybe that was the issue. And so they were saying it's unconstitutional because each county has different rules about what votes to throw out. It said if each county was able to use their own specific laws to determine what ballots were acceptable, Al Gore would have won the 2000 election by 171 votes.
Oh my God,
isn't that insane?
Insane.
Jesus, it's so wild. Anyway,
stop the recount. They said we don't want to know who won. because then we might find out Al Gore won. We don't want Al Gore winning. We just want to steal this goddamn election and give it to our buddy George Bush. And they outright stole it. Okay. Now, having said that, Supreme Court rules, the Supreme Court rules. We move on. Okay. Nobody rioted. The Democrats haven't been crying about that. Like, oh no, Al Gore should have been the president. Al Gore is actually the current president, etc. They let it go. It was a great injustice. And we noted for the history books, and I noted as an example here, but we let it go. We didn't go around going, no, Al Gore's still the president,
but in
and losing the goddamn minds that I see with the right.
But in 2016, they did.
No, they didn't. See, I'm glad you're bringing that up. See, that's another super important distinction, because Hillary Clinton whined about losing the election in 2,000 ways. Oh, it was the Russians. It was my dog ate my homework.
The Steele dossier.
Steele dossier. The Bernie bros did it. Blah, 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 blah. Because she didn't want to accept responsibility. And the establishment media didn't want to accept responsibility because they all loved Hillary Clinton. They all hated Bernie Sanders. They all hated Donald Trump. They hated anyone who wasn't the establishment. Hillary Clinton is the epicenter of the establishment. So they couldn't live with the fact that they were preposterously wrong. You know what got under their skin the most? Me. Because I told them, hey, you idiots, Hillary Clinton's going to lose.
Go to Michigan.
Right? And Bernie Sanders has a 12-point lead on Donald Trump, you morons, right? And they're like, no, I think the establishment is correct. I think America loves the establishment.
But you know what it really was, is that to them, Bernie and Trump are effectively the same thing.
Of course. Actually, they fear Bernie way more than they fear Trump.
Probably.
Yeah, and the reason is because Trump's full of crap. He's only in it for himself, whereas Bernie actually would change the system. And so when they know that Bernie would change the system, they're like, anything but Bernie. Shut his ass out. Don't give him any media coverage. Don't let him do debates. Put the debates up against the Super Bowl. Do anything you can to make sure you silence Bernie. Oh, Trump, he could be allowed on TV all day long. Oh, let's have fun. Oh, what's the major proposal of Donald Trump back in 2016? Oh, a lot of shouting about the wall and immigrants, etc. But what's the only thing that Trump did? Giant tax cuts for the rich and for corporations. The establishment loved Trump up until that bill passed. I swear to God, you watch old Young Turks clips and I say, they're not going to turn on him until this giant tax cut for the rich passes.
Well, you know what really got him positive press? When he bombed Syria.
Yeah, and then he bombed Syria and they're like, yes, right? So
now he's a president.
So yeah, they turn on him later when he does anti-establishment stuff, but he's not doing anti-establishment stuff for the average voter. Yeah, he tried to play ball. He loves stoners. His super PACs took $100 million from Sheldon Adelson twice.
Yeah,
Sheldon Adelson.
John Bolton.
Yeah,
he brings him in.
He brings in John Bolton, who's a warmonger and a neocon. Sheldon Adelson owns casinos in Vegas, but he mainly owns casinos in Macau. You know that, like, so Trump did like half a dozen giant favors for him, but the biggest favor was. Two biggest favors were he basically dismissed corruption charges in China against him, and he allowed him to bring his money back from China. Instead of a 35%, he created a special rate of 8% for repatriating taxes from a foreign country. So a guy who, he's deceased now, but back then, a guy who had his main line of business in China had bought the U.S. president. He gave him $100 million 2 different times and totally bought him. And Donald Trump was 100% his bitch. His bitch so much that not only did he give him every single thing that he asked for, but he also made his wife, he gave her a presidential Medal of Honor. It's the highest honor America has, and he threw it in like a tchotchke. Like, oh yeah, if you act now, Sheldon, I'll also take your rando wife and give her a presidential medal, okay, of honor. And he's like, Sheldon's like, I was going to go 90 million, but I'll go the whole 100, okay? And so he purchased Donald Trump. He's just as corrupt as anyone else. He's just corrupt on his own behalf. But Bernie, he's not corrupt. So that's why the establishment's like, Trump we could deal with. What's Trump's new proposal now? Cut corporate taxes from 21 to 15. He's still blowing corporations to this day. Donald Trump has wanted to be part of the club for his whole life. He's a spoiled little kid. He never knew how to run his dad's money. He lost all his money. Everybody in New York laughed at him, and that made him so bitter. So he's just in it for himself.
Who do you think we'd be better off with today, Biden or Trump? You think Biden?
Oh, definitely Biden. I'll tell you why in a sec. But just to finish the earlier thought. So for all of Hillary Clinton's whining, she never said the election that there was fraud in the voting. that the election was stolen from me through the fraud in the voting, and it's an illegitimate election, and I should be
Russia
president.
manipulated the votes.
Yeah, but she didn't say I should be president. She didn't, she didn't say no. She didn't say manipulate the votes themselves. She said manipulate the media.
She said it could be stolen from you.
Yeah, but
so she didn't say me, but we know what she means when she said it.
But Tim, did she ever say, "Hey, no, Trump didn't actually win the election.
Yes.
I'm the actual president"?
Well, she said it was stolen.
She never said that. She
said
never, ever said that. I'm the actual president? No. Where's that dumbass Donald Trump has been pretending he won this entire time? Hillary Clinton was bitter about the loss, but she never made the claim legally or otherwise. Hey, look, Tim, it's a super easy thing. First of all, you can look it up, right? And yeah, I know the line, guys.
Yeah.
But that doesn't say the election is fraudulent. I'm the actual president. Here's an analogy to that line.
Stolen.
So here's an analogy to that line, even though Bernie never said it, but his supporters said it. So the primary was in 2016 was quote unquote rigged against Bernie Sanders. Okay. Now, how was it rigged? Because it's very
okay. Well, first of all, it is obviously really goofy if Sheldon Adelson's wife got a Medal of fucking Freedom. That's like insane. Okay. That's really silly. Number one. Number two.
Well, what'd she get it for? I mean, maybe she earned it.
I was looking into it, and it doesn't seem like she
oh no
did anything with meriting it. Okay.
Okay.
So talking about this, I really think it is not fair or legitimate to try to whataboutism the Hillary Clinton thing regarding Trump, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that definitely is a massive whataboutism, because like there's a massive difference, and everyone knows it. It's a massive difference. Like, yes, Hillary did complain about shit. She didn't whine about this. She did concede the election. I believe she did show up to Donald Trump's fucking swearing in.
His inauguration. Yeah, exactly.
She did not try to get, she did not try to pressure Joe Biden, who was the vice president at the time when this was going on. She did not pressure Joe Biden into trying to throw out the fucking votes and declare her president. Okay. That did not happen. Hillary Clinton did not go around to the state legislatures trying to convince them that they should overturn the election. She did not go around creating fake electors to try to overturn the election. Okay. There was like one or two Democrats that were not Hillary Clinton that I believe were like trying to try to convince some of the electors to switch and be faithless electors, which is a completely different issue than any of those stuff, than what Trump did. No, people for some reason keep confusing faithless electors with, which has nothing to do with what Trump did, with the situation. So to compare Hillary making these comments where she was complaining about it to all of the actual tangible things that Donald Trump did to try to retain power, which obviously culminated with the riot on January 6th, is kind of ridiculous. Is a kind of ridiculous comparison to do.
Okay.
So you can complain about it, that's fine, but to compare it and say that they're somehow applicable in some kind of whataboutism is kind of absurd.
And Tim's the one doing that, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why he's bringing it up, but
yeah, it's like not even comparable.
Very important. It was rigged in that they did as few debates as possible. They put the debates on like when people would least watch them. They try to take the oxygen out of the room for Bernie. And then if you remember, we broke the story of Young Turks that Donna Brazil took questions and fed them to Hillary Clinton in the debates. And then a huge part of it was they did a money laundering operation where these huge Democratic donors would give to the states, and the state parties would then funnel it into Hillary Clinton's campaign. So if you say that election, that primary election was rigged in that way, okay, that's fair. Okay. But if you say the votes were actually messed with, And a lot of Bernie supporters at the time said that. And we at the Young Turks came out and said, no, guys.
Superdelegates.
You don't have any. No, superdelegates is a different conversation.
No, I know, but like it's rigged against Bernie.
But guys, understand how the mainstream media rigs things, because they rig things against the left and the right. Okay. So it's important that you understand how they do it. So in that case, what they did was the superdelegates technically actually vote at the end of the process. And oftentimes, even if they declare earlier, they switch their votes. So, for example, a lot of superdelegates said that they were going to support Hillary in 2008, but in the middle of the campaign, they switched to Obama. And none of that was technical. Only at the end do they vote, do the superdelegates vote. But what the media did instead in 2016 was they showed the superdelegate count in every tabulation right from the get-go. So they'd be like, Hillary Clinton has a 468-0 lead on Bernie Sanders. This thing's almost over. You're like, wait a minute, nobody's even voted, including the superdelegates. You're just saying that those superdelegates declared for Hillary as a way of saying this thing's already over, Hillary Clinton's already won. So they're manipulating the voters into thinking that Bernie Sanders is doing a long shot campaign that is hopeless, and he's just a piece of crap who's trying to hurt the actual Democratic nominee, when these beloved superdelegates have already weighed in, right? Yeah. And so it is a fundamental deception, and mainstream media does that all the time. But it is not rigging the actual votes. And so that's where we drew the line and said, you don't have evidence of any votes being switched from Bernie Sanders to Hillary Clinton.
A large portion of Democrats did believe that the Russians actually went in and flipped votes. Literally.
I never saw anyone saying that on television, in print.
I'm saying that there were several polls done where they asked voters, do you believe?
And if the voters were misled by Hillary's over-the-top statements, then that's a shame on Hillary Clinton. But you can see it is fundamentally different. Because I'll tell you right now, there's people in your audience who are screaming at their screens right now going, no, it was actually stolen. They rigged the votes. Smartmatic and Dominion and the mules. And I saw a Dinesh D'Souza propaganda piece, movie, that convinced me that the votes were actually stolen. No, none of it was stolen. None of it. Never. Zero. And here, I can prove it now ahead of time. So, Tim, you're being reasonable and saying, no, it was not actually stolen in the votes.
I've never said it was stolen in the votes.
Okay, good. Okay, so that is factual.
But, they lie. These NGOs run fake stories. You had this one group out of Stanford argue that I'm one of the super spreaders of election misinformation or whatever, when since Joe Biden won, I was like, guys, this is not true. Trump is not going to be reinstated. There are no Dominion weird switching. There's no German servers, but they just pump out lies in the media saying I claimed it anyway.
Yeah. So now the thing that I'll tell the right wingers that still believe Trump's lie is, all right, guys, you have a
poor Tim.
I think it's hilarious that he says that, and then Cenk says, "Yeah." Anyway,
I know. Poor Tim. He's like, "Look, mainstream media won't stop lying about me." Yeah. Right. Okay. Now, back to my point here. Look, Cenk, they could bond over that. Cenk has had the mainstream media lie about him when he was running. They came up with all sorts of out of context clips, penned him with the bestiality thing, right?
Right.
Look, they could bond over that.
There you go.
Look, they're lying about me too. They're lying about all of us. Liars.
Perfect opportunity. Because when Trump goes to court in Atlanta and in the federal case, on the actual election issues, so not the national documents and not the fraud in New York, but the ones that are actually about January 6th, right? He can win those cases very easily because the core of the cases is they have to prove that Donald Trump not only lied about the election results, but knew that he was lying. Okay. So, but the good news is the defense to that is I wasn't lying. It's true. The election was stolen.
Here's the proof.
Here's the proof.
Yeah.
So, and in fact, if you're a Donald Trump supporter and you really think the election was stolen, if Donald Trump does not present that evidence when it would free him and it would liberate him and it would prove you right after all these years, then you have to be livid at Donald Trump. Right.
Oh, I mean, we've been talking about this for a while, too. Like there are a lot of Trump supporters who are like, haha, they made a big mistake. Now Trump's going to be able to get the evidence adjudicated because they were dismissed before, but now they have to bring it in court. And I'm like, OK, well, let's see it. If the argument is you're upset with the procedure, like Texas v. Pennsylvania, I agree. We should have that argument over procedure. But this idea that I keep hearing this one where they say they pulled votes out from under the table and started counting, and I was like, and if you watch the full surveillance video, you can watch them put the votes there too.
Yeah,
you can
it's just votes.
You can watch the votes come in, get placed in the box, put under the table. And at the end of the day, they then pull them out and start counting them. There is a video of a woman running the votes twice. There's a question of whether or not were the votes rejected from the machine, so she had to run them twice, or was she trying to count votes twice? And if that's the case, how is it possible to run the same vote more than once? They should be serialized or something. But those are things I think are worth having a conversation about.
But so first of all, I'm not getting into any of that nonsense about the votes. But in terms of Texas, Pennsylvania, look, guys, there's challenges that come in any election, and it's very normal. And sometimes the Supreme Court takes the challenge, sometimes they don't. And sometimes they rule in an outrageous way, as they did in Bush v. Gore. By the way, the Supreme Court has ruled in many outrageous ways. They've ruled in Citizens United that corporations are human beings and have even more rights than human beings, that they are endowed by their creator with unalienable rights. What creator? We're their goddamn creators.
Well, corporations are people, my friend.
Yeah, and that corporations have freedom of speech. No, that's called a bribe, okay? That's what it's called. And guys, if you're a right-winger super frustrated with the establishment, you're not wrong. The establishment keeps telling you you're wrong and you're crazy. You're not wrong. But there is a crazy line, right? So in terms of the establishment, they frame everything as if the status quo is great, that corporate rule is awesome, and that you should get nothing, and that the rich and powerful should get everything. And mainstream media is one giant corporate propaganda outlet, okay? And so I can show you all the ways that they've screwed over the left wing. I can show you a lot of ways they screw over the right wing, okay? So if you're frustrated about that and mainstream media figures keep yelling at you, no, you're imagining it, man. These politicians are wonderful, and those aren't bribes. Those are just people talking with one another, and you guys are all radicals. No, that's crap, and that's why nobody believes mainstream media anymore. But when you jump the shark and you come up with conspiracy theories that aren't even remotely true, guys, all you're doing is hurting your cause.
I completely agree. And then you get people who won't vote because they think it's pointless when they need to be voting. But I think here's where the big challenge comes. Because I think I said this on the show when you announced you were running. If it was between Mitt Romney and Joe Biden, I'm voting Cenk Uygur. And it's because I'm willing to believe that you're the more likely candidate to pardon Julian Assange. You're the more likely candidate not to bring us into psychotic foreign wars. And I can't speak for anything else, but I'm not voting for the war machine. And so the challenge comes, here's why I voted for Trump in 2020. I did not vote for Trump in 2016. What did we get? Afghan withdrawal timeline. Okay, well, I'll take a grain of sand over a bushel of wheat if I can get something. Getting our troops out of Syria. Why were they in Syria in the first place? I can't believe it. Donald Trump openly admitting to America's foreign policy, boastfully saying, we're going to sell all these weapons to Saudi Arabia, make a whole bunch of money. The bombing in Yemen, all of these horrifying things. And I'm like, if I can get 1% out of Donald Trump in that he's going to focus more on whatever's going on in this country, and it means we're not blowing up kids in foreign countries, it's the best candidate I've laid before me in terms of who can actually win and do something. And then I saw a bunch of people on the left, prominent people, say, you have to vote for Joe Biden. And I'm like, but he's going to Hillary Clinton this. We're going to see war. We're going to see, look at Libya. I saw he died. It's been chaos and a disaster. We're going to see American troops dying. We're going to see conflict and chaos. And they said Trump would bring about World War III. And then we didn't get it. We got no new wars, and we actually got withdrawal timelines. And I'm not saying he did great. I'm not saying he did perfect, but he did better than anyone I'd seen in my lifetime. Yeah. Abraham Accords I thought were fantastic. He crossed the DMZ into North Korea with no security detail. And I'm just like, holy wow. I'll take it, please. Just whatever Biden has to offer. It's going to be crony BS. It's going to be warmongering. It's going to be neoliberal, neoconservative war. Just give me whatever I can get. And now I see a lot of these leftists who were like, nope, we have to vote for Joe Biden. It's the only path forward. And I was like, oh, spare me, dude. I will take a bowl with no direction, smashing everything over the neolibs, over the Democrats.
All of this is just isolationism. Like that whole diatribe is just basically isolationism.
Yeah, which is the kind of the trend that, the populists are at right now.
Right. Focus on, I understand the moral intuitions there, obviously. if it's got to hurt if you're barely scraping by and they're sending billions of dollars to Ukraine. You're like, oh my God, they care more about Ukraine than they care about me.
Yeah, and I mean, I get it because it's partially that. I get it because obviously, you know, we had 2 disastrous wars that a lot of people, you know, grew up with.
Iraq and Afghanistan,
being in Iraq and Afghanistan,
which were utter failures by
for so long.
Any metric.
Right. So I understand and empathize with people like, okay, we should be really cautious going forward before we get into all these, entangle ourselves with all these forever engagements.
Right.
I think when it comes to military aid to like Ukraine, it's kind of incorrect to conflate it that way. People do conflate like, well, I'm in hard economic times and we're giving all our money to Ukraine, when it's like the overwhelming majority of the overwhelming majority of the quote money that we're giving to Ukraine, we're not giving them money. We're just giving them stuff. We're giving them military stuff. We're not just giving them pallets of cash.
Yeah. Yeah.
So people are kind of conceptualizing incorrectly. We're basically giving them shit we didn't want. We're giving them our old military equipment we didn't want anymore, or didn't have use for. So, though I guess, I mean, we did give them, you know,
we got to replace that
ammunition
stuff,
and
though,
stuff that we want
obviously.
to replace anyway. So, because there's a whole thing, but so it shouldn't be conceptualized that way.
Right.
And also, it's because people conceptualize it as like, you are taking my money away via taxes and you're giving it to Ukraine, right? Because people have the incorrect notion of how taxes work.
Yeah.
And that definitely triggers people. Which, even if you're operating with that idea of how taxation works, which is not how taxation works, but even if that's how you're operating, how taxation works that way, it's not like if in a hypothetical reality, the Ukraine conflict didn't exist. I mean, does anyone think that you get a tax break then? Like the taxes would be lower if Russia never invaded Ukraine? Or would that money just be appropriated somewhere? Or the money, there's not really money, but the money that was actually sent to Ukraine, that money would just be appropriated somewhere else, you know?
Right.
It's probably not going to help you. So now I guess you could make the argument, well, at least be appropriated somewhere in America, you know, fair enough. But
yeah. Spend it on healthcare.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen, you know?
What are the policy goals on the right? I guess it's build a wall, right? That's it. It's like immigration. That's the only thing the right cares about. Well, abortion. I guess they care about abortion.
Talking about the right, talking about Trump, talking about MAGA. What are you talking about?
The right in general.
I mean, I think the right care about more.
Republicans.
I think Republicans care about immigration. I think they are isolationists at the moment. I think they care about the economy. I think they care about culture war issues. I think they care about a lot of things.
Yeah.
They care about abortion.
It's odd that their policy on the economy is just stop all government spending, pay off the debt. That's what to do on the economy.
Well, that's been their economic position since 1980, so I don't think that's strange. I mean,
it's strange that it'll be completely ineffective, but
well, it's just funny to think you've been hitting that drum for 40 years and it hasn't manifested. You say, well, either it doesn't, it's not real, or the Republicans aren't going to ever fucking do it. So, you know, I mean, I get it.
Bill Clinton did it.
That's true.
It caused a .com bust.
That's true. Bill Clinton did it and it hurt the economy.
Yes.
The Democrat did it and it was bad. Yeah, that's true. That's a funny point. But and I mean, I get it. You know, when you write that check for taxes, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts your soul. Okay?
It does.
Yeah,
Cuts deep. Oh,
it cuts deep.
When you look at your paycheck and you're like, oh my God.
Right. Yeah,
I'm getting murdered here.
I know.
What are they doing?
It's bad. You look at those numbers, that number deducted on the check, and you're like, oh my God. You know?
Yeah.
It's not good. I'm unempathetic.
Party.
Yeah. So let me tell you why you're right about my positions, and obviously why I would be better, and I'm running against them. But then I'm going to tell you someone who could easily win that isn't me.
Is it Bernie?
Okay. And it's no, it's a Republican. Okay. So, so first off, on my positions, would I pardon Julian Assange? Of course. That's not even a close question. He should have never been hounded in the first place. So
Trump's the reason Julian's in a worse position.
Yeah. And so that's exactly right. Trump is so full of crap. It bothers me so much that people who are legitimately angry about what mainstream media has done, what corporate politicians have done, are gravitating over towards another con man. Okay. So Donald Trump, why on God's green earth wouldn't you pardon Julian Assange? Not only is Julian Assange never did anything wrong, he's as much of a whistleblower as anyone has ever been.
Arguably helped Trump.
Yeah, and then on top of that, he arguably helped Trump, okay? In fact, I thought he got too political, and I started to get mad at Julian Assange. But that never changed my opinion that he should be freed immediately.
But real quick, I'll tell you why. And this is speculative based on meetings that had happened, but the general idea is Donald Trump had his people make Julian the offer. You give us your sources on this information and you're free to go. And Julian said, never. And they said, if we don't give it to us, we'll take it by force. And that's what's resulted in his arrest and extradition attempts.
And Tim, even if that story is true and it's your speculation, but I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. But even if that story is true, doesn't make it any better. It makes it worse.
I know. I agree.
Yeah.
He should have been pardoned outright.
Yeah.
I mean, he should never have been charged.
So I would bring back Snowden immediately. Like Snowden and Assange are American heroes. They're whistleblowers, although Assange is not American.
Well, I agree with Snowden. Come back, no charges. But there is a distinction between Snowden and Assange. Assange is a journalist.
Yeah, we can get into that, but it's not important. Point is that they revealed information about American wrongdoing, the government's wrongdoing, and that is a classic whistleblower. And they tried different paths to get it out otherwise. And Assange is a journalist, period. Right? So, okay, so that one's easy. Getting us into wars, of all the candidates, there's no question that I'm the one that is most likely to avoid war. Because I don't want any piece of it. After defense contractors, all they do is rob us. They get our sons and daughters killed. They kill tons of innocent civilians. And it's not about the killing. It's about the robbery. The whole point is to execute the robbery. Right? And so now Biden comes out with Israel's attacked. It's terrible how they got attacked. We're going to get back into that issue in a minute. But then he's like, give me $105 billion for Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan.
And the border, don't forget. But wait, that's because he's going for the Republicans on that one.
Yeah. $105 billion. Wait a minute. Look, I'm on the side of Ukraine, but we just authorized like 8 different multi-billion-dollar packages to Ukraine. And Israel, we already give them more money than we give anyone else. And now, unfortunately, they become the aggressors. Taiwan, there's no war in Taiwan, right? So, no, this $105 billion is going to go straight into the pockets of the defense contractors.
Yep.
And then they're going to take out a small percentage and give it as bribes. I mean, campaign contributions to Joe Biden, Nikki Haley, almost every corporate Republican and almost every corporate Democrat. Okay. And those guys, in order for the criminals to make more money and to rob us even more, they'll start more wars. So there's no way in the world that I would do that.
You see Nikki Haley skyrocketing. The media is praising her. Her polls are up.
I don't think I know enough about the various conflicts and the money required or the aid required to agree or disagree with Cenk and Tim here about the merits of giving additional spending to Ukraine, Israel, or Taiwan at this moment in time.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have a take on that, but
on the foreign adventurism, like gravy train,
right?
Yeah, I don't know the details.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we should call it here because we're kind of fading.
Are we?
Well, I mean, I feel like we're just going on and on for like minutes at a time, and we're not really commenting on anything.
Yeah, sure. We can call I had a couple things. So obviously Pence bowed out of the election. So Pence was polling at 5%. Like the big question I have now is like, is that 5% going to go to DeSantis, who's polling at 17%? And I want to ask you, like, what happens if it does?
Well, to be clear, when I said call it, I meant stop watching the video. We're still going to be the super chats. We're going to end the stream. But
yeah, totally. But I have a couple things that I want to talk about.
So,
I make notes during the week, like things to talk about.
Okay. Right. So you want to ask, who do I think the 5% for Pence is going to go to?
Yeah, Pence just got out of the election. I think he quit yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Trump responded and said he should have kept me in office.
Right.
He'd be vice president right now. What a dick. Look, I can't believe.
I mean, you should. That's obviously that's what
Right.
Trump would say.
DeSantis is up to 17%, which I'm like, look, if some of these people drop out of the race, I don't think it's impossible for DeSantis to beat Trump. Like the one thing against DeSantis is he's not tall enough.
I think what's against him is not his height; it's his lack of a personality.
Well, I mean,
and the silly boots he always wears.
Look, if he was a foot taller, I think he'd have more personality.
Okay, well maybe, but yeah, but even if everyone dropped out and they all that support went to DeSantis instead of Trump, which I don't know if it would, but just say theoretically it would. I mean, Trump is still over 50%, isn't he not? Isn't he still? So Trump would still be winning. I mean, it'd be close, but he would still be winning, right?
I guess, yeah. Look, we're still a long way out.
Right.
People are just answering these polls based on name recognition.
Sure.
Right.
Well, that's why it's kind of hard because, like, if you were to talk about ideologically, the people that support Pence, where should they go next? Ideologically, the answer would be Chris Christie. But I don't think,
God, the big fat guy. Come on, look.
He's the closest.
People aren't voting based on ideology. They're voting.
I know that's what I was about to say. I say, but people don't vote based on ideology.
Okay, good.
So that's not necessarily gonna track, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if that 5% gets distributed around to Nikki, Christie, and DeSantis and Vivek. I don't think they're all gonna go in a chunk to one candidate. I think they're all just gonna spread out amongst everyone else. I mean, I'm assuming they're not going to go to Trump. I don't think anyone that supported Pence was like, listen, I love Donald Trump, but Pence is the man. Like, I don't think that was in that 5%. So I think it's going to get spread out. Maybe not Vivek, because he's kind of like the more Trump simpiest of them all. And so I would imagine people that voted for Pence are not big Trump fans, I would guess.
I was surprised to see DeSantis was so far ahead of the pack at 17%. Everyone else is in single digits.
No, I mean, DeSantis has the best name recognition between all of them. I think he's the most, kind of hilariously, he's the most standardy politician-y guy whenever you hear him talk. You know, he did the whole thing during the debate, even though I don't think he did very good in the debates, he did the whole like, why are we fighting amongst ourselves? We need to fight the Democrats. We need to fight the woke people. And I mean, that's probably an appealing message to Republicans.
Right.
And then people, you know, they know like, oh, DeSantis is out there. He's fighting wokeness in Florida, right? You know, he's the guy fighting wokeness. So it makes sense to me. It makes complete sense to me. And I think if Trump gets arrested, you know, and convicted of something, and that hurts his standing, enough that he can't win the election, I think DeSantis will be the very clear person to take that spot over Trump. You know, I remember I was talking to someone who was like, oh, they thought Nikki Haley had a shot. I'm like, dude, Nikki Haley? What are you talking about? This is wishful liberal thinking. Nikki Haley is not going to win the primary here. You are in a bubble. Okay, it's going to be DeSantis. If Trump is not the winner, it will be DeSantis, assuming something crazy doesn't come into playing with, like, turns out DeSantis has like a bunch of bodies of children in his basement. He will be the clear candidate to take up the slack if Trump somehow gets knocked out.
Yeah, Trump, I'm looking at a bunch of polls and Trump is like 50 to 60% in all of these polls. So, yeah. Something's got to give, but I don't know. Maybe these court cases will change, shake the box a bit on what exactly is going on.
If the Democrats get their wish, which I don't think is likely, but if they get their magical wish and Mark Meadows testifies that Donald Trump told him that he knew that he lost the election, that could have a substantial impact.
And he recorded it on his iPhone.
Well, that's not definitely happening. That could have an impact. I mean, obviously, a lot of people would just say fake news, right? But I don't think he's going to testify that Trump said that.
Right.
You know, a lot of people predict that if Trump loses some of these cases and goes to jail, that's going to help Trump. I don't think so. I'm going to predict against that. If Donald Trump loses, if some of these cases go to trial, Donald Trump loses them and actually gets convicted of something significant, not something that's related to this. So if he actually gets convicted of the electors thing in Georgia, I don't think that's going to help Donald Trump.
Look,
I think that's going to hurt Donald Trump.
I don't think in anyone's wildest dreams Trump is going to see the inside of a jail cell. They couldn't even put that Jesse Smollett behind bars for more than like 24 hours.
I'm not saying that he's going to go to jail. Well, actually, I don't know if first of all, I don't agree with you, because it depends on who the people are that make that decision about sentencing. Are they very pro-Trump, or are they very anti-Trump, or are they neutral? Because if they're very anti-Trump, they're going to try to put him in jail, or they're going to try to put him in house arrest, or they're going to try to do something, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I don't know that the people in the legal system have the kind of hatred for Jesse Smollett that they have for Donald Trump.
They don't. Right. And so and we're seeing, you know, especially in Georgia, they're doing so much work to get all these plea deals and all this shit. Like, they have it out for Trump, obviously.
Yeah, they do.
Whether you agree or disagree with the merits of the case, I think it's fair to say that they definitely have it out for Trump. So I don't think they're going to do all this work just to give Trump a slap on the wrist, right? So I guess like the judge could do that, right? Depending on the judge, but I'm skeptical that would be the case.
Right.
But I agree. I don't think, because of the weirdness of the situation, I think it'd be more likely that he would get some weird house arrest deal. I don't think it's going to be like Donald Trump goes to state prison.
Right.
Right. I don't think that's going to happen. But I do think that if he gets convicted of one of these cases, and it's, you know, one of these significant cases, I don't think it's going to help him. I think it is going to hurt him. I think when he gets charged and people think it's fake, they go, oh, this is fake, we're going to help him. But then I think if he actually gets convicted, I do think that's going to sway people's opinion, and he will lose some support. Now, whether he loses enough support for DeSantis to surpass him, I don't know. But I think he will lose support if he is convicted of some of these cases.
Well, my thing is, I think polls can be wrong, and they have been proven to be wrong in the past. And
yes, obviously,
things change when all of a sudden we're counting votes, when people are showing up to the real polls, the polls that matter.
Right.
And constantly in every single election in my lifetime, there always seems to be like the clear candidate who's definitely going to win this thing uncontested. It's Hillary Clinton against Barack Obama. Of course, Barack Obama can't win. He's black. Look, impossible, right?
Right.
Of course, Jeb Bush is going to be the nominee. Yeah. Don't be silly.
Right.
Yeah, but it never turns out that way. This is a strange situation because, I mean, obviously it's never contested when it's the incumbent. And I mean, Trump is like an incumbent, sort of. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think once we start counting votes, though, I think, look, things could change rapidly.
Well, okay. So to be clear, I'm not saying that Trump was going to 100% lose the primary if he gets convicted. I'm saying it's going to hurt him. It's going to be close, I think, between him and DeSantis. If that's the case.
Right.
But that's bearing aside that he even gets convicted. There's a chance that none of these will go to trial before the election. There's a chance that some of them go to trial and he will be found innocent. Or not guilty, I should say. So there's a million different versions of this reality. But even then, whether it is Trump, like, I think a Trump versus Biden is going to be a very close election. Again, I don't think there's going to be a big election one way or the other. I think it's going to be very close. I think Biden versus DeSantis would be very close. I think Trump versus Gavin Newsom is going to be close. I think whoever is, I think it's going to be a close fucking election.
Okay.
So, And it's for what you said. It just seems like all the elections are super close nowadays.
Right.
So I guess none of them were ever as close as Gore versus Bush. But
did you have anything to talk about from the week?
no, I mean, it's just mostly fucking crazy people saying crazy shit about Israel.
Bothering you?
Like, it didn't bother me. It's just that's what I'd see a lot. I mean, that's been kind of dominating the news cycle recently, right?
What's your take on the interrobang? Am I pronouncing that correctly? What the
I
heck
don't know
is
what you're talking about.
the interrobang? Is a form of punctuation shared with us by our friend Tracy on Twitter, which might be the ugliest form of punctuation ever imagined.
Yeah, she sent us. It was so we had our epic debate.
Is it interbang or interrobang? I mean, what the hell?
I'll let you.
That's a wrong.
There was this. Yeah, we had our epic debate about is it correct to put the exclamation mark before the question mark, or the question mark before the exclamation mark?
Right.
And apparently, someone created to answer this question this horrible
monstrosity,
which is there's a Unicode for it, so you could type it out.
It's called an interrobang.
Yeah, which is a question mark with an exclamation mark inside of it. They just put them on top of each other. It just looks awful.
Look, the thing that bothers me about this is it doesn't really solve the issue, because I can't tell if the exclamation point is on top of the question mark or the question mark is on top of the exclamation point.
Well, why does that matter?
I mean, I feel like one's on top of the other, right?
Well, I mean, one has to be on top of the other, but it doesn't. Why does that matter? Do you think like the one that comes on top is the one you read first?
Possibly.
Because you read left to right. You don't read up on top of itself. So like the question mark, the part of the question mark is further to the left than the exclamation mark, so that would come first. But it just looks ugly. It's a terrible idea.
Well, shout out to Tracy for sharing this.
Thank you.
It was, the terrorist equivalent of punctuation.
Right. Let's see. What other things? Brianna Wu was getting into a Twitter fight with Hasan about Hasan's insane Israel takes, which was kind of funny.
How did that go?
What it did. Finally. So a lot of people were very concerned about these Boston Dynamic robots. Who was here? You see the Boston Dynamic robots?
Yeah, the talking dog.
Yeah, you see all these Boston. Well, before we get to that, you see the Boston Dynamic robots doing the backflips. You see the little Boston Dynamic dogs that the people kick over and they get back up, and everyone's freaking out about this, going, "Oh my God, this is the Terminator." And I kept saying to you, I was like, "Well, it's not the robot movement isn't the issue. It's when they can program the robot, then you can get worried." Okay. Mm-hmm. And so now you finally have the thing you can get worried about. And I sent this to you. They put Chat GPT into the Boston Dynamic dog, and they gave it a little creepy ass fucking mouth. And it walks around.
It doesn't even lip sync with the dog. It's super weird.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's really creepy. They should have just, I don't even know why they gave it a mouth. They should have just had this little speaker. It would have been fine. But so now they have the Boston Dynamics robot dog has ChatGPT brain, and supposedly if they can use that and it can, I don't know exactly what the ChatGPT does. If I don't think it can navigate the space. I think it just talks. But if they can figure out a way to use machine learning to give the Boston Dynamics dog the ability to navigate the space, well, then you go. There you go. Then we're in trouble. Then the Matrix occurs. So.
Oh, it's coming.
Right. Well, I want you to know. So Adam gave me a lot of shit the other day. Okay.
Did I?
He's like, Sitch, why whenever we talk about robots, you always got to bring up sex robots? I never bring up sex robots. I just want a little bumblebee robot to chill around with me in the house and like shoot people. Blah, 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 blah. Right.
Oh,
He's
no.
like, why do you always talk about sex robots?
What did I say in the DMs? Oh, shit. So I feel like I'm getting in trouble.
I want you to know that when I sent Adam, I just sent him the tweet about the dog. I just sent him the tweet. I had no commentary on it, right?
2 years to talking sex robots.
That was Adam's reply. He's the one bringing up the sex robots completely unprompted. Completely unprompted.
Right. Guilty.
Okay.
Guilty as charged.
There it is. Also, it's important. Apparently, November 5th is daylight savings time.
Which is, I mean, that's going to mess with our show, right? But whatever.
I guess. Do we lose an hour or gain an hour?
Spring forward, we lose an hour. Everyone's going to be on less sleep, and we're going for 12 hours, so we're going to be on less sleep, obviously.
Nice. Awful.
I brought the tweet up. Do you want to do the Boston Dynamic robot?
Not really.
Okay. Well, I have the other tweet up, too.
What's the other tweet?
The Sammy G amazing tweet that we never...
You don't.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we forgot to play this.
We have to do that.
Let's do this. Yeah.
And then I have one more thing, too, after this. But
okay.
Do you have it up? Do you want to do like a
Give
3, 2, 1?
3, 2, 1, yeah.
3.
I'll read it. So Sammy G sent this. She said, every time I hear Sitch reply Y chromosome to Hello Kitty topic in a stream, I will clip it. He can't run from this, Adam.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then she made this little video.
True with all of our little Hello Kitty figures, too.
Right. Yes.
Which is great.
Yes.
Here we go.
Isn't that right?
Is this image to imply that you don't like Hello?
I stopped mine. What did you say?
I didn't say anything. That was me in the video.
Oh, it was? Oh, okay, I messed up.
Start over. We will not be speaking. You were hearing a recording of our voices, which I know is very confusing.
I know. This is about a 2-minute video, so it'll be difficult, but we'll go 2 minutes without speaking. Ready? There will be a lot of laughing, though, because this is hilarious.
Right.
I don't know how Sammy G did this. It's so funny. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Isn't that right?
Is this image to imply that you don't like Hello Kitty?
Yes.
Do you not like Hello Kitty?
I don't like Hello Kitty.
What about Hello Kitty do you not like? Do you mean the brand or the character?
Either.
Either? All right.
Listen.
Any particular reason you have such hatred in your heart?
I have this thing called the Y chromosome. I didn't know you're a big Hello Kitty fan.
You don't like Who doesn't like Hello Kitty?
People with Y chromosomes.
What? What?
Yeah, go on.
Look at this.
That's the answer.
Look at this.
All right.
Sitch believes in strict gender roles.
Right.
That's interesting, Sitch.
Yeah.
I never knew you were such a fascist.
I am.
The truth is, he did like Hello Kitty when he was a kid, and his father beat the shit out of him.
Oh my goodness.
He said, "You are not going to bring that Hello Kitty into this house, young man."
No, see, it's actually the opposite, Adam.
That's why you hate the Barbie movie, because it reminds you of when you weren't allowed to play with Barbies.
Yes, exactly.
No. You guys have it backwards. My parents were very woke, okay? So I always wanted to play with Transformers.
Your parents said they're not action figures, they're dolls.
Yeah, and exactly. I want to play with Transformers and trucks, and they're like, no, get this shit out of here. That's just part of the patriarchy. You have to play with Barbies and Hello Kitty. I was like, I don't want to play. I want to play with G.I. Joe. They said, no. Learn how to be a good male feminist.
General Infantry Joseph
Hello
is a
Kitty.
Representative of toxic masculinity and the military-industrial complex, and also they're enemies of communism.
Exactly. That's what made me start rooting for the villains in Captain Planet cartoon.
Captain Planet.
Yep. And so because of that, Adam, I rebelled, and now I hate them all.
Wow. Woke parents, man. That's got to be a tough break.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's hilarious. I watched this like 20 times in a row. It's so funny.
It's so good. Thank you, Sammy.
Woke parents, man. Ooh, tough break. Tough break there, guys. Ah, it's so funny. How's Sammy do it? Sammy G's hilarious.
Yeah,
it was a lot of fun.
What program did you use for this?
Who knows? Look, don't spoil the mystery. Yeah,
it's great. I
love it when you do the no. It like zooms in on you.
The zoom in, yeah.
No.
Right.
No. You're incorrect. Oh, that's good.
You got to go to the 49 seconds and pause it, Adam.
Okay. What's going on 49 seconds here? Let's take a look.
Get the right
here.
screenshot here.
Oh yeah, the Nazi kitty.
There's
course.
Nazi Sitch Hello Kitty.
Fascists. Look at that. Fascist.
So not only did Sammy G draw a Sitch Hello Kitty, she has a Nazi
fascist.
Hitler.
Look, you've got an armband on. and one of those Nazi sashes.
Yep, the whole 9 yards.
Is this anti-Semitic? I feel like it might be.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh,
I like that. I like the picture of J-Mac as my dad who beat
Oh,
the
I know.
shit out
I know.
of me.
Beat the shit out of him. Look at that.
I like my my nice parents who then transform into
Oh,
woke
I know.
parents.
The woke parents are the best. Look at this. Nice 1950s parents. Bam! They turn woke.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, so like the man becomes a woman in a dress.
And the woman becomes a man. Ha!
Yeah, and the woman becomes a maybe man, question mark.
Oh, this is good.
It's unclear. So yeah. I mean, that's a true story. That's exactly what happened. I was forced to play with Hello Kitty as a child.
Have you showed this to your parents? I think you should show it to
I
them.
should, yeah. You're right. I didn't. I should actually. Thank you. I'll make them know the harm they've done on me.
Don't you think they might not like being misrepresented on the internet to thousands of people? Don't you feel like your parents might be?
They don't care.
Kind of against that.
They're boomers. They don't care.
They don't.
Matter. No.
Go, Mom. Look, Mom and Dad. My friend drew this portrait of you.
I mean, I told my
mom.
Look,
Mom, you're a dad.
I told my mom that there's a person who would give super chats as Sitch's mom, and I would give this horrible Jewish voice. Oi, Sitch's mom.
I know.
Even though my mom sounds nothing like
racist.
that at all. So
the Sitch's mom's voice is 100% racist.
Is it racist or is it like anti-Semitic?
I mean, what's the difference?
I mean, there's a slight difference.
Okay.
It's not. Listen, I can do it as a Jew. I can do it. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
I can be
sure.
racist to myself.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. I mean, yeah. Sure.
That's true. CT for 2 Canadians says, true story. I saw Sitch stab Hello Kitty in the face. That is
really?
true.
Oh,
Yeah.
why
In
would you do
LA,
such
I
a thing?
stabbed Hello Kitty in the face.
Awful.
That's true. Now it might have been a Hello Kitty topper on some boba tea, and you have to stab it with the straw. But
we should have taken you to the Hello Kitty Museum. You would have enjoyed that.
there was some like Hello Kitty shop in Little Tokyo.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Yeah, I didn't go there. I didn't give a shit.
Damn you.
I said, I'm not going to go in there. All the shops in Little Tokyo, they don't let you bring drinks into. I'm like, I'm not dropping my fucking boba tea out here. You crazy?
Mm-hmm.
This thing costs $20.
Right.
And it tastes really delicious. I don't know how you feel about boba tea, but
I love it.
yeah,
Delicious.
It's really good.
So I guess super chats.
Super chats. Bow, bow, bow. Okay. We start with the $20 ones that I didn't get to.
Perfect.
Oh, bad boy. Bump. There it was. Here we are. Twitter sucks. Thanks so much, Twitter sucks, for $20. Says, I'm late, but for me, this discourse has set in stone how much of an arrogant tool Cenk is for the Democratic Party. He's just a talking head. It's not intelligent if you're regurgitating talking points. He's not a news figure.
Okay.
CT has a
I think I do think Cenk is working basically off of instinct a bit. So it's an open question whether or not you can teach an old dog new tricks. I like to think that you can, but
CT for 2 Canadians says, when you stabbed Hello Kitty, she exploded bubble tea everywhere. He hit a vein. Listen, she had it coming.
Ouch.
Okay, she had it coming. Right, she deserved it. I don't know if you know this. That Hello Kitty boba tea was delicious. Okay, so obviously Hello Kitty's insides taste delicious, and she should be farmed for her delicious tea tasting nectar inside filled with tapioca balls. Okay, that's obviously the takeaway.
Weirdness.
There you go.
Oh, I sent you Ostracies triggering on the conservative stuff if you want to talk about that too, if you want to take a break from super chats. But read
let me
couple
read the
super chats
first.
Yeah, of course.
Twitter Sucks $120 says there's an article that defined right-wing terrorism as advocating for anti-Semitism and racial purity, and left-wing terrorism as advocating for justice and equality.
Yeah.
How in the world is the left allowed to have a monopoly on violence? True. That's a good point. Yeah, and that is kind of the insanity of it. Twitter Sucks, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you. Incredibly generous of you.
That's not an asymmetrical bias, is it? I mean, it feels like it.
Yeah, you're like when the left does the terrorism, it's for a good cause. When the right does the terrorism, it's for a bad cause, for the bigotries. Doesn't that sound like it should be a Pokemon? Bigotry. It's like a big tree. It's like literally just a big tree Pokemon. Bigotry.
The bigotry.
I like it. That's my new favorite Pokemon, Bigotry.
I do like it.
You like it?
You love bigotry, don't you?
There you
it's
go.
It's like your favorite thing.
Bigotry is
tell
my
me how
favorite
much you,
Pokemon.
Tell me how much you love bigotry.
Yeah.
Just
this feels like an obvious. I'm kind of shocked. Does this feel like a very obvious 4chan op? Create the bigotry Pokemon.
Exactly. And you got to make it a super based Pokemon so everyone talks about how much they love it.
Well, no, it shouldn't look remotely suspect. It's just a big tree.
Right.
It looks like a Pokemon. This would be the next dog whistle like Pepe. We have Bigotry.
Right.
Joe Bob, there you go, 4chan. You have that one for free. Joe Bob for $20 says, you guys should make a video where you go over the concepts you guys regularly talk about, i.e. moral intuitions, wokeness versus liberalism, colorblind, etc. It's hard to bring people to Team Truth with only 10-hour streams. Yeah, I think you or someone else made this recommendation last week or in the past, and I said, that's a great idea. And then we didn't do it.
Yeah, we're going to do it.
But we should do that. It is.
I forgot to mention too, Monetary Mama followed me on Twitter.
That's right.
Stephanie Kelton. Yeah.
Everyone, Stephanie Kelton followed Adam on Twitter. He immediately sent me a screenshot of that.
I did. I was super stoked.
He was very stoked. Yeah.
It took every restraint I had.
Yeah.
Not to turn around and post it on my Twitter. Woohoo!
Did you slide into those DMs?
It's just, look, it's so dorky. Oh, I haven't slid into the DMs yet, but I'm going to. Don't you worry.
A strategy, yeah.
Don't you worry.
Right.
Yes, I'll be sliding into those DMs and saying, hey.
Okay.
I want you to come on our show.
Right.
We love talking about MMT.
Yeah.
Of course, we're going to record it because you guys are going to be big dicks in the chat. I'm not going to.
That's true. You're either going to be hating on MMT or being very perverted.
I'm not going to have you guys hating on Stephanie Kelton in our chat.
Adam's not going to have you hating on his milady. Okay.
Look, she was Bernie Sanders' economic advisor. Okay. We can't have a bunch of people.
What's it have to do with anything?
She's like respected.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Look, I don't look if Jonathan Haidt came on the show, I kind of feel the same way, right? Like,
I mean, I don't think Chad would be mean to Jonathan Haidt, but or disrespectful, but maybe
I guess maybe you're right.
Yeah,
people are down on the MMT.
Casey Anderson for $20. Thank you. Says, I'm looking forward to show 300, even though I don't agree with Shu or Anna on everything. As a female, I think they're good representations. Parentheses, I've cringed deeply at some others that have been on, hoping for a Haidt cameo. That'd be awesome, but sadly, there will not be a Haidt cameo on 300. Maybe in the future.
Yeah.
But thank you, Casey. Let's see. Red 473 for $20 says, gentlemen, Cenk regularly grandstands how superior TYT is to mainstream media. If they're going to take such strong positions on cases, they have an obligation to do their due diligence. He's being willfully ignorant. I mean, I agree that if you are going to sort of grandstand on that issue, you should be extra careful to try to get the facts right. So.
Look, Anna produces the main show on TYT, and I do think she does a good job in her due diligence, obviously, on...
Yes, I agree.
I do think they cover stories that are not necessarily stories that are covered in the right wing. So if they don't cover the story, there's really no due diligence for them to do. That I think is what's the discrepancy is here. They're not doing a bunch of stories on election fraud. Like Tucker Carlson is.
I wasn't talking about that. Maybe that's, I don't know. I was talking about like things that they're taught that like Cenk was talking about with Tim.
Sure. But there are things that Tim is bringing up because they're things Tim has talked about on his show ad nauseum.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So obviously Tim's going to, but even Tim was getting, and then even Tim has due diligence too, because he was accusing Cenk of not knowing the facts of the Ahmaud Arbery case, and then Tim was getting facts of the Ahmaud Arbery case wrong too.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that was forever ago, obviously.
Right.
I know TYT is covering the Donald Trump trial cases, right?
I assume they are, yeah.
Right. And they do their due diligence on that stuff. So
good. Casey Anderson, thank you for another $20. Says, at My Dumb Movies, and I discovered a fun new game. When you freeze or pause Cenk's face, decide what movie character he looks like. So far, we have The Godfather and Forrest Gump. There you go. Yeah, we were getting a lot of good Cenk freeze frames.
I did see some Godfather going on in there. Little Marlon Brando.
Yeah, my freeze and your freeze, and your freeze is the freeze that everyone sees on stream.
Yeah.
My freeze is usually different. So
right.
I see a completely different freeze, right?
Oh, very sad.
I know. Why was I wearing a dress in that picture? What was that a reference to? Did we ever
I have no idea. Like this just showed up in my Twitter mentions, and I was like, oh, this is pretty badass.
I mean, I didn't get the $100,000 yet, so
I set it aside. Look, it's just a drawing, so it's not a big deal.
That's true.
You actually appearing on stream in addresses. I also want to ask. I'm getting close on the comic, so we're actually going to print this thing and ship it out.
Right.
We did something a long time ago. Sitch did some drawings that we sold as original Sitch art. Do you want to do more of those, Sitch? Do you want me to throw up? People can buy more original Sitch art, and you can do more.
Buy them. I mean, sure.
Well, look. Obviously,
people want
to
buy my horrible Sitch drawings.
Look,
they're not good.
We're paying you. I'm going to pay you. Obviously, you got to mail those to me, and I'm going to pay you for them because people bought them. Like, I think you should get the money for them. You're doing the drawing,
right?
But I mean, look, if you're willing to get an address for $100,000, why not? I mean, I think we were selling them for like $75 a piece.
If people want to buy my horrible Sitch drawings,
I mean, I can't.
I'll draw as many as people want. Okay.
It might have been 50. It might have been 75. I can't remember now.
Yeah.
I think it. Right. Look, I think it was like 70. I think it was 75. I think it was like a drawing in a book.
Very generous. Okay, to buy my horrible art.
Well, yeah. So look, the only reason I'm asking is because we threw those up there and they went in about 5 minutes.
Right. Yeah.
Like everyone was like, "Oh my god,
we can do more.
A Sitch drawing."
Right. An official Sitch drawing. And it's going to be bad, guys. I'm not a good artist.
Oh, yeah. It's horrible. I mean, It looks like a 3-year-old drew it.
I mean...
But that's the charm.
That's the charm, right?
Can I get mine on wrinkled paper? I want mine to look like you folded it up in your pocket.
Folding it in my back pocket.
Yeah.
I could do that if you want.
Oh, yeah.
I could wrinkle it. I could put a big water stain on it. Maybe if this would be a 3-year-old, so it wouldn't be a coffee stain. I could have a juice box spill on it or something.
Oh, that would be good. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
maybe a shoe print on the corner.
There you go. I like it. Yeah, no, these are good ideas. Okay, I'm gonna do that.
All right, cool.
Okay. Where was I? Al for $20 says, Stitch. There you go, Stitch. I'm very disappointed that you did not correct actual Justice Warrior when he said there was no evidence that the McMichaels were racist. The 3 men were convicted of federal hate crimes shortly after the case. Please Google it.
Really?
I didn't even know that. I mean, I didn't correct it. If that's the case, I didn't correct it because I didn't know that. I don't remember. I remember following the trial. I don't remember anyone talking about them being racist in relation to the crime. I remember there was some relation to, like, they had found that in the past they had said something racially insensitive on like a text message or social media or something. But federal judge sentences 3 men convicted of racially motivated hate crimes in connection with the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. Federal judge in Southern District of Georgia today sentenced Travis McMichael, Gregory McMichael, and William Ryan Rhodey Brown to prison for committing federal hate crimes and other offenses in connection with killing of Ahmaud Arbery. Wow. Okay. I didn't know this. Let's see. Does it say what the evidence was of the hate crime in this thing?
Was it killing him?
Well, killing someone in itself isn't a hate crime, but it has to be like racially motivated or something.
Right.
Well, I didn't know that. Let's see. Evidence at trial revealed the defendants had strongly held racist beliefs that led them to make assumptions and decisions about Arbery that would not have made if Arbery were white. I don't remember that. But okay, here's what the thing says. Travis McMichael's social media comments and text messages to friends offered an exhibit at trial show that Travis harbored racial animus against Black people, whom he described at point as, quote, subhuman savages. Oh my God. Who, quote, ruin everything. The social media comments also revealed that Travis had for many years associated Black people with criminality and had expressed a desire to see Black people, particularly those he viewed as criminal, harmed, or killed. Well, I mean, if he did say that, right, like if he did say that, that is a pretty significant. And I want to look into that specifics. I don't remember that from the trial at all. But if that's the case, I mean, that's kind of strong evidence that he was definitely be racially motivated.
Would they withhold that information at this particular trial because it would prejudice the jury and then bring up a separate charge for hate crime, racially motivated hate crime?
Yeah, I don't know if they're saying, yeah, I guess, because maybe that's why I didn't know it, because this is a federal, because the murder was not a federal.
Yeah, state charges, obviously.
Yeah, so this wouldn't, so you're right. Maybe this wouldn't, well, I don't know. It could come up. I mean, it could. I don't know. It depends on the circumstances. I don't remember them talking about this at the trial. So maybe they didn't bring it up. But you could bring it up if you think that motivated their actions. If the state thought that motivated their actions, you could definitely bring it up. Witnesses testified at trial about deeply racist comments Gregory McMichael had made to people he barely knew. One witness testified about a brief encounter she had with Gregory in professional capacity, during which she commented that it was, quote, too bad that Julian Bond, a Black Georgia civil rights leader, had recently passed away. Gregory angrily responded that he was wished Bond had been put in the ground years ago, and that Bond and, quote, those blacks were nothing but trouble. According to the witness, Gregory then went on a 5-minute rant about Black people. Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that sounds kind of suspect, but maybe that happened. I want to hear the actual testimony. The jury also
hear the rant.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a little strange. Like, oh, this person was accused of a high profile or convicted of a high profile murder. And someone's like, oh, I'm a stranger that I met them once, and they just happen to go on a 5-minute racist rant to me. Like, I don't know. It's a little, I mean, it could happen, but it's kind of interesting and suspect. The jury also saw racial text messages from Rhodey Bryan. When Bryan learned just 4 days before the shooting that his daughter was dating a Black man, Bryan referred to the boyfriend as an N-word and a monkey. Ooh, okay, that's not good. In other messages on social media, Bryan also referred to other Black people using racial slurs. When the police spoke to Brian about Arbery's death, he admitted that he had never seen or heard anything about Arbery before. When he saw he was a black man being chased, his instinct told him the man must be a thief, or maybe he had shot someone.
Wow. That's the guy who recorded the...
That, I mean, obviously, you know, calling the daughter's boyfriend the N-word is in a monkey is pretty super fucking racist. But that thing at the end there about it was his instinct to chase him. I'd have to see what the actual police statement was. I don't think he said, well, I saw he was black, and so I had an instinct to chase him. That sounds kind of like dishonest framing in my estimation. So, which is pretty bad because this is an official DACA Justice Press reading. At trial, the jury found the evidence proved beyond a reasonable doubt that race formed the but-for cause of the defense actions, meaning that but for Arbery being black, defense would not have assumed he was a criminal, chased him down, and shot him. All three defendants were previously convicted in separate state trial on felony murder charges and other offenses. I mean, they got life without parole anyway. Does it even matter? The hate charges? Is this just like, who cares?
Yeah. They want to put another hate crime tick mark on their conviction.
Right, I guess. Anyway, well, so there you go. Okay, well, I didn't know that. Interesting. Well, thank you for letting me know about that. And thank you. It's their very first super chat.
Now we can tell that to Sean next time he comes on,
right,
and tries to claim these people were not virulent racists. We can be like, look, Cenk was right. He totally nailed it.
Yeah, and I'll send this to
He
Sean.
trusted his gut.
Say, Sean, you were wrong. You were wrong, Sean.
Why are you
right now?
Yeah, to ask him why he's defending these racists.
Yes. Why were you defending these racists?
Say, look, you claim to be Cuban, but you're white passing. This is never going to fly.
You were wrong. I'm going to say in all caps. You were wrong.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
I'm going to read a super chat here.
No, you're not. Al for... I'll just read them all because they're all related. Al for another $5 says, Sean is normally good with his facts, so I'm shocked that he would inexplicably say that there was no evidence of racism against the McMichaels. And for another $20, Al says, William Bryan's text messages reveal that when defendant Bryan learned just 4 days before the shooting that his daughter was dating a black man, he referred to the boyfriend as an N-word and as a monkey. There you go. Yeah, that is obviously super racist. I mean, they could bring that up I don't remember them bringing that up in the murder trial. But I feel like there's grounds to bring that up. Al for $10 says, Travis McMichael's social media comments and text messages to friends show that he had associated black people with criminality and expressed a desire to see black people harmed. Oh, I think you were just reading what I was just read right now, Al. And Al for another $10 says, witness testified about deeply racist comments George Gregory Michael made to people he barely knew. When witness testified during a brief encounter, he said, quote, those blacks are nothing but trouble.
Very racist.
I mean, obviously, yeah, if you said all that. CT for 2 Canadians says, Sitch makes more off commissions than I do. Laugh, crying face. I feel like that's more of the crying than the laughing face.
Uh-oh.
There you go. Okay. What was the... Oh. Should I read the thing?
Sure.
Ostrich thing. Okay.
We got to go back to the top and do the... Are we done with this $20 super chat?
Yes.
We're going to do the rest on Tuesday, or we're going to do the rest of them now?
I don't know. You tell me.
Look, I'd rather...
What are we doing Tuesday? Are we talking to anyone? We have a plan?
We're streaming on Wednesday. And yes,
well, that's right. Tuesday's Halloween, right?
Right. So I have someone to talk to on Wednesday, yeah.
Okay. Who are we talking to?
We are talking to Aristocracy.
Oh, okay, nice.
About, I guess, she has been doing research on Israel Palestine
Okay, cool.
that we're going to talk about. I mean, I read a book on Israel. I read that open air prison book. I wasn't very impressed. Yeah. So
Yeah. Okay, we can do the rest on Tuesday because I know we're both very tired.
I mean, I'm ready to rock and roll.
Okay, well then we could do it now.
I'm fine.
You were the one that was signaling to me.
If you're I
have the energy.
If you're tired, no.
Okay.
Do you want to go to bed? If you're like
read Ostracy's thing. I'm trying to fight past my triggerness. Sitch has triggered me. Oh, there you go. Sean replied. He says, I wasn't, though. Okay. They was the racist, though. They was the racist, though.
Big time racist.
Yes. Watch, Sean's going to sneak in here again.
He can't. I have the room up.
Oh, okay.
I won't let him in.
Okay. Let me read this thing. The original statement, conservative philosophy doesn't care about liberty because they're collectivists. Adam's point on tradition is true. It makes it hard to tell what Sitch is saying. I thought conservatives were conserving what is. Now conservatives are collectivists. Is American philosophy traditionally collectivist and in turn do not care about individual liberties?
Nope.
Number two, this example conflates collectivism applied to an individual as opposed to collectivism backed by government authority. Saying you need to not bring shame to your family and all these other cultural arguments Sitch is making is in no way translates to conservatives' opinions on what government's responsibility about individual liberties are, which is what Cenk was talking about. In essence, a conservative can do both. From a cultural perspective, collectivist, I think you are seriously dumbing down the baggage of the word collectivism, or from a government perspective, projecting individual liberties. Progressives have a lot harder time selling this argument because they generally view the government, and particularly the federal government, much more as a vehicle for social change than the right or conservatives. Also, this whole argument is trying to pretend to use the term collectivist in this ultra generic way is just a terrible way to have a discussion. Okay.
We're not using collectivists in an ultra generic way, though. I mean, we're using it in a very specific way.
Yeah. So I think what's happening here is what you said, Adam, right in the beginning when we talked about this, is that when you say collectivist, people associate it with socialism and they associate with kind of what Ostracy is saying in terms of like collectivism via a central authority or government enacting power. And so it's very triggering to people on the right to hear someone say that conservatism is a collectivist ideology.
Look, the central authority or power, if you're an evangelical, is the church.
Yes.
It's the Bible. It's still a central authority.
Yeah, but people, for incorrect reasons, view collectivism, I think, as you said, only through the lens of socialism, which it's not.
Right.
And it should not be conceptualized that way. Though I understand why people do it, but if you even look it up, collectivism, the practice or principle of giving a group priority over each individual in it.
Yeah.
So kind of working backwards, I do agree that there has been a tradition in America. America has the strongest tradition of libertarianism probably of any country in the world.
Rugged individualism. Hell yeah.
I do agree with that. However, there's still, even back in the day, and I think this is just the way it is, the collective, individualism is more of a modern thing. As we get more modern, we become more individualistic, both to the benefit and detriment of society. Because I do think right now we are too individualistic from our own families and our own communities. I think that it has created problems. I do think that having to worry about how your family is perceived is a social tool that can kind of force people to engage in good behaviors. So to be clear, I'm not saying that all forms of collectivism are bad in the first place. And I do think we've gone
dirty.
I think we've gone too far in the individualist perspective in terms of, kind of not caring about assimilation, not caring about society broadly, not caring about how, your reflection of your actions on your family and people associated with you. Okay. That being said, when we were using the term, when I was using the term, I'm not just talking again about government control. And if it triggers you and you think that the term should only be associated for that, well, I don't know what to tell you. That's not what the word means. Okay. That's not what the word means. Having an idea that you as an individual should assimilate to the culture, okay, and that is more important. It's more important for you to not make waves, okay? The idea that it's more important for you to not make waves in the culture and in family, in your family life and in your church, these are all collectivist positions that have been traditionally conservative positions for many, many, many years. Okay. So I don't know how what I'm saying is incorrect to the point of triggering you. If you're a libertarian, then fine. You're not a conservative. You're a libertarian. Or as I said, for the sake of the conversation, I understand that a lot of people, like most people are not pure conservatives. Most people are not pure libertarians. There's some kind of mix of all these things. I'm just talking about from like the essence of what each ideology sort of is bringing forward. And what you said to me, you didn't really explain, at least in this or what you said to Adam, you didn't really say what conservatism is that is counter collectivism at all. Because I don't think that conservatism is about protecting individual liberties at all from a conceptual standpoint.
Well, even to the point of like respect for family and tradition.
Right.
Isn't that kind of the opposite of individualism?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Now you can't say, and well, maybe this is where it should be more clear. You can't say, well, because America has a tradition itself of, private ownership, rugged individualism, blah, 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 then therefore that gets tied into American conservatism. And I would agree with that.
I totally agree with that.
Right.
That's my argument.
Right. Yeah. So maybe I should have, maybe I didn't make this clear. I was talking about like distilling conservatism, not just in America, but like in anywhere, just the concept of conservatism completely removed from even the American context. And so maybe I didn't make that clear when I was talking about that. So, and this is why I use the chocolate chip analogy, because everything's mixed. Everything's kind of mixed together. Most people are not going to exist as like pure bundles. But so I do think that the tradition of rugged individualism does exist in conservatism, but I don't think it exists beyond in the conservative philosophy removed from the American tradition, number one. Number two, I do think a lot of conservatives who do have an idea about like anti-government, it's really anti-federal government, and it's really only because the federal government is perceived as being more left-wing than that. And I think a lot of those people, if you put them in a situation where the federal government was very right-wing, or even the state government was very right-wing, they would not have sort of these, they would not be like, oh, well, I think the federal government is infringing on the rights of these liberals and these lefties over here, and therefore, we need to be very pro-freedom. I mean, you didn't see a lot of conservatives in the, the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. You didn't see a lot of conservatives standing up for the individual rights of communists in America to be communists, did you? Did you see that? Did we see that?
See him standing up for artists who wanted to burn the American flag.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So that's why, I mean, I don't think either side has a monopoly on, the left or the right has a monopoly on individual rights, because I don't think progressives or conservatives are primarily motivated by the preservation of individual rights. You might be as an individual, but I'm just talking about as the general philosophy. If you were to do polling data for the average progressive and the average conservative, I don't think the primary thing motivating either of these groups of people is the protection of individual rights.
What if the federal government wanted to incarcerate progressives and put them in a chain gang to go build a wall down on the Mexican border?
That's very confusing.
Do you think?
Right. There you go. I like it.
Do you think they'd be in favor of big government then?
Probably not. Probably not.
What do you mean?
No, well, if the
that's
big
like
government,
that's a Republican dream.
Well, no, you said if they were putting conservatives in the chain gang.
No, I said, what if the government, the federal government, is going to incarcerate progressives conservatives hate.
You said
and put the progressives in a chain gang,
right?
Of wall building progressives.
There you go. It'd be a big
so
hit.
they were not only incarcerated, but they were doing something they hate. They were building a wall.
Yeah, definitely.
Look, it's late. That's the best I could do.
I like it. No, I'm a fan. I like it.
Yeah, then they'd be in favor of big government. They'd be like, oh my God, this government's amazing.
Right. Anyway.
Have you seen the videos of the progressive crying as they're building the wall?
Sean sent me some replies, but whatever.
Look, he's spurging out in the chat.
Oh, is he?
Oh, yeah. It's embarrassing. Sean, go to bed already. It's like 3 a.m.
Tell Sitch I responded. You want me to read your responses? He said, McMichael's comments are dependent on the context of the post. And I don't know how much.
Sean, no. No.
I don't know how much.
I forbid it. Sean.
I don't know how much faith in a cop hating civil rights attorney is it racist for a cop to hate Crump. As for Brian, we agreed he was most likely to be racist out of all of them, and he had the strongest racialist comments. Also said they were guilty. Oh, I mean, I listen, I agree that you should look at the comments, the context of the comments. I do agree with that. I don't problem. There you go.
Right.
I didn't even know that they had this. This was news to me. So
right. I mean, I feel like you could just tell they were racist just from looking at them. But
okay.
I mean,
you and Cenk, huh? You can just look at them.
Look, I feel like that is a little racist, just to say, oh, they look like racists.
There you go. Well, thank you for the reply, Sean. Go to sleep. Why are you still awake?
Yeah, no, thanks, Sean. Look, I'm joking around, obviously.
Das Apprentice, thanks so much for 7 months, says, I got in trouble in Mahler's Discord yesterday, and I'm still pretty bummed about it. Using this opportunity to show Laz and its wonderful mods. S-Class is best class.
What? Hold on. That's the shittiest super chat ever. How you got in trouble in the Mahler's Discord and you're not even telling us the drama?
What did you do, Thoth? What did you do to get in trouble?
Yeah. Look, we don't want to hear you got in trouble. We want to know how you got in trouble.
Right. I want to know.
Look, we like drama.
What the drama is. Yeah.
Who doesn't like drama?
Okay.
Tell us. Spill the tea, as they say.
Spill the tea, yeah. Sean in the chat says, Brian saying his daughter dating an N-word is racism. There you go.
Of course it is.
Obviously.
Don't let Sean... Look.
Sean
I
agrees.
like Sean. I don't like Sean... Oh, okay, good. Oh, that was Sean that said that. Perfect.
Yes. Good. Toxic Monger of the Hateful Brood, thanks so much for 2 months, says, hi, Adam.
Hey, what's up? Thanks for the super chat.
Dr. Yo says, you can do anything to get in trouble there. I literally got banned for posting memes in their general chat. Wow.
Were they naked memes?
I mean, was it a funny meme?
Yeah.
It's a bad meme, you know.
Look, we ban people for posting unfunny memes. Are you kidding? What do we want those people?
In the chat? You can't post meme. You can't post a meme in chat.
No, in the Discord.
Oh, we do?
No, look.
I don't think I've ever banned anyone in the Discord.
I made that up. Look,
I don't go in the Discord.
Yeah.
Wow, Dr. Diller is not a fan of the mods on Mahler servers.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Look, I think I've been in Mahler's Discord, but just to go on the show.
Yeah,
right?
Obviously. Yes.
Does that...
Right.
You're forced to go in the Discord, right?
Right. What if we did enough to get them to ban us, but then they had to unban us so we could go on this show?
That sounds cool.
That sounds like a challenge.
Look, where's the Discord? I have a meme I want to post.
There you go. Well, we're gonna post a bunch of memes.
I have a meme of Sitch.
You're gonna post a Hello Kitty meme.
Doing his up the skirt shot. I'm dying to post it.
Don't post that shit.
I'm dying to post it.
Don't bring that up on stream. Jeez.
Mahler, Fringy, and Rags are coming on the 300 show too, by the way. Of course, you guys already knew that. I'm certain of it.
Of course.
Think Before You Sleep is coming on as well.
Yeah, lots of cool people are going to come on.
So is J-Reg.
So is J-Reg. That's right, guys.
We've got centrist extraordinaire coming on.
That's right.
Look at
We're
that.
At the bottom of
the most
the
famous
centrism, yeah.
centrist on the internet.
Right.
Yep.
After us. PC and Tim Pool. PC for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, PC.
What do you mean? Oh, look, I don't count centrists that are secret right wingers. Okay.
Tim Pool is probably known as like the most famous centrist, regardless of whether you think he
Nobody
is or not.
believes he's a centrist.
I understand that, but I'm just saying people like that is known, okay? It is known, Khaleesi.
Okay. That's a Dungeons and Dragons reference, right?
That is a Dungeons and Dragons reference. Yes, exactly. Caleb the Cynic, thanks so much for 5 get the memberships. Oh, I read all these. But thank you guys for the memberships you gave. Andrew Clark for $2 says, your nails are fine, Sitch. Start the show. Listen, I pick my nails, okay? So they need a lot of work because I make them all ugly. I have bad cuticles. Stug for $5 says, $1 payment for every late minute. Every extra late minute. Listen, Stug, I think you're incentivizing the wrong behavior here, kid. Listen here, kid. You're incentivizing the wrong behavior, okay? You're paying me to not show up. Doesn't make any sense. But thank you for the $5. Val Van Gogh for $5 says, Adam, I can give you the robo paradise of your dreams. Just come lay down in this pod I built for the communists and close your eyes.
What?
There you go. There you go. Yeah. Don't you trust that?
Sounds off.
Okay, you don't trust it.
No, sounds terrible. Sounds scary.
Iverson Geterix for $10 says, when it comes to terrastats, when it comes to terrastats, white equal Arab and right wing equal Islamic. Also, Jank thinks white people targeting black people is a norm when the reverse is 17 times as common. What is this mental illness? I don't understand the first part of that. White equal Arab? Are you saying that they call Arab terrorist white in the terror statistics? Is that true? Huh. Poots for 6 months says, thank you. Couldn't ask for a better birthday present than a Sitch and Adam stream. Well, happy birthday, Poots.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Good for you.
Glad you decided to spend it with us.
S-Class is the best class. And A-Team reigns supreme.
Woo! Dude, that's how you do it, man.
Theo Wolfie for $5 says, what's this background? A change of landscapes, perhaps? S-Class is best class. Who did this horrible Sitch in a dress drawing? Did you ever even credit the person?
I think the chat credited him. I'll go to Twitter. Look,
Yeah,
we need to. Yeah. This is an amazing work of art.
We need to find out so we can ban him.
No.
Ban him forever.
No. Yeah. Why are you so mean?
Okay. Leo 991 for 11 months says, not gonna lie, the EFAP crew were my Make-A-Wish crew for a while. Now it's EFAP crew and Sitch. Okay, Adam can be there too if he promises to behave himself.
Look, I'm always well behaved.
There you go.
What's going on?
Well, listen. Glad to hear that I've made the Make-A-Wish list, Leo. Thank you.
I think that might be. I think Leo's the one that did the artwork.
Oh, did he?
I do, actually.
It's hilarious. Listen, if your Make-A-Wish is for me to show up in a dress, so that's not happening unless you have 100 grand. Okay.
I know. He set his price.
Yeah, I've set the
It's
price.
Exorbitant. Okay, here it is. Let's see. Oh, it's Zero Smoke.
Okay, so someone different. Tater Pictures for 13 months says, if Adam wears a dress, I will go A-Team. Look, there you go, Adam. You can get an A-Team.
Oh,
right
yeah.
there.
Just what I need.
Yeah. You don't what? You don't want another A-Team member? 13 months, Adam. This guy's been following us for over a year. Don't you want him on A-Team?
I do, of course.
Yeah, to wear a dress.
Look, not that bad.
Oh my god.
Be realistic here.
Xerxes for 1 gifted membership. Thank you, Xerxes. CT for 2 Canadians says, I voted no on the Adam poll, wearing a dress poll, and no one else matters.
Good.
Go. CT, why? You don't want to see Adam in a dress? What's up with that? That's bigoted, CT.
That's transphobic, CT. That is transphobic. How dare you?
Yeah, there you go.
Look, thank you, CT. You turf.
BMO for $2 says, I respect your principles, but 100K is 100K. True. 100K is 100K.
Yeah, no one will. Look, I've already put my line in the sand.
Right.
I'm not going to do it for 100K. Sitch will do it for 100K.
Yeah,
though.
Give me the 100K.
Yeah.
Fondue for 19 months. Holy shit, look at that.
Do we get to pick the dress if you're doing it for 100K? Because I think the dress is relevant.
Yeah, the person that pays the 100K can pick the dress, right?
Oh, ouch!
But it can't be something too.
Ouch.
Listen, it's got to be a nice dress, okay? It can't be something too.
It's gonna be something. Here,
No,
I'll show you exactly what dress.
It can't be some Borat wearing the bikini.
That's exactly what it's gonna
be. Of a dress, okay?
Yes.
No, nothing pornographic. It has to be. Listen.
Tight dresses.
No. It can be tight, but listen, it's got to be tasteful. It's got to be tasteful dress, okay? If it's pornographic, that's going to cost extra. That costs extra, okay?
Oh no.
If it's a pornographic dress.
Oh no.
It's got to be YouTube friendly, okay? Because you want me to wear it on stream, it's got to be a YouTube friendly thing.
Okay. What do you mean? They don't care. Look, this could be done on Rumble.
No. It's got to be different. Okay. Fondue for 19 months. Thanks so much, Fondue, for 19 months. Wow. Says, I pray for everyone trying to catch up at 2 times speed while the video is also sped up. Well, we didn't actually do that, but
we never speeded it up. No. Thank goodness we didn't. I found the dress for you. I sent it to you on DM so you can.
Let's see what horrible thing you sent me.
The perfect dress for usage.
There you go. It's a dress you guys probably seen. It's like one of those dresses where it has a bunch of cutout holes in it. So it looks like you're wearing bubbles or something. So there you go. That's the dress. Yeah.
Why your dong gonna come out through one of those?
Well, I'd have to be wearing underwear, obviously. Wearing a dress like that.
Yeah.
You still see the Sitch dong though, but that's the real reason they're paying 100K. Mock Cosign, thanks so much for $5. Says, Sitch, you talk too much. Play the video. Listen. That's not untrue. Ron Sewell, thanks so much for the $1. SB, and thank you. That was your first ever super chat. Thank you, Ron. SB Elite for $5 says, can we change the S class to the SS division?
Oh my.
2 S's is better than 1. P.S. I hate Hasan. Wake up hating Hasan. Roundhouse kick Hasan. Throw Hasan in the trash can. Well, there you go. No, we're not going to be changing S class to the SS division, but it's a good idea though. But we're not going to do it.
Oh, it's a great idea.
Yeah. Stug for $5 says, I'd love it if Cenk won a senatorial race because he'd become exactly what he thinks every politician is, and he'd just yell a lot more. I mean, it'd be a lot of fun. It'd be a lot of fun. Stug for another $5 says, clarification, he would do the same thing every politician actually does, and it would appear that he's also sold out to his base. It would be interesting to see Cenk sort of grapple with how the sausage is made. That would be very interesting.
Yeah. Cobbling together a winning coalition. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting that he did run for that congressional seat in Palmdale, Santa Clarita area. Because I wonder what he is. I mean, maybe paid family leave went over well there. I know it's a bunch of soccer moms. So
right. Daniel Cenk for 16 months says 3 weeks ago, Sitch laughed at me for saying Schmidt is a rhino. Now he's saying he's a token Republican. What's the difference? So
yeah, I was wondering that too.
No. Okay, so I understand. So he's not a rhino in terms of he's actually conservative. I think he's actually a conservative. He actually believes in conservative things. But I think it's fair to say that he tempers his positions when he was on MSNBC because he knows what's expected of him for his job. Okay. Do you understand the distinction there?
He's supposed to be a conservative on MSNBC. He's supposed to give the conservative perspective on
Yeah, but I don't
MSNBC.
think he's really doing that. At least
That's
when I
his
was
job.
back when I watched him on MSNBC, that wasn't what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
So
what he was doing.
Like, I don't remember him ever giving pushback, like conservative pushback to whatever they were talking about. So
unfortunate.
So yeah, if you want to criticize him for, sort of selling out when he was on MSNBC, I wouldn't criticize that, but I do think he still is a conservative. I think he was just basically performing a role for money. So at least that was my interpretation of his behavior on MSNBC. Oblivious for 2 months says, I watch at 2 times speed. If you speed up the video, it'll be too fast. There you go.
Look at that. Everyone's chiming in. There were a lot of people in the chat saying they were thankful that I stopped you from doing the horrible thing
we never got
wanted
to the
to
video,
do.
That's fine. Crack Rocksteady for 19 months. Thanks so much. Crack Rocksteady, your favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain. 19 months of discipline equals freedom says, I'm glad you guys are covering this since I haven't gotten around to watching it. Great to hear that the comic is around the corner. It's been too damn long. You owe me 4 of them, Adam.
Sweet.
Did you say the comic was around the corner?
What do you mean? Yeah, I'm almost done. I'm getting close.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Awesome. Stuck for $5 says, Sitch, I hate to break this to you, but you're the only one I'm aware of who has any kind of universal standard for what constitutes left versus right. I mean, I get it. That is true.
Look, I mean,
but they're all wrong. People are wrong for not having that.
Look, we're also adopting Height's framework, which I think has a lot of merit to it and a lot of research. So
we're using Height's framework as like a base. We're like adding and subtracting from it, to be fair, but yes. So, I mean, Height is sort of saying that there's a universal left-right as well. Here's what actually, I thought of this the other day. This would be very fascinating for someone to do. Maybe I'll do it if I'm not lazy. You know how there's, so, there was the whole thing about the Confederate statue being melted. And I was criticizing people saying you should not be caring that a fucking Confederate statue was melted down. And, a lot of people were mad. Most people that on Twitter agree with me, but there are also a lot of people that disagree with me. And it's funny because another argument that we get into people is about whether there was a switch between the parties.
Party switch. Yeah, everyone hates that.
And it's funny because these positions are completely contradictory, right? If there was no party switch, then why? And Abraham Lincoln is a Republican, and there was no party switch in terms of the South and the North, in terms of where a lot of people feel Democrats, Republicans. And why is it that the South, which is mainly a bunch of Republicans, are the people identifying with protecting the Confederacy and protecting Confederacy statues and Confederacy legacy stuff, when they should be on the side of Lincoln if there was no switch? How does that make any sense?
Oh yeah, that's an interesting observation you have there.
Right. And so, but anyway, so that kind of led me to thinking, and I started thinking about this in the moral foundation perspective. And here's what I thought would actually be the interesting thing to do, would be to look at Democrat and Republican speeches from like the 18 and early 1900s and read presidential candidate speeches of Democrats and Republicans and see what moral intuitions
that's a good idea.
that they were trying to appeal to. Because it would be very fascinating if you saw that the Republican candidates were appealing to more of left-wing moral intuitions, what we consider left-wing moral intuitions now, and the Democrat candidates were appealing more to right-wing moral intuitions. That would be insanely fascinating if that was the case.
Right.
And if it wasn't the case, it could be used to disprove the concept or show that something else was happening entirely. So
I mean, the left used to be far more isolationist. The left used to be the ones that said, why are we going into all these foreign wars? We need to take care of our own people here at home.
yeah, but see, this is where people get tripped up. They say, oh, the left used to be more isolationist. The right's now more isolationist. Therefore, the philosophy changed. There can't be some kind of universal left-right dichotomy. But that's not what's really going on. Because it was like, well, the left was isolationist when the wars were against communists.
That's a good point.
And the right was very pro-war when the wars were against communists.
Right. I guess.
And then, yeah. So
the
it's
ideology is relevant there.
Right. So it's like, well, was the left and the right, did they have some ideological basis of isolationism? Or was it really based on something else about who was being fought in the wars?
Right.
So.
And now the right is very against Ukraine fighting against Russia, which Russia is an Orthodox Christian nation, according to Putin, right?
Well, I don't think that's, I mean, that is for some people. I don't think that's what's going on. I think it's just because the right has been basically conditioned to reflexively either defend or dismiss, more likely, dismiss claims of Russia bad because of all the Trump-Russia stuff. And to not like Ukraine because of the first impeachment stuff. And I think that's the primary motivating thing. If, and this is, I said this, and I stand by this, if you had your Dr. Farnsworth what if machine, and there was this whole narrative about if Russia had hacked Donald Trump's emails instead of Hillary's, and there was a whole narrative about like Trump or with Hillary working with Russia, and like there was a whole Russia-Hillary investigation thing, blah, 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 blah. Like if everything that happened with Trump and Russia happened to Hillary, I can almost guarantee you that everyone's positions on the Ukraine-Russia war would be the inverse of what they are now.
Right.
So I think that those issues are far more cogent in people's minds than the actual specific issues relating to like the war itself. I think it's just the way most humans think, unfortunately. So anyways, Dr. Diller for $5 says A-Team roams neighborhoods destroying mailboxes and leaves his cans at the end of his driveway all week. Take them back in, Adam. S-Class is the best class.
None of that ever happens.
You don't destroy mailboxes?
Of course not.
That's good. I'm glad you.
And I bring the cans in, obviously.
You don't get hit by your HOA for leaving
the
cans out too long?
I mean, sometimes I leave it out an extra day just.
Oh my God.
Because I'm not thinking.
How dare you not pull those cans in immediately?
I think our cans go out on.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
You don't even know. Is your wife the one that brings the cans to the car?
Oh, of course not. Come on.
Well, then how do you not know what days it is?
It's Monday, I believe, but sometimes we stream on Tuesday and like. So the can.
What does that mean? You only have one day for garbage pickup?
Oh my God! In Florida does garbage pickup every day.
Wait, you only have one. Wait, you only have one garbage pickup a week?
Yeah.
Wow.
You guys have multiple?
We have two.
You have 2 garbage days?
Yeah, we have 2 garbage days. Yeah.
Wow. I guess you guys produce a lot of garbage there.
What in the chat? What about you guys? Do you guys have multiple garbage pickups a day?
Everyone
Your
has
Flux
one.
says we had 2 but switched to 1.
Yeah. Why would anyone do 2?
Because we produce a lot of garbage. I don't know.
You can't just hold the garbage for a few days.
I mean, how big
pick
is
it up once a week?
I mean, if you have a giant trash can, I guess it starts to smell. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think maybe it's because listen, I don't think it's because we
keep it in the house.
It only says we have one a day. Well, here's my question.
1 a week, not a day.
I'm sorry, 1 a week. Yeah.
Who has one a day?
We have 2 and 1 for recycle shit. So the way that here where I live, we have 2 trash pickups a week, and the recycling is once every other week. So Poland has 1 per month. Is that true?
Who does?
Poland. 1 garbage and 1 recycling per week. 1 garbage. 2 a day on Saturday. 1 every we have 1 every day? Oh, in Taiwan. Wow, they pick up the trash every day in Taiwan. That's crazy. 1 with alternating weeks for landfill and recycling. 1 a week. 2 garbage pickups, usually 1 for dumpsters. When I lived in New Jersey, we had 2 garbage days. Since moving to Florida, we have 1 garbage day. Oh, so okay, so you live in Florida, but you only have 1 garbage day. So maybe it's just where I live. The city that I live has 2 garbage days. Interesting. We used to get twice a week. Now it's down to 1. Yeah, I don't know. I've always grown up, and it was always been 2 in the city that I live in Florida. So I didn't even think about it being like an unusual thing. But there you go.
So weird. I can't imagine having to take garbage cans out twice a week. That's like double.
So much effort.
Bullshit.
So much effort to remember back. See, back in the day, it sucked. What is wrong with humans? Okay. When I was very young, everyone had the worst fucking suitcases on the planet. They're these big Bajumbi square suitcases. You remember these fucking things?
Oh,
these
yeah.
horrible fucking suitcases.
Of course.
That you had to just carry around like a fucking idiot, right? You had to lug these giant suitcases around like an idiot. And it was the same thing with garbage cans. Okay. Back in the day, when we had, I assume that you have like the truck, the automatic truck now. You don't have like a guy grab it, right?
No, we have a guy that goes around with like a little rickshaw.
What?
Yeah. He pulls a little rickshaw.
What? Are you fucking with me? What are you talking about?
Of course.
Okay. So okay.
A rickshaw?
I was like, what the fuck? I don't know. It's in LA. I don't know what frou-frou shit goes on there. Okay, you got some weird shit going on.
He runs around with the rickshaw, yeah.
Right, but no, you have the little truck with the arm.
It fills up pretty quick though.
Okay. You have the little guy. You have the little truck with the arm, right? You don't have like guys literally
Of course.
Okay. You're
Look,
saying of
it's
course.
fully automated.
Okay. There are still places where it's just a guy picking up
And he
shit.
runs out.
Right. Yes. I've seen videos. This still exists in some places in the country.
Insane.
Anyway,
If you live in one of those places, get out now.
My point was, back in the day, we had these dumb, horrible, like Bajumbi luggages, like bags that you have to carry that had no wheels. And back in the day, before they had the trucks with the little forklift thing on it, you didn't have, at least where I lived, there were no city provided garbage cans. You had everyone just bought like some unique individual garbage can, and they were all just these awful garbage cans that you just had to fucking pick up and carry, fill with your garbage to the curb. Right? But nowadays,
they didn't even have wheels.
Right. Why the fuck did it take so long? The wheel was invented tens of thousands of fucking years ago. Cave people invented the fucking wheel. Why the fuck did it take until like the mid 2000s for someone to say, hey, what the fuck are we doing with luggage and trash cans? Just put fucking wheels on everything and make our lives 10 times easier. And now everyone does it. Like, why did it take so long in human history for us to slap wheels on luggage and garbage cans?
Because of, people didn't want to be lazy.
I don't think that was it. It's just super weird to me. It's just super weird to me that it took so long. Because nowadays, you go into an airport, it's rare that you see anyone holding luggage that's not like it's not like a backpack or something. It's rare for someone to see someone have like a big piece of luggage that doesn't have wheels. It's like super rare, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
But like, that used to be the norm. Because remember, like, in the mid 2000s, when those little rolly bags came out, everyone was like, oh my God, this is such an innovation. Why did that take so fucking long? Why did that take so fucking long?
Nobody wanted it.
I don't know. What do you mean? Who wouldn't want it? It's just weird. It's just weird to me.
Yeah, it is strange.
Rubber was uncommon and very expensive. Is
What?
rubber cheap now? Or no, I mean, they make the wheels out of
They
plastic,
use-
don't they? They don't make
Look,
it out
they
of rubber,
used
do they?
rubber on car wheels. What are you on tires? What are you talking about?
Those little, when you buy like the little rolly handbags, I mean, do they use rubber on the wheels? It looks like this kind of like cheap plastic wheels or something. Is there like, is the cheap plastic that we use for the luggage like a new technology that only came about in the last 10, 20 years?
No, I just think they didn't do it. It wasn't culturally accepted.
I don't know. It's just weird to me because I don't think it was a question of cultural acceptance because when those bags
it
came
was
out,
adapted quickly. A lot of people.
yeah,
were
when those
like,
bags
yeah,
came out, it was only like 5 years and then bam, like
look,
that was all
you'd
they
see them
had.
everywhere.
Yeah, because at first, when they first came out, you would only see pilots and flight attendants with them. Remember? And you'd be like, oh, where do they get that awesome piece of luggage? Because when they first came out, they were very expensive because they were new. It's like super expensive to get the luggage with the wheels. And now it's just like the norm.
Yeah.
Anyway. Nowadays, it's synthetic rubber and other types of materials. Okay. Is that like a new synthetic rubber? Is there, I guess that's what I'm curious. Is there some actual new technology to the Rolly suitcases and the Rolly trash cans that is a reason why we didn't use them before? Or is it just some weird, like, no one just fucking thought of it or something? Anyway. Todd Sullivan for 18 months, thanks so much, says, can we get actual Justice Warrior on? You can't.
No.
You can't.
No. Stop asking.
Casey Anderson for 10 hours says, thank you, Casey. Says, I think with the embracing of Bush, it also goes with Michelle Obama framing him as a lovable grandpa too. I like that they had a good relationship, but it really softened him in the public eye. Yeah, that's a really good point. That's a great point. I think that did, Michelle Obama had such people on the left loved her so much that, yeah, if she had some positive relationship with Grandpa Bush as he painted his little portraits, that would definitely soften him up to a lot of people. That's a good point. I remember her getting a lot of criticism for that from some people on the left saying, oh, why is she trying to rehabilitate this war criminal? Also, didn't Bush have some positive relationship with Ellen too? That seems familiar, doesn't it?
A lot of people like Bush, man.
I think
Bush
he had some
was
positive,
the guy that you want to have a beer with. Remember?
He had some positive relationship with Ellen, or there was a picture of him at a baseball game with Ellen. I don't know. I thought they were friendly or friends or something. And so that probably had a lot to do with it too. But I think it was mostly just the Trump bad stuff. Sodosh for $5 says, Cenk, quote, you don't hug Darth Vader just because he was against another Sith Lord. I don't think Cenk watched episode 6. There you go. There you go. Casey Anderson for 8 months says, thank you. Says, for any older millennials like myself, the Sam Hain episode of the Ghostbusters cartoon is free on YouTube. Good for Tuesday. Happy Halloween, everyone. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Happy Halloween.
I don't remember the Sam Hain episode of Ghostbusters. There was the original Ghostbusters cartoon, and then there was the reboot. So,
wow,
the real Ghostbusters, which was actually super woke, not in terms of story, but in terms of the casting. It was super diverse. They had a Hispanic guy, a goth girl, a black kid, and a white guy in a wheelchair. They're trying to hit all the markers. It was your Burger King Kids Club of diversity.
That's good.
Suini for 10 months says, any opinions on the Finnish gas pipe and internet cable breakage? Anchor found from the bottom, possibly belonging to Chinese tanker. Thank you for the streams.
I have not heard of that, but wouldn't surprise me.
I didn't know anything about this.
If the Chinese tried to destroy one of our cables or something.
From Reuters. Estonia has linked Baltic cable pipeline damage, Sweden to say. Estonia believes the damage to a telecommunication cable in the Baltic Sea between Sweden and Estonia is related to damage to a pipeline cable between Estonia and Finland, Sweden's government said on Monday. On October 8th, a subsea gas pipeline and telecommunication cable connecting Finland and Estonia were damaged in what Finnish investigators believe may have been deliberate sabotage. Helsinki is investigating the pipeline incident, while Tallinn is looking into the cable incident. Last week, Sweden said a third link had been damaged at roughly the same time as the other two. That's weird. Who's going after fucking Sweden? What do they do?
Yeah, Sweden. Jeez.
This is... So wait, do they think it was intentional, or do they think it was... Why would China be fucking with Finland and Sweden?
Finland? Oh, what? It's Russia it's Russia that's going to invade Finland, yeah.
Right. Well, they just joined NATO, right? So
yeah, they did because they were worried about Russia invading them. Maybe Russia bribed China to mess with Finland.
Finland says Chinese ship to blame for subsea pipeline break. A Chinese ship is to blame for the damage to a subsea gas pipeline running between Finland and Estonia earlier this month. The Finnish police announced on last Tuesday.
Maybe it was just an accident.
Leaving open whether the damage was intentional or accidental.
Oh, look.
Right.
I totally can tell the future.
Along with telecommunication cable, the pipeline was damaged and what the office said was likely the result of external activity. How does it... What happens? They drop anchor on the cable or something? Or the anchor scrapes along the cable?
No, they drag the anchor along the seafloor.
Why are they doing that?
Snag the cable and rip it.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's from their anchor. But why are they okay? Do they tell the ships?
Look, we're over the cable now. Drop the anchor.
Right. Do they tell the ships where the fuck cables are so they don't drop anchors on them?
No, they figure out where the cable is.
Right.
They drop the anchor, and then they drag until they hit the cable. Like snap it in two.
According to Tuesday's announcement, the Finnish investigation into the damage found a dragging trail.
Oh my God!
Leading to the point of the damage in the gas pipeline.
Look, why are you even reading the article? You can just ask me.
In the distance, a few meters from the gas. Oh my God! In the distance, a few meters from the gas pipeline damage point was an anchor. So they left the anchor there. It just believed to have been caused the wide dragging trail and the damage itself. Oh, really? So they find a fucking trail and they find an anchor. Why are they saying believed to be? What the fuck else would have done it?
Look, they drag the anchor till they screw up the cable. Then they cut the anchor and swim away. They're like,
if it was intentional, I don't know why it would be intentional. It could just been a fuck up. Someone said, "Oh shit, we dropped the anchor. We shouldn't get the fuck out of here." Yeah. Book it, Dano.
Guys, you're not going to believe what we just did.
We just ripped up the internet pipe with the cable. Whoops, get the fuck out. Run. Wait. Let's see. Risto Lohi, the detective superintendent heading the investigation, said that when the anchor was lifted from the seabed this morning, analysts found traces on it indicating it had been in contact with a gas pipeline. No duh. These observations were said to corroborate the main line of investigation from the authorities that were focusing on the role of a vessel called New Polar Bear, owned by a Chinese shipping company and flying a Hong Kong flag.
That's the name of the ship?
New Polar Bear.
I mean, why the double new?
I don't fucking know. They're Chinese. Chinese and Japanese people would name their shit fucking weird things.
Is it like they knew a new polar bear?
No, it's like new, it's like new twice with an N.
Okay.
Very new. It's so new. It's such a new polar bear. It's super new.
Oh, I got it. I get it.
Yeah, super.
It's new. Like the new one.
It's the new, yeah, not the new old one or the new one. It's the new one. It's very new. Does it say when the ship was built? Is this ship even new? No, this ship was built.
Did they find a ship missing an anchor?
Oh, wait. So the ship actually was renamed New Polar Bear this year.
Right.
It was called the Baltic Fulmar before then. That doesn't sound like a Chinese name. Oh, because it wasn't So, okay. So it was not a Chinese ship originally, and then when it became a Chinese ship, they renamed it to the new polar bear. Okay. Anyway,
is Hong Kong Chinese?
yes. Remember
Okay.
there was a whole China taking over Hong Kong thing?
Right. Yeah, that's why I was asking.
I don't know what the legal reason they would have for flying a Hong Kong flag over a Chinese flag is.
Yeah,
or if there is one.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, there could be some, because I know like in America, there's all this, a lot of the cruise lines, even though they're American companies, the ships are not registered as American ships because of.
So they fly
taxation.
the Hong Kong.
No,
flag
they do not
there.
fly the Hong Kong. They usually fly some sort of Caribbean flag or something.
Okay.
So, because they're doing this to avoid taxation, because
Right.
there's only a few
They should
ships
fly
that have,
the "Don't Tread on Me" flag.
Yeah, they should. There's only a few ships in America that fly the American flag, and I think it's ships that go out to Hawaii and some other places, because the rule is that if you want your ship to land, a cruise ship anyway, I don't know if this is for all ships, but if you want your cruise ship to land in an American port and then land in a second American port consecutively, it has to have an American flag. It has to be an American registered American flag ship. That's why all the other cruises that don't do that, they'll port an American port, then they'll go to somewhere in the Caribbean, then they'll go somewhere in America, then they'll go somewhere in the Caribbean. They kind of do the back and forth thing to kind of get around all that, just because they don't want to pay taxes. Anyway, the Finnish police said that they contacted the ship several times while it transited the Finland's exclusive economic zone, but not Finish's territorial water. Despite these contacts, the ship did not cooperate, said Lohi, who said the police had no competence. This is a really weirdly, I'm going to assume this was like translated because this is not the way English is normally spoke. Despite these contacts, the ship did not cooperate, said Lohi, who said the police had no competence to take coercive measures against the vessel. Finnish authorities are now engaging with their counterparts in China to continue their investigation. There you go.
Right.
I mean, it's probably negligent, I'm assuming, as opposed to like intentional sabotage. Probably just some idiot. So, anyways, Todd Sullivan for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Todd. Stug for $2 says Piker Koczynski 2024. There you go. Awful. Cameraman 502 for 8 months says, has Cenk argued that the age requirement for office should also be eliminated because it would also violate the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause? Well, that's interesting. That would probably be harder to argue because legally the courts have always upheld that you can have age restrictions for things. I guess the question would be, if Cenk's logic was true, wouldn't it not also have to eliminate the, like, you have to live and be a resident in the country for so many years requirement? Would that also have to be eliminated? Well, I guess it wouldn't, because it applies to citizens regardless. So I guess it would only be just the birth thing. So, well, never mind. Lives in Dead's Wall specifically for $5 says, making anchor babies is terrible. It's a bad design for keeping a ship stationary. My conspiracy brain says it's an excuse to sacrifice to the sea gods. There you go. Listen, that's the real reason that ship ripped up that Swedish, Finnish, Estonia line. Okay. The Chinese really just want to have an anchor baby in Finland, but they misunderstood what it meant to have an anchor baby. So they literally dropped an anchor and they ripped up the internet line.
Look at this, Nick Ricada calling you out on Twitter. Wow.
Me? What did I do?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
About
yeah.
what?
About the election stuff. About your election tweet.
Oh, I muted that tweet. It was getting so many responses.
Oh, really?
Oh, no, I didn't mute that tweet. That was a different tweet.
People
The
didn't
Mike
like
Pence overturn the election tweet?
Yeah.
Okay, what did Rick Gator
Bro
say?
tried to get, look, your tweet. Bro tried to get Mike Pence to overturn the election so he would be president again after he lost, which would have caused a constitutional crisis and possibly a civil war. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't know what the Mike Cernovich
That was
tweet
Trump is the
that
most
you're
innocent
retweeting.
man in history tweet.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
So Ricada says, question, by what mechanism would Pence have overturned the election? Overturned is in quotes. I don't know why.
Right.
When you come up with the bad answer that I'm assuming follows, I will have another question for you. Look, this like a riddle. Nick, what's up?
Jesus.
Why you got to make everything some... Are you drinking again, Nick? Are you streaming?
Mm-hmm. Who knows?
What's going on here?
I don't even see that. Was that a quote tweet or was that a reply?
It's a quote tweet.
Okay, because I don't even see it.
Look, he's got you on blast here.
Hmm.
How many likes does your tweet have? Oh, look, he ratioed you.
Well, he's a much larger Twitter following.
Oh,
than
you're
I do.
full on ratioed.
There you go.
Dude, you got ratioed.
There you go. I got ratio.
Not by much. I mean, only by like 20 likes.
I'm annoyed. My largest tweet I've ever had is for something kind of goofy.
How do you
Recently.
find out? How do you find out what your largest
Well,
tweet
it's
is?
the largest I ever remember. Fuck, I have a tweet that has 28,000 likes.
Oh, that's a lot. Yeah, I've never
It was
had that.
it was the IGN tweeted about looking at Venom's butt.
Oh,
And
really?
I said, it's fucking weird that anyone can sexualize men. I said sexual, but I meant sexualize. Typo. Sexualize men to any degree, and it's applauded. But if it's a woman's butt, there would be a massive scandal IGN leading to dozens of angry articles, boycott calls, and someone getting fired.
That's a lame tweet. Why is everyone liking that tweet?
Apparently it's not a lame tweet, you dumb fuck. Apparently everyone loves that tweet.
That
because
tweet
it got
is awful.
28,000 likes. Okay.
Bunch of retards.
Yeah, wow, look at you. Listen to that, guys. Adam's just calling you all retards for liking my tweet.
No, the people that liked it.
It's a good tweet.
I saw that tweet.
It's a good tweet. Listen, I'm not saying it's a good tweet. I just didn't think it'd be like the biggest tweet I ever fucking had tweet.
I reported that tweet for not being
did you?
funny.
Okay. It's not funny. It's just a tweet. It's not supposed to be a joke. I mean, I guess it shows you that a lot of people.
So what's the answer here to the? What's answer Ricardo's
That's what
question?
we talked about a million times on this fucking stream.
By what mechanism would Pence have overturned the election?
The mechanism was I'm assuming he's being hyper pedantic with my use of the word overturn.
Okay.
The mechanism was, as I said a million times, he would look at the quote fake electors and he would say, oh, it was like literally what it says in the Eastman memo. Oh, I can't make a determination. I'm so confused. In fact, that will be my response. My response.
One of these has an official seal, and one of them has a stamp from a shoe polish.
I'll just reply to that right now. I won't even type anything. I will just reply with the screenshot of the Eastman memo. Okay, that will be my reply. Where is that? I just sent it to someone else. Okay, so it's
ouch.
It's there. It's on tap somewhere. Okay, where is it? I'll look at here it is.
Look, Vito chimes in and says, refusing to certify the results. Look, Vito's like, that's right. I'm getting a piece of this Nick Ricada guy.
Okay.
And Ricada answers, that is not a mechanism to overturn the election.
Oh, look. Is it literally going to be what I said, where he's going to be hyper pedantic about what do I mean by the word overturn?
Right.
So what is his fucking Twitter? Because I don't see his thing in my notifications because I have a million notifications. Ricada Law, right? What's his Twitter handle? Can you help me? You're not helping me. You're being
Look, I'll send you a link to it.
Okay,
what are you talking?
I found it.
Look, I'll help you. Do I have to send a link now? It sounds like
no.
you found it.
Okay, here it is.
I'm laughing at Vito. Vito loves fighting on Twitter. You guys fighting on Twitter. That's pretty funny.
Right.
This is not a method to overturn the election. Like he just keeps saying that to everyone.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's gonna. I mean, if he's gonna land on some sort of pedantic for me using the word overturn, I'm not even gonna respond to that. But anyway, so there you go. I responded. I gave the screenshot of the Eastman memo.
What do you mean by overturn? I mean, why is overturn a bad word?
It's not.
Seems.
But
I mean, I know exactly.
I don't know if
what
his
you
argument
mean.
is going to be. Well, we'll see. I'll see. I don't want to put words in his mouth. We'll see what his response is. So, but that is my prediction. It'll be something about the use of the word overturn is not correct enough. Anyways, where were we?
Somebody asked him, would you actually want Trump as president again? And Nick responds, the only person I would want as president is me.
There you go.
What the heck? Really? Are you ready for a Nick Rekieta presidency?
No. Mythos Infinite for 5 Canadian says, it's just a mod pack. Nothing controversial. Oh, that was, yeah, I read that one. Yeah, Mythos, you just send me a DM or something. I'm just curious to see why your thing had a problem. Gnostic Informer for $5 says, it's just me, or does Tim Pool just use random anecdotes to extrapolate entire narratives that don't actually reflect reality? I don't think they're random. I mean, he uses anecdotes sometimes for a purpose to extrapolate a narrative, but they're not random. They're related to whatever he's talking about. But I do think he does do that occasionally. Blaine's Escape Quarter for $5 says, just tag you guys on Doomer's branded sake I found yesterday. Today we will go to the Muscle Girls bar and drink juice they smash with their hands. Oh, really? Doomer's.
They're making juice, handmade juice at the girly muscle bar. This is kind of crazy.
Oh, look at this. Yeah.
What are you looking at?
What
the juice bar? Jack Posobiec tweeted out breaking: the Black Hebrew Israelites, who are Israelites, mind you, that's important.
No, they're not. The Black Hebrew Israelites are not actually Israelites.
Look, it's important for this tweet, okay?
Yeah.
The Black Hebrew Israelites are now battling the pro-Palestinian protesters in Chicago.
I did see
that.
They're
beating the shit out of these people.
I did see that. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Look at that. They're like, hell yeah, we're Israeli pieces of shit.
That's actually super interesting because
it is.
The Black Hebrew Israelites are not really big on I didn't think they were big on the Jews in Israel at the moment. So I'm kind of confused as to what's happening in that altercation.
Yeah, I thought the narrative was that the Jewish people stole
They stole
birthright.
Israel from them, yeah. So I don't know, what are they fighting with the pro-Palestinian people for? That is kind of strange. But
yeah.
So Blaine's Escape Quarter found. So I didn't realize Blaine's Escape Quarter is in Japan right now. So based. He found some sake that's got stoats on it. Look at that.
Sake? Is that what you're saying?
Sake.
What is sake?
Sake is the drink you're calling sake. Okay.
I love sake.
Yeah, it's called sake.
Is it really?
Yes. It's S-A-K-E.
No.
It's not S-A-K. If it was sake.
You say nuclear.
Oh my God. So in Japanese, an E sound is an E sound and an I sound is an E sound. Even though I know that sounds contradictory. So if it was sake, it'd be S-A-K-I.
Oh, wow.
S-A-K-E, it's sake.
That's pretty cool, though.
But
got little stoats on it.
Yeah, it got little Doomer stoats on it. So very cool.
I drink me some of that sake.
I've never liked sake very much. I haven't had a lot of it, but when I had it, I'm like, I don't see what the big deal is.
Who doesn't like sake?
Me, apparently. Now, I think Japanese beer is pretty good. I've had some Kirin Ichibans.
Oh, yeah.
They're pretty tasty.
Nah. Like dark beer.
Okay. Gnostic Informant, thank you for the $10, even though you retracted the message. Blaine Skateboarder for $2 says, preach more anime, less French schlock. True. True and based. Harrison Jodit for $10 says, I define, quote, racism specifically as attributing someone's mental traits, beliefs, attitudes, etc. to their genes instead of their culture or free will. Think about what this would include or exclude. I defined racism specifically as attributing someone's mental traits, their beliefs, attitudes, etc., to their genes instead of their culture or free will. Think about what this would include or exclude.
I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
I think that's valid.
I think that's generally what people mean when they say racism. There's a kind of gray area where people will, if you assert something to a culture, you can kind of get into a gray area sometimes, depending on what culture you're talking about. But I think that your definition is, I mean, that's generally, I think that is true. That's how people define it. And I think that's how I define it. I'm not seeing an issue there. That one guy, Toad, for 8 months says, been a free member for 8 months now. Thanks, JMac. Otherwise, I've been watching for almost 3 years now. The show is now a staple for me. Love y'alls. Well, thank you, that one guy, Toad.
Cool.
Glad to be in your life for 3 years.
It's amazing.
Guru Ralph for 15 months says, I have to agree. I used to be S-Class, but A-Team seems to be the base team these days. Wow. Well, there you go. Look at that.
Yeah, true and based.
Fondue for Giro says, what kind of dark beer does Adam prefer?
I like Guinness and I like Newcastle.
Yes.
Newcastle is my preferred choice.
Mm-hmm.
Newcastle's so, oh man, that's like the champagne of beers. So delicious. Guinness is a close second though. What about you? What is your favorite beer?
I can't drink my favorite beer anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was owned by Bud, I think. It wasn't Bud, but it was owned by the brand.
I like Hefeweizen too.
I don't think I've ever had Hefeweizen.
Are you familiar with Hefeweizen?
I've seen it. I don't know if I've ever had it.
Trader Joe's has a Hefeweizen that's really good, but it gives me migraines.
Okay.
So I can't really drink it.
Well, the two beers I would usually go for if they were at the menu, was I would usually go for an Amber Bock if it was on the menu.
Mm-hmm.
Or a Stella.
Oh yeah. Horrible.
Amber Bock is a dark lager. I don't know what any of these terms mean, by the way. I'm like a beer newbie. I don't know what any of these terms mean. Amber Bock is a dark lager, and Stella is a Pilsner. So I don't know what any of that shit means, but have you had either of these?
Yeah, I don't like those amber ales. They give me a headache too.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Chalk Top is decent too. Margaritas is where it's at. Okay. Where was it? Not Gay Ben. Look at that. Our favorite super chatter always leaves us in suspense. Not Gay Ben for 19 months. Look at that. 19 months. Okay. Says, I'm not gay. Also, does Sean support super not gay sexual rights? Please clarify, Sean. I need to know if you're an ally to the largest minority, me.
Oh, yeah.
Super not gay sexual rights. Very important stuff. CT for two Canadians says based moral oral mention.
Oh, yeah.
I never really watched.
That was Sean, right?
Yeah, I never was big into Moral Orel.
Oh, Moral Orel's great.
Yeah, I watched it. I'm aware of it.
Oh, it's amazing. Not as good as Super Jail, but
very different than Super Jail. Significantly different. Andrew Clark for 2 hours says they march through the streets with guns. True. Stuck for $5 says Cenk has good sources. He finds them deep within the confines of his butt. There you go.
You mean?
Andrew Clark for $2 says, what is Anna's position on kink? I don't know. We're not going to ask her that question. Jeez.
Oh my God.
Stuck for $5 says, list of words and phrases I never want to hear again. Number 1, version 1, valid. Media literacy, nuance. Yeah, I agree. These terms have all been kind of ruined, unfortunately. So
I'm telling you, whenever someone says nuance, just substitute needless complication.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
far
unfortunate.
more
These words have been
interesting.
ruined. So Nuance Bro must be upset. His entire brand has been
Is
destroyed.
Needless complication,
Yeah,
bro.
his brand has been destroyed. Shell Shock TM for 14 months says, I'd love to see debate between Trump and Cenk. Would be utter insanity. By the way, happy 14 months. When do I get to meet the parents? We are the parents. What do you mean?
Yeah. What are you talking about?
We're
You've
your
already
internet
met the
dads.
parents.
Well, Adam's your internet mom, but I'm your internet dad.
Sure. Whatever you say.
A debate between Trump and Cenk would be amazing. I agree.
Oh yeah.
Raiders Cat for 2 months says, I'll be honest, I'm only here for Wormy and Ragamuffin. Don't judge me. There you go.
Wormy says hi. Ragamuffin hasn't come in to say hi to me.
Wow. Because he's tired of you picking him up and assaulting him.
First of all, it's a she.
Oh, sorry, she's tired.
Second of all, she likes to be assaulted.
You see what she's wearing?
Yeah, of course.
You see how she's coming into this room? She knows what's going to happen when she comes into this room. She enjoys it.
She's literally begging for it.
Jesus. Okay. Stug for $2 says TDS Happy Halloween. There you go. Stug for $5 says, okay, leftist, considering it's slavery to work for a living, since they'll die if they don't. But it isn't violence to call for someone to be fired. Oh, that's interesting. True. Stug for $2 says maybe terrorism instead of violence. There you go. Yeah, maybe. That's a fair point. Majin for 15 months says, howdy pumpkins. Ever notice that leftists will call themselves liberals and any cringy socialist behavior becomes liberal action? Cultural tango. True. Yeah, there's a lot of deception going on. What are you laughing about? What are you snickering about?
I'm watching this cat video.
Oh, God.
It's pretty hilarious.
Did you ever show, there was another picture, was it Majin? Someone drew a picture of you with the big fat cat. Or I'm sorry, with feeding Doomer. Did we ever show that?
Maybe.
I'm too tired to think clearly at the moment.
I know.
We are going to have to finish the rest of these at some point because we're almost out of time.
Oh, okay. We can do that.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says power tweeting, power grifting, power ring, power spawning, nuances. We have so many nuances. 400 nuances. Power scope. Power
Oh,
cope.
look at this.
That's a reference. What a good reference.
Did we get all the member chats? Those
We did.
Disappear. Okay,
Oh, no, we
good.
did not. No, we did not.
Okay, we'll get those. What are you
Power
doing?
tweeting, power grifting, power ring, power spotting, nuances. You have so many nuances. 400 nuances. Power cope. I love that. Thank you. Thank you, Leslie Deswald.
That's awesome.
That was from Power Thirst, one of the greatest classic internet memes. John Benor for 12 months says, thank you for 1 year, says, I be loving Adam B. Corn. That's awful.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Why?
but no thank you.
Look, you don't like the corn, Adam?
Yeah. Brian Bishop, thanks so much for the 1 gifted membership. D5280 for 4 months says, cry about criminals winning super prizes while ignoring their victims. Many of them traumatize people with their crimes, and progressives don't care. That is true. Boba Peck for 15 months. Oh God, he's corn. Boba Peck for 15 months says,
Hi.
I think of the Jews' return to Israel and the conflict with the Palestinians as a land back experiment that may have for tribal lands. What are your thoughts? That's pretty hilarious. That is pretty hilarious. So to some leftists, we tried to do a land back experiment, guys. It's called Israel and didn't work. They bring up giving the land back to the natives.
The biblical land back.
Yeah, we did that. It's called Israel. You guys weren't happy about it. I'm going to say that. Then if someone ever says it to me, I'm going to say that. That's a great response, Boba Peck.
That would be pretty based.
Dr. Dealer for 19 months says, I have this free will milestone and not much to add this week. Is it me or did people in Western countries just stop commonly wearing hats around the 50s? Yeah, I mean, hats used to be a huge thing and now not as much.
Hats kind of went out of style. They did.
Yeah. Lunar Cryogen, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Sweet. Welcome.
Anyway, we'll get to the rest of these on Tuesday because we're, I think, about 5 minutes from when it cuts off. So,
well, this was a great stream. A lot of fun.
Was. Yes.
It was. I mean, Sean came on. That was interesting.
That was fun. Yeah.
Oh,
Look at
okay.
Adam.
Yeah.
Adam's not a Sean fan.
No, that was obviously was great. I'm just horsing around. So
no, it was just, Sean came on, talked too long, annoyed us with facts and nonsense, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Blah. No.
Cherry picking his facts, overlooking all the racism.
Didn't invite me to when he went to Hell's Kitchen. God, what a jerk, right?
Crazy.
Yeah.
How could he do such a thing?
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for Sean for coming on and talking to us. A lot of fun. And thank you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime protagonists, isekais of reality. And we'll see you all. Remember, you should put a community post on this. We're going to be streaming on Wednesday, not Tuesday, because Tuesday is Halloween.
Happy Halloween, guys. Bye-bye.
There you go.